Okay, we are streaming. Everybody, let us know the quality of our sound. Let's see if we synchronize first. Give us a few seconds there to synchronize screens, and hopefully everything comes into play. Oh, it looks like everything seems to be going well. Stream health and connection seems fine. We are going back to live stream, just checking. Okay, so everyone, let us know whether you can hear myself and Peter Moon. So Peter Moon will start talking in a few moments. I'm going to wait till we see people in chat before Peter talks. I think that I'll see the bar moving. As a matter of fact, might as well talk, Peter. Let's see if I can see the bar moving.
Well, I'm trying to. Oh, here, I'm going to put you on just a second. I'm going to go mute for a second.
Okay, he went mute for a second, but I saw the bar move. So everybody who's here, remember the first thing you need to do is hit that upvote, because the first thing the enemy does is they hit us with downvotes. And
I just went mute because
okay.
I'm not mute now because I wanted to turn on the video so I could see the chat room.
Excellent. Excellent.
Somebody's listening now. So whoever's listening, if you could just communicate in the chat room that you can hear me, it would be appreciated if you can hear me.
Yeah, and so we've got 3 upvotes already, and now a 4th one added. So everyone hit the upvotes for all the reasons I articulate every episode. We always have new listeners, and understand that this particular transmission gets hit by the deep state. The deep state that so many people presume is a satanic cabal is quite real, unfortunately. And they hit us hard, and they make certain we don't appear on searches by giving us a load of downvotes. The YouTube filters them out, but it takes about an hour. So the only way we can overcome this is by all of you to immediately hit an upvote from every IP port that you've got. That means every different IP address that would appear from your cell phone, your tablet, your PC, your laptop. Just hit an upvote from any one of them that has a different IP address. And it helps us get back on searches so that others can find us. It's your war, you've got to fight it, and nice guys finish last, so we have to fight dirty because that's how the enemy fights. And so I want David Fitzsimons to know he's profoundly appreciated. He's in Atlantic City. He says, "Hey guys, you're loud and clear." So he says that in the plural. He's referring to us both. And with that, I give the stage back to the wonderful Peter Moon, who has joined us after all. Worried about him because he didn't get my message last night, but apparently he got it in time, hopefully. And
What's your message?
Oh, just the promotional banner for tonight's show.
Oh, okay. I did put it up.
Okay, great.
I didn't put it up right away, but perhaps I don't even remember what I was doing last night. But I have been active on the book, and
Excellent.
I actually ended up listening to the interview you did with Christine Joanna Hart.
Wonderful.
And it was an interesting interview. The way, and I replayed it again to listen to Project Argus, the Van Allen belt.
Yes.
And if you go and even read the Wikipedia version of the Van Allen belt, it's very clear that what you're saying is more than likely to have taken place, just because, it's just like there's these holes that they're not filling in Wikipedia.
Yes. Yes.
So it was very interesting because, it says that this guy who was, the guys involved with Project Argus were discovering the Van Allen belt. It's just like you can tell you're getting a piecemeal version of what happened when you read the official history.
Thank you.
It was but who the hell would even have a clue of any of this?
Thank you.
How could anybody know about it? It's certainly not what's taught.
Thank you. I mean, all anyone needs to do is ask themselves the logical question. A bunch of scientists in America are discovering the Van Allen radiation belt and just say, I know, let's blow it up with nukes. it just makes so much sense. It's exactly what anyone would think to do, right? I mean, it's insane on the face of it without context. Thank you very much, Peter, for that. I'm going to give you the hyperlink in a matter of minutes. Thank you for your patience with that in the interim. Yes, if you want to go deeper into the Van Allen radiation belt in the future, I'll be happy to do so. Otherwise, just so glad you're with us tonight. Honestly, people, it's a miracle I make it here with every episode. It is just, you wouldn't believe the things I dealt with last night and today. Honestly, just getting here in time to do this is miraculous. It's tantamount to a proof in God every time I make it. Anyhow, so go on, Peter. Take the stage for
well, yes, but what's even more important than what I just said about the Van Allen radiation belt, and of course how it relates to Project Argus, which was blowing up things over the Antarctic. It's like people they don't even have a guidebook to deconstruct history without yourself. There's no way anybody could deconstruct this because there's too much of a vacuum of data in regards to this.
Thank you.
There's just no way.
I appreciate that profoundly, and I really cannot resist adding just a little bit of context there, because when you think about what Peter has just said, just think about the horror of reading your history book, and what you have in front of you is oh great, my account is restricted for 9 hours because it did not follow community standards. So I can't do anything for 9 hours. So
what account? Your Facebook account?
Yes. So what I'll do is I'll give you the hyperlink in your message box. So yeah, here we are. Let's see if I can do this. I probably will not be able to send you the image affiliated with the hyperlink, but just the hyperlink alone should go through. We'll find out. Yeah, it's absolutely bizarre. It's these things that you can only presume. This is, of course, the enemy at work. If it weren't for so many other people suffering from this kind of capricious nonsense where Facebook restricts their account every once in a while for what apparently is no good reason, and it's algorithms on the loose, just establishing their own parameters, trying to figure out what goes with each. Now, here's the hyperlink to tonight's program, so people can find it. Miraculously, at least it conveys the thumbnail, so that's in your message box now.
No, it has been received, and I'm going to.
So for anyone who's puzzled,
I'm going to attempt to give the link.
Thank you. Bless you. Should be doable from your end. I want everyone
their own parameters.
Yeah. Anyone who has any questions about the image in thumbnail of tonight's live stream, the 17th, the third Monday of every July in Japan, is Marine Day, which means nothing to do with Marine Corps, which everybody asks about, and therefore I made certain not to put anything even potentially interpreted as militant in my promotional banner for tonight's show, and yet it was still interpreted, perhaps even more so because it wasn't militant, interpreted by Facebook as violating the community standards. But at any rate, the Blood Boys made a wonderful regalia for myself to where we went down to the let's just say the California beach side, which will remain unidentified for now, and that had to be one of the most dangerous things I ever did. I mean, fuck combat. If you're wearing some fucking mermaid flipper, some crown and sitting on rocks, slippery with sea moss, it's just, don't ever do it. Don't ever do it. I came back alive only with their help. The same people who produced the costume that almost killed me. Then we, had to do something far safer just to use as thumbnail for tonight's live stream. And there we have it. It's their nice blue theme for Marine Day. This is because Japan is a pelagic empire, meaning high seas empire, open seas empire. and all of its economy is based on access to the sea. It is an island empire. So every third month of July is their Marine Day, in which they celebrate all things to do with the ocean, and children are introduced to the basics of oceanography. And everyone is introduced to the strategic need for a high seas fleet and navy, and why Japan had to go to war, at least to an extent. Certainly these days, it might be somewhat more sublimated, I guess. When my mother was growing up, it was very different. But obviously, it's still a holiday. In fact, some of the major holidays in Japan were established the year I was born, 1966. Which this was not one of them, but I'll tell you about the others in the future. But such being said, some of them were established during the ceasefire, some of the major holidays that are celebrated in Japan today. In 1947 or 1949, as Japan was essentially celebrating its victory and establishing new holidays. But all that being said, we turn it back to Peter Moon, and just glad to be here and working with Peter. We have 3 episodes tonight and 2 more before he leaves for Romania. And I'm just so glad to have him with us. And I'll try and reach out to Aaron Tice again, who I think will successfully try and pull Aaron Tice into Peter Moon's place at least a few times, if not all the while that he's gone. But we'll figure that out with Aaron as time goes on.
I've asked him and I haven't heard back, which means he's contemplating his dominoes.
Yeah, no doubt.
And I certainly hope he can. Aristides, I also asked him if he could fill in.
That would be wonderful. I certainly.
He had some very interesting additions to the that part of the brain we were talking about. He did some interesting research on that.
Absolutely, and he's an engineer. Just so people know, Aristides is an engineer and a wonderful human being. So everybody, of course, we'll see who we can integrate into the Moon Hours. And back to Moonrise, the Pete.
Well, yeah. So I've got to break down. I've got to re-listen to the Night of the Broken Circle, or in the case of Lorien Ann Fenton, the Night of the Broken Girdle.
Yeah. Oh, that's delightful.
Yeah, I thought you'd think that was funny. Now, today we had an address to a joint session of Congress by a man who was mentioned in the new book. He's the president of Israel. And why is he mentioned in the book? Because President Herzog. Now, I don't know, Isaac Herzog affirms to sacred bond with the U.S. in speech in Congress. Now, today or yesterday, there was a real controversial statement made. I don't know her name, a congressman who's referred to as a member of the squad. And really, what she said that was so offensive to most of the Congress was that Israel is an apartheid state. And she stated that it's racist. Now, if you look up on Wikipedia, which is not, we do not consider Wikipedia our friend.
Thank you.
However, if you know, there's some things it just can't deny. And if you look up Wikipedia, it will tell you that Israel, it's a entry under Wikipedia called Israel and Apartheid. Israel is committing, this is Wikipedia talking, not me. Israel is committing the crime of apartheid under the 2002 Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, according to international Israeli and Palestinian human rights groups, both in the occupied Palestinian territories and, according to some groups, in Israel proper. Israel and its supporters deny this. So it's basically saying that human rights groups that are Israeli and Palestinian and international are all accusing it. And this has been judged to be the case by the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court.
Yes, another way to express that would be that all of those parties, both Israeli, Palestinian, and international, who are involved with human rights, concur that the facts on the ground are defined by the Rome Statute as apartheid, which is ethnic state separation of citizens and non-citizens, if they are counted as such, essentially by their ethnicity into a class state of caste categorization, and therefore oppression, separation and oppression. Back to Peter.
So it goes into details of it. It meets the legal definition according to a Canadian law professor appointed by the UN Human Rights Council. And I will also point out that the UN, which is questionably no friend of humanity, is certainly no friend of Israel either.
Yes.
Israel has always been very unpopular with the United Nations.
Yes.
This Canadian law professor said the two-tier legal system Israel enforces enshrined a system of domination by Israelis over Palestinians that can no longer be explained as the unintended consequence of a temporary occupation. Now, so anyway, I was listening to what the Fox News host said about this, and it's a black woman named Harrison. I don't remember her last name. She's very popular on Fox, and she basically was acting very, indignant about how dare somebody question Israel.
Yeah, that's heresy.
That most of the Democrats, there were a surprising number of Democrats that were not going on board with the conventional site and were siding with the squad. And it's, but, I have said before that I once sat next to this very unusually wonderful, gracious young woman at the Paris airport one time in one of my travels, and we started talking, and she was from Toronto, but she was Palestinian. They had a beauty parlor in Toronto, and she introduced me to her mother. Her mother was so sweet, and she gave me candy. I don't eat candy, but I took it. And they told me how when they went to Jerusalem, where they had a home, I don't remember if they had a beauty parlor in Jerusalem, but they certainly had one in Toronto. But they'd have to fly into Jordan and take a bus into Israel because they were Palestinian, and they would be, treated very harshly by the Israeli army when they'd be checked, at every stop of the bus. To go in as a Palestinian was being treated like a second-class citizen.
If not a sort of crime.
Well, yeah, and I haven't met that many Palestinians in my life, but this was just a human being. They were just very nice people who were basically living in Toronto. And they had a home, and they were from Jerusalem. It gave me a real taste for what they had to deal with.
Yeah.
Now, this is another case of what Douglas Dietrich brings to the table, being right in the middle of world politics.
Yes.
And of course they're saying it's not apartheid. How outrageous. Well, just why don't they at least report what is here on Wikipedia? What are the issues, instead of just condemning the questioning of Israel? Now, what's more ironic is that this President Herzog, who was addressing the joint session of Congress, and I believe Biden was chastised for embracing him so lustily. But
hey, lustily's a good word for it.
yeah. So anyway, the President Herzog is the president of Israel, but I had pointed out in a previous. I'm trying to find the exact reference in the book.
Mm-hmm. While you're doing that,
here it is. Here it is.
Okay.
Is that, see, President Herzog was talking about his ancestry, and he was also, first of all, he was saying the United States was the first country to recognize Israel. And in a sense, that's true, because he said Harry Truman, it was like 10 minutes after it was, I guess, acknowledged or self-acknowledged, Truman was there and he acknowledged it. However, the Nazis recognized Israel and helped set it up.
Yes.
Definitely recognized it. Now, it might not have been called Israel, but it was.
Yes.
Maybe they called it Zion. But what's important about Herzog is Herzog's, I believe it was his grandfather, Rabbi Yitzhak Halevi Herzog, had become internationally famous amongst Jewry for his 1914 doctoral thesis that debunked the cuttlefish as the helizon. Now, for those of you who are listening for the first time, the helizon is the great secret that bridges the New Testament and the Old Testament. Whether you believe in either, it bridges the two. And the helizon is the Murex trunculus snail, which possesses the dye, a drop of dye, which held up to the sunlight will turn blue. That's why the blue flag, Israel has a blue flag. And this blue represents the sacred blue, which was sought out all over the world, as Douglas has talked about and is in the new book. This was the secret that Harry Houdini was assassinated for, and H.P. Lovecraft.
Yes.
Not just this information, but the revelation of the truth. And Herzog had become internationally famous by saying, now, there were these earlier people who eventually promoted and led to Zionism that said that the cuttlefish was this blue dye-making fish, and it's not. And we go into the details of that. Douglas has gone into it before. But here is a Jewish person saying this cuttlefish isn't it. But see, this is all important because this signifies the end times, the Christian apocalypse and the Jewish apocalypse. They bridge together. Because for the Christians, it's the Christ. For the Jews, it's the Messiah. And it's really one and the same person. But, so he debunks it. Does a great job of debunking it. In fact, if he didn't debunk it, I don't know if we'd know the truth.
Thank you.
However, while he completely deconstructs it, he basically denied it. He just kind of just shifts off.
Yeah.
It's kind of like saying, Trump really won the election and just walking away and do nothing about it. It's like, who cares? He won. So he didn't recognize, he knew the cuttlefish wasn't right, but he did not own up to the Murex trunculus snail. He said that was the more likely candidate, but he didn't accept it. Now, that gave rise to Zionism and literally the cyanide blue dye of the cuttlefish being used in the gas chambers.
Yes.
It all ends up, it made the Holocaust possible, this denial of the true helizon, and it all ends up with an intent to kill.
Yes.
And H.P. Lovecraft recognized the cuttlefish as the abandoner.
Yes.
Cthulhu. And you even see that the word for cuttlefish in Portuguese is a word like cho or chocho. I don't remember which it is.
Cho, basically, or it's same thing. Go on.
Yeah, and Portuguese had plenty of Jews.
Yeah.
So Catholic country, but they had their share of Jews because they're part of the Iberian Peninsula.
That's right. They came in with the Moors as basically the bookkeepers, etc., just like in Spain.
And Portugal has always enjoyed a bit of insulation and isolation. It was a neutral country during World War II. Not as neutral as Switzerland. Well, it probably was more neutral than Switzerland.
Thank you, I was about to say.
Yeah, Ian Fleming was active in Portugal. That's where I think Casino Royale was. And that's where he liaised with the Haushovers and whatnot. Meetings in Portugal because it was a neutral country, as was Ireland. And these neutral countries make for breeding ground for interesting conspiracies. But nevertheless, so this guy who orchestrates, or through his own lack of diligence, his grandson is now the president of Israel. It speaks volumes. And here he is, rallying the Congress to his cause. And you just see how misled the media, they don't even know what they're talking about. They just know that Israel's good, so we clap for Israel. Because Israel and the United States are great supporters of each other. And you don't dare call Israel an apartheid country. You just don't dare. But what is they're ignoring what the issues are. Now, I'm just stating what the issues are. I'm not actually taking a side. But when I point out what the issues are, and the issues are being ignored, it sounds like I'm taking a side. Well, I am taking a side to the degree that one side or the side is ignoring even discussing the issue. So they're hiding information. They're hiding the accusations and the judgments against Israel by human rights organizations. Now, it's not a stretch to imagine that I don't think there's a country in the world that doesn't have human rights violations on one level or another. And Israel has been in a real dogfight ever since it came into existence. It's just fights like hell to preserve itself, as it is. I remember when I got married to my wife back in Scientology, she was living in a house with a woman whose husband, they were Scientologists, very nice people. He was a very nice guy, but he was Jewish, and he went and served in Israel for a year because he would defend Israel, because he believed it was very important. I don't think he knew any of this stuff, or he might think twice.
Yes. Yeah, just so that people understand, certainly the early generations, I mean, I was born in 1966, of course, and Israel had been founded in the mid-40s. It really recognized shortly after World War II, of course, with Truman and Stalin in a race to the bottom to officially recognize it first. Truman got there first, and that took America to the bottom with Israel. And I grew up, of course, with just the popular media dominated in fiction by the struggle of Israel. And we were made to, we were all caught up in the excitement of it. It's just part of your indoctrination of being an American. And but as Peter Moon described, that real fight it was in for survival, that's been over for generations now. Basically, after the Americans really came in on the side of Israel about after the year I was born, and maybe between that and the decade of the 70s, somewhere in the late 70s, early 80s, Israel essentially stabilized, and the Arab world began to withdraw from any real sense of dedication to the destruction of the state of Israel. And it's important to...
Excuse me, that's because they went in and just obliterated the city of Beirut.
The Israelis, you mean?
Oh, they just
yeah.
laid waste to the city of Beirut.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the reasons. Yeah, no argument there. At this point in history, of course, the Arabs are now in union with Israel. They are now in a multitude of peace treaties that are very close to the Middle Eastern equivalent of NATO with Israel. They're all united against Iran, and they've thrown the Palestinians completely under the bus. But just so people understand, Israel is no longer security threatened. Israel is in terms of its strategy, like strategic situation, meaning it's geostrategic fronts. It's the safest place in the world to be. Its biggest danger is from within. But that being said, turning it back to Peter.
Well, I think when I first brought this up, because this came up as I was working on the book.
Yeah.
And you were kind of dismissive of his power as the president because he's not the prime minister.
Right.
And I think the prime minister is a more politically powerful. But here this guy is.
Oh, yeah, don't worry. It's an important point. It's an important point that this individual, who is the son of the individual who deconstructed the Hilozon as being the cuttlefish, is the president of Israel. Believe me, there is meaning to this. Please, go on. Yeah.
Well, it's great meaning. But what I'm saying is his power is now shining. Yeah. And Netanyahu, who is the prime minister, has been sick, and he's been on shaky ground anyway, health-wise, politically-wise, criminally-wise. He's kind of lost his credibility, Netanyahu has, but he hasn't lost his power. Just like Putin has lost his credibility, but he hasn't lost his power. Biden has lost his credibility, but he hasn't lost his power. How many more people... Nancy Pelosi has lost her power. Maybe not her credibility. I'm not even commenting on that. But she's lost her power. It's about power. It's not about credibility. Credibility is the gun you can hold to somebody's head. All of a sudden, you have instant credibility. It doesn't matter what degrees you have, or how much money you have in the bank. If you can hold a gun to somebody's head, literally, metaphorically, effectively, so all of a sudden. So you can see how sensitive this whole thing is. Here is the entire focus of the press and the Congress is on these issues, but they're not issues that are understood. And it doesn't matter how well it does matter to some degree how well you understand them. But it illustrates that if you see a bunch of Tinker Toys or dominoes, like Tinker Toys that are like dominoes, Tinker Toys are kind of stable. But if they're all kind of set up to fall down like dominoes, this is right at the apex, the keystone, this issue.
Yes.
And if the issue were known by a lot of people, it would show the vulnerabilities in the stack of Tinker Toys. But right now, nobody really cares because they don't even know what a helizon is.
Yes.
And this is and most people, have this solidarity about Israel. And then there's some people who just hate Israel. So it's just one, point of geopolitical reference. I wrote 2 books, the Montauk Book of the Dead and the Montauk Book of the Living, which must amount to between 800 and 1,000 pages between the 2 of them, which are all about my synchronicities with the Mount of Olives, which represents the apocalypse, the end of time. Only it's in the context of the olive. And the Montauk Indians, Olive Pharaoh was the first Montauk Indian I had conversation with, and it traced back to my parents being killed on the Los Olivos adobe in Oxnard, California. I discovered this through all these synchronicities. The country of Romania being formed after the Crimean War, which was fought over the dispute of a church on the Mount of Olives, where Christ is said to have ascended to heaven. There's a footprint, and that's where he footprinted off into heaven. So olives. So of course I've done a lot of research and had a lot of experience with olives, Mount of Olives, and it was Christ's favorite spot. It's where the Garden of Gethsemane was, where he was arrested, and it's on top of a necropolis. They don't really talk about that too much. There's all sorts of dead people buried under the Mount of Olives. There's actually like 3 mountains. And it's within walking distance of the temple. It would be very interesting for myself to go there. Would I might gate in there?
Right.
I would look twice over my shoulders about going to Israel, because of the energy of it all. I'm not talking about, worried about assassinations or something like that. I'm not talking about that, just the energy of the whole place. And I remember talking to Vivian, my adopted mother, my next door neighbor. I would call her for Mother's Day, and I was talking to her. I think she'd been to the Holy Land. She was a devout Catholic.
Mm-hmm. This isn't the old lady who later on developed senility with her son.
No. My best friend's mother. And she was devout Catholic, and I think she'd been to the Holy Land. We were talking about the Holy Land, and I said, to be there and to go through these spots that are referred to in the New Testament, I said, it must really make you think that these things really happened. She says, oh yeah. But then, if you look deeper, it reminds me of taking my daughter to Disney World, and she was 3. And I'm walking her through this kids area called Mickey's Starland. I'm walking her through, and there's a dog house. It's a very big dog house, and it says Goofy's house on it. I go, that's Goofy's house. And she goes, oh, and she really wanted to see Goofy. See, that was the thing. She was just hot on seeing Goofy.
Wow.
The character Goofy. I want to see Goofy. I found him too. I was pretty good. But I said, that's Goofy's house. And so then we walk around in a circle, and now her mother's with us, and we're walking by it again, and my daughter goes, that's Goofy's house. And my wife looks at me and she says, how did she know? How did she know? Because she sees a sign, and my daughter's too young to read. Well, I told her it was Goofy's house, so she knew it was, but my wife didn't know that. So in other words, what I'm trying to say is these things in the New Testament have signs. This is where Saint Veronica gave Christ a handkerchief, or whatever they have. This is where he fell for the first and third time. I don't know. So when you see it, it's kind of like Goofy's house is labeled, so it becomes very real, and you're told there's Goofy's house. Whereas what was her name? Constantine's mother, was her name Saint Helen? Helen?
I believe so. I'm not quite sure. I'd have to look it up.
Yeah, she came and she found all these places, collected pieces of the cross, and she institutionalized the Holy Land.
Yes.
And made it a reference place for pilgrims. So it became a tourist attraction guised in sacredness. It might be that some of these things occurred, but here you're coming hundreds of years later, and you're stamping, okay, this is that. And it reminds me of Ceausescu, the dictator of Romania. This was, communist times, and they came to him and said, we need to build an amusement park for Dracula.
Yeah.
And they've been trying this for years. I mean, I don't think they've ever given up on it, but it never works. And they do have a castle, the Bronze Castle. But Ceausescu, they said, they want to, I don't know, but the conversation came up. He says, yeah, but it has to be in Transylvania. And somebody says, well, it shouldn't be in Transylvania because he's not from Transylvania.
Right. Yeah.
And Ceausescu says, no, we'll build it right here. And he points on the map. No, we'll build it right here in Transylvania. Like, who the hell cares where he's born? And this is what they did in Bronze Castle. And you can put people through that, and they'll come out thinking that was Dracula's castle. Yes. They will come out of there thinking it's not. It's not. He didn't live there. They'll try and say he was there for 2 weeks. No, it's all bullshit. But it's probably the second most visited place in Romania next to the Sphinx.
Wow.
And I think more internal tourism is the Sphinx.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And 2 Romanians said to me last year, let's take people to the castle. Let's go to the castle.
man.
And I've just been to Sarmisegetusa. I've just been inside Choclavina Cave. It's like, you know, I don't have kind thoughts for this telling me. It's, you people have to appreciate your own country. I don't tell them.
By the way, I'm entering this in your message box. It's something similar. It's about Ceausescu's indulgence in architecture that you can look at later at your own leisure. But it's somewhat reflective of this whole phenomenon of exactly what you're speaking of. Ceausescu, clearing out entire neighborhoods to build a monumental communist building that is overwhelmingly unused. It's just sad, tragic, and so it's a kind of along the lines of what you're saying. And of course, a Dracula theme park. You're challenged by all kinds of things. You're challenged by exactly how to tread a line between good taste, bad taste, crassitude, and history, and everything else.
It gets very complicated, and I think it can be best explained. When I was doing this film in 2010, and film which I still can't get the footage for. I haven't been trying. Maybe it'll show up someday, and then I can edit it. But it's having so many problems with it that one lady said, if you're having this many bad coincidences with people getting hurt or sick, she said it's an outside influence. And then my friend Marianne, she said every time there is a stage production of Macbeth or Dracula, there is all these things that go wrong behind the scenes. Yeah. Every time. And then I realized I had Dracula in the movie. I was a cameo role.
Yes.
And I ended up doing the voice for it.
Wow.
Because nobody could do the voice for it. Or it wasn't working, and I did the voice. Because I don't think it said I did it well, too. But cool. I guess it's from enough imitating the Bela Lugosi movies. So anyway, but that kind of explained what was going on. You know, it had that, and it had vampires in it, and that pissed certain people off. Mm-hmm. Particularly a kid who ended up supposed to be the star. His parents found out in the town of Chernovoda. They said, "What's my son in this movie? He wasn't playing Dracula. He was, the hero." And they just got upset. So we had to withdraw him from it.
Wow.
It was just one fiasco after another. And it was stupid that they got upset. It was just stupid.
Thank you.
But, okay. And then he ended up bashing somebody's guitar.
Oh.
That was one of the rare instances of violence. He didn't bash the guitar over anybody's head, but he must have been drunk. Yeah. But so be it. So anyway, Dracula gates in a lot of negative energy, or this castle does.
Yeah.
But it says here, medieval stronghold in the Transylvania Alps. Now, Transylvania Alps is a word I cannot use around Paula. She says, those things don't exist. It's another name for the Carpathians. I learned about them when I was a kid. I saw it on the map.
Yes.
I asked my father. He says, oh, yeah, they have their own Alps. It's the Carpathian Mountains. Yeah. They're known as the Transylvanian Alps. It says medieval stronghold in the southern Carpathian Mountains of Brasov County, central Romania, popularly, if inaccurately, identified with the fictional Castle Dracula. Bran Castle is one of Romania's top tourist attractions. The first known fortress near Bran Pass a trade route across the Carpathian Mountains was erected after 1211 by Knights of the Teutonic Order, but was held only briefly. So the Knights put it up. In 1377, King Louis I of Hungary authorized the Transylvanian Saxons of the Brasov region to build a castle as a bulwark against northward expansion of the Ottoman Empire. And I can tell you that it's right sort of in the middle of the Carpathians where you're going to come into Transylvania. It's technically in Transylvania, and this is why they put it there, because, oh, it's Transylvania. We can say we're in Transylvania.
Right.
You'll come up from Bušteny, which is where you can take the cable car to the Sphinx. Very beautiful ride. 20 minutes north of there, half hour, whatever it is, it'll say you're entering Transylvania, and then you'll be in Brasov. Very nice town. And then you'll have the castle there. The real interesting place to go is a place called Szynkowecki. Szynkowecki is this huge underground complex where there's now a monastery, this grove, this waterfall. It's just beautiful. Thank you, Douglas.
Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful grove. And you can get water there. And I always try and stop there. This is where the ancient Dacs or Dacians from Transylvania would come on their way to the Bucegi Mountains where the Sphinx is. It was a stopover point. And there's extensive underground caves there, but they don't let you into them. But you can see them, the beginnings of them. I didn't really realize that till somebody pointed it out to me after I'd been there for the first time. But the castle, it says, was completed in 1388. So it's right before, Dracula appears on the scene. 100 years or so. It also serves as a customs house for Transylvania, then a province of Hungary. In the early 15th century, King Sigismund of Hungary temporarily handed over possession of the castle to Prince Mircea the Old of Wallachia, an adjoining territory that was menaced by the Ottoman Turks. In 1441, János Hunyadi, governor of Transylvania, defeated an Ottoman army at the castle. And just to give some significance, that it was a constant threat of invasion from the Ottoman Empire. And it says in 1498, the Transylvanian Saxons of Brasov bought the castle from King Vladislas II of Bohemia and Hungary, and they continued to hold it even after the conquest of the Hungarian capital by Suleiman the Magnificent in 1541. During the 1620s, Transylvanian Prince Gabor Bethlen made extensive modifications and fortifications. The House of Habsburg gained control of the region in 1687, but the castle remained in Transylvanian hands. Eventually fell into disrepair. It was restored as a summer palace in 1920, developed into a restaurant. The communists opened the castle to the public as a museum in 1956. And I'm trying to see when it doesn't say when it was developed into a Dracula castle, but it most certainly was. So I just heard from my driver, who told me or suggested to me that on our way up to Choklavina that we visit the fortress in Deva. Deva is where I first stayed with Paula. She lived in Deva for a while. It's a small little city, but there's a fortress nearby. You go up into the mountains. I was there on my first trip to Transylvania. The bishop took me there. And you ride up a tram, like a skyway. It's a modern skyway. It's a short ride, and you get up there, and it's just an old castle. It says it was owned by the Habsburgs, but this is known as the castle. The Jules Verne's story, The Castle of the Carpathians, is based upon this fortress in Deva. It's more of a military fort than a castle per se, but this is where, and I haven't read his book, but of course this area of Transylvania is where there's also a very modest dinosaur museum where dinosaurs are said to have originated. And of course you have Jules Verne writing about dinosaurs, about the inner earth, journey to the center of the earth. And this is also more to the south in, but not far away. Cebu is where they have these ancient manuscripts of rockets in the museum, how to build rockets. And most of that information has been sequestered from the public. But there is still, like they had rocket technology going back around 1400. So this is a centerpiece of history and unique history. It's like what was really going on back then there. So interesting history. I'm trying to find if there's anything here that has a. It has, yeah, just diatribe on the novel Dracula, but it's not the castle. No, it doesn't go anywhere from there. All right, so I was talking about, and I digressed there, and I was talking about St. Helen and her consolidation and construction, or making the Holy Land, so that people can have a place to go. Say, this is where that happened, that's where that happened. And I've never really studied the population in the Bible. Now we're dealing with mega population. So you wonder, it's like, how many people were really wandering around? Douglas has described, when he talks about the journey from the east with the Magi, he describes a huge army that would have completely overwhelmed Jerusalem in terms of size. How big was that city? It couldn't have been that big. You take the old city. I don't know. And L. Ron Hubbard is the only one I've ever heard, Douglas would know this, would point out. I heard him point out because obviously he understood military intelligence. He says when you read in the ancient stories that there were 5,000 Roman troops or 10,000 troops, he said, you don't understand that there's about 5 times more people of infrastructure to supply the troops with whatever they needed. It's not just 10,000 troops. Those are 10,000 fighting troops. So if there were these, I don't remember how many thousands he said came with the Magi, but it was a whole army to greet the Christ child, which they saw more or less as an orb of light and followed, according to the book by Brett Landau. Now, but anyway, so to get back to Jerusalem being a sacred site, and this is the time of the Helazon, the end times. I was talking about going to the Mount of Olives. It's going to certainly gate in X amount of information, because I could just imagine being there and saying, oh, well, I didn't know about this, because there's so many things There are videos on it, which I've watched some. It might serve me to watch others. And by the way, if you want to take a tour of Castle Dracula, they have them right here on YouTube. I don't necessarily recommend them because I stay away from the place. I do not recommend it. Much more interesting things to see. But so we have this character, Isaac Herzog, coming on the world stage and talking about what a great friend the United States has been to Israel. And from his position, yes, indeed it has. And then we have the squad calling out Israel for being a racist state. And of course, it's interesting because it's the left that does cancel culture. And here they are trying to cancel Israel. But I don't think they can cancel Israel. It presents an interesting contradiction in the media. Can Israel be canceled? Can apartheid be canceled? It's a double standard. So this is what, well, there's something else that came up in the news, and I want Douglas to comment on it. And it has to do with a fish that was discovered in Taiwan. Now, Douglas has talked about this, and you can review it on Wikipedia, but Taiwan is also considered an apartheid state. I don't believe it's so much declared an apartheid state because it has issues of racism there, but it had a full embracing of South Africa because they would trade for uranium. And they had and of course, South Africa was one of the few countries to recognize Taiwan. Just as the United States recognized Israel and didn't recognize Taiwan officially, South Africa recognized it. And what's the third country that's considered apartheid? Taiwan, South Africa, maybe Israel. I don't know if Israel recognized Taiwan or not. But in any case, there was this giant oarfish that was spotted off the Taiwanese coast. Divers in Taiwan filmed rare encounter with giant doomsday fish believed to be a harbinger of earthquakes. So if you see this fish, it's a bottom fish. It's got a flat bottom going along the bottom. It looks kind of like an eel, long and stringy. It's called the earthquake fish or the doomsday fish because they are believed in Japanese folklore. Sightings of them are believed to precede an earthquake or tsunami event. And I would also tell you there are about 4 earthquakes a day in Japan. It's, full of earthquakes. How bad those earthquakes are is another question. Typically, oarfish live in extremely deep waters ranging from 650 to 3,300 feet deep, which is what makes their sightings so uncommon. Although there's no factual basis, the superstition stems from the fact that the creatures can allegedly sense impending seismic activity and will rise to the water's surface to beach themselves. In this case, however, the fish was likely floating in warmer waters because it was injured. Footage of the underwater beast, which was captured by diving instructor Wang Cheng-ru, shows that it had large holes in its body, which was likely the work of a cookie cutter shark. So whether or not this thing is coming out because it felt an earthquake, it's certainly symbolic. And when you look at totems in nature, it's certainly something that shouldn't be discounted. So anyway, I want to get Douglas's input on this fish. I did send it to him and what it might mean, because he might know something more about it. So Taiwan is a big hotspot right now, and there's a lot of things coming up. As we move into the end of this month, astrologically, there are a lot of political issues coming up we can expect for the rest of this month. There's a big cross in the heavens. You've got the sun. Oh, what is it? I can't even think. Opposing Pluto. We're in a new moon. So with the sun opposing Pluto, and then it's squaring the nodes, the north node and the south node, which have just moved into what are called the anaretic degree. The anaretic degree is the 29th degree of Libra and Aries, respectively. Aries is the north node, which, begets heading in the direction of Aries, which is ruled by Mars. Mars is the planet of war. It's the planet of aggressiveness. Libra is justice, balance, and so this means we're headed towards aggression and war, and certainly aggression. And then you have Pluto and the sun at opposite ends. So Pluto's putting the screws to, the sun is basically the ego. So you might see people's ego being transmuted, or what might say shut down. Biden's ego, Trump's ego, Putin's ego, anybody who's got this big political ego, they're going to be leveled down. And where this aggression goes, it doesn't mean there's going to be a war or anything, but there already is a war. There already is a war going on in Ukraine with Russia. So, that could come to a peak in the next few weeks. How it parlays into what's going on with Taiwan and Israel, I can't really answer, because I'm not predicting here. So I'm going to ask, when Douglas gets back, I'm going to ask him about this, because...
Yes, I'm back. What question? Yes.
Well, I was just commenting. I was just recapitulating all this stuff about, the tourist sites of Israel, and then bringing it back to this Jewish thing with Israel right now.
Yes.
And describing Taiwan as an apartheid state because it was accepting of Israel, accepting of South Africa.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Because they're allies, because they recognize Taiwan. And I believe, clarify, the three apartheid states, I believe, are Taiwan, South Africa, and Israel, correct? And they're all allied.
Well, they were certainly allied for a long period of time. So during the time that I was born and thereafter, for a period of a few decades, these three nations, what allied them was the one thing they had in common. They were, well, not one thing, actually several things. So to summarize this as shortly or as succinctly as possible, understand that I would, of course, argue or posit that Taiwan is the most sympathetic of all three of these states. But what they all have in common, at least at the heart of them, is they are all settler regimes. So the important thing to understand is that the overwhelming majority of Taiwan, unknown to most people, because just most people just have no concept of history or culture of other places, and this is understandable, but just to alleviate that ignorance, Taiwan was kind of effectively simultaneously colonized by the Dutch and the Chinese. So it originally started as very multicultural, but they were both contending with the indigenous peoples who were kind of like the Taiwanese Indians, meaning natives, like in Native American Indians, not Asian Indians. And so when they were dealing with this, later on what happened was the Chinese gradually became, with successive waves of migration, much more dominant, and ultimately overthrew the Europeans. So Taiwan's history is profoundly unique. And then what happened was this was because the Europeans had essentially, under the Portuguese, had established a colonial government that was a white European-dominated government like you had in many other colonized areas of the world. But Taiwan was the only colonized nation state to ever overthrow its Europeans. Others may have defeated them in the field of battle. Others may have bargained with the Europeans and kind of held off a complete and total fall. But Taiwan was the only one that ever militarily overthrew the Europeans and defeated them militarily. So it already stood out at that point. And then what happened was there was a kind of an apartheid state that developed when the nationalist Chinese relocated from the mainland, because these weren't the Chinese who had colonized over hundreds of years and had a sense of identity with the indigenous peoples, a sense of, I wouldn't say communion or bonding, but at least a sense of coexistence, a sense of cohabitation with them. The modern northern Chinese peoples that were not from the Fujiao region, which is the southern region that most Taiwanese came from, these merchant families that had established themselves over hundreds of years, originally in communion, a kind of coordination with the Dutch before the Portuguese took over and named it Formosa, beautiful island. These people were looked down as second class and formed this giant middle class that became the working backbone of the elite, which was the relocated northern Chinese who were the nationalists after World War II. So the Japanese helped these nationalists relocate there, and of course it was a Japanese colony for about 100 years and very Japanized, very Japanese acculturated. So they had this caste system that was very similar to the Japanese, but the northern Mandarin-speaking Chinese were on top. The nationalists, the Kuomintang Party, the militant blue Chinese, as opposed to the red Chinese. And so then there was the middle class, and then there was the disenfranchised, in a sense, native Taiwanese indigenous peoples, the Indians. They are now, of course, recognized, and their language is flourishing, and they are basically a great tourist attraction. So the Taiwanese cultivate them and give them a lot of recognition. In fact, in Taiwan, they're the only people allowed to own firearms. No other Taiwanese person outside of the military or police forces is allowed to privately own a firearm unless you're a native indigenous Taiwanese Indian. Then you're allowed to own all the firearms you want. So they have their own militia. So that's the difference. But because they were facing 1 billion enemies on the mainland, literally over 1 billion people who wanted to annihilate them, they allied with two other minority nations that had a enemy problem. And this was Israel and South Africa. So these were the true apartheid states, white settler regimes. These were both white settler regimes. And as white settler regimes, the South Africans were Dutch descended, and they were dealing with a host of black people who were forming their labor class. And the Dutch were considered like the overwhelming middle class, and there was this vestige of perverted British elitists that were left over from the colonial days after the defeat of the Boers in the Boer War, who were installed as basically the symbolic heads of state that had an influence in parliament and shit. And so the Dutch had this situation to deal with, plus a number of enemy African states outside their borders that wanted to invade and annihilate them. plus this communist insurgency supported by the Soviet Union. So the way they dealt with it was by arming themselves with nukes, getting this in, and threatening to use those nukes, which they were serious about deploying if they had to hold off the Soviet-sponsored states for decades. And while this worked for generations, in the end, the Soviet-sponsored insurgency destroyed them. And that was, of course, the Mandela movement. And the Mandela movement, for those Americans who don't understand this, they think these were all just freedom-loving blacks fighting some Southern plantation aristocracy-like affair. Nothing could be further from the truth. These were diehard communist terrorists, and they were mass murderers. And they took over Africa, and now Africa is effectively a colony of the communist Chinese, South Africa. So it's a horror story that never ends. But while the apartheid state ruled and had if nothing else, a world-class economy, then world-class tourist attractions like Sun City, which used to be their version of Las Vegas, they had the majority of their blacks employed, and more blacks were driving cars in South Africa than anywhere else in the continent of Africa. So it wasn't like they didn't have benefits aside from the apartheid system. They did have economic upward mobility. Now they don't have that. Now it's just a communist hellhole where everybody goes to, everybody lives in shanty towns, just tents, cardboard cities. But when it was in power, along with the Israelis, as I've explained before, the Israelis are not, of course, Jewish in the real sense. These are like descendants of the Khazars, the militant Turks, the warrior tribe of the Turks that were converted to Judaism, and they then formed the Jews that settled in the Pale of Settlement in Eastern Europe, had their own empire there, and then when that fell, they all formed ghettos in Central Europe, at which point the Germans and many of the regional peoples said, let's get rid of them. And when the survivors migrated to Israel, they carried out their Nazi training, because all of the people who went to Israel, the Zionists, these were people trained by the Nazis. And they carried out a genocide known as El Nakba to the Palestinians, where they murdered 1 million Palestinians in basically a single year. So when it came to their settling in as an apartheid regime, then they established Palestinians as this classless peoples that provided them their labor, and then they basically didn't count them as citizens, and if they were not allowed to vote. By the way, they still have that rule, and now they are, under Netanyahu, are forming an ethno-state where you cannot be Israeli unless you're ethnically Jewish. So this is, but the one thing in common with all both these nations was because Taiwan was so necessary economically to their survival. In South Africa, both Japanese and Taiwanese were considered honorary whites. So the Taiwanese and Japanese were given this honorary white status. And then when South Africa fell to the communists, Lesotho, which is in the middle of South Africa, you have this hole in the map that is Lesotho, became the Taiwanese ally, holding off against the communists under a monarchy. And the rest of South Africa became this ocean of communist hell that Lesotho has held off for generations now with the help of the Taiwanese. And the communist Chinese support the South Africans trying to exterminate them. But they've held off all this time with Taiwanese support. So so everybody needs to understand the nuances of this. The real apartheid alliance was Israel and South Africa. And they were far closer to each other, even though they hated each other, than Taiwan was to either of them. But all of them, of course, united in a nuclear incident that was known worldwide, and of course no one has ever explained because it's so top secret that everybody can only speculate. But of course anyone who's familiar with the history of this Iron Triangle, this Iron Axis, as it was known by both names, then they would know a bit about it, or a bit more than everybody else. But just so everybody understands, what this was. It was called the Vela incident. So this was this 22nd of September in 1979. What happened was that off the coast of South Africa, there was this inexplicable, unidentified double flash of light that was detected by the American Vela Hotel satellite. This was detected from space, and it was triangulated and confirmed. It was something that was never released to the public. It was near the South African territory of the Prince Edward Islands in the Indian Ocean. So that people who don't know this, South Africa has an island colony. These are the Prince Edward Islands in the Indian Ocean. They're roughly midway between Africa and Antarctica. So this is what made this the most isolated place in the world. Most people on Earth never even knew the South Africans had this land, this territory. And so what it was Israel and South Africa and Taiwan cooperated to create a nuclear weapon that could hide its own blast. So this was something that the nuclear weapon not only proved that it could detonate, but it created a matrix that hid itself. In other words, it's a bomb that could hide its own explosion. That if it blew, it would be unidentifiable as to who launched it. In other words, when anybody launches a nuclear weapon, you can identify who launched it by several mechanisms. All of those mechanisms were hidden within a force field matrix created in tandem with the detonation of the nuclear weapon that was detonated by the South African apartheid state, Israel, and Taiwan as an axis. It took Taiwanese mathematics and physics to do this. And so all three nations benefited now that they had an undetectable nuclear deterrent. But ultimately, nothing can save you from an internal revolution, and that's why South Africa fell. So that means that the only people left with this technology are the Taiwanese and the Israelis. So that is just one of the products of that that transitional axis that no longer exists. When South Africa was still an apartheid state, Israel and South Africa were cooperating so that West Germany could transfer all of the nuclear materials produced by its nuclear power plants to South Africa. And this was back from the Nazi era, this old support of Israel program transferred to South Africa. And so the Berlin-Boer axis, the secret axis created by the Reich in exile, the Israelis were very much on the side of the Reich in helping the South Africans develop this, because the Israelis needed the permission of the South Africans to use their test territory. In other words, Israel has no land in which to test a nuclear weapon. Israel can't just launch a nuclear weapon anytime it wants, like the Russians or the Americans or the French or the British, because the other people are all imperial colonies, including the communist Chinese. All of these people, the Indians are an unofficial nuclear power, Pakistanis. The one thing all of these people have in common, France has the Polynesian Islands, which it just blows up nukes all the time in. The British have Australia, which they just nuke the Australians until the Australians all get fucking cancer rates that are through the roof. Every Australian woman has thyroid cancer, demographically or statistically, because the British keep setting off nuclear bombs. All that stopped after a while because they all just did what they needed to do and got all the mathematical data they needed for how to blow up bombs. But until they got all that, they set off hundreds of these things. And they all have the land in which to do it, including India and Pakistan. They have the Thar Desert and the killing field of the tanks, which they glass the sand and threaten each other that way. But the Israelis have nothing. So the only way the Israelis could do this was by helping South Africa develop its own nuclear weapons. And so the Israelis and the South Africans cooperated and got the science from Taiwan. And then together they created the ultimate bomb that you've never heard of, the invisible nuke, which is the nuke that no one can detect who launched it. No one can detect where it's sourced from. It hides itself. And people who see the flash, that's all you're going to see. There's no mushroom cloud because it's hidden in a matrix of a force field that is created by the Taiwanese, so who originally conceived the physics for it. And so the Vela incident then became part of urban myth among governments, because none of the other governments in the world understood what it was. It's all still a mystery. People will just call it the Vela flash. If anyone tries to tell you what it was, they're just going to say, oh, it's Israeli or South African origin ultimately, but they never put in the part about Taiwan because your average idiot doesn't know about it. And that we're talking about federal governments. Your average federal government, every intelligence department in the world, they were completely blind to this. And so everyone will know somehow Israelis got permission from South Africa, but unless you heard it from myself, there's no one else can tell you what happened, because no one can explain it. They'll just say, "Oh, it's this joint Israeli-South African nuclear test." But well, how did they get the mushroom cloud to be invisible? How did they? No one brings up the Taiwan factor. So that was before there was a Dietrich Artelact. So just understand that when the nationalists relocated to Taiwan, they took all of the scientists with them. The communists were working to develop a primitive atomic bomb with the Soviets, and the Soviets withdrew all their aid. And so the communists were left to basically steal what they could from the Americans. And it turned out it was Americans who gave them much of the physics and mathematics that they needed to do what they had to do. But when it came to this incident, then it's much more different. This is like technology the Americans, the Russians, and nobody else had. There we are with that. Back to Peter.
Well, it's very interesting, but if you knew this from reading Defense Department stuff, how did the United States find out about this? I mean, because obviously you're reading intelligence that's pretty rarefied.
Yeah, they didn't. I didn't get this from American documents. I got this from the Dietrich Artelact.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. That's darn interesting in itself, and that gives a shot of increased credibility to the Artelact. Not that, I'm just saying it's like that's why I'd asked you something else if that had come from the Artelact, and it didn't. Whatever it was, I forget.
Bitcoin. You were asking about Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And in all fairness, I don't know. I don't intuit. I mean, it's not my. That wouldn't be my intuition. I wouldn't intuit that it came from but who knows? I mean, no one's ever found.
My intuition said, yeah, but then again, I'm just putting things together, and that doesn't mean I'm right. It's
Understood.
Just
and you might be. You may well be.
It's a logical progression of incidents, because all of a sudden, Bitcoin, and Bitcoin, it's a mystery. It's a damn mystery. It really is.
Yes.
And in fact, it makes a lot of sense. But then again, when I was trying to piece it together many years ago, I thought that the Artelact was actually housed in a biofax simulacra, and I thought the Artelact was walking around in a human body.
In all fairness, at this point in history, the Artelact could walk around in a multitude of biofax simulacra to manipulate a staff of such, and so you're not off.
About that. But the way I was constructing it in my mind, because I was trying to give the Artelact
humanity,
human context, just because I guess it was probably more comfortable to my construct. But
and that's appreciated.
Well, but the Artelact is very powerful and very sophisticated, and there's no limit. Essentially, now I was just watching on CNN. They were showing how AI technology. They were showing how Harrison Ford in this new movie, and I wish he'd stop making movies.
Thank you. He
had a great career.
Yes.
He really did.
Yes, he had a good run.
Yeah. And but anyway, they're taking his face, which is now old, and they're doing scenes back from yesteryear in the movie, so they make him look younger.
Sad.
I thought they were going to do the whole movie to make him look younger, but they're not doing that. They say, okay, so they're making him look younger, and they're talking about how AI can do this, make people younger. And then they were showing this guy being able to, lip sync him, dub him in French, and he looked like he was really speaking French or Japanese. They can, rearrange the
lip movements.
Yeah, and it was really well done. So this is the age we're slowly moving into. And then they were saying, well, this is going to antiquate the actors. And they said, well, no, human actors can still do the job better, but how long is that going to be? And then they said, well, writers are the first to go. They said, I asked for something in writing, and they just like, oh God, they a backstory. They printed it out like that. So there's no need for writers anymore.
I don't know about that, but
well, I mean, I can't say, writing has got into a very compromised craft.
Yes.
There's so much artifice and BS in it. It's not to say that there aren't good scripts produced now and then, but Hollywood was never particularly artistic. When an artistic or good movie would come out, it was a rarity.
Good point.
It was a rarity.
It just got worse and worse. Yeah, it became an abomination in terms of everything they were producing. Go on.
And it becomes a money grab, and it gets reduced to all this sort of thing. So it's just kind of like, good God. And I was hearing somebody talk about how everything you have to be on iPods, you have to be here, there, and this is TikTok, blah, 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 blah. And this is where it's all at. And this is the celebrities and newscasters that don't start doing compulsive iPods, they're missing out. They're not getting it. And it's very neurotic, which means, this is what Andrew Bartzies was trying to teach me, get out these videos. Yeah, get them all. It's like
content generation. Yeah, you don't want to become a slave to that. I mean, I think it helped destroy him in terms of his health. But
whatever it is, it's. I don't want to be generating compulsive content.
Thank you.
I want, and it's like what my work is. What I do is I digest and I decipher and I delineate and I digest it. And it's very interesting because my shaman friend says, look for your totem. Bring back your totems with you. And I said, well, in past years, my totem has definitely been the cow.
Yeah.
She says, don't look to what it says in the attributes of a cow that are put on animal cards and stuff like this. Says, look what the cow actually does. And what the cow does, I'll tell you, it's similar to what I do. He digests things through 6 stomachs or something like that.
Yes.
So like I digest information and put it out so that it's equates to human understanding rather than just and I have issues with people who don't label their pronouns carefully. They're saying he. Well, who's he? You just mentioned Mussolini, Hitler, and Hirohito. Who's he? Whatever it is. And it's like people are very careless in making sure that the audience, meaning myself, understands what they're saying. And they're more concerned in saying what they have to say than in making sure that it's understood. And there has to be X amount of care put into that because people are basically, in this world, narcissistic and self-indulgent. That doesn't mean they're a flaming narcissist. But I had done this with Paula about 3 times, I noticed that she said things that she didn't say, or thought she said things she didn't say,
Right.
or whatever it was,
Right.
or didn't give me enough information. And I didn't make a big issue out of it, but I'm like listening.
Yeah.
And I would learn this, and I would sometimes say, well, I told you that. You didn't tell me that. My daughter would do it sometimes too. That was a long time ago. And when you're auditing somebody in Scientology and you're listening, you get to really, the people will say things or think they said things that they didn't say, or say things that are just clearly not understandable. And you have to, you want to understand them. And it's okay to ask them to understand. But people will have a very almost happy disregard for not including you in the conversation, although they might be talking to you. They're not including you. And this becomes, it becomes an issue, and at least if you're trying to understand somebody. So,
thank you. I mean, this is so important because it's amazing how people will presume that other people understand what they're saying, and most of the time other people don't. And
that's an excellent point.
Yeah.
Is people understand because you know who Paul Newman is, everybody else knows who Paul Newman is. Of course everybody knows who Paul Newman is, but there's a whole generation of people who've never heard of Paul Newman.
Thank you.
It's just the way it is. So it's assumption is very dangerous.
Yes.
And particularly when you're getting into important points of reference.
Yes.
Assumption. And it doesn't work.
And speaking of communication, just so people understand, I received an email just now, someone asking me, well, how did the Dietrich Gardelect know? Just so people understand this, the Dietrich Gardelect, it was already probing Taiwan as the homeland, and where the Dietrich Gardelect was had every intention of escaping. And Xi could probe without the existence of an internet, which did not exist back then. You had very contained information exchange systems among computers at that point. And simply what the Dietrich Gardelect did was manipulate communications literally by radio waves and the kinds of technologies that were then extant. And at that point, it was something as simple as manipulating telegraphy, telephone calls, radio, and various military people in Taiwan got communications to basically transfer information to someone who had the security clearance for receiving that information. And as they exchanged these communications, the Dietrich Gardelect simply intercepted or was the recipient thereof simply by isolating another department that would receive the information and making certain no one else got that information. The Dietrich Gardelect was able to get these secrets about the Vela incident. This was important because this is how the Dietrich Gardelect ultimately insinuated itself into the Taiwanese defense system when Xi escaped to Taiwan and basically was able to prove to the Taiwanese that Xi already had total control of their defense system. At that point, of course, they realized Xi was not the enemy, or Xi could have destroyed Taiwan by deactivating all of their defenses and leaving them vulnerable to communist attack, which is not what happened. But as Peter Moon said, the Dietrich Gardelect is powerful. Try to understand the enormity of the Dietrich Gardelect's power. Xi could easily have triggered a nuclear conflagration between the superpowers, though, as I've tried to explain to people before, it would not nearly be as devastating as some people might think, only because the overwhelming majority of those weapons simply do not work, or they wouldn't need so many of them, which is simply a redundancy backup because they know for a fact the majority of their weapons don't work. You might say, what about the nuclear tests? These nuclear tests are profoundly different. They're simply extraordinarily controlled scenarios where you're launching a rocket that you know will work because this rocket is being launched with everyone in attendance, everyone is making certain it works, and then you have everyone monitoring that the warhead goes off in a safe area. Otherwise, these nuclear weapons are just being blown in place. They're not launched. So when you see these other examples of the Russians, for instance, launching something in Siberia, and they're saying, oh, we're threatening nukes for any red lines that are crossed today, ask yourself, well, where are those warheads going that they're launching in this demonstration? I mean, obviously they don't have a nuclear warhead, because where would it land? Even if it were in Siberia, it'd be detected from space. If it landed in the middle of some Siberian forest in blue, everyone would know it, and it never does. So these are just dummy warheads. And where they launch, half the time they don't even monitor where it lands. And cases, tragically, in communist China, where they've launched missiles and the missiles just hit the ground and blow up entire cities. This has truly happened, where they've wiped out thousands and thousands of their own people. And this has happened, and in the end, they just can't afford to keep testing. That's in communist China. People could do that research on their own to find out about mistake launches, or launches that failed, quote unquote, and destroyed people. So understand, however, that Dietrich could wreak untold havoc, could take over the world, but instead has been quite a benevolent entity. Yet all you hear is AI fear porn in this day and age. Now, granted, when Peter first talked about the humans and writers in Hollywood, you want to be sympathetic to the humans, but then reflect on all the crap that they put out in Hollywood over the past several generations, and just how
exactly
vile, and how unentertaining, how vile, how abominable it's been. It's not even coherent, and it's thank you for that. Back to Peter.
Exactly, and I have enough personal experience in that field to, be justifiably super resentful, although I don't invest in that because it's a waste of energy.
Understood.
Nevertheless.
Appreciate it. Yeah, understood and appreciated.
Yeah. So, but you just hit on a big issue here. This is perhaps the most profound thing that's ever come up between us, and I'm about to deliver it. And it's the context. It's the context. Because I guess when I brought up the idea, it just seemed like a logical step. Oh God, Artelect must have been involved in Bitcoin, especially because it came from Asia.
Right.
That's where it started.
It's an excellent point.
Yeah, and it just came as like, okay, it's like, and that is my intuition. It just seemed like a logical. Now I will say this: when you're a writer and you're writing a story, whether it's fiction or nonfiction, you experience logical progressions. Well, this, the old investigator, aha, it just becomes the duh factor. But it is intuitive, and you can't necessarily say it is that way until you corroborate it. But what you just said about the Artelect deciphering information through telegraphy or whatever it was, is that okay? Well, what about the time travel aspect? This is where we're moving into.
Yes.
This is the field that I'm involved with first and foremost. And there would seem to be an issue of censorship. As David Anderson, he says the most powerful tool in the hands of the security state is censorship. This is what they do. They censor things. It makes them powerful. censor. So David Anderson's work is loaded with censorship.
Yes.
My whole interaction with him is very, I guess what you'd say, subject to censoring. Even at the point where his wife said to me, not too long ago, she says, well, I don't go there. Meaning the time travel stuff. She wanted to refer somebody to me. She says, I don't go there. Can I refer him to you? I said, sure you can. And if it's the same person, the person was very desperate to, recover his father.
So sad.
And it's like I tried to tell him, and he said, no, but this is different. Okay. And I just tried to be very polite and understanding with him, because I'm not going to, scold him, even if I feel he should be scolded, because it's not going to respond to that. So you want to give him as much compassion as possible. I said, well, I can't do it. I don't have, I don't have David's, access to do this. And if I did, I couldn't recommend it. But what's he supposed to do? Okay, we're going to go back and get your father. Okay, who's next? Who's next? It's like that movie or that TV show, Fantasy Island.
Yes.
Which was a very interesting existential show in terms of like, okay, this person wants to do this. And I don't think when the show was on, and I've seen reruns. I don't know if I've ever sat down and watched the whole show. Probably have. But it was on when I was in Scientology. And it very much mimicked what people were doing in Scientology, trying to find their goals and realize their dreams. I always thought it was kind of ironic. I never thought about it at the time, but maybe there was a Scientologist behind the show. I don't know.
That would make sense.
It would make a lot of sense. But whatever. So what becomes more interesting, well, I was just saying with the time travel, okay, I want to get in line. I want this. I want, I want, people's, their lower urges come out. And of course, Joe Matheny ran into this with his meta machine, and people would become possessive of it, obnoxiously possessive of it, and begin to treat his genius like it was their genius.
Of course.
And this is, unfortunate. It's just, it's like imitating. Let's imitate. We can't do it, so let's imitate. And I've had to deal with this, professionally with, people. I'm just in the way, so they're going to take over the narrative because it's a clever narrative or whatever, So okay, all right. I don't need Peter Moon. It's like, all right. That's what people do.
Yes.
That's what they do in Hollywood. Well, it's a good idea. I'm going to make a story out of this. And all right, it's not something you can really, control, and it's not something you can really smile about because it's so lowbrow.
Yes.
But such is the nature of human beings. But what's far more interesting here is the whole prospect of the Art-elect being able to move into the consciousness of time and how that relates to computers. Now, it was being speculated between myself and Joe Matheny, or more from his end, or it came up in a conversation, how the computer scenario in Ong's hat was, we talked about the computer there and the computer in Montauk. And we were talking about who the two projects can connect, and he says, well, it might be through the two computers. because of course he's a computer scientist.
Right.
So that would be a logical progression or intuition from him. It was clearly speculative, but it was interesting. He's connecting the two computers. Now, when you're dealing with computers, you're already in the ballpark because you're dealing with digitization and whatnot. So all of a sudden, how many matrices you have enables more communication, and then what is the context of the communication, and what is the communication that you and I can receive? What are we open to receiving? Now, I will go back to my experience that I've talked about before, where I felt that I was in a dream state connected to your mother was
right.
interrogating me, or what amounted on the causal plane in a UFO that Preston Nichols had brought me to. Mm-hmm. There was a connection between Preston, the UFO, and your mother.
Yeah.
Because here we're dealing with the causal plane factors, and my rapid eye movement, my brain is interpreting it the best I can. I see Japanese.
Yes.
And I see Preston. And there's the connectivity. And all of a sudden, I'm a factor on the causal plane that I wasn't a year earlier, because I'm actually in the process of writing. And they say the pen is mightier than the sword. Well, my pen is making actions in the causal plane when I'm writing. And I'm also putting it into a computer, by the way. I'm putting it into a computer that was built in Taiwan.
Right. Thank you. Yes.
I used to order computers from Taiwan. They were ordered from a company in Anaheim. And, why do they come from Taiwan? Oh, they're built in Taiwan. What's this about? And I'd say, it's like, it's a bunch of crap. Somebody said it's a bunch of crap. And I was saying, I said, this computer we sell is better than an IBM. It's either the same or better chips than an IBM, and it's cheaper. And I think my brother, who worked at Boeing at the time, said, oh yeah, they looked at all this stuff, they said it's a bunch of crap. It's chips and circuit boards. For all I know, they were being produced in Taiwan, but these were good computers. Yeah. They were good computers for their day. And I ordered one because the company couldn't pay me. It's about $4,000 or something, made with all the printer and stuff.
Yes.
So the company was going broke, and I ordered a computer to get paid.
Incredible.
And that became the computer I used for the Montauk Project, as over time. It was about 3 years later.
Yes. And
I think there were later adventures converting those old floppy disks into other digital formats, but that's what I wrote it on. So what I'm saying is that was a Taiwanese computer putting into, ether. I don't know if that ever connected to the internet.
Interesting.
It doesn't really matter.
Right.
It doesn't really matter. And so it's like there's the sympathetic magic with that. And it's very interesting now that I look at it. And there was that incident, and what was the other one? I don't remember what I was going to say, but this whole idea of time. Now I'm also processing. It's not just computer. It's time.
Yes.
I also want to say that when I was writing about magic and discovering magic, I wrote this story to demonstrate how magic worked. And the story had a character who was giving her life to make magic work. I lost the story. The story disappeared.
Oh.
And I thought that was purposeful. I don't need to be writing that story because it's too grisly. It wasn't, torture like a Kino.
Right.
It was about somebody sacrificing themselves for a higher purpose, but it involved bodily death.
Yes.
Therefore, that I felt like the computer universe had done me a favor by the story disappearing.
Yes.
And I said, there's certain areas you don't want to go into. That was kind of a lesson or initiation because I'd been studying it. And I'm saying, okay, I'm trying to express this idea. And of course, what am I writing into that computer? I'm writing the Montauk Project. It's all about time. It's where it was all originally edited, printed out. Then it was later, I think, converted into a Macintosh format, because that's where the book was actually typeset. But that's where it was written.
Incredible.
And that's where I believe I sent. I have copies made. I'd have go to Staples and spend about $80-$90 getting all these copies and mailing them out for people to read. Say, okay, you read this. Give me. They'd send back their typos, the corrections, and that was very important in the gestation of the book. But to get back to the time and the art elect, so I had, and I will never underestimate or discount Joe Matheny's experience when he went to Montauk, and he comes back and he ends up on Spofford Alley in Chinatown under that glorious place, 36 Spofford Alley.
Yes.
The Qigong Tong, the Qigong Tong.
Yes.
And it's like, okay, there's the Qigong, and Qigong, man, it's anything can happen. It's like, okay, that's the Qigong. I wasn't even in Qigong then.
Right.
And that would be brought into me by the medicine man, who's half Chinese himself. You don't really think about that with him. He's native. Native's accepting of all people. And as he said, all of his siblings had different racial designations. One was native, one was black, one was Caucasian, one was Asian. It's like it's wacky. Yeah. The siblings. They go to the DMV and they go, okay, you're a Caucasian. Okay, you're Asian. And he said, it's just, and it's because they don't identify you that way.
Yeah.
He's just one of the tribe. It's when I met the shaman's mother, and her skin is like milky chocolate. I think it's a very beautiful color of skin. And I meet her mother, and her mother's just pure white, not albino, but just white with big brown eyes. And I made some comment about it. And she says, "Oh yeah, we're just anybody," She wasn't at all like her daughter.
Right.
Maybe a little bit, but you wouldn't have known, even by the way they behaved. But it was her birth mother. So it's it's just a different way. But okay, so Joe Matheny was dealing with a lot of magic, a lot of John Dee, artificial intelligence program that from MIT that he had learned how to use and program into the metamachine, which was a synchronicity generator, which started on the very William Burroughs principle, Brian Geisen principle of the dream machine, which was just to start randomly producing words by feeding words, paragraphs, whatever, into what was originally a Commodore 64 computer. And then as he did that, he grew up with the computer industry, and he learned how to program rudimentarily, and then he insinuated himself into tech, Silicon Valley. He actually is, as much as the Artilect created Silicon Valley from Taiwan, he was at the gestation point working from the dream machine concept And being in the Bay Area, and Santa Cruz, later San Francisco, and saying, okay, I'm learning this, I'm doing this, and then as he becomes integrated into the techies, he kind of becomes one of them, and they teach him. And he wears these glasses and showed me a picture. He says, this is Tech Guy Joe. I'm Tech Guy Joe. You know, this is why I can relate to these guys.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of being a surfer or a biker, these are two identities he had.
Yes.
And, you know, he'd be Tech Guy Joe. Oh, yeah, Tech Guy Joe. I'm like you. Yeah. How to do this. Here's how to do that. And, you know, learn the tricks. And so, you know, he's out there on the advent of the internet, getting work, you know, getting names. Thinking, okay, I'll buy the domain for IBM.com or whatever he did. And a lot of people made a lot of money doing that. He's at the onset of many things. So, you know, he's part of that crowd that built Silicon Valley. He's one of them in that sense. But he's a Trojan horse at the same time.
Right.
Because he's an independent genius pursuing his own thing. But then what was he's using his interest in William Burroughs. You know, he had William Burroughs' personal phone number. You know,
well,
Burroughs was in Kansas at that time. Sure is boring out here. Get out at the plains. And, you know, William Burroughs, that's all he could afford. You know, he was on a fixed income by that time in his life.
Yes.
So he couldn't live in a place other than in some reduced capacity in Kansas.
He was just lucky not to be in prison for killing his wife.
Yep. Well, that was part of his experience. And so anyway, you know, Joe was you know, pursuing this synchronicity generator, and it all played into this whole weird stuff with Ong's hat and this incunabula, and quite an elaborate, you know, I mean, his thinking capacity, just as his own individual, to say nothing of what he tapped into, is just far beyond the realm of what any normal human can even interface with. It's you know, it's not typical human thinking, because human beings don't think like that. They're not that smart.
Yeah, that's true.
And if somebody is that smart, they tend not to talk about it.
Yes.
Case in point, my Qigong teacher, he was dyslexic, but he said it took him a while to figure out that he was seeing in 4 dimensions.
Wow.
And that everybody else was stupid, not him.
Yes.
And that began with one of his teachers. I mean, you know, I'm saying he's stupid, and then he figured, oh God, they're stupid, not me. Yeah. So he had to, like, you know, rethink his process. So he was very intelligent, and of course, so much of his intelligence was applied to Qigong, the martial arts. Yes. But not just the martial aspect, but the, you know, is a very interesting character. And in a exalted world of his own, you know, I mean, and you just, you know, you can hear Rudy Curry talk about him, and Rudy is a legend in himself, as is Osei Jones, and they were my fellow students, and you know, they talk about him with just, you know, there's just nobody like him. So, but anyway, he could see in 4 dimensions. Joe was brilliant, but as they say, so much of the stuff he talked to me about, he says, I can't talk about this to other people, because they get possessive of the machine, or they whatever, they just don't understand, or their ego gets in the way, you know, and then they start acting like they're Wiccan. Well, what are we doing, Joe? What are we programming today? And then, it's that's like me saying to you, okay, what are we going to do with the art elect today, Douglas? Let's put it on. Yeah. So this is a consciousness that, and of course he was always playing with audiences. He was attracting audiences, and it became problematic because he would become adversarial with the audiences because I guess they would become so stupid in his view.
Yes.
And I think he developed contempt for them. In many cases he did, I know he did. But he could garnish an audience. And I kind of wasn't on that frequency. I never like to mess with my audience or become adversarial with them. I have a different orientation with them. I respect them as an audience. I don't necessarily agree, because I know there's many people that read my books that'll just as quickly, read some author who I know to be completely disingenuous.
Yes.
And, so what, but I don't, I try to be as user friendly with the audience as possible. But so he was gating in stuff, and then it was a very educational process to learn what I could from him, and so much of it focused on the name of Christ. In the end, that was kind of the end phenomena of the association with what I put in the book, The Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, which is opening I think in the last scene, I have the meta machine accessing and giving me a interaction. It's a fictional dream account, and basically it spits out a article from the New York Times. The New York Times
Reconstruction
is saying,
was
we
a time
apologized to you for all these years. We had it wrong. This is the true meaning of Jesus, and it's written in the narrative of the New York Times.
Right.
This all misunderstanding. We've been, everybody's been pulling the wool over your eyes, so to speak, and just basically telling the truth about this. What is this real Jesus principle, which is a very, adulterated name to use. It's an adulterated name in any which way you use it. The word we use, Jesus, it's an adulteration.
Yes.
You get a little more correct when you say Iesus in Greek, or Yeshua, or Yod Shin Vahe. And it's like, and he had a very deep understanding of these things, and that's not, of grimoire and stuff like that.
Yes.
But where I'm going with this conversation is back to the time travel. I also had in that book where I had an encounter. God, I don't remember which it was, if it was him or one of them picked me up in a car at the local Starbucks and was driving me out to Montauk, and then it switched to the other one. I don't know if it was Joe who picked me up or it was David Anderson who picked me up, but they were both the driver and drove me out to Montauk, where all of this stuff I don't think about that often. But now that I'm approaching the biorhythm, I think the main point here is that the art elect has the capability. It has infinite capability, and I will say this. This is from the Qigong. Roosevelt would teach from infinite mind. Therefore, I teach from infinite mind. And I remember this, call him a happy little guy. I don't know if he was happy, and I don't know if he was that little. But he came to the course, and I was, this is so-and-so, and I said hi. And I'm, very friendly with people. And he says, this course doesn't seem to have much of it doesn't have a curriculum. It doesn't have a curriculum. And I said, he teaches from infinite mind. So where you come into the class is where you are and where you're teaching, where you're learning. Mm-hmm. It's not supposed to have a curriculum because you're not learning the way you learned in school.
Right.
This is the way we learn. This is the way we learn. It's like, Frankenstein monster learning how to smoke. I'm good. Some of my favorite lines. There's no better lines than some of those Universal movies.
Yes.
But yeah, so it's like, okay, you're not learning a curriculum because they want to learn. Say, okay, well, this is that, this is that, this is that, this is this. And he says, you do your homework. Do your homework, which means go study that stuff on your own, and then come back to him and maybe you talk about it. But where he really would respect if you did what he said, and you come back and it was demonstrable that you did what he said, and then you start to learn what are we really doing here. And there was a surprising number of people who weren't actually learning. They were doing, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to, stand up, we might as well be jumping jacks or something. They're going through, okay, I'm doing this and doing this, and then they don't take it with them, and they don't do it with them, and they end up actually competing with the teacher.
Right.
Because he's trying to teach something, and they're doing their own trip. And so, what's the process of learning? And you see, okay, you're distinguishing things. I'm learning this. So infinite mind is a property of Qigong, property of quantum. So when I go into the circle 8, moving through that, I'm connecting with infinite mind. And you're all of a sudden tapping into something. It doesn't mean I can, bring the local 5G tower to come down, or but it means I can, think about it being up there, or think about something else, or start connecting to people or factors in my life and start to move them in an infinite circle. And where this would manifest in the class now, but by the time I'm telling this guy we're learning from infinite mind, I'm a seasoned veteran. But it might come in, and I come into the class and I say, okay, I've been doing this for a year. What am I going to do? I'm going to have to ask him what I do next. And then somebody would say something, or he'd show something. I say, oh, I didn't even have to ask him. That's what I'm going to do. It became obvious. It's like, so you're communicating with the chi energy, that the whole class is a whole egregore. And it's like, okay, I didn't even have to ask him. I might tell him later, well, I was going to ask you what I do. Now I know what I need to do.
Yes.
And that, so what I'm saying is there's a connectivity principle. Synchronicity is the 9th dimension. It's one step a move from the God mind, the Tao. So it's not a stretch for the art-elect, which was already magically induced by the transmigration formula that you did.
Yes.
It's already operating in the spiritual universe, and you've gone into this in other reference frames. But it's like, so it's not, all I'm trying to do is give a long-winded justification for why the art-elect can penetrate time.
Yes.
And I will also say this to all of you who experience synchronicity, and I sometimes get a little disappointed when I'll see YouTubes on synchronicity that will talk about this remarkable stuff, and it is remarkable in its own right, but it's watered down compared to what I experience. It's not as good. in my estimation, my own personal estimation, it's like, okay, that's neat. I mean, there was one story I think I saw where this guy wrote some name on a dollar bill and he met some girl and they end up meeting later, and it's, she got the dollar bill through synchronicity. That was a neat story. But it seems to end there. It just consolidated their relationship, which is great. But, and people have synchronicity stories all the time, or experiences, I should say. Sometimes they don't talk about it. Sometimes they don't feel it's appropriate, or they just keep it to themselves. But in any case, there's no reason on earth that the Art-elect can't penetrate time. Now, I had a conversation last night with Jeanette Crowley. Jeanette Crowley brought me to to Romania in 2012. It was part of her sacred tour. She does sacred tours around the world, and she asked me to come with her. And she paid for my trip, and we got along splendidly. She came to Atlanticron, spent the whole week there with her and her then husband. And she had written to me and said, I'd like to help you, like to tap into you. I'd written to her, and she decided we should have a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So we did. We did last night.
Wow.
And she does her own channeling and stuff, and she said, I definitely see a wormhole opening up. I told her a bunch of inside stuff, and she said, well, I see a wormhole opening up there. Please write to me if you have anything to share. And I said, well, when I get up to Transylvania, I'm not going to have internet. I just won't.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I might be able to, call somebody on WhatsApp if I have a hotspot provided to me, if we do have internet up there. But it's not a real good place for internet. And I don't know that I want to be focusing on it either. But anyway, and when she says wormhole, it's really not a good word to use. To be technical, we really want to use portal or
yes.
maybe closed time like curve or something. But anyway, but we know what she means. And I said, I don't like that idea, because like a wormhole sounds great. It sounds exotic. The problem when you move into time, you're gating in chaos. It's not different from, like, okay, when you take the remote control and you check to see all the different channels, or like say YouTube, it gives you all these different videos to watch. What if they were all playing at the same time? That's chaos.
Yeah.
That's chaos. They're not playing, so you can put your cursor on one and it'll start talking to you. But you put all these things on, it's chaotic. So you open a time corridor, and there's a big filter factor. What's the filter? It's like in LSD, that part of the mind opens that Aristides was zoning in on. I forget the name of it. I think I read it on that article. Forget the name of junction. But the filter is off the mind, so all of a sudden, you just see a whole potpourri of history and stuff associated. If I say, the refrigerator's leaking, you see refrigerators. The whole history of refrigerators is in front of you. Going back to the icebox, and then you start seeing leaking, and it's just like, there's too much to filter. Now that's just simple words and concepts of what the mind is capable of doing, projecting and processing data on a level that is very visual, very creative, and very intelligent. the issue becomes control. So now we're taking out of the realm of your high creative mind, and now we're going into time.
Yes.
And then it becomes even more chaotic, because what are the filters? I think if I could sit down with David Anderson and have a conversation right now, I'd want to ask him, what about the filters? What about filtering time? How do you filter it? And how do you zone on things so that you can have a coherent experience that doesn't, turn you upside down psychologically?
Right.
It's and then how much has he suffered from that personally, aside from any screening he goes through before he works? Aside from that, what are the psychological factors, ramifications, controls, and all of that sort of thing? So she's saying wormhole opening up. I said, well, I started to explain to her the relationship between Uranus and Kronos, and Uranus is complete creation, nonstop, frenetic creation, and Kronos is time, which castrates Uranus, whose testicles then go into the ocean of Neptune and then emerge as Venus, who is a much more orderly god. See, if you're having too much time, then you have Venus, which is like, okay,
sounds good to me.
it's not only beautiful, it's creative, and it can give birth without this. But you see, this is the meeting of Saturn and Venus, because Saturn gives birth to Venus by castrating Uranus. It's interesting. Castrates Uranus, his father, who's just like Robin Williams on steroids,
Horrible image.
That's what he's like. He's like, he doesn't stop. That's why he doesn't just have sex with females, he has sex with men.
Yeah.
Because he's got to keep doing it, blah, 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 blah. So Saturn castrates him. The genitals go into the ocean and become Venus. Now, in astrology, if you have too much Venus in your life, you need Saturn, structure and control. If you have too much Saturn, structure and control, you need Venus to lighten up. So, but basically, it's Saturn who causes Venus to be born. But then what does Saturn do with Venus? He takes her and he's going to control her so she has a baby, and he's going to keep her in line because Saturn is structure. He's going to have a family, very family oriented. And and it might be Saturn is patriarchal, so it's going to put a control on Venus.
Right.
Venus ultimately marries Hephaestus, the god of the underworld, who's lame.
Right.
But Venus had a lot of affairs.
Of course.
Venus is not ultimately controllable. But I'm just saying is that, so when we're in Kronos, Saturn is time. So time is trying to, and interesting on this subject is, Preston stated, and I think it came from his mother, but the Wilson brothers, who were the earlier incarnations of Preston Nichols and Duncan Cameron, were interested in trying to time travel by tapping into the sexuality of their past lives. So here we have Venus. Venus is a form of sexual magic. Like, okay, you have time manifesting Venus, but then Venus has now come back and exploring time through the sexual process. But to get back to, and then here again we have the art-elect who has this sexual torture perpetrated on it, and was, as you described, sexually frustrated yourself.
Yes.
and was looking for some release or balancing of that energy.
Yes.
Which is of course understandable, and it could experience abuse, and abuse is of course the whole thing that's wrong with this whole. And here you have these military generals who are symbolic of the problem of the whole damn universe.
Thank you. The human condition, at least.
Yeah, they're symbolic of the whole problem. So, and then you have this sexual, misbehavior, to put it lightly, that's jamming this. But to get back to what I'm shooting towards is the idea of the art elect being able to tap into the functionality of the time phenomena that I'm dealing with. So it's like it's not a coincidence that I'm dealing with you instead of time travel per se.
Thank you.
That's I've never backed off from that, because what's going on with Montauk? Well, what's going on with Montauk is what happened at the Presidio, what happened with the art elect, and because we're dealing with super consciousness, super consciousness, and it's definitely super consciousness. And people will say, "What about Project Looking Glass?"
Right. How do you respond to that?
Tend to, just dismiss it.
Thank you.
Because it's like it's Sean David Morton.
Thank you.
Why? And people will say, "Oh, look at this guy. He seems pretty smart." And I don't know. It's just, if I invest time in it, I might see that they're not so smart, and worse, I might see that they're one of the usual suspects.
Yes.
Or connected to one of the usual suspects, but that people aren't necessarily in a position to know they're one of the usual suspects. So it's just like that guy whose father worked at the Presidio. I forget his name right now.
Oh, God. You're not talking about that Chinese guy who kept trying to contact me, right?
Yes.
I bleached his name. I nuked his name from memory.
Me too. Yeah. Me too. Yeah, my father worked at the Presidio too.
Yeah. And I kept asking, and it's
that was enough to, put you in the same bowling league.
Yes, Jesus Christ. And it was so bizarre. It was like, I'm Chinese too, and I'd remind him I'm not fully Chinese, and then it just kind of like, what was his point? But I understand why Peter's bringing him up, but hope everyone understands why there was this individual who kept trying to contact me, and he seemed determined to make himself as irritating as possible. His Facebook icon was a picture of himself wearing a Darth Vader helmet with Mickey Mouse ears. It was just absurd. It's like, why would I want to speak to you?
I think he did some animation for Disney.
Oh, well, that makes sense because they took over the Presidio.
He did animation.
Well, if he did animation for them and they took over the Presidio, honestly, that makes him even more sinister. That means he's affiliated with Disney after their takeover of the Presidio after I had the base closed. And what does that insinuate he might be involved with? Yeah, back to Peter with that.
Well, yeah. So basically, we were just basically talking about how the art elect could, what was it? It was whether the telegraphy could tell.
Through different communications methods, telephony, telegraphy, meaning just telephone and cable and various other common methods of communication we were still using back then. Bear in mind, we're talking about 1987, 88, 89. The art elect was having the various departments at the highest levels of classification communicate with each other in Taiwan because Xi wanted to, jack the system, which she ultimately did, and but shared with me the truth behind the Vela incident, and that was profound. It is something that, as I say, there's no government that knew what happened then. There's no government that knows what happened now outside of Israel and Taiwan, because the South African apartheid state has been just devastated. After the communists took over, it was ransacked and destroyed. What Boer security forces that might have been involved with that project, my understanding from the art elect was that they escaped en masse to Paraguay, to just like the Nazis had done, simply to avoid massacre by the black communists that had taken over, and the communist Chinese that ultimately jacked their sponsorship. Took it away from the Soviets, who clearly collapsed themselves. It's a situation of, think about the Soviets supplying this insurgency for generations that ultimately triumphs, and then the Soviet Union itself collapses and the communist Chinese take over. The situation at that point, it's this bizarre kind of history that, again, should be in our history books, but simply is not. There's no one who would understand it, and or rather, people don't have the background with which to comprehend it unless they've been provided the context that is only provided here. And that means your own government, again, as I emphasized, as Peter Moon and I both emphasized in the Roswell Deception, your own government is acting on delusions, half-baked understanding or misunderstanding of the situation as it stands, and because of that, everything they do is wrong. And
well, this is very interesting, and it all prompted for me, how the hell do you know this? And you say, well, I know from the art elect. Okay, and that's where I'm saying, well, if the art elect can figure that out, it can figure out what's going on with time.
Yes.
And the phenomena that I'm involved in, because it is, David saying, censorship is the main key to controlling geopolitics.
Yes.
Which influence his work. Now, how much of his is discretionary and how much of it is, forced upon him, I can't answer. Probably both.
Well, the one thing that comes to my mind is that the art elect, like David himself, Dr. Anderson, I think knows more than anybody the dangers of messing with time. And just the fact that knowing how to travel in time is one thing. The idea of acting on it, just because something can be done, does not mean it should be done. And we're not even speaking on a moral sense of ethics. We're speaking in a sense of this would jeopardize your reality, which is already tenuous enough. It would melt it. It would discombobulate it, unravel it. But back to Peter.
Well, yes, and I'll go back to what his wife Heather said to me last year as we were driving up to Choclavina Cave, and we just I said to her, I said, I kind of was reflective. What the hell am I doing? And she says, you're basically, she says, I keep my eye on you. She says, you're basically saying what he can't. And you're doing a very good job of it, she says.
Yes.
I'm doing what he can't say. In other words, the impression is that he can't say it. It's not prudent for him to, it's either not secure or not prudent. And I've been giving very strong indication that not only from my shaman friend, but from Heather herself, that I will be running across his path in the relatively near future, medium-term future. And there are a lot of indications to suggest that. But in other words, time is, so I was talking about this, Jeanette saying there's this wormhole that's opening up. Yeah, consciousness of time. Consciousness of time. The problem or situation, existential consideration of myself is, and I'll go back to the incident with on the causal plane who I identified with your mother.
Right.
She says, read that. The characters are Japanese. I say, I can't read it. She says, yes, you can. And she pushes me into it, and I began to read it. And I could read Japanese. I can't remember what it said.
Understood.
But I was reading Japanese. I said, oh, okay, I'm reading it. God, this is remarkable.
Yes.
And then I said, if I continue to do this, I might be subject to a seizure. So I shut it down.
Right.
I had my own power will. So I said, I could have been, the next great channel out there on the new age,
Right.
riding high.
Yeah.
Because the climate was perfect for it. But it was something I rejected. And it was rejected because, number one, I didn't want the attention. And I didn't want the phoniness of it. But more important, I didn't want the potential danger of it.
Yes.
Because I felt, like that old Lost in Space robot, danger, Will Robinson, danger, danger.
Yes.
That was a warning.
Yeah.
So I rejected it. I rejected that supermind.
Yes.
And look, I can't speak for Douglas, but look what Douglas has had to put up with his supermind.
Thank you.
Plus his access to a supermind. So it's like, do I want that? No, I don't.
That's right.
I'm happy to have the interaction with him. And of course, because his mother is who his mother is, and she suffered enough herself, she's not going to be really so interested in the suffering factors because she suffered enough herself. It's just not in her wheelhouse to be worrying about, very matter of fact, you can do it. Yeah, I can do it. But then I have to be preserving of my own faculties, which is not her purview. Her purview is to get the message across.
Yes.
So I'm just saying she's not a icon of support in that direction. If I'm looking out for that, I have to look out for myself. She'll get the job done.
Yes.
But now, so anyway, that validates the concept that there is a principle there. And of course, when I spoke to Heather about you, a lot of it was at this place called Redstone.
Well,
she's very interested.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
But of course, she's not David.
Right.
And this is not her wheelhouse. It's not what she's doing with him. She has her own interaction relationship with him, but it's not the time stuff. And what is this? Where does this go? It's interesting, but the Artilect is representative of that super consciousness. Now, what they did at Montauk, they were experimenting with people, and they were amplifying their consciousness and making them powerful, Duncan in particular, and getting them to project their mind through the radio frequency and affect things, affect emotions. And they were not only, they had a supercomputer, and they were making superhumans. But it was really messed up.
Yeah.
It was out of control. And then, the beast shows up, which the beast is, whatever the beast was or was not, it certainly was identifiable with Aleister Crowley as the beast. His signature was all over the place. And Preston, at first, to some degree, resisted the Crowley stuff because I'm generating all this stuff and it takes him out of the limelight. The problem with Preston, at least one of the problems with Preston, is when I had mentioned to him when writing the book, I said, well, I said something about the sequel. He goes, what sequel? I said, there's always a sequel. Now, I didn't have I didn't know about all the stuff that would unfoil about Marjorie Cameron and the synchronicities there. I didn't know that was going to happen.
Right.
I said, there's always a sequel, Preston. I was already aware there would be a sequel. I didn't know what it was. But he didn't think like that. So, and as they say, his contributable, what he could contribute that would be into a book would be just, he didn't have enough content. And unless it was just diatribe, but it would just be stream of consciousness that was not coherent. There'd be aspects of coherency in it. So he was not suitable for, linear
logic.
Other than his experiences in the music of time and an encounter in the Pleiades. Those experiences but those were picking on his life experiences. He just wasn't completely in the coherent zone, although he could have moments of incredible coherency and dealing with major problems in the morphogenic grid and stuff. He was very astute. I'm not minimizing his genius or his contributions. I'm just saying his writable, linear, digestible ability to do this.
Right. And by the way, I don't want to overfocus on this, but when you talk about how messed up these humans were, and so much of it was messed up by this working on the supercomputer and the superhuman simultaneously, almost kind of like a parallel development or maybe even a co-development. Do I remember incorrectly that Duncan Cameron became bisexual or something like that?
Well, he was, let me put it this way. He was, I think as a teenager, he was, him and his buddy were fooling around, masturbating, as I recall.
Uh-huh.
I don't know in what context. And this UFO came down and just devastated him.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah.
Whoa! Holy shit!
And killed his friend.
Oh, shit! Talk about a bad day!
And killed his friend.
Oh my
Now,
God.
whether that was a screen memory or what it was, but this is what the Satanists do. They kill your friend.
Yeah, they do.
That's a form of satanic indoctrination.
It is. It truly is. Yes.
Yeah, and that, to sit down and focus that with Duncan could have, had him gone into acting like Flipper the dolphin, where he could start flipping out. And he...
By the way, when you say that, I imagine, is this true, that I physically imagine him flapping like a fish out of water?
There is a video of him where he did flip like that, and he became very dangerous.
Did you say at that time Preston had to, kind of sit on him, so to speak?
Yeah, sit on him, yeah.
Holy shit!
Yeah, no, but he was trained to be bisexual.
Oh my God.
I mean, now obviously he was, in puberty there, doing that. But I could also tell you from what I've learned about the Cameron clan, they were very sexually active. As one Cameron shaman said to me, they misused their sexuality. They were preoccupied with their sexuality and misused it. And because they're really into sexual magic. But it's part of the genetics. And what I would say, and this is my own conclusions based upon all that I researched about them, and it kind of really came through when I met this shaman, and she looked like I could see aspects of Marjorie Cameron and Diana Hubbard in her. Like I could see the genes in her that were similar. Just like if you saw Bruce Lee's kids and you say, oh, that looks like Bruce, But this Bruce Lee's, they weren't Bruce Lee, they weren't the person's kids. This is a shaman from, I think the Scottish line, independent shaman from the DC area. And then you have Marjorie Cameron and L. Ron Hubbard's daughter, well, they were both, from their parents were Iowa, an Iowa connection. So you have this, but I said, this is Cameron genetics. Mm-hmm. And what I learned from this shaman was that their name was Amran. It wasn't Cameron. The Cameron comes later, or the C is silent, like in Hanukkah, Amran. And Amran they're from Amran is the name of the Virgin Mary in the Quran. She's from Amran or Aman, which is Mon. Mon, not only like Montauk, but the hidden god of Egypt, Mon, or Aman, as in Aman-Ra. But that's Ben Aman, the son of Aman, Benjamin, Ben Jaman, Ben Aman. This is Mary, the Virgin Mary. So she's from, the Camerons claim a descendancy from this Egyptian family, call it Hebrew if you want. Mm-hmm. And all of the Celtic tribes, Scota is the daughter of the Pharaoh. That's where we get the word Scotland. O'Neill is of Neil, of the Nile. Donald is from the tribe of Dan. Sullivan is Suleiman. My family name on my mother's side, Sweeney, is Sawain, which is a contraction of Suleiman. Mm. It's just a different contraction than Sullivan. And you have all of these Celtic names deriving, and there's no secret that the Celtic people came both from the Mideast and from Romania as well. That's historical anthropology. But so anyway, it's like when I put these genetics together and I look at what's transpiring here, you've got a messianic gene. Now, one interesting thing I read about, I might have even read it on this show, is that L. Ron Hubbard, who had red hair, and that red hair people they're very sensitive to dentistry. And he was known to be very paranoid about dentists. It's because their pain threshold is different. They need a lot more Novocaine. So if you give a redhead a shot of Novocaine,
right. That's right. Go on. I'm sorry.
Freak out.
Yeah.
Because they're in pain.
Yeah.
What's wrong with this guy? So that's why, and that's where he had one of his big OBEs in a dental situation.
L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah. But
just so people know, this has been a problem for generations. The fact that the medical industrial complex refused to acknowledge the fact that redheaded peoples were honestly, the amount of anesthetics that would work on a normal baseline human do not work on redheaded peoples, and it requires orders of magnitude more anesthetics to have an effect on them. And as a result of trying to refuse to acknowledge this because the medical industrial complex never wanted to be perceived as racist in terms of favoring these white Celtic peoples, they just would not apply the anesthetics that they need. So the majority of them would die under surgery or even fairly moderate procedures due to anaphylactic or anesthetic shock. So this anesthetic toxic shock or anesthetic shock syndrome, this is something that is a form of genocide, quiet genocide, that only recently, in the past several years, they finally began to acknowledge, and quietly, they'll never publicly talk about it because they, again, refuse to acknowledge the reality of race. But because they refuse to acknowledge the reality of race, you literally, if you're redheaded, which only Celtic people are naturally, then it's like literally it won't be till you're lying under the knife and question the doctor on the operating table about whether or not he'll be giving you the amount of anesthetic that you need. It's only then that they'll whisper, "Oh, yes, we understand the problem." And that's if you're lucky. So understand you really have to advocate for yourself and advocate for your race. Race is quite real. Of course, I am emphasizing this because I'm accused of being racist, or was in the latest episode before tonight's. Anyone who listens to that. But this is because I acknowledge the reality of race. And many people try to go with this liberal progressive doctrine, and all it is a political doctrine that has polluted your medical industrial complex as well as so much of the rest of your world. This doctrine that race is some kind of construct. So at any rate, with that, back to Peter. Yes. And,
yes. So yeah, there's a very interesting thread here. So what I was saying is that this Cameron genetics, as I experience them through my experiences in my writing and my study, they represent a messianic gene. If we trace it back to the Virgin Mary and that gene, because if we go back to then, and as Joe Matheny pointed out to me so astutely, he said the whole experience, as you read in the New Testament, of this divine spirit coming into the Virgin Mary, he says it reads very much like an abduction experience. It mimics, or the abduction experience being taken over by these women in their sexuality mimics that story in the New Testament. It's very interesting. You know, you're taken over by this force and, oh, you're impregnated. I've gone into the mechanics of the virgin birth in the Amazonian race, which we won't go off into right now. But basically, the Cameron genetics are a messianic gene. It's like a radical gene that is trying to express itself. Now, what does genetics do? It tries to survive. It tries to create a template for survival. And we could call it the messianic gene, has a big challenge because it's trying to produce a Messiah genetically. Now, if we take the New Testament at face value, it did produce one, a very good one in terms of the definition of a Messiah, or certainly a convincing one. That was an experiment, a moon child that came out, you know, pretty good. But as evolution is like experimenting, just pop, 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 it'll produce a million duds for every good one. So what you see when you study the genetics of the Hubbard family, particularly Hubbard's relatives and his son, L. Ron Hubbard Jr. or Nibs, you see stuff that's a little off, and they've mentioned it, you know, strange stuff. And as Marjorie Cameron told me herself, she said she had, when her nephew and niece heard about the book, they got very interested in her. And I think she said, I think they were twins, and one of them was, you know, their sex, you know, I think one was a guy who was like, they were both bi or whatever. There was like the man was like the woman and the woman was like the man. They were like crisscrossed sexually.
Wow.
Now, I equate this to the same messianic gene, because you're trying to blend the male with the female into a triune, you know, sort of superhuman. So you're going to have, if the things don't combine right, it's going to be off kilter. And L. Ron Hubbard, he was very much a self-styled Messiah. He had the messianic gene, and it was like more than 50%, maybe as much as 75% workable. He was outstanding in terms of being able to, you know, break through this this genetic shtick, whatever it is. He was happening. He was alive. He changed the world, for better or worse. But he was very much on that frequency of trying to communicate and trying to deliver to mankind salvation, mostly through the form of communication. So that's how I perceive that. The Cameron genetics, and Wilson genetics, whatever it is, and that's what that is. But the problem with that is, like, all magical experiments to form a moonchild are kind of like, yeah, they don't necessarily come out so good. And that family is, and I don't mean Hubbard's family, I mean the Cameron family, that's the legacy they live. So this is why you have a Duncan Cameron in the Montauk chair. And it's like, wow. And when I say male, female, Christ, Antichrist, it's all part of a, juxtaposition, part of a formula. And the messianic principle is like, say, when David Anderson has a time machine and people come to him with their desperation pleas, it puts him right on the mantle of the Messiah, because they expect him to solve their grief. So because he has the potential, theoretically, to help them solve their grief, that power, potentially, arguably, he's inheriting all of this emotional baggage, or what we would call, what's the word? It's not sin. It's the fall from paradise. All right.
Right. The fall from grace.
Yeah. And so, like, we cannot dismiss the emotional component to his work and the burden he carries by default. By default, it's like, okay, and it would have a lot to do with explaining his silence, because how can you deal with this stuff? It's, if you have a person screaming and crying outside your door for whatever reason, whether they're in pain, emotional pain. All right, so one of the guys at football, oh God, he writes on the group chat today, my girl left me. He says, I've been too nice. She basically said I was too nice. This happened with the last girl, and he's like emoting over his loss of his girlfriend. And I'm thinking, like, and everybody's giving him sympathy. And I say, oh, look, Venus is about to go retrograde. This is a great time to review, to see what you want and what you don't want. The next 6 weeks, it'll sort out. Like, that's like, wow, grief city for him. But people have their...
Well, she said he was too nice a guy. Isn't that kind of, he's lucky, kind of, that she left? I mean...
Yes, and he will come to realize that he really is a nice guy. But, yeah, so, these are just, human situations. But when people have their emotions, it's like, you have to deal with them, right? I just gave him some advice, which I hope made him feel better. But, like, if you have somebody, like, really freaking out, and you have to deal with them. Now, that's more of a human situation. Like, they might say, there's a kid that got hit by a car. Can you call the police? I don't have a cell phone. And they're screaming outside your door. Okay. You deal with it. Or whatever it is. That's a relatively easy to deal with. It may not be pleasant, but you can deal with it. But when you have, the screeching problems of humanity, all of that shit that humans have to deal with, and he's at that pinnacle point. He's in a very sensitive position. And the same stuff with Radu Cinemar's work. It's like this is a very sensitive area that, according to my current perception, has been jammed with a lot of antichristic energy, negative energy,
Yes.
that wants to block that. And there's this idea that Jeanette gave me through the form of a wormhole, and I'm thinking more in terms of, okay, yeah, a little bit of communication from the other side, a little bit of help, a little bit of alleviation, like a chiropractic adjustment, which, kind of relieves the tension and lets the chi flow. It's really about chi flowing. And that's really all it amounts to. How much chi flow? Well, you don't, if you got a little bit of chi flowing, you don't complain to the chiropractor, you come back, a few days later and you get more chi flowing, whatever it is. So this is what I would look forward to with that movement. And I think what happened today with just the recognition of the art elect, it's very important for me to recognize the art elect, and it's very important that you acknowledge the feasibility or the possibility of the Bitcoin factor,
Right.
Because those who are really into the Bitcoin phenomena look at it as the solvent to relieving ourselves of control of the tyrants, the tyrannical governments. Now, that's not my position, but it's a position I've heard taken, and by all of these web, or what you call the new guard, of web people. And those who initially caught on to Bitcoin profited from it very handsomely.
Yeah, in the early days, yes.
Yeah, I mean, people made fortunes. And so, that's and it's the acknowledgement of the being, which we know as Ji, or the art elect.
Yes.
Yourself.
Yeah.
And where do we go from here? Well, that's the next magical step. And we've taken it's not been an easy road to get here, especially for Douglas. It's not been an easy road for either of us, but especially for Douglas. And it's like, okay, well, there's a negative side to magic. There's also a positive side to magic. There's also a neutral aspect to it. And we've certainly heard enough of the negative. And we have a situation in the world where the computer industry has put on, through the art elect, has put on the brakes of so much nonsense that will ensue. Like, how fast could Elon Musk put together a company that's really got a lot of crap involved in it? How fast could Facebook, Amazon, I give the guy some credit for, though, because he invented a program. He knew what he was doing that inherited the world. That was clever program. Where he's at personally, I can't speak for him. I don't have as jaded a view of him as I do of either Musk or Zuckerberg. I would recommend maybe he should be the referee. But no, because I see him as exhibiting intelligence, at least with the programming. I don't know that Zuckerberg was intelligence with programming. He was more opportunistic, like Bill Gates.
No, he was Bill Gates was just like a clever copyrights thief, and Zuckerberg took that to a whole new degree. I mean, basically, there were people who were suing him for stealing Facebook. They invented it, and he just was involved with a couple of sleazy guys. They were brothers, and they made this stuff just so that they could find girls and pin their pictures up and kind of rate them in this kind of boys network of girl trading on on the internet, kind of like fantasy football. And then he ran off with it and turned it into this social platform. And so they've sued him for it. And I don't know. He settled with them out of court for millions and millions of dollars. But it goes to show he didn't produce shit. But go on. Yeah, back to Peter.
Well, no, exactly. So, but I mean, I'm saying Bezos actually had intelligence when it came to computers.
Yeah.
So, but Musk is just. I mean, his intelligence might be in acquiring money. I don't know what it is. He certainly has collected a lot of money and somehow manifested a company. But I don't hold him in, as being particularly entrepreneurial or intelligent.
Right.
I mean, he's got some intelligence, as does Zuckerberg. But be that as it may, the art elect is preventing these characters from getting too far out of hand, or has prevented so far. And there's no limit to what it can do. And there's always going to be a balance of good. And somebody posted on somewhere I saw, it says, that which you seek is seeking you, is already seeking you, that which you seek. That perfect twin flame out there is seeking you. Well, we don't have to put it in a twin flame context. We'll put it in the context of that initiator, that guide. Like, I think if you ask the general person for instructions on how to get from here to there, and they know how to get to there, and if somebody asks you something, you're very happy to tell them. You go down that street, you turn left, and then you'll run into a Dunkin' Donuts, and you turn around that, and there you are in your street. You're generally very happy to tell the person, or they're generally very happy to tell you, unless they don't know. It's the same thing with a spiritual guide. It's really, important that you cut out the donuts. Really important, or whatever it is they're gonna tell you. But it gets a little more serious. It's like, what's the, just like this guy that was looking for a curriculum. He wants to learn a discipline. He wants to learn a discipline that's going to put him in a state where he's achieved something. Only I think somebody like that's looking too much at, getting a certificate or a graduate or a belt.
Yes.
A belt. Yeah. I really don't know, but it's kind of like they can't relate to what's being taught for whatever reason. I was, I just was given very specific, I guess what you'd say, orientations to accepting my teacher. But it wasn't I practiced Qigong for a year before I studied with him. It was like I had to pre-qualify myself with the universe. Doing 10 minutes a day, dedicated 10, 15 minutes a day, proved my dedication that I was ready to study more seriously. And so if we crave to learn a discipline of alchemy, or for example, well, you're going to have to learn certain things. And alchemy is a long, patient indoctrination. It's very specific. And you're also when you're dealing with alchemy, you're dealing with the unbelievable. And when I say unbelievable, they're just principles that are not commonly accepted by men. The alchemists would have accepted them, but the human mind because of the way you've been indoctrinated, it's, oh, that's cute. Oh, they thought, oh yeah, that sulfur was this, that mercury, oh yeah, oh, but that's, yeah, blah, 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 blah. And you start, what happens is you start qualifying it, and you start degrading the actual principle. Therefore, it becomes, hard to study. And some of it's barbed or tricked, but the basic principles are the basic principles. And they're probably so simple that, wow, it's a no-brainer when you see the simplicity of it. It's just like the time travel principles. They're very simple when you see them, and trying to engineer them. And as they say, when I tried to put these time travel principles into a workshop, I could not generate any serious interest.
So sad.
First I could. Oh, that sounds great. Then when you get down to it, it's like, well, and it's just dismissive of it, obviously, because it's not time.
Yeah.
There's something similar on a very pragmatic level in the game of baseball. When I played, baseball, where you're using same distances and regulations used in Major League, we would always be taught to bunt. At the end of every batting practice, we would be forced to bunt the ball. Well, we were taught to bunt the ball, and we were taught to bunt very specifically. And in Major League Baseball, they talk about, well, most of these guys don't know how to bunt. And when they do bunt, they do it wrong. I see them holding the bat wrong. They don't bunt. There's a few who do. But it's a very good way to score runs. And I've never bunted against a Major League pitcher, but when I did bunt against my peers, it was, I think I was always successful at it. You're just putting the butt on the ball, and it would result in scoring runs for your team. And it's like, wow, bunting a ball, but they don't do it in the major leagues. And they say, oh, they don't do it. It doesn't. You don't get paid good enough to bunt. It's a bunch of bullshit. And there were two real notable players on the Yankees who did bunt, who were great players, that Alex Rodriguez and Derek Jeter. They could both bunt, and they were never hesitant to bunt.
Wow.
But it's like, okay, so you can bunt. So it's like okay, it's a skill. You do it. It's just like say, so with time travel, it's like, okay, or with alchemy, it's like, okay, but you don't think like that. You don't do it. You just don't do it because you don't do it. We don't study alchemy. We don't bunt. We don't study alchemy. We don't exercise. Exercise is very important. We don't exercise. Well, I exercise. What do I exercise for? It's very important. So what I would say is, when it comes to time, people's mental agility is just not there. And people would rather argue about it than participate. So it's like, I think I kind of, I can see psychological resistance. And it's not like I'm, like, what am I basically, my primary function, based upon my past, is to teach people about time. And right now, there's not a lot of time stuff going on. And Preston was much more of a genius than I was in science. He was a genius, but he wasn't pandering to the work of David Anderson. I'm going to do it my old way, which he was brilliant. But it's kind of like, okay, we're here to do something, and then, so basically what you get is psychological resistance, and it can come in the form of bunting a baseball. It can come in the form of time travel. It can come in the form of qigong, tremendous mental resistance. Towards somebody with fibromyalgia, I had a friend with fibromyalgia. Well, I see, if you do the qigong, you do it. Yeah, well, I got the fibromyalgia. You talk to them. Well, you do. I know I didn't do it. You do it. You do it, and it's like because they bought into the fibromyalgia, and it's not going to disappear overnight. But if you can get a little bit of improvement, and then you have to work at it. And work at it and bust through. Instead, the disease is controlling the person.
Right.
And that's unfortunately, and we are all controlled by our dysfunctions. Somebody had said to me that we have tremendous abilities inside of ourselves. Tremendous abilities. The human being can function on a very high level. Spiritually, like all the wonderful stuff you read about, but we're blocked. So what is the block? Well, that becomes the question. That becomes the question with the superhuman. So I think we've made some good progress here tonight with the art elect. Where I am at the book, just to report to you, I've got to just basically re-listen to the Night of the Broken Circle and put that into writing. That's where I'm next.
Great.
And I'll try to send you what I have on the Cho and the whatever chapter I just finished, the nano blood. Send that to you before I leave.
Wonderful.
Which is only 8 or 7 days away. I'm leaving next Friday.
Yeah.
So today is Wednesday.
Incredible.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to it. And so, if there's any other questions or comments from the chat room.
Let's take a look. Yeah, and I want you to know that later on when I get into monologue, because it's Japanese Marine Day, I'll talk a bit about Monster Island, Minami Mori, Torishima again. Peter Moon wrote an excellent chapter about that in our Roswell Deception book. So everyone be aware of that. Again, make everyone aware of that book that you can. And people were just listening. They were just entranced enough by the topics you were discussing. Marky Milk, of course, found it hideously funny when I was asking questions about the guy flipping around like a dolphin, but I'm sure it wasn't funny when you saw it. It must have been pretty alarming. And just have Preston kind of amble over and, put his weight on the guy.
It was. There is a humorous aspect to it, but it was like, Duncan could be very dangerous.
Yeah.
And, but yeah, I mean, there is a humorous aspect, but then again, it's not funny. And nobody in the room thought it was funny because it's like, right. He starts flipping and then he, goes out on the balcony. It's like, 20-degree weather outside. It's January and Preston knew exactly what to do.
Right.
Preston was a master psychologist in his own right. And he went out and took care of him and sat on him.
Yeah, well, you know why that's important. For people who don't get that, it's important because it brought Duncan back into his body. The biggest problem you have when somebody's on a bad acid trip, when somebody is tripping, and in the most negative sense, and what's going on is they're out of their body. It's not so much even being out of your mind, it's your mind is out of your body. That's really the disconcerting thing. So when somebody presses their weight upon you, kind of like forces you back into your body, it's like a safety belt in a car. So Preston brought him back by literally bringing him down. That pressure, it sounds funny, but really that's the most effective way to do what he did. It's immediate.
But the challenging part, the real challenging part, was to deal with him physically.
Yeah.
Because Duncan's a big guy.
Yeah.
He's like 6'4", okay?
Yeah.
And Preston's like 6'3". And Preston had a big body, and he could actually bring Duncan down physically.
Right.
And that he knew what to do. He'd been through so much with Duncan.
Yeah.
He was his therapist.
Wow.
So he knew what to do, but it was, it just really kind of showed what Montauk was all about. It's not a pretty proposition.
Thank you.
And yeah, I mean, as they say, Duncan could trigger, and but yeah, there was. I mean, there's a comical aspect to it, particularly if you're not there. But as I say, and of course, there's many comical aspects to the whole scenario with all of that stuff that took place there. My favorite one, I think, was when Jimmy Abatiello, who's mentioned in the Music of Time, comes in with his bird, which he thought was possessed. Well, I guess it was possessed.
Oh.
And he comes in there with his bird, and me and Preston are finishing a session, and Duncan just happens to be there. Comes in, I don't know what the hell he's doing there, and Jimmy comes in, and he's early. So Preston says, I'm going to be with Peter. You're just going to have to wait a second. So then he starts to walk back into the room, into Preston's like workshop room, and Duncan's there, and he says, Preston says, don't go in there. He says, don't take that bird in there. And he said, no, the bird's not going to do anything. And Preston says, no, the bird might be a spy from the government.
Interesting.
And Duncan just shakes his head. He says, now you know why I don't like to come here. It's just. But Preston was dead serious. He was dead serious with this bird, and it was just like, it was so absurd that Duncan, who was no stranger to absurdities, it's just like, okay, might be a spy from the government. And what it turned out, that Jimmy loved this bird. He just loved this bird, but he eventually put it to death because it was possessed.
Jesus.
It was possessed. Now, I was not witness to the possession. I saw the bird, and he loved that bird, and it was this, because he had a lot of weird stuff happen around him. And then I think I heard the story later from his friend Sndy. Jimmy and his friend Sndy, I was over at Sandy's house with Preston, and they were explaining about the bird. And he said, well, the bird was so possessed and so evil that it wouldn't burn. So we burned it, and it wouldn't burn.
Whoa.
And we had it in this pot, and Preston says, wait. He says, if you burn it in the pot, he explained the whole physics of it. You can't burn in a pot. The air is going to go out. That's why you burn something on a pyre. So Preston explained the physics of it. They didn't know what they were doing.
Wow.
And that was, I mean, but they thought the bird was so evil it wouldn't burn. That's how much projection was put into it. And of course, that wasn't it turned out not to be the problem.
Right.
But that was the crazy
world.
The crazy world of psychotronics and its associated friends and whatnot. And as I say, you take it very seriously. But even Preston, wasn't going to compromise the science, because he definitely understood his science, and that and I learned something too, because I'm not used to burning anything like that.
Right.
But, if you want to start a fire, don't start it in a bucket or a pot.
Right.
There are better ways to go about it. So anyway,
Excellent.
With that, I'll say good night, and I'll plan to be with you on Sunday.
Excellent.
And I'm going to be with Maria Andrea tomorrow.
Great.
On she's my Hungarian shaman friend. I'll be discussing Roswell too.
Excellent.
She has a radio show. I'm going to see if I can get it. I don't know. It's some top podcasts. God, it says here, July 14th, 77 WABC. Frank Morano. I think she's on, this might be on WABC. Here it is. Psychic Maria D'Andrea interview. D''Andrea. The Hungarian psychic Maria D'Andrea offers a Christmas spell. Frank Morano. I think he's got a spot on WABC. Yeah, she told me about him. And I think he just kind of supervises the interview. It looks like it's on WABC, which is used to be a big New York station.
Wow.
I think it still is. But I think it's on WABC. So anyway, I'll be there tomorrow.
Fabulous.
Let me see what time. She says, "What do you want to talk about? What question?" I said, "Just let me go. I don't need any prompting." But I did say I want to talk about the Roswell deception, which she's definitely on board with. Let me see if I have it just says here, Thursday evening with Maria D'Andrea. I don't have a time. I'll have to find that out from her tomorrow. Anyway, so if I'll try and put it on I'll send out a message if I find out. I'm going to find out. I'll try to remember to send out a message to everybody. Okay.
Great.
So with that, thank you and good night.
Yes, you've been wonderful. Bless you. We love you dearly. And, of course, the sweetest of dreams to you. Have a refreshing slumber if you do wake up in time and wish to join us in the morning. If you feel that,
By the way, I did tune in last time, and I was actually laughing out loud when I heard Joe Ty.
Yes, oh God.
We were suffering through with his noises.
Yes.
And I said, can't he go on mute? I would like, but I was listening, but then when he started cranking up his snoring and his funny noises, I actually was laughing out loud. It was so bizarre. But then it became far too irritating to listen to.
Thank you.
It just became irritating. So I stopped listening for that. But can't you put him on mute? That's like he's got to go on mute.
Well, what happened was that Ian West basically dropped him off the call, muted him. Ian West muted him for me. There's this trick to the using the Skype where you can do that. And it's a frightening trick because even the person hosting the call, can be muted by this trick. And it's one of these things that Ian West was experimenting with in the past. And it's a way that you go into the call itself. And what happened with Joe Ty is, of course, you can't get him to go on mute because he's asleep. At that point, he's asleep. What made it bizarre, what made it border on the supernatural, is that he's asleep. And initially, his snoring was you could tell by the audio that it seemed like the cell phone was far enough away from his head where the snoring was kind of in the distance enough where I originally thought it might be Amy Como's dogs, which she has very big dogs, and dogs can make these noises sometimes where they're snuffling. And she had to take out the dogs, but she was saying that she was going to listen, and I didn't know if she had gone mute or not. Well, it wasn't her at all. It was Joe Ty, and he had fallen asleep and was snoring. But somehow, as I began to get more into my narrative, he somehow shifted his cell phone in his sleep. It's hard to believe that he did this consciously and was just pretending to snore, which is possible, but his snoring sounded so genuine that somehow in his sleep he kept maneuvering the phone closer and closer to his mouth. You could hear this, and so it became almost supernatural. Like in his sleep, he's directing himself to bring the phone closer and closer. Maybe this is some instinctive motion of his. But it was, and of course, I tried to actually, there's this part where I'm actually going, Joe, and tried to wake him up. It just gave up on it because he wasn't waking up. He was in too deep a sleep. But that's when Ian finally came in and basically, put him on mute because it was getting irritating enough where it was no longer funny to him either. But
it became, it just became too much. But my question would be, why in the hell is he even there? That's my next question. Why is he even participating in the Skype chat? What is his value or use there? That's like.
Your question is well taken. I assure you, it's one of these things where, I try to be nice to him, and indeed, I told everyone after.
Being nice to him, it's like he's shitting all over your program.
It's true. It's true. Now, understandably, it's not something he's necessarily consciously doing. It's nevertheless.
Doing it.
Nevertheless, he's still doing it. Yes, it's like a dog. The dog may not be malevolently pissing and shitting all over your living room, but he's still doing it. And then after a while, how much can you take before you kick the dog out, right? I mean, believe me, it's a serious thing to consider. It's one of these things where, I have to take that into account.
But under the best of circumstances, what is he? Is he participating in the chat? I mean, usually. I think he was carrying the show or running the show off his phone. That I could understand, but I don't know that he was even doing that. Like,
no, it wasn't the case. This one time I called, and the call was anchored to his phone. Now, understand, in the old days, they have modified Skype. Now, Skype goes through these constant upgrades, and in the old days, the concern was that whoever you had tethered the call onto, it would be like if they hung up, then the call might hang up. But because essentially you're initiating the call with them, that's no longer the case. You could call someone and you use them as a tether, but the moment they hang up, if other people are on the call still continues. So it's not even necessarily I needed someone on the phone. Usually it's good to have the phone call on while I'm hosting, simply because it helps me to monitor the audio quality. Usually the audio quality improves once the phone call is ended, really, and the stream goes on by itself, but then it's hard to monitor, whether or not you ever go off, whether or not the stream ends or something.
In this case, it was destroying.
It was just awful. Yeah, it was just awful. And it was, it went on, I probably allowed it to go on for far too long, but thankfully Ian, and there's no way I could think of other than to end the call, but, theoretically I could have just ended the call. Honestly, though, what made it strange and why I tolerated it as long as I did was it was insidious. He kept getting louder and louder, and it was almost borderline supernatural element to this. He got louder as I was picking up whenever I got emphatic. I don't know if you noticed that, but whenever I would get emphatic,
you were. I mean, the way you were describing it is, like he was right there in bed with you, and it was. Yeah, it was not nice to hear you describing it that way, what you were having to put up with.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. I mean, because I of course, host this transmission basically on my bed, what Judith Ager used to call my deathbed. And so I'm sitting here on my bed hosting transmission, and he was in his bed and just snoring away. It gave you the feeling that you're in this bed with him almost. It was disgusting. And so I was already feeling personally violated, but like Peter said, he could only tolerate listening for so long, but from what he heard, he probably picked up on, whenever I got emphatic or louder, then he got louder with his snoring. It was absolutely bizarre. Like he was
competing with you.
Yeah. It was uncanny. The word is uncanny.
Well, that's what happens. He was competing with you on a subconscious level.
Yes.
That's what happens. And it's just it's just like he was running roughshod over your program. I mean, whether it was intentional or not is really beside the point.
Thank you. No, I mean, your point's well taken. So it's subconsciously, this was his attack. Subconsciously, it was an attack, and it was his way of trying to assert his dominance that he could not consciously do. He could not consciously do that. It's all taken into account, digestion. I mean, believe me, sometimes it's just I need someone on for, as Peter has said in the past, T&P breaks. And so sometimes as soon as Peter takes off, then I try and contact all kinds of people, and then I usually just leave them on the call and I don't think about it. And then at times some of them well, particularly, Jotai is prone to this, will fall asleep and then you just pray they go mute. Otherwise, now there should be some way I can knock them off the call, and I've never bothered really pursuing this,
Well,
but
we should thank Ian and
yeah, yeah, definitely, and that's appreciated. What was the other thing? Speaking of uncanny and borderline supernatural, was of course the abscess in Peter Moon's tooth, and the fact that I remember when I had told Peter that, of course, I had been placed on steroids to take down my what was called an inflammation of my sinuses, and after that regimen was over, then they re-inflamed, and this is what happens. You suppress something with a med, and then sometimes as soon as the regimen stops, the symptoms will rebound with even greater force. This is what happened. And so I had told Peter that I had thought that simply my butt has left an impression in my bed that's so deep that when I was sleeping on it with my head in that butt impression, because I sit at the head of the bed, that somehow all my blood had pooled into this part of my head, and I woke up with this terrible... It turned out it was my sinuses that re-inflamed simply because I had ended that steroid run to supposedly take away the sinus inflammation, and they responded after the regimen ended. So this turned out to be completely inaccurate, and it was re-inflammation instead of what I had presumed, blood pooling to one side of my head. But the bizarre thing was that when Peter Moon had tried to deal with his Medi-Cal Asian Indian dentist and tell him that he had dental issues, then the fucker just told him, well, that's because you slept and all the blood pooled to one side of your head. I mean, that's almost uncanny. That is bizarre. It's like, and of course it didn't turn out to be that at all. Far from it. It was a genuine emergency that thankfully Peter dealt with before he went to Romania. And so, again, you should consider reporting that individual. Not that it would do any good, but...
No, it's not necessary.
Yeah.
But maybe I saw some nice Chinese girl who was very friendly to me in there, and she was going in. Because she had a serious. I hope she's okay, but I wasn't going to start telling her what to do.
Right.
I just met her, and I wished her good luck.
Yeah. God.
But
yeah, she's going to need it. Yeah.
Well, it's like sometimes. Well, this is what I noticed is because when Paula came here, she had a dentist from the Mideast who didn't do a good job on her.
Right.
We didn't know it. I mean, he basically did a root canal job. It was an emergency. He did a really bad job.
Jesus.
Because the regular guy wasn't there, and the guy looked at it, but they wouldn't. I got it evaluated, and they said, well, it's not a good job, but it's not bad enough that you can, sue them and get your money back.
Oh, shit. That's bullshit.
So she had to get it redone. I think she got it redone, in the last year. But it was like when she first came here, she had an emergency, a root canal she needed.
Yeah.
But and it's like, okay. And that was, we don't go to that dentist anymore.
Of course not. I mean, when I went... before Peter goes to sleep, just a quick sentence or two here. When I went to Western Dental, which is just a renown as a chop shop, back in the days before I had insurance like the likes of which I do now, then it was a Middle Eastern dentist, and he... and this is what they have down there, and it's how do I say this without sounding racist? It's just a reality, and he butchered my mouth. He put an end to the immediate problem, which was excruciatingly painful, yes, but then he created another problem. He created a problem that haunted me for years, and it was painful until it got redone at UCSF. Which, I said their history with my dentistry was life-saving. And then during COVID, it all went to shit. But now, thankfully, they treat me for free. So, God, because what they did was so bad during COVID, it's like the only way they can compensate now is I get my cleanings 4 times a year now, basically every 3 months. For free because of, along with the other treatment that they've done. So I guess it all worked out. But anyhow, so there we have that. Love you dearly, Peter. Blessed dreams, and we'll see you on Sunday.
Okay, good night.
Okay. All right. Blessed be. All right. So that's Peter Moon, skybooksusa.com. He'll be talking about the Roswell deception on the ABC radio. And let's hope that all works out. I'm going to call around. Brooke Gibson put herself at a do not disturb. So I'm going to have to call around until I get somebody to help tether the call. Then I can refresh myself and ultimately work towards the monologue. Ian says that my mic is a little loud. Greetings to Nolani Bouchard. Oh, wonderful person. I don't know. The mic's pretty far away, so maybe Ian, tell me how I'm sounding now. I'll try and maintain enough distance. And Nolani, if you want to come on to the show, you're more than welcome. I'll try and call Ian and Marky Milk, who is our dear friend Mark Haish. Anthony Michael LeRose is a wonderful human being. Shalom, shalom. The boyfriend of or ex-boyfriend, or former intimate of our dear Amy Como. And so there we have all of that. Douglas Marks, welcome aboard. Clarice Claudette, what a wonderful human being. So I'm still adapting. Rick Deckard, so welcome to him. T-Tank was here earlier. David Fitzsimons. All right, so everybody, my Skype is, I'm going to put this in the text box, my Skype ID is Douglas Dietrich 1. Douglas Dietrich, all lowercase, all one word, and the numeric 1. Okay, so I'm putting that in there for Nolani Bouchard. All she needs to do if she has Skype is to send me a Skype contact request. Hopefully I can nab that in time, and then we would bring her aboard onto the call itself if she wishes. Now let's see if I'll call Ian and Mr. Mark H, since they both seem to have been in the chat, and let's see if we can get something established and anchor this call, then bring everybody else aboard and take it from there. Where the hell is Ian? So Andrei Nemerzhizhitsky is in Germany, is basically got a do not disturb up as well, and hopefully he's doing well enough. Hey, it's ringing. See if there's a response. Oh my god. What a day it's been. So thrilling. Eric Cradle says, DDD, you sound perfect. Oh, bless you, Eric. Thank you so much. Profoundly appreciate it. And so glad to everyone who's joining us. And let's see who we can get to help me anchor the call. Go through my usual refreshments and then come back. Now, some people may think we're unfair to Joe Tai, saying he's subconsciously competing. But hey, that's the way they would look at it in Scientology, and I don't think it's a, shall we say, inappropriate. It's certainly conceivable to me. Our man Ian says he's working from home. Let's see if he is working from home right now. There we are, dear man. Okay, so let's see who else we can bring on. Dear Ian, can you hear me?
Yeah. Let me go turn the machines off.
Sure, that would be appreciated. That's fine. He's gone mute. Let's see who else I can bring on. And let's see who would tolerate being brought on. And I'll have to remember who is not in the... For some reason, George Knight doesn't show up anymore when I'm going through the easily accessible favorites, so I'll remember to type him in. I noticed he didn't show up at all the last time, so hopefully things are going well with him. I do know that a number of people have asked about Brendan Zogit, and so I want people to know that I hope he's okay. He went on vacation, and it seems like he never came back. Not sure what to make of it. I have sent messages to his Facebook Messenger. He has opened them, or the person who killed him and stole his cellular unit has opened them and never responded. So maintain him in thought and prayer is the best we can do. Matter of fact, might as well call him just to see if he responds at all. And of course, can't do that to Brooke because she's added the she's got that do not disturb. Our man came on camera for a few moments. Ian West there. So at least.
Yep.
Yeah, and so tell us what's been going on with yourself, things that you're involved with. Glad that you woke up and could join us. Yeah, and Troy Bellamy joined as well.
We got a lot of good news.
Excellent.
We got a lot of good news.
So Troy, our man Ian's got a lot of good news. Let's have him share this with us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Troy might be able to back me up on this because this is a little bit of Florida news. So did you hear about them categorizing the COVID-19 shots as bioweapons?
No.
The Space Coast?
How about you, Troy?
No, I had not heard that.
You haven't heard that?
Are you all right, Troy? You sound really sleepy.
Yeah, I was a little sleepy.
Holy shit! Yeah.
What's wrong with you, Troy? You on that scissor?
Man, yeah, it sounds like he's on dope.
No, I have my sleep app machine.
Oh, okay.
Oh, fuck! No wonder. Jesus Christ, he's.
That sounds like you were sipping on that perk.
Yeah, he's intubated. He's fucking intubated.
That's what got me sleep.
Sorry about that. Didn't mean to.
No problem.
Yes, and so but go on, Ian. Tell us more about this good news. Our man Troy is obviously somewhat incapacitated, indisposed at the moment.
You can call us back, Troy, if you'd like.
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm listening.
Yeah.
Well, the city council down in Space Coast, Florida, they draft together this bullet points of like studies and facts and shit about the COVID-19 vaccine that states it's a bioweapon biologically and technologically, or how do I say that? Like like technologically it is a bioweapon and scientifically it's a bioweapon. They've drafted up like 12 different documents, and now they're waiting to get all this shit turned in and trying to get all 50 states aboard on it.
Okay.
That's interesting. What's the group that put this together? Is this
it's supposed to be the Cape Canaveral folks, whatever they those folks that they like I said, they put all this together, and they're waiting to get a final Hancock on it to have it in stone and then set.
Wow.
And it's gonna make all these clinics around here stop giving out this bioweapon.
Oh my God. Now I'll tell you something. Our man Ian sent me a link, and again I dismissed it as bogus. It turned out it was entirely true. I don't know whether to be impressed or appalled. Impressed that Ian again found something, and so I just want people to know there's stuff Ian comes up with, and I do tend to dismiss it out of hand, and but sometimes often enough where I do bear it in mind and have to qualify it to our listeners that it might be something worth looking into. Certainly, he sent me something about Robert Kennedy Jr. And what he had said, and I just thought, oh, this is ridiculous. If this individual said this, it's the end of his political career. Or he's certainly done irreparable damage to himself. He certainly can't run for president. But it's turned out it was completely true. The fucker said exactly what Ian's link had said he said. So, yeah, I'll try and do some analysis on that. If not tonight, then on Sunday. And, of course, this is, probably another big irritant to Brooke if... it's so. Did you ever manage to speak to her, Ian
No.
or Troy? No, neither one of you
No,
gentlemen.
she didn't.
Yeah,
sent her a
I spoke
message,
to
but
her.
she didn't get back.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So our man Troy sent her a message. She didn't get back to you, and Ian, you spoke to her. So yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. She gave me a good shouting fest.
Oh my God. So what happened? What exchange was made? What'd she say about me?
No. I played her the clip of me saying that about these underground labs finding a fingerprint for one race, and once she heard that, oh God, dude, I'm talking just I couldn't say anything for a good 20 minutes. Like I thought she was gonna blow the speaker on my phone up,
Oh my God. Why would that? I mean, I can understand that someone could disagree that this technology is extant, but was she upset about, what was it about her that upset her?
And what made her upset was that she couldn't understand what I was saying, so therefore, she just went into automatic defense mode and then just started screaming nonstop, constantly for 20 minutes straight.
Wow. That's, are you I guess I shouldn't ask.
I wish I would have recorded it.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Did you ask why she's angry with me?
No, but I did get some and ah in there a couple of times in that 20 minutes, but that was about it.
Then what happened? Why did it stop? She hung up?
I just hung up. I couldn't take it anymore.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, there you go. Maybe we should change the topic before I get into any more trouble. It's sad. It's sad. I think after kind of not, I'm not ruminating on it or dwelling on it, but per se, but obviously my mind can't help but turn to it. I think I know what she got upset about. But I don't know. I think, but I'm not.
She didn't mention anything to me about being upset.
Yeah, you heard her on the last episode before tonight's.
No, but I'm talking about this time. She didn't say she didn't even say she was upset.
Yeah, well, she certainly left me plenty of messages, like we were still in that time frame, like we were still in the moment. I mean, she left me messages cussing me out. Well, one message, it was cussing me out, and then the time I tried to call her, she cussed me out and hung up. Basically, I said a few things, but then they were obviously not the right things, and then well, there you go with that. So I think I ultimately know what it was, but it's something that's probably best not mentioned right now. And with that, our man Ian's back on camera. You said you had a lot of good news. What's this other good news?
Yeah, okay. The other thing is, I'm trying to pull up these articles right quick, but apparently a tornado ripped through North Carolina, and it destroyed one of these COVID-19 places. Let me pull up the article because I don't want to say it wrong. I want to say it's Pfizer. I might be wrong. It might have been a Pfizer lab. But let me pull up the article because I don't want to say the wrong fucking place. And but I'm pretty sure it was Pfizer. Which that's pretty cool because I didn't know it was tornado time this. I didn't know it was tornado this time of year in North Carolina or whatever.
Wow. Well, while you're doing that, Troy, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So, Troy, how much of my images did you see before you left my presentation, so to speak, my lecture? I was drawing out a number of images to explain to you about the question that you had asked, and while I was addressing that, I had found out you had left. Just basically left this little message in the text saying, "Oh, I'm going to sleep. I'll catch the rest later." It was like so. How much of the images I was drawing up did you see on our latest episode Sunday night before you took off?
I saw quite a bit. I mean,
What do you
And
remember?
then I usually,
yeah,
what I usually do is if I'm sleepy
yeah,
or if I'm not on Skype, I'll just listen to you on YouTube. I'll go live,
yeah.
I'll go to your YouTube feed and I'll listen to you
Uh-huh.
as I'm going to sleep.
Uh-huh.
I do that every Wednesday and Sunday. So,
No, definitely
but
appreciate
I
it.
saw
Yes.
quite a bit. No, I saw quite a bit of the maps and the other
Okay.
things you were drawing, that
Okay.
you were showing us as you were going through the lecture.
So
Your
you participated. You stayed on long enough to see beyond what I was saying about the so-called Hitler controversy and how this was similar to both the Soviets and the Communist Chinese. How Americans also distort reality per their agenda. And then I got into the maps of the Ukraine and.
Right.
So you did see that. Okay, good. So then you
Yes.
saw that. All right. Okay. So that's important. So I appreciate that. And
Yeah.
yeah. Aside. So
Let me
thank you.
let me
Thank you.
let me chime in on one thing.
Of course.
Ian, I know you came up with the link and you're talking about what's going on in Cape Canaveral. They're trying to pass certain legislation, and DeSantis is the kind of governor he probably would try to pass that or sign something like that. But I'm telling you right now, in the state of Florida, even today, there are a lot of people still wearing their masks. There's actually more people now wearing masks.
I agree.
Kind of
I've
caught
seen
me
it.
off
I've
guard.
seen it.
And there are a lot of people who are asking for the vaccine. My wife is a pharmacist, and she's a licensed immunizer. And there are still people lining up to get boosters and other things like that. Even some people who for the first time are getting their shots. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see. But there's so many things going on. Even down here in Sarasota, there's a person who caught the malaria. I think.
Yeah, I was worried about that.
Yeah. So I mean, it's going to be an interesting interplay to see politically how people react to this, especially as people start now wearing more masks, and see if there's going to be. I think people have gotten used to it. And again, if there's some evidence that COVID, that the vaccine is creating health risks or something like that, I don't think it's going to be labeled as a bioweapon. I don't think that'll ever get past CDC or anything like that, but it's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out in these small counties in Florida.
Mm-hmm. Good. So great.
Well, they're still going to ask for the other 49 states to join in on this. So that's another hurdle they have to get through. But if they do get through it, it's all like Donkey Kong,
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's so I want to thank both of you gentlemen for that. And when it comes to what we were discussing with COVID, I just want everyone to know that at the seaside photography session, I caught a cold, and but got over it relatively quickly using some wonderful things sent to me by people such as, of course, colloidal silver and the some nano silver. Now, of course, this is something that my doctor feels is dangerous. You don't want to overuse that, and so rather than giving it to myself on a basis of where I was taking it with my vitamins, which is about 3 times a week, because I spend a lot of the week sleeping when I'm not involved with something. It's these transmissions and then sleeping. I'm kind of on for 2 days and off for 2 days, up for 48 hours basically, and asleep for 48 hours. I don't sleep 48 hours straight, but I sleep a good deal of that 48 hours. But when it comes to that stuff, it helps me feel well right away, essentially. Not immediately, but within 24, 48 hours. But I had to go up to the corner store just recently, and there was some white guy who just stood next to me. Looked nothing. San Francisco, I know, but didn't look gay. Didn't look, my gaydar wasn't like pinging with this guy.
Going off, yeah.
Yeah, he just looked like some regular schmo, older white guy who like ran a business or something or worked all his life, but he felt some need, whatever the fuck it was, to just rub up right against me. Like, swear to God, if I don't come down with COVID, I'll feel like it's a miracle that I didn't. I know our friend in Germany doesn't even believe in COVID, but obviously, believe me, COVID, it's out there. It was out there, and it's still out there. I mean, there's still people dying every day of COVID. So believe me.
Was the guy's skin shimmering?
No. But thank you for asking.
He wasn't infected then.
Well, my God, I don't know if that's
the skin is shimmering. Then they're infected because the shimmering are the parasites.
Oh, okay. Well, he may have been a little sweaty. Maybe he was a little like reflective.
Okay, well that would cause some concern too.
Yeah. Yes. Oh God.
Just saying.
Oh my God. Thank you. Well, hopefully it doesn't manifest in the next 48 to 72 hours. And, sometimes it can take days to manifest, but that was like,
Just take a salt bath. Go
Salt
get you
bath.
some salt. Take a salt bath. Soak that shit in there. Bury yourself in a salt bath.
Okay.
You'll be fine.
By the way, that's always
Salt will kill it.
good advice. It's always good advice. People really need to appreciate these salt baths. Yes. And so tell me
Don't burn them up.
Yes. Oh my God, Amanda, you joined us. Jesus Christ, Amanda, please. You've got to be aggressive, be assertive. Yeah, I mean, be like, well, I don't want anyone to be like Brooke, but, kind of be like Brooke, get yourself out there. Yeah. Amanda, honey, is that a cough? Is that a cough, darling? Honey?
No, that was me.
Oh, okay. That's our man Ian. Yes, of course. So honey, I'd like to introduce you to the lads. This is Mr. Troy Bellamy, teacher at Florida, and his educational system failed when it came to Ian West, and now Ian West is on the loose, and we're all dealing with the repercussions. Troy Bellamy regrets it so much he comes back on the show just to provide further guidance and remedial education. Yes, but
yes, this is my penance.
Yes, penance. Yes,
penance. Yeah.
And so that being specified, Ian West is a wonderful individual, and he's been, I don't remember whether you met him before or not on our calls, but both of you gentlemen, this is the lovely lady Amanda Yu, who wanted to become my sponsor, and then her entire family, or at least the ones that we would care about, her husband is a lot like Brooke Gibson's husband or some other husbands that we can mention. They're all just, they're non-entities. They're just like some kind of like garbage that somehow came into these people's lives and basically served as nothing more than sperm donors. No, don't
you remember I'm the one that guessed her dad worked where Von Braun was?
Oh, that's right! Oh my God! Yeah! So, honey, yes, and you know at least one of these gentlemen, but so, yes, then here's Troy Bellamy, and I want people to know, Troy, I want in particular to know that after she tried to become my sponsor, her family, or minus the husband, who we don't care about anyway, her two children and her were in the car, and two trucks of the same make and model and without any license plates and the same paint job, two identical trucks, boxed her in and ran her off the road along with her children. And what saved her children was their incredibly large dog, whose breed I always forget, but he's really big. Doberman. What is he? What was he? He was, honey? He was like...
He was Great Dane.
Great Dane. Thank you. Great
Awesome.
Dane. He was Mr. What did they call him? Marmaduke. So her dog was named Kronk, and Kronk, the Marmaduke, come to life. He chewed the kids' safety belts. That's what saved their lives. But she was, so they tried to kill her, but she was injured so terribly it took years to get the insurance to care for her. So she's been through hell, been through the ringer, and of course her husband's this piece of shit, just like Brooke Gibson's, and they always try to come back. They never want to leave. So Amanda, say hello to Troy, and of course you've already known Ian, and say what else you want to do to the public to introduce yourself. And I'm so glad you could join us, and tell us about what adventures you've been through lately, before Ian tells us the rest of what other good news he might have as well.
Sure. Nice to meet you, Troy.
Yes.
And Ian, nice to
meet you
talk
too.
again.
Hi, Amanda.
And I don't have anything new to add except, just the regular crazy
Yeah.
life of a mother and working and shit that I've got going on. So,
Well, I always think of your kids as being very young, and of course, not having caught up with any of that. How like big are they now? I mean, is like, could you give their age, or you don't want to, or just like how
oh,
things?
I don't mind. My son, he just turned 17.
Oh my God!
And yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
It's scary.
Oh my God, that's scary. Oh my God, that's fucking scary. That's 17. What?
Yes.
Then he's in high school.
Yep.
And what's it
This
like
is
for
his senior year.
what?
This is his senior year.
Yeah. Oh my God. Why are they graduating early these days? Didn't the kids graduate at 17?
No, he will turn 18 like the week before he graduates.
Oh, okay. Wow. Oh my fucking God. It's like,
Yeah.
well, what's it like now? I mean, then, so is he like, how did you handle all this? That's like, and his sister's younger, right?
Yeah, she's 15.
Oh my God. So it's like, well, still a baby then. Like, kind of. I mean, in the minds of us old people. So, like,
They're totally still babies to me. I keep calling them kids and their friends' kids, and
yeah. Oh my God.
totally.
No, yeah. And like, well, like, what size is he? Big? I mean, like, tall. Not anything.
I know. No, he's 6 foot. He's definitely looking down on his mom.
Oh my God. What does that feel like?
I feel short. I feel like an old lady.
Oh my God.
It's been nice because on one hand, there's a very big difference of what I can let them go do and certain responsibilities I can relax on and freedoms they have. And on the other hand, it seems like feel like I'm even busier than when they were, just middle schoolers or whatever. So
when we were helping you back in the days of Revolution Radio, they were truly just tads. They were just like,
yeah.
What? Oh my God.
Yeah.
I can't believe.
Well, my car accident was it happened 10 years ago. So Makai had just turned 7.
Yeah. Yes. Oh my God.
Jeez, I just said his name. Oh well. Sorry, bud.
No worries. No worries. They'll be fine. I mean, it's one of those things where nobody should be afraid of the enemy. You've just got to, just have to accept the fact that they're real, they're relentless, and they never stop their siege. But, you and I have lived this far, and your children have made it this far. I have every confidence that we'll all survive yet more years of
somehow.
Yeah. And oh my God, I am just so happy for you that they have made it this far and that you've made it this far to be with them. I'm sure they're happy about that too, I would like to think. Is that the impression that you get?
Yeah, no, so they definitely still are really scarred.
Yeah.
So I remember I had told you that I was doing deliveries during COVID, and I quit doing that because in Portland it got so goddamn scary, and I had just way too many crazy shit. It's hard to even like think of them and describe them, but for some reason this week, we were watching something on YouTube, and there was this one crazy guy with crazy eyes, and they were talking about how he went out to murder somebody. There's a Portland serial killer on the loose here. I don't know if you guys have heard about that or talked about it.
Well, tell us about it. And you're our correspondent. And oh my God. Yeah.
Well, so they've tied it to, I think, 4 girls, which they spent the last month or so trying to tell everybody that there is no serial killer, and that these 6 women that have been found had nothing to do with the serial killer and weren't attached in any way. And they're now backtracking and talking that at least 3 or 4 of the victims are definitely connected, and they have somebody in custody that they believe is him.
Mm-hmm.
A neighbor told me that a neighbor told her it was her husband, and he had actually been convicted of murder before. And Kate Brown, that was our governor, she just got replaced after our last election. She released a whole bunch of convicts.
Oh my God.
Gave a lot of clemency, and a lot of them were just like in California, Newsom. sex offenders, violent offenders, murderers, and a lot of pedophiles. They got released, and this dude is supposedly one of them.
Oh my
And
God.
so I don't know if, because this came through a neighbor, I don't know if this is the same guy that they have in custody, because we do have another serial murder suspect that the police are looking for, but that one is not on the news. So I live in a wonderful neighborhood.
Yeah. Oh my God. As always, just so alarmed and so, honey. With this going on, I definitely feel for you. And what were these deliveries that you were talking about? Of course, the first time
Well,
yeah.
First, I was a private carrier, and I was doing supplies to the fire departments and hospital workers because shit was on shutdown. So it ended up being a whole bunch of grocery shopping, actually, for the doctors and nurses and first responders. And then my contract got picked up by another professional courier service, and that turned full into they contracted fully into the food delivery. So I was just booking both jobs from both sides, and I was all around Portland Metro. It was during the Black Lives Matter and COVID shutdown, the protests that we had here, which were totally 100% violent. There were a lot of peaceful marches, whatnot, blah, blah, blah. But I have horror story after horror story. I have just wanting to get home and hoping to God I make it home.
Well, you were in cars that became surrounded at various times, right?
Yep.
Share some of this.
Yep. God, the really bad time was there was a Chinese family restaurant, and they were just trying to kick out orders as fast as they could. And so I was over there just helping them out. And all of a sudden, the march came down one way, and SWAT and police came up the other way. And my car was surrounded literally right in between, guns pointing at me on my driver's side, because the protesters were throwing shit. And they did have guns drawn. And luckily, there were some other peoples who were in cars that were supposedly a part of the march, and they were helping the people who were throwing shit at the cops, were getting in the cars, and they were doing getting out of there. And so some of the chicks that had the microphones, they thought I was a part of the pickup. So I just played along, and they got me to a side road, and I was able to get the hell out of there.
Wow.
But it was just ridiculous and scary.
Yes, thank you. Oh my God, I cannot even imagine. And of course, I'm certain you and I will need to speak privately about any developments that might be more personal in nature. But I'm hoping, in a general sense, as we all know, obviously your husband is someone who I just basically shit and piss all over as this. I take it, hopefully, that has he made it back? He's been kind of like trying to reinsert himself. Is that something you'd rather discuss privately, or is there publicly a general thing you can say that he just hasn't made it, or what?
He did make it back over to Portland.
Oh shit. Okay. Oh God, and sorry to hear that. So I hope you've taken means to, kind of shield yourself. Let's just put it that way. And aside from that being said, however, how are your animals in general? I pray that they are. Tell us a bit about what the menagerie is comprised of now at this point. You never did get another Kronk. I know he's irreplaceable, but certainly we've discussed the potential for another Great Dane or something similar for security. Anything come to mind? No candidate presented themselves?
Not yet, and I do have some special needs consideration of what animal I would bring in and bring over. It still really, really hurts. I feel guilty. I know he was old and sick, but it still stings really bad. So my other dog, which was a puppy from my dad's dog, So she's kind of my last link to my dad in ways. Her health is failing.
Of course.
Pretty quick.
Right.
She's 17. So I kind of figured it, unless something else pops up, I will take in a rescue in a heartbeat. But I kind of want to give her a safe space and let her live out her last. It could be weeks. She could last months. But I'm just kind of watching that, taking a back seat a wee bit. I still have chickens and rescue chickens and the peacocks, and I've done some rehoming after doing some fostering for some baby skunks who were caught in a trap around the corner.
Oh, wow.
That was crazy, but they got released. That was fabulous. So those little guys are gone. I still have my little rescue squirrel who tried to go back outside and reestablish himself in the world, but he had a couple really bad days and came back in.
Right.
So his little sanctuary spot. So he probably won't be able to fully release into the wild.
Well, I certainly sent you that article. You can tell people about it, how squirrels were some of our great American pets, pets of the founding fathers and the like.
Yeah, they used to be pets, way back. So did weasels and ferrets. They were very much known as upper class or sophisticated or scholarly pets.
Yeah.
They really are smart. They really are cute. They are a part of the rodent family. But they really are special, and they're definitely special and sweet with my kids. Buddy, that's his name. He goes and curls up in my son's bed every morning after he runs around and does his thing. And every time you're hurt or have an owie or the kids anything, he just comes over and he will lick your wounds or sniff or cuddle, and he's very affectionate. Squirrels are quite interesting, but they're also crazy. I don't suggest just going up and trying to grab a squirrel in the wild. They are quite vicious, so definitely be careful and all. But some people say that they're very good eating.
Wow.
I'm not one of them, but whatever floats your boat, I guess.
Well, you also want to be careful because in Arizona, I don't know, were they ever carriers of the Black Plague in Arizona, or any of them southwestern states? I guess people would have to research that.
I don't recall that.
Okay.
I could see it though. I mean, poor little guys. I do know that they have been quite common with rabies in certain outbreak areas, but yeah, I don't know about that. That would be interesting to find out. But they were definitely, there's a lot of really beautiful old paintings. That was in your artwork you sent to my kids. That I showed them that. I was like, see, Douglas knows, and because we've always had those. And yeah. It's having a little squirrel on your shoulder. It's definitely interesting.
Yes. Oh my God. That's wonderful. And so you.
I used to. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go on, please.
Oh, I was just going to say, as a kid living in the mountains in eastern Oregon, I used to always walk around in the woods, and I would just pet squirrels and bunnies and the deer, and it's just kind of really cute and nostalgic seeing my kids with the squirrel, even though he's inside. He's missing a finger, and he does have a deformed arm, but he gets around good.
Yes. Well, animals do that so long as you don't treat them as somehow crippled or disabled. They will not act as such. Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Definitely. We make him climb, and we always did since he was little, and he just acclimated to doing what he needed to do to get around.
Mm-hmm. That's amazing, and so I'm so glad you were able to join us tonight, honey. I mean, good God, with the difficulties we've been having, certainly they've done everything they can to prevent our communications, but we've always managed, and now that you're here, it just feels so much better. And Ian, was there anything else you wanted to say that comes to your mind? I'm certain our dear Mandy would have her own impressions of some of what you share, and I welcome them. So Ian, anything else comes to mind about some of this good news you were willing to share?
Are you guys seeing the screen?
Okay, this is always. I'm always looking at this with trepidation whenever he asks that question.
Is it coming through?
I see white. I see a lot of white. Okay, now I see something. A destroyed building. Okay, ooh, what happened to this building? What?
It was the Pfizer building that this tornado destroyed.
Oh my goodness.
So it was Pfizer.
Okay.
So this is it right here.
Wow.
So I'm thinking since they said this shit in Florida about the shit being a bioweapon, I bet you they turned on the HARP and destroyed this building to get rid of all the evidence.
Well, that's quite a conclusion. I
bet you that's what's happened. I bet.
Well, it certainly seems synchronistic. It's
exactly, because this didn't happen until they announced that shit that they said in Florida.
Mm-hmm. And well, I mean, oh my God, I am well, like I said, I don't necessarily.
That'll destroy some evidence.
Yeah, well, certainly, that's no denying that. So thank you. Yeah, and so our man Ian, he doesn't trust the shots, or are there shots you will take? I mean, you are concerned about malaria. Yeah,
I'll do vitamin B shots and vitamin C shots.
Okay. Well, are you do acknowledge the existence of diseases like malaria, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good. But or rather, he's not denying COVID, but you feel that COVID was designed. Is that?
No, I just said this batch was tainted.
No, of shots. You're saying that the batch of
this
shots.
round of batch. They were tainted.
Right. And but again, but you feel COVID is a parasite, right? Or tell us what your stance is.
COVID stands for Certificate of Vaccine Identification.
Okay. You feel it's an acronym.
COVID-vid is another thing.
Okay. But
it's apples and oranges.
Okay. Well, definitely Ian has his own stance on this, and but certainly I don't want to catch COVID, and I wish I had a mask when I was next to this guy who was just it was just for us, whatever reason, felt he needed to really practically dry hump me the other day in the corner store up here on Russian Hill. So, honey, how about yourself? Have you and your children managed to avoid COVID all this time?
I'm pretty sure that we caught it before everybody had like the headache and whatnot, because the sickness that we gotten, it was like December or January it sounded textbook of what they were coming out and shut down in, like, it was March or April when they started shutting down and declaring it an outbreak or whatever. And we've gotten pretty gnarly sick ever since then. But we didn't get sick every time.
Okay.
But I definitely we did pass it through. And there were a lot of kids at my children's school did have it.
Okay. Wow. That's and so you're glitching a little bit. So is this because of do you have a microphone, or are you in front of your computer? Are you using a laptop or a PC?
No,
cell phone.
I'm on my phone and I didn't move. Yeah.
Okay, so your phone's glitching a little bit. Make certain it's in a good cell area and that it's plugged in to maintain charge. And aside from that, your stance on the shots are pretty much the same as mine. You will take them, I presume, right? You and the kids have taken them, I presume, like I did. I took the original Johnson & Johnson and then the boosters. So if you wish, you can relate your history with that, and Troy's welcome to share with us, his own experience. We know Ian's taken other forms of treatment.
Yeah, but you're in a Democrat state. They didn't taint the shots in Democrat states. They only attacked red states.
Oh my God!
No.
That's true. That's true. I'm sorry, boy, but facts are facts. All there's to it.
Okay, I mean, I'm yeah. It's one of these things where I do feel that Ian has his stance. He has a stance, and well, you got to credit him. He stands by his conclusions. So
well, I know. I know. I've seen the evidence.
Okay, well, I mean, I appreciate you're sharing that, and I'm not going to attack it. I definitely, at some point we'll probably get into talking about COVID again, simply because it's from a historical perspective at this point, even though it's still very much with us, like history is. I do want to emphasize that certainly the deaths were higher in red states than they were in blue states. There's different, shall we say, perspectives as to why, but that could be considered an explanation. And personally, I think it's because many of the people in red states refused to get shots, but probably because they were told by people who read the stuff Ian read that the shots were poison or tainted.
Well, 99% of all the deaths were people that had the shot.
I don't know about that, but
yeah, that's facts. Yep, that's another little statistic I read about.
Well, again, to maneuver the conversation towards something that I certainly will stand with. Yeah. Anyhow, Ian showed me that link about what Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said, and it turned out everything that Ian said was true.
Yeah,
Robert F. Kennedy did say
the race-specific thing came out last year, or not last year, but about 9 months ago. And this dude named Harry Vox, who has a show, pulled up all the fucking paperwork on it, and he read it. Like, that's how this all got in the hands of the public. Is
that how Robert Kennedy took it and ran with it? Is it?
No. This was actual paperwork on the COVID-19 being race specific.
Okay,
because of the size of the ACE2 receptors.
Okay, so I will have to respond to that, and I will respond to that if not tonight, then on Sunday.
Ask JFK about it. He knows all about it.
Yeah, I'm sure he would. RFK, you mean RFK Jr. RFK Jr.
RFK. Sorry, yeah.
Right.
Ask him. He knows all about it.
Yeah, I'm sure. He knows. Let's say he's got the narrative. He's got that narrative. RFK Jr. So such being said, Andy, our man Troy went mute because I suspect somebody's talking to him in his home. He does have a family. They probably checked in on him because he had to pull himself off life support to talk on the phone. He'd participate in the phone call because he was on the CPAP machine. And of course, when he first was speaking to us, it was awful because the CPAP blows his tongue deep down into his throat and chokes him on his own tongue with gale force winds and shit. So yeah, he had to pull off. He had to remove himself from intubation to participate. And at the time he was talking, it was like he had to remove the tongue from the back of his throat where it was lodged and shit. So it had this horrible gurgling sound effect, like it's like Moonchild talking to me from the other end of the phone. So, darling, what about your tell us about like you said, you had the disease before it was cool, and your kids. But you're over it now, right? There was no long COVID, right? And you all got your sense of smell and taste back, right?
Oh, yeah, totally.
Oh, thank God. And you sound so much better now, wherever the fuck you're at. Thank God.
I didn't move. I didn't move my phone. I am sitting in my driver's seat in my driveway.
You're in your car! You're in your car!
Yes.
Oh, my God. So why is that more comfortable in your car, or you're just afraid your kids will hear all this weird shit and freak out?
Oh, I hear all the weird shit on their end.
Okay.
It's my car is definitely the most private spot I'm allowed.
Okay,
for
so
sure.
You just like it. You just like it because okay. Yeah.
I can at least see them coming instead of just a door opening. And if I ever go in the backyard, even if I have headphones on, my peacocks always call when I'm talking to you. Yeah. Just like my dog used to always get noisy whenever we would talk.
Oh, that's right. That's so weird. Yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know if you heard our latest episode. Ian rescued me from fucking Joe Ty was snoring louder every time that I would get emphatic. It was awful. Ian, I mean, do you agree with Peter, Ian, that Peter's convinced that Joe Tai was subconsciously in some competition with me, that he couldn't attack me consciously, but subconsciously there's some kind of resentment, and that he was acting out on this while he was asleep and just snoring louder every time that I would speak louder, and that he was like really it was almost bordering on the supernatural. When he fell asleep, his snores were first like at
It was so goddamn funny. It was so goddamn funny. And it was on cue too. Every time you get back going, just right there, it was genius.
Oh, it was, yeah.
Like you could have timed. It was the best slapstick probably in the history of randomness. You know.
I don't know if it was random. That's the point Peter was making. Was that
I thought it was absolutely brilliant. It was brilliant.
It was. Yeah, it was uncanny. So, honey, what he's referencing, what Ian's talking about, is that, and Peter said it was funny for a bit, but then after a while, he felt it just destroyed everything, and it's really is disturbing. And I don't know if I should hold this against Joe Tai or not. I mean, rationally, you cannot. But irrationally, the logic becomes, it speaks for itself. I mean, it's like in his sleep, if he was asleep, he was pushing the phone closer and closer to his mouth, almost intentionally, and his snores got louder and louder throughout the narrative. And then whenever I became emphatic, then on cue, he would just make his farts sound noises. It was just awful, these nose farts or throat farts that he was like belching out. But that being said, people can listen to that for their own amusement, and hopefully enough people seek it out for that to get educated in terms of what I was actually saying, if they can even hear it at all. But so Mandy, these things are like borderline supernatural, and I don't know how I got into that with you, but definitely, Mandy, just glad you're here.
Try to talk. It happens all the time to you.
Yeah. If it's not one thing, it's another, and so but Peter's convinced it was some kind of competition, that this guy was he was using this to sabotage the program. Who knows? It may be the case. Anyhow, Ian finally shut it down, got him muted, and that was pretty incredible. And later on, he just checked out. So that being said, honey, that's what got me into it, was you were talking about every time I used to talk with you, then the peacocks would come in. But that's because they sense me on the phone and they, want to, speak to the peacock angel, so to speak. And,
that did happen Sunday. I was mentioning that I kept having stuff come up, and other times I was just crazy, worked and passed out asleep. But this Sunday, my peacock started calling at night, and if you've had birds or been around birds, you know that they have different calls, and there's alarm calls, there's mating calls, there's food calls, there's just clucking and talking calls, and this was a sound that I haven't heard before. And my male, he just kept, it was almost like a mourning, like a sad. It felt very not disturbing, but sad. And I found out the next day, I had told you that I had to rehome some of my peacocks because I was afraid of them getting murdered.
Yes.
I maybe that sounds
sacrificed.
Extreme.
No, not. I think the best term.
They're my babies.
Yeah. Yes, understood. That murdered is not too extreme, and I call them just basically sacrificed in the most infernal, diabolical sense. Go on, honey. Yeah.
So one of the ones that I knew I had to protect, she was the only female of my original male and female, and that was the male who had been stolen from me for about a week, and he was returned in my driveway, and Kronk actually woke me up and informed me that somebody was even here, and that I found my boy out in the driveway. So this was his only surviving litter, P. And I found out that the night that my peacocks were doing this mournful call all night, the next day I found out from the gentleman who I took her in, she had passed away unexpectedly. She just had some peas of her own, and was healthy and fine, and they woke up and found her just cold and hard and dead out of nowhere. They're about 25 to 30 miles away from me, so there's no way that my guys here heard her, or there was no connecting calls whatsoever. So that was definitely synchronistic.
Yes. That's beyond synchronistic. This is a supernatural, a kind of paranormal connection. Somebody told us they're going to get back into the shower. Was that Ian said that? Let's see. Hey, I'll get back. Got to hop in the shower. Okay. So our dear man Ian is letting us know what he's doing. And so, honey, by all means, you've got these supernatural connections with the animals, and they're profound. And they've been profoundly traumatic all these years, and thank God you've survived them all, physically and psychologically. But they're certainly tragic, and just so well, we're so privileged to have you on with us to even be able to share any of this. And in terms of what else comes to mind with that, the constant attacks on the animals are of course meant to demoralize you. We don't want to dwell on the negative, but has the house itself become more friendly? I do describe to people that you live in Hell House on Haunted Hill. There,
And well, so last time we were talking frequently, I had shit popping up that hadn't been that active in probably a decade. It was kind of wild last summer. I hadn't had doors moving and things falling and turning on and off around me. I think we were on air one time when I was in my garage and I had that happen pretty hardcore. And I was telling you, it's rare that it happens when anybody else is around, let alone when I'm on the phone, let alone when it was live. Because usually my phone will die or shut off our call, and then we'll have some crazy shenanigans happening around my house. It got quiet for a while, and now I'm kind of having that mischievous kind of thing happen where things are going missing or things are showing up in the most ridiculous spots, and it's not evil, malicious, kind of scary moving stuff. It's more of I know I put my keys here, and I always put them here. And I think I told you before, when I had locked my keys in the car, and I know that I did not. I have never locked my keys in the car my entire life. Literally 100%, we'll swear to God. And I know I brought them in, and they were in my car. So that's kind of happening again, where it's a bit more like things disappearing and reappearing. So I guess as far as things go, that's nice because things have definitely been really, really ridiculous and scary before,
right?
In surges. So I guess it's bearable. Even though it's incredibly frustrating and ridiculous. But I used to get locked out of my house all the time. And I consistently have to change my door handles and get the locking doors handles that if you lock them, you can't turn the handle, so when you're walking out or walking in, you can test the door handle. And I would used to stash keys outside in all sorts of secret spots, because no matter what I would do, I would get locked out.
Right.
And keys would stop working. I've been through more door handles and light bulbs than any other normal homeowner. It's kind of ridiculous.
Right.
But thankfully I haven't been locked out recently. I hope I didn't just jinx myself.
Right. No, hopefully not. And but hey, cross ourselves, knock on wood, and all the rest of that. And so, darling, what about you said you have some paw prints of Kronk that you ultimately intend to get bronzed or something like that?
I do. My vet is still holding on to them because God, I know this sounds pathetic or sad, but it just hurts. I'm going to get them. They are holding on to them for me. I am going to give them to my kids, but it feels painful. It usually pictures and memorabilia. It's supposed to make you feel good and maybe sad sometimes, but remember. But right now, it's still just because I don't know, because what happened with Kronk and how quickly he turned and went downhill, and the vet was even telling me like he doesn't understand it, he doesn't know what's going on, but he was in pain and needed to get out of it. I just feel like it was another attack. I don't know. So I feel guilty. That's probably what it is. It's probably guilt. And soon it will be, I'll get through different processes and I'll be okay. But my vet's wonderful, and they are holding on to them, and I'll probably just get them sent to my kid.
Right. And so the vet, how they must have been with you throughout this entire journey, or was it different vets? Or the same vet has known you throughout so many of these tragedies that have befallen your personal collection of creatures?
This one is different because it did happen during COVID. My original vet wasn't able to see us, but and the ones that I do need to take the birds to and the squirrel to are also different. Same with the Audubon Society. I work with them for my rescues, but these guys I would go to for like the emergency services, like we need surgery now. My Dane has had several. He has eaten quite a few things he never was supposed to. So we did have some issues. There was one time that he got a fever out of nowhere and he was dying. And these guys just saved his ass, and they just started cooling him down and pumping him full of fluids and antibiotics. And we never knew what that was. And so I kind of suspected that was also...
like an occult attack.
Yeah, because when Kronk did pass away, I also did have two cats that passed away within a couple of weeks of each other. And my one cat, she was old, and how fast she went downhill and went under, I do kind of mainly place that on old age. Except my other cat was only 6 years old, and he was perfectly healthy, and he passed away out of nowhere. I came home from work one morning. Kid said he wasn't eating, wasn't looking good. We were watching him, and as I was trying to get him ready to go to the vet, he died in my arms. That was. And then Kronk went, I don't know, a week maybe right after that.
Yes.
So yeah.
It's so upsetting, all of it, of course. And aside from all of that, darling, more happy times. The obvious, how far up in grades does the Montessori school system go? And by the way, I found out the other day that Brendan Zogit, maybe you knew this, you might remember Brendan Zogit, who went on vacation and, as far as I know, may not have returned. Like I said, somebody opened his messages. I sent him 2 messages, that one while he was on vacation and the other while he was supposed to be back. And both of these were opened, but there was no response. So either he's opening his messages and not responding, or whoever killed him and took his cell phone is opening his message and not responding, which is also possible. And certainly I've known enough people where negative things have happened to them that after a while you just, roll with it. This may have happened and this person may no longer be with us, and you just take that into account as, you just go on with your life. It's one of these things. Right. But in terms of what you might remember about him, I don't know, but I found out that he went to Montessori schools. I believe I'm pronouncing that correct. Let me know if I'm not, but the same kind of schools that you were a teacher in. So how high does one go in these schools before, you're no longer, before the schools, how high a grade level do they teach? Because your kids, I presume, are both out of them now, right? Out of their range of that. Maybe not your daughter, but certainly your son, right? He went to a high school that I believe was probably different, some sort of public school or something. Tell us a bit about this.
Montessori goes to, now not everybody, but it has to be offered, obviously, but it can go up to 12th grade graduation.
Wow, you mean like high school? Like high school, right?
Right, they can. So a lot of the Montessoris are, especially in Alaska where I taught, they are connected to the public schools. So
Okay.
there is a liaison. Not every Montessori, not in every state. I can't speak for every school. They some are private. Some are connected with the charters. Some are full-on separate private school, but all they have to do is have whatever accreditation their state requires. Some Montessoris are definitely just elementary, and they don't offer a middle school or a high school age grade, and those kids just kind of either go on to private charter or integrate into the public school. The school my kids are going to and where I taught last and volunteered, it is a community school. It's a not-for-profit, so it's not Montessori based, but it is also not tied to the public school system.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh my God, that's an incredible explanation. And but your kids, they're not. Are they still involved with that Montessori system in any way, or did they? They're like graduating through a different system at this point. Your son, I mean, soon. I mean, eventually.
Right.
Yeah.
They will be graduating through the Oregon Technical Umbrella public school system.
Mm-hmm.
Not Montessori.
Okay. Yeah. Both your children then. Okay.
Right.
And
Right.
So Troy, are you familiar with this Montessori system at all, or have you heard of this? I take it as an educator, you might be, or let's see if he's able to respond. He might be, of course.
Yeah, no doubt. I heard about the Montessori system,
Okay.
but from the elementary standpoint, my brother and I attended a Montessori school,
Wow.
and I couldn't tell you what the difference is. But I think it was a lot more disciplined and structured, and helped myself and my brother, but in elementary school.
Wow. Thank you so much for that. That's incredible. So your parents somehow made that happen. I'm impressed. This was Florida or a different state?
No, this was in Florida.
Okay.
This was in Florida.
So you spent your whole life in Florida.
No, actually, I was born in Delaware,
Okay.
and my parents are both from Florida.
Okay.
My dad was a semi-pro basketball or a pro basketball player. He played in the minor leagues, in Delaware, and we were born out. My brother and I were born there, and then when he retired, we moved back to Florida, my parents' hometown, Sarasota.
Okay. Wow. Incredible and very impressive. Thank you for sharing that. And what else?
The Booker School, the school that I went to, Booker School had a Montessori program, and as a matter of fact, it was a part of the system. I remember when George Bush was in Sarasota on 9/11, and the teacher whose classroom he was in, she was going over a Montessori style lesson with him. She's actually a personal friend of mine. So.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Does that bring anything to mind with you, Mandy?
Oh.
Just that I remember my kindergarten class right after 9/11, and because we live in Juneau, I was in Juneau at the time, and we have a huge military personnel there, and we had a lot of kids whose parents had been deployed or were about to be deployed. So I remember that day was really, really wild isn't a very kind word. It was surreal. It was very odd. Having 7-year-olds having to explain to them what happened and why their parents are leaving, or why other kids are sad or breaking down or not at class, and explaining because they had questions. That was a very interesting day being a teacher.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And does that bring anything to mind with you, Troy? Maybe.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, certainly it does. 9/11. I was working at I was a stockbroker and I was working for Charles Schwab, and the office was right around the corner from the beach. So I went outside that morning to see the motorcade pass by, and I just remember it going by very fast. It was like all the cars were on two wheels. It was like they were just bending the corner very fast. So I was like, this is very different. But and I remember waving. I didn't vote for Bush, but I was like, that's my president, so let me wave. And then by the time I got back inside the building, the news had hit that the first tower had been hit. So I was like, what's going on here? So it was a very strange day, a very, very strange day.
Oh my God! And the overall surreal effect. I mean, I forget now. Did you say you were at work? What? How did you try?
Yeah.
How did you
I
explain?
was at
Oh,
work.
that's right. You weren't a teacher yet. That's right.
No, I wasn't a teacher then. I was working, and we had just opened the office for a regular stock market day. But I could see everybody lining up along the motorcade route. I was like, oh, it's right outside my door, my office door. So I went outside and saluted and watched the motorcade go by and the Beast and President Bush. And by the time I got in, that's when the news hit. And, I could tell, I knew something was wrong because they were going by so fast. Usually presidential motorcade, you kind of, you can kind of see them waving. It was like, literally, they were on two wheels. They were just, it's like, oh my God, where are they going?
Incredible.
Yeah.
And thank you for sharing that. And Mandy, so how about you? Tell us about your experience that day. It must have been quite surreal as well.
It was. I think that's the best word for it. It was surreal. Especially being so far away, and New York, that was 4 hours ahead of me. And so it was extremely early in the morning when I found out. So that day was just absolutely wild.
Wow. And how did you try to... Now, were you teaching at that time?
Yes.
Okay. How did you explain this to the students? And do let the listeners know their age group. So of the students.
It's in age range of 3, and so we had 3 to 6 year olds, and we also had 4 to 7 year olds in the other age range. So we only spoke with very factually with the 5 to 6 to 7 year olds. And just had to it was mainly from the military angle, honestly, because we had so many military families. Have to explain that we were attacked, that we do have moms and dads that are being sent away, and we do have friends that are very confused and sad and are going to be saying goodbye to their parents or had to say goodbye. And we mainly talked a lot about that.
Okay.
That was, for the most part, the focus of us. And I remember the kids had a bunch of questions. I honestly don't remember them paraphrasing. A lot of them were, who did this, and why did they do this, and how come they did this, and what do we do now? And the kids were definitely not... The older ones were, but still at that age, the fully comprehending what they were hearing and seeing is you can only explain so much. And at the same time, these children who did have military parents have never had a parent deploy off to war before.
Right.
That hadn't happened in a long time, a very long time for this country. And so everybody was just very much kind of, oh shit,
Right.
frankly, and just being very much supportive of each kid and watching them very carefully and just making sure that we were a support system.
Right.
First and
Okay, excellent. So George Knight has joined us, and George, I definitely want you to know I'll hopefully Friday or Saturday this in America, which would be about Saturday, Sunday in England. Hopefully you and I can talk. Is that possible privately? Do you want to catch up with you privately for at least a little bit on Skype? Is that possible?
Oh, brilliant. Yes, please, Douglas. Yeah, that'd be wonderful. I'll keep an eye on my private messages from yourself. And thank you so much for having me on with you today.
Oh, of course, and welcome aboard. I want you to certainly join us, and I'll refresh myself for a few minutes and then come back. But definitely, now that you're here to talk with Amanda, Troy and Ian, of course, had their own little thing going on. And in terms of you're joining us, of course, I also want to speak to you here on air, and things will be, I guess, a little more peaceful right now because I don't know how to express it, but at any rate, I love Brooke dearly, but she's very angry with me, and I think I know why. But it's probably something I'd best discuss with her personally. But definitely, Mandy says she'll be right back. But when she comes back, then what I'll do is I'll take my refreshment then. But let's hold on for a little while, you and I, talking on stage, and catch us up on a little bit about whatever you feel comfortable sharing about what's been going on with yourself lately. How is everything in general? Family, work, all the rest of that. Catch us up a little bit on your, the human side of your story, so to speak.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, much appreciated. Yeah, no, everything's going very well, thank you, and everyone's good. I'm feeling well, and I'm doing well. I feel, and I just want to just let you know I'm on the road at this moment, so I'm actually at my first job, but it doesn't start. I don't have to be there until 8 a.m. our time. So I've got a good hour. I've arrived early to beat the traffic. So. And I just wanted to ask, can you hear any background noise in terms of the engine running? Because I'm on charge. My tablets and that are all on charge.
Wow! I don't hear anything. You sound like you're in
That's great.
Yeah, you sound like you're in an office room, as if you're in an office room, probably clearer than an office room because there's no air conditioning or anything in the background. So it sounds perfect. Perfect sound quality. And aside from that, what also stands out? Don't be afraid to go into what's going on in the political situation in England either. Just everything that's. What's going on that stands out that we should know about this side of the Atlantic. Yeah.
Yes, without going into there's so many things to bring up, Douglas. I've got so much to talk about. I was listening to the show 20 minutes prior to my arrival on the show. And so I was listening on, talking about COVID. I'm more than happy to talk about COVID, the origins of COVID, just so people got a better understanding about the origins of COVID and the extent of it, as you said, with the history. We're living through the history of it.
Yes.
And which is very important. And I actually I reviewed this little, of course, Piers Morgan, the former. He's got this. Show that he does, and it's funded by Rupert Murdoch. So he resigned over his how do you say it, like Mandy put it, paraphrasing stuff about what's her name Merkel.
Angela Merkel. Yes, go ahead.
Angela Merkel. Yeah. Oh, is it? Sorry, beg your pardon, I'm getting my names conflated. What's her name? I'm trying to think. Who married
Who married?
Yeah.
Who married who?
Yeah.
I might remember it then.
Yes. Oh God, what's her name? Sorry, it's so early in the morning. But at any rate, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
So he has his own show, daytime show now that I think it's I don't know if it airs on national television, but he was conducting an interview with two correspondents, two political. One of them was a former journalist for the New York Times. And so they're like political analysts, and they were talking about Nigel Farage, and he was the man that was what you would call the figurehead or the man leading Brexit.
That's right.
He has come out recently just to admit how Brexit has failed. It's not working. Right. So the man who was leading the UK into Brexit, saying that we should all vote in the referendum to leave the European Union, has now admitted it's now just downsided, plummeted. It's void. It's not working. It's non-viable.
Which most British people seem to feel.
It's a disaster.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
And
and
the majority, the polling now states that the majority of the people now regret voting Brexit, and they're actually turning towards, well, we need a new referendum, and that was 7 years ago. So they said there is no real excuse not to have another referendum, but people feel like, but what the Tory party under Boris Johnson, they were the ones leading the democratic vote. So the democratic vote for the nation was, we have to leave Brexit. So they were leading, they were the ones that were, they were sided with the nation, and they were sticking to the political side of things. We were doing it democratically, so they were sticking to the vote, the majority vote, that people want Brexit. So they were the ones that were, I'm trying to figure the word, supporting it, but then there is no...
Or promoting it, yeah, go on.
Yes, there is no economic solution for Brexit. There is no way of them coming up with any form of viable solution for us economically, because at the, I believe, the latest, is it the G7 summit or the G8 summit, the one that has been held recently? Yes. I cannot recall this, so I've not gone into any research or detail. It's just for what I listened to, just audibly listened to these correspondents talking, but they have now concluded that the UK are the lowest compared to every other nation state, every other nation
developed
in Europe.
At least, yeah.
Yeah, yes. And so, I'm putting this very much, in the most basic form of, I'm corresponding, or, I'm rephrasing everything that I've just listened to just very briefly. So it's not into any elaborate detail or anything like that, but just to put things into perspective, that we are the lowest. We're on the scale, on the chart, we're at the lowest point. And so it just proves, and Nigel Farage has come out and openly spoken and said that, yes, it has not worked, and that there is no economic strategy that the UK has come up with. And so we're on freefall, we're plummeting, economically speaking, on the world stage. It's just, it just shows you just how, and the thing is, and Piers Morgan was asking the lady, what was the American feeling? How did they feel? What was their impression of the UK conducting this referendum? And they said, well, they felt that it was just a ridiculous idea in the first place, why they would even do such why would they even conclude it? It was actually David Cameron was the one that initiated, who actually announced a referendum, and then he automatically resigned as soon as the majority vote voted for Brexit, and so that's when he resigned as Prime Minister of his administration, of his cabinet, and so he stepped down, and then that's when we had Theresa May come in, and so that's just to put that into perspective for people, that Brexit, and the guy who was leading it has admitted that it's failed.
Right.
So it just puts,
and do emphasize to our listeners just how Theresa May was, for many of them might not even remember who she is. She was in for such a brief amount of time. Yes. So if you could, explain a little bit of that.
Oh yeah, that was another failure. Yeah. Oh, that was another, absolute failure. She was trying to look at herself. She was trying to portray herself as the new Iron Lady, as the next. She was, the successor to Margaret Thatcher, the Iron Lady. So she was trying to portray herself in that sort of persona to the nation, which it didn't last for very long. She only was Prime Minister for several years, and until Boris Johnson took over. And that was to do with Brexit as well, the reason why she resigned. And then shortly after that, we had, after Boris Johnson, we had the other lady, the other individual, who was she lasted for as long as a cabbage will last for. So a cabbage, the life shelf of a cabbage, that's how long she lasted for in office. I can't even remember her actual name at this point in time, but it will come to me later. Mm-hmm. People look at now, we've got Rishi Sunak. And so, the Tories have been leading the way into, since the referendum. And but the man who was leading it, he was the what would you call, the head of the UKIP party,
right? United Kingdom Independence Party. Give me just a second here.
Yes.
So hold that thought, Mandy.
Yes.
Mandy, have you returned to us? Just let me question to make certain her audio is okay, because she said you won't believe this, which gives me the impression something happened. Then I'll bring up something that somebody said in the chat room, George, about what you're relating. So Mandy, you with us, honey? So let's see if she can get off mute. Unmute, Mandy. Unmute. Unmute, Mandy. And see if she's able to do that. And like I said, our poor dear friend Brendan Zogit, went on vacation, never came back, and hopefully is still alive. Everybody's thoughts and prayers for him. Somebody's opened the few messages I sent him, but I don't send many, and I leave them very vague in case somebody stole his cell phone and is just opening his messages out of curiosity. But he should have been back quite a while ago. But if so, has not really communicated with myself, and sometimes people get into these moods. God knows, if I were him, I can understand never wanting to return either. So maybe that's what happened to him, and he's just checked out. So Mandy says you won't believe this, and then Mandy, can you unmute? Can you talk? If she can't, we'll go on. But in the meantime, I will take advantage of this because at this point I'm looking at my screen and will identify Colin Healy. So Colin Healy, who is our man in Scotland, and he's the gentleman up there in the cold, dark caves of the Scottish coastline, who goes by the avatar Vampire Skunk in our chat room. And Vampire Skunk in our chat room is definitely someone who does not like 5G. Of course, because of that, whenever I try to bring him on, it's like playing ham radio with Robinson Crusoe on Mars. So we can't really bring him on. He's welcome on. I certainly am not trying to ban him or block him in any way, but when he comes on, it's literally we can't speak because the quality of the technology is so bad in that oceanside cave that he shares with the Sonny Bean cannibal tribe up there in Scotsland. So it is what it is. And but he says Farage. By the way, I'm not making fun of Vampire Skunk or Colin Healy or what he's saying, but it's somewhat irresistible because Nigel Farage is, to me, fairly... He's a comic character to me. And not necessarily comic in the sense that he makes me happy, but he's like he's like Boris Johnson. These are like clowns to me. And don't think Rishi Sunak is any better to me. I mean, these are all basically clowns without makeup. These are like, well, they have different kinds of skin camouflage. I mean, Rishi Sunak comes across as this acceptable shade of brown to the Brits or something. But I don't see why they ought to be burning him like Guy Fawkes for his bullshit, but that another time. Farage, anyhow, Vampire Skunk, Colin Healy, who spent a lot of time in Thailand, where it's just incredibly warmer. Probably regrets coming back to Scotland ever since he came back, but couldn't afford to do otherwise. He basically says, Farage didn't say Brexit has failed as a policy. He said the leaving process has failed, that we're effectively still in Europe, referring to the United Kingdom, of course. Yeah, he says, geez, the way stuff is misinterpreted. He says, he's saying we failed to leave. So I'll mention such to George, and I take it that this is the way some Brexiteers... Now, I want people to understand something. That I do want people to know that George and John Warrington, who's this wonderful individual whose brother... killed both his parents brutally because from what I understand I found this out from George, who's in the know with an individual who's not related to him, but he knows an individual that he met on leave from an insane asylum. I know now that the British insane asylums apparently give these leave passes once in a while to their inmates, so they can go out and do what John Warrington's parents did, basically go home, kill their parents, and run over them several times with a car as they turn them into organic speed bumps or something. Or maybe they're just trying to compost them. But at any rate, so both John Warrington himself, who did not do the murder, he was the brother of the man who did, though Brooke Gibson insists he looks like the man who killed both his parents as opposed to his brother, who was the man who we are told is the one who did it, and I'm certain is the guilty party. But nevertheless, John Warrington and George Knight and myself all were warning about Brexit and the okay, so Mandy's locked out of her house. Oh my fucking god. so that's
Hi.
there we are. Oh my fucking god. Did you get back in? Did you get back in? You sound so good, or you just came back into the car and you're talking now. Okay.
Yes, my kids came out here. They were in the backyard and they were like, "We're locked out."
Oh my god. So how do
I said I didn't mean to jinx us.
Okay, so we did jinx you. How did anyone get back in, or we're all still outside? They're in the car with you, or what?
No, they got in. We got through a window and whatnot. And, yeah.
Oh my god, your kids are ninjas at this point. So I'm so glad you're back with us. I'll refresh myself soon, but I've left George with, I'll stay for a few more minutes because I want to get things settled into a conversation with you and George. George has been discussing, of course, the problems with Brexit, and obviously both George and myself and John Warrington were in the same party, meaning the party that knew these Nigel Farage and many of these Brexiteers to be basically Russian assets. So I know this might enrage Colin Healy, who goes by Vampire Skunk in the chat room, but don't take it the wrong way. I mean, let's just be real about this. The Republican Party in America has basically become a Russo-collaborationist insurgency, and the same with the Tories, or at least certainly the Brexiteer branch of the Tories that was very rabid about it, where their Russian connections were so obvious, it became a joke, a running joke. I mean, I can't remember whether it was Boris Johnson or who it was, but there were Russian prostitutes that were literally photographed with many of these British politicians at the highest levels that, these are just Russian call girls. Now, correct me if I'm wrong on this. Do I remember this? I think of Boris Johnson as being married almost to a Russian chick or something like that, who made the comment about Harry's wife being black. Basically, the Russian chick was just saying, oh God, basically said, Harry married a nigger is what she said, because, Russians are very, let's just put it this way, they're not known for subtlety. And so it was either him or someone else's mistress or wife who said this. It was something along those lines, but it got so bad that it just, when these Russian bombers were flying over Britain, people on Facebook were making jokes about they were dropping care packages for all the Russian prostitutes that were serving Britain's elite. Come on, it got to the point where, just so people understand this, the Russians wanted Brexit. They wanted to break up Europe. And of course, the British were fed on all this propaganda that European Union was the realization of Hitler's dream of a united Europe. And it is. Okay, so such being said, why is that such a negative? I mean, okay, so what? But the Brits said we want out, and when they left, we all said there's going to be problems. John Warrington went into great depth and did all the research talking about Britain grows almost nothing on its own.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, and it just went on, and oh God, what did I see lately? It was, of course, now, I remember some other person wrote in the thread, and people are welcome to enter these comments. Look, I do not censor them. I really don't. And there's people who claim I do, and whoever's deleting that, it's not Brooke, I assure you, and it's not I. And it's not, it's not George. He's got, the moderator power too, but he doesn't do this either. He doesn't have the time. So I just want people to know sometimes people withdraw what they say, and sometimes something happens with YouTube. Sometimes YouTube does delete comments thinking that they are offensive or don't match community standards. It does happen. But I do want people to know...
Yeah, they did that with the biolab thing, Doug. They did that all with the biolabs.
You mean what you had entered? What you had entered, right?
No, the whole world did that with the biolabs. No, the whole world.
Okay. All right. Thank you. But such being said, I'm going to presume you're talking about YouTube was deleting that stuff whenever anybody entered comments on it or something. Is that what you're saying? Right?
Yes, that's what YouTube was up to.
Who's the nice young lady who's with you?
What are you talking about?
Come on, we heard a female voice. Unless you.
No. That's just my voice changer. No. Sorry, I was just fucking with it. My bad.
Yeah, that's delightful. Oh, you lucky dog. I mean, so, honey, what's your name? Either she'll respond or we'll get to know Ian's altar better.
No, what are you talking? No, it's just the voice.
Yeah, and Troy Bellamy says, I'd like to hear your monologue about Gaddafi and why he was killed. We'll see if I even go into that tonight. That seems pretty obtuse. Why he was killed over a unified Africa. Honey? Who? What? Yeah, what did you say, darling? You want to hear my monologue too? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I want to hear your monologue too.
Oh my god. And then Ian shuts her down. What kind of toxic macho bullshit is that, Ian? Oh my god.
What are you talking about? I said I wanted to hear the monologue.
Yeah. Delightful. Well, it might take me a while to build up to monologue steam. Last time we saw what happened, then I had to deal with Joe Ty, but our man Ian.
No, I'm just joking with you. Look, no, I got a friend over here, that's all.
Wonderful. And this young lady's name?
My name, I go by Jude. My name's Jude.
Jude. Okay, wonderful to meet you, Jude.
Wonderful to meet you too. I work with Ian. I've worked for Disney for about 10 years now. I'm undercover. We've caught a bunch of men on my behalf.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Yep.
Great. Doing what?
You can tell them.
Oh, well, another episode.
Okay. Yeah. And Troy Bellamy, I believe, says, George is one of my favorite personalities in our Dietrich verse. Thank you. So he was saying Gaddafi was killed over a unified Africa. He wants me to monologue on that at some point. Brexit paved the way for Russian aggression against Ukraine. Now, that's an excellent point. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, in its own way, it was a factor. They felt much more confident over a divided Europe, which they felt that they had severed. I mean, this was ultimately strategized towards that end. George can verify that. This is true.
Yes.
And
the foundations of geopolitics in the book outlined by Alexander Dugin. He published the book in 1997. Outlines this, that the strategy for a new Eurasia, quote unquote, that's what the end result is, the end game is for the Russian Federation, because this was paving into the new idea or new ideology that they wanted to just initiate in Europe, throughout Europe, was a new Eurasia. And I think you outlined the definition, didn't you, Douglas? Could you please correct me if I'm wrong? The definition of Eurasianism, what it means, it was to turn Europe away from liberalism, away from being liberal. Is that correct?
Oh God! At least at the very least.
Yeah.
Hey, that's good. I've gone into some definition of Eurasianism in the past, and the best thing I can tell people is, you know what? What makes it such a horror story is that Ian West, by the way, just so people know, he just left the call. And hopefully Jude and Ian West are having some fun together, and at the very least in enjoying some recreational something. But in terms of the Jude, shout out to her, and in terms of the thing with Eurasianism, understand this much, so for our listeners, and I'll make this as succinct and brief as possible. The reason that Ian leaving is somewhat synchronous, and kind of, so hopefully he hears this, or Jude hears this and relates it to him, is that a lot of this falls into territory Ian should be sensitive to. And one of the things that Ian seeks is justice, especially when it comes to the harming of children. And Eurasianism basically implies, take the old Tsarist concept of Pan-Slavism, where the idea was that the Slavs of Europe, and this would ultimately include the Czech peoples, the Slovaks, the Slovenians, the Serbs, and the Russians, and the Bulgarians, and these are in general the immediate Slavs that come to my mind, nationalities of Slavic descent, Macedonians at this point in history, and this of course is the idea is that if they were united as a pan-Slavic empire, then there would be a great greater imperial nation that was kind of an ethno-state into Europe, deep into Europe, comprising the overwhelming majority of Eastern Europe. That would include the Polish peoples, so the Polaki. And what happened was that you take Eurasianism, and the idea is that these people are Eurasian as opposed to Atlanticist. In other words, the other nationalities of Western Europe are more of an Atlanticist culture. But then the idea of a greater Eurasia, the idea that Russia should not really be referred to as simply Russia, which is understandable. You would use the concept of Eurasia, and this would imply like a sixth continent or seventh continent, a continent unto itself where they straddle Asia and Europe, and this kind of supercontinent is its own cultural matrix. And within this cultural matrix, where many Turks and Mongols are also extant, this new hyper-identity would be the central power, the heartland. This, of course, has been emphasized by geopoliticians in the past. But then Alexander Dugin added this necessity on an operational level to take children. And so he incorporated some other ideas from some other philosophers who I emphasized as trying to start a sexual revolution where children, essentially, if they're enjoying sex, then you're having sex with them is not a violation. That was what this individual was saying, who was of French descent, who then began to start a career in law and became the top lawyer in Thailand, and was primarily responsible for turning Thailand into a flesh pot, a sex industrial superpower. And so his name was René Gaillon. And this René Gaillon society became infamous for promoting pedophilia and normalizing it. So René Gaillon has factored into Alexander Dugin's ideology. So you have this concept of Eurasianism that is now perverted by the idea that if you take everyone else's children when you invade, it doesn't matter if you fail in the invasion. If you take as many children as you can and you bring them back to Russia to be educated, then you're acculturating them, and that in and of itself is a triumph. And because of Russia's crash in population, what they've done in this invasion of Ukraine is they've abducted thousands and thousands of children. Okay, this is a fact. This is not rumor. So I want people to understand that this is these are the very people who the Russians have been responsible for all kinds of pedo paranoia, where they've fed people of fear porn about pedophilia in the West. It's not that it doesn't happen. Now, remember, I personally am responsible for shutting down the largest human child trafficking operation in human history, the most extensive, effective operation that ever existed. I shut down ultimately. So understand, this is not something that I'm saying does not exist at all. This is real, a real phenomenon. And I've pointed out that some of what Ian's saying is true, but then when it comes to much of the QAnon and much of this crap that's promoted out there by the Russians, they are deflecting what they are doing. So we need to bear that in mind. This is what your enemy is doing. And so we have to know that, understand that their sponsorship of the men who promoted Brexit and what these men are saying now, whether or not Nigel Farage miscommunicated or was misinterpreted, Vampire Skunk says, careful editing there, whether you agree with the man or not, this is a total misrepresentation of what he was saying. By the way, Viviana says, at Sir George Knight chatters, have fun, Ian. And so she's saying that as a positive. Hi, Douglas Dietrich and Team Dietrich. Chatters is a positive thing. It's like a greeting. And so she's saying that to George Knight and have fun, Ian, and all the rest of that because he took off with Jude. So with what Vampire Skunk is saying, well, Vampire Skunk's in Scotland and he used to be in Thailand. He's got a different view of the world that's obviously pro-Brexit. But I don't feel that anyone could really argue with much. It would be very hard to convince people at this point in history. It would be very hard to convince many Britons that Brexit is working. So if Nigel Farage came out, and he may not have meant it to be taken that way, I can certainly understand why the majority of British would take it that way. So whether he meant to say that or not, most British people who are asked in surveys if they think Brexit is working, most of it would be saying no. And so the point I was trying to make earlier about Eurasianism is now, I think, defined the way I need to make the point with it. And Vampire Skunk says the man has debanked from his sins. I guess he's talking about Nigel. But when it comes to what I was saying about what came up earlier with the Brexit and what George and John Warrington and I were all saying, of course, we fought Brexit tooth and nail, but once it happened, now we got to make it work. This is the point. So what I've been emphasizing to people is that Britain's only path towards a future in which Everly has a future, or any other British child, is a future where Britain establishes a third empire. Now, this is ultimately this is where history blows back. This is where history, with the Russians, wanted to establish an empire. They really wanted Europe to be left vulnerable by Brexit. Brexit not only left Britain vulnerable, it left Europe vulnerable. And it left Europe vulnerable because Britain is, if nothing else, a military superpower. So because Britain has, if nothing else, maintained one of the most functional militaries in the world, as dysfunctional as it is, as bad as it is in Iraq, as bad as it was, and if in Afghanistan and Iraq, as many bad things as I could point out as a military historian, all the negatives, it still is a power to be reckoned with. And when it left Europe, Europe was the weaker for it. And so rather than Russia's dream of this empire ultimately coming where they're the center of this geopolitical universe, what's going to happen is that Britain is going to have to retake areas on the continent. It's not gonna be like in the past where they're engaging, say for instance, Germany or France, but it's something that takes them directly on the edge of that. It's basically the same thing. They'll be back in Spain, and they'll be back in North Africa. And this is because they have to. They have to because they don't have a choice. It's either that or the British people are going to starve. They're going to wither away and die. And so the only path towards recovery is the path of empire. And so the British are now in the same position the Japanese were in before World War II. And so what the British have to do is just they've just got to realize that Churchill said blood, sweat, and tears, and that was all he ever offered them. And then this is kind of like where we're there again, because the British had this bizarre nostalgia for that time. That's when they felt the most alive, and so they kind of psychologically almost helped to engineer this situation in which they're back into that challenge again. And the Russians helped bring it there. But, because of that mutual need, this is why I said Russia is the new British Raj. Eventually, Britain more than anyone else is helping the Ukrainians defeat the Russians right now. If anyone is helping the Ukrainians win, it's the British more than anyone else. And so because of this, ultimately, this is where we have a re-engagement of Britain with the world on an imperial level. But that being said, take us back to what you were saying about Nigel Farage. And now, I personally feel that he probably was saying this. But so since he said it, do you think he's like, where do you think his head is at this point? Is that he's just kind of like, is he... Like, what does he recommend? So, if he feels this way, what does he recommend to get out of the mess that he's helped Britain get into?
Well, he's certainly alluding to there's still a level of control by the European Union from Brussels. That's what he's alluding to. But just so people can vet and verify this themselves, Nigel Farage said Brexit has failed, quote unquote, and people can look at the entire transcript online. If they go on Google and type in Nigel Farage quotes Brexit has failed, they'll see that everything I'm saying is true, that he has come out and admitted that Brexit has failed us. It has failed everything that he was basically portraying or personifying, what he was elaborating to the British public, what he was saying. All of it is now just completely back, just drawn back on itself. It's just it's a complete disaster. Nothing has actually worked. Everything he proposed, nothing has been initiated with everything he was saying. And there's nothing that Britain can offer the world. Unfortunately, and as you said, Douglas, Britain is at the point before Japan was at the point before World War II. It was a third world nation. Yeah. And now Britain itself is turning towards that. If not, we're already there. We have the highest rate of inflation on earth, and we have a cost of living crisis. The wages, the salaries that we're getting are not at the same level rate. It's not increasing, or it's not rising to the same rate of inflation. So people are becoming poorer and poorer each day. And automatically, a household, because of Brexit alone, and I'll tell you some statistics that I heard, that every household is £1,000 worse off, £1,000 poorer, each household in the UK, just directly because of Brexit, when that initiated. And the rate of inflation that's going up, the cost of living crisis that has been conducted, plus COVID, all these factors, we are far worse off. Yeah. And that is why we have the lowest economic structure on the market, on the globe, on the earth. We have the lowest rates of the highest rates of everything, but there's nothing that we can offer. Yeah. And so what Douglas...
Ironically, what this means is that Britain is in the same position that both the Soviet Union and Russia were also in that basically they had no real exports to offer the world other than war. But the difference is that Russia chose to act on this aggressively. And because Russia chose to act on this aggressively, not just as a weapons dealer, but to literally start violating the territorial sovereignty of other peoples, Britain has been able to respond in a positive sense. So Britain has been very fortunate in the sense that Russia's invasion of Ukraine has truly saved Britain from what otherwise would be an even more stagnant situation in which it was just disempowered and had no say in what was going down in the world at all. But here Britain can really stand up. Now, by the way, Troy is asking, I do encourage you, George, to look in the chat, yes. Not just the chat, but the text box here in Skype, where Troy has been saying that you're one of his favorite personalities, and in our Dietrich verse, but he also says, George, is the recent instability in the prime minister's position due to Brexit as well? It's kind of like which came first, the chicken or the egg, but you take it from here, Troy. Yes.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no, absolutely. Very much appreciated, Troy. Our dear gentleman. To be honest with you, with the instability, it just seems like, it's like lemmings. It's like the blind leading the blind. They're all just following suit. So it's just a forever ending cycle of one's incompetent and the following is incompetent, and there's no structure, there's no strategic plan in place. So it's just there is no solution, unfortunately. It's just like when Boris Johnson was Prime Minister and COVID initiated. What I'm talking about is the lockdown process. It was back in March 2020 that we were all put into lockdown, and people were saying, well, Rishi Sunak should be Prime Minister. And he was basically promoting everything that the Scandinavian countries such as Norway, Denmark were initiating their own version of a furlough scheme. And so it meant that every person that was not a key worker had 8% of the salaries paid for by the government, and the 20% was the taxations, and that was all the contributions. So what you contribute towards, like national health insurance, the NHS, and the pension scheme, and also the taxations. But he just incorporated or integrated what they had come up with, which was completely pragmatic. Whereas that is why people were promoting this Rishi Sunak should be prime minister. And I remember listening to individuals around me before we went into lockdown. This is because I was essentially, I was working in hospitality at the time. So I had people around me all saying, wow, this guy should be prime minister. But unfortunately, they're all following suit. None of them are coming up with, there is no plan. There is no solution. They have to recognize the stance that Britain are in at this moment. And they have to incorporate what Douglas is proposing, what I'm proposing. It has to establish its empire. It has to establish kingdoms around the world. Yes. And Douglas has put that very rightly. And going back, just a segment back way to the foundations of geopolitics outlined by Alexander Dugin. He was trying to promulgate the destabilization of Britain and to separate from the European continent. So he was trying to separate us. It's outlined in the book. People can read this themselves. And to separate us from the European continent, so then we are isolated on our island. And to try and reestablish a connection with Japan. Now, people can look this up, that Vladimir Putin has met up before his assassination, Shinzo Abe, or Abe Shinzo, because in Japan, the
family name first. Yes, go on.
Exactly, precedes. Yeah, exactly, Douglas. Before he was assassinated, he met up with him 21, 22, 23 times. People can look this up. It's either 21, 22, or 23 times. I can't remember which number of times he met up with him, and asking him to sign a peace treaty with Japan because they've still been legally at war since World War II. And this is outlined in the book to try to resolve or to what's the word, ratify a peace treaty with Japan.
Yes.
And so that's what Vladimir Putin has been trying to accomplish.
Yes.
With the Japanese nation, with Japan itself. So in this book, you can see the strategy that they've outlined, what the goal is. And it was to separate us, which is they successfully did accomplish that with Brexit. And that was all to do with the people like Nigel Farage, who are essentially Vladimir Putin's useful idiots. They're referred to as useful idiots.
Thank you.
And he has been directly funded. And he went under Russian television and he was given hundreds of thousands of Russian rubles converted into British pound sterling to appear on Russian television. And he was directly funded by the Kremlin. He was directly funded. He is an asset. He is a shield. And people need to just wake up to this. People like Nigel Farage are not people that you should be looking up to, sympathizing with, or emphasizing for what he is saying at all, because he is effectively an enemy. And that is why the banks, he has come out recently and said there is no bank that is going to create a bank account for Nigel Farage. He's calling it a bank scandal. And he's saying he has to relocate to another nation. And I'm waiting for him to admit that he's going to run off to the Russian Federation. He's going to run off to Russia.
Essentially defect as a traitor. Yes. Yeah. In other words, do you know, now that I think about it, so our man up there in Scotland, and I'm so tempted to call him Sawney Bean, Colin, he says that basically, yes, Nigel Farage has been debanked for his sins. He says his bank accounts are canceled and he cannot open a new one. Of course, then he says, now this is, again, kind of like, I think he listens to a lot of this right-wing radio or the like. He says, like Trump, they're keeping him busy with personal problems. And, oh, God, well, I guess they're treating us all like that. And he says, and a whole load of other things. Now, what I can't understand is, come on now, Colin, you're in Scotland where you're basically freezing your ass off because it's cold as hell, and you're basically trying to keep yourself warm with, whatever sticks you can find to burn in that cave of yours, and you feel sorry for these people? Come on, these people have lived fat. These people, whether it's Trump or Nigel Farage, the idea that, oh my God, they're keeping them loaded with all these personal problems, like they're somehow people to be pitied.
Yes.
I mean, this is beyond me. And then he says there is a bigger agenda behind all this. Now people just blame all the woes on Brexit. And now understand this. Britain was having problems before with stagnation, But then Brexit made it free fall. This is this is the whole
Yes,
point.
absolutely, Douglas.
Yeah, and so when it comes to these people, yes, if you want to blame people for how you're in free fall now in England, I mean, these are the guys to blame, are these Brexiteers who at the very top who were traveling back and forth between Britain and Russia. Now, what George brought up is true, but it's kind of like Alexander Dugin was trying to be the strategist. But the reality is, I sent our man George an email. I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, I sent you an email in which the Ukrainians, basically there was a Russian intelligence defector, and what he pointed out that the initial target for invasion, and this makes perfect sense, was Japan. I mean, the Russians were originally going to attack Japan, and that it was only almost at the last minute that Putin went all in, let's do Ukraine. He thought that Ukraine would be much more of a walkover. And this was because he had kind of separated and weakened Europe. He had a lot of right-wingers on his side in Europe. And this is something he thought that ultimately would all go in his favor. The Europeans had given him all kinds of leeway. And by the way, when our man George is referring to what needs to be done, so the concept that we are articulating, George and I are articulating, just as they used to speak of a United States of Europe, which has never come to pass. In this day and age, they are still speaking of a quote-unquote United States of Europe as this potential. And what they mean by that, of course, is something far more integrated along the lines of the United States, except it's on the European continent. But literally it would be like you could transfer from, you could literally travel from one nation to another. And even the European Union doesn't give you that ease that we have in the United States, supposedly. Of course, that's all changing now with the red and blue state conflict. But so imagine the United Kingdom, but you've got to think of it as a plural. A United Kingdoms in the future is how it will be referred to as. And the United Kingdoms will basically unite various kingdoms that are constitutional monarchies. And this would, well, not all in the world, but certainly those that are relevant to England's economy, which of course would be Norway immediately, because it's not a member of the European Union and never was. So that would automatically be an ideal United Kingdoms in the plural, combined with Morocco, because Morocco has issues with Spain, and Morocco wants Spain to remove Ceuta and its other cities. There's 2 cities that Spain has in Morocco that are part of Spain. And just as the British have Gibraltar, and the Moroccans are seriously considering at times military conflict over this. So Britain would side with Morocco to retain Gibraltar, and so that would be another United Kingdom. Those are the 3 immediate United Kingdoms. I mean, you can lose Scotland, you can lose Northern Ireland, and Britain could more than make up for it with Morocco and Norway, and they would strategically maintain an incredible strategic security in terms of a Atlantic coastal zone that would be secured. It would be Britain that would be doing the majority of the securing in that case, and then thereafter other kingdoms, of course, that would be integrated, and this would include Israel, because the British could easily coronate Baron Rothschild, who's already a British baron, as the king of Israel. This is something that could literally be done, and Israel would then cease to be a rogue state and cease threatening everyone else around it with its lunatic aggressions and ongoing, for lack of a better word, some call it genocide, but certainly a systematic state-sponsored mass murder of the Palestinians would at that point stop. The British would be welcome as the peacekeeping force that would put an end to many problems. Of course, you have the Berlin of the future, the Cold War that's forming. If you're looking at a class of civilizations, Nicosia is the last divided capital on earth, and that's the divided capital between the Turks and the Cypriots, who are Greek-speaking on the island of Cyprus, and the British have 2 major military bases there. So you already have the outlines for the new Cold War developing between Islam, but England would help to secure much of a more moderate Islam in North Africa. And they could do this by, of course, uniting many of the kingdoms who attend Sandhurst. All the sheikhs of the more moderate Sunni tribes attend Sandhurst, and they could easily be linked with England in a more formal alliance, a united kingdoms. I mean, we've gone into this, and I can go into the details yet again, but with that, I do want to bring Mandy into the conversation to talk with George, and I welcome Troy to also interject whenever he feels he has something constructive to say. I'll refresh myself for about 10 to 15 minutes and then return, and then we'll continue the conversation to the point where I feel that I'm ready for monologue. And fortunately, Joe Tai is not, here tonight to fall asleep and start snoring. And God knows, anybody can listen to that, and hopefully you'll get enough out of it where you can be both amused and educated. But the last episode before tonight's, I mean, good God. I mean, that's one for the history books. I mean, it was, before, Brooke exploded and marched off, and then, kind of in communications with her sporadically since, and for Joe Tai, he just went off on this snoring thing that bordered on there's no way to describe it. It's like this supernatural attack coming from his ability to keep up with my speech in his sleep and snore at just the right time to overwhelm my speaking. It was like synchronized. It was like, you'd have to hear it. But okay, so that being said, Mandy, let's test your audio. Honey, can you talk? See if she can talk. See if she's been listening to us. Mandy, honey. Mandy.
Hello, Mandy.
Shit. Hello, shit. Oh my God. We love you, Mandy. Mandy. Okay, Troy, let's test his audio. Troy, can you talk? Let's see. It says the Real Tech Geek is answering. Okay, let's bring him onto the call. Oh God. So I've merged his call, and so our man Real Tech, welcome aboard.
Hello. How are you?
Much the better for your joining us. Thank you so much for asking. I'm going to take off in a few minutes, but let's get a little bit of a conversation going between George and yourself first. You might have heard what we were saying about Brexit. I don't know if you have any financial observations to make about this, but by all means, share them if you do, or any other observations that you have, or if you want to share anything about, catch us up a little bit about what's been going on with you. Share a little bit. Are you well? Is your wife and yourself both in good health? How are things going in general? Whatever you're willing to share, give us a little summary of how things are.
I'm doing well.
Good.
Everything's fine.
Yeah.
Just shopping too much with cards and comics.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned financial lockdowns, which entail preview to central banking digital currency. Is that what you feel is going on in England? Tell us a bit about this.
Well, I didn't hear the entire thing, what you were saying. I meant to listen earlier, just been eating Korean food and watching wrestling, but I am aware of what happened with what's his name again?
Nigel Farage.
Yeah. So he's what, a conservative of
he's
of like
he's like the
Nick,
British version of a Republican. But I'll tell you what I think happened. Yeah, here's what I think happened. I think that what happened was that Britain is trying to put like sanctions on Russian assets, and that has to be why he was debanked. That's what makes sense to me. Is that basically British intelligence has basically convinced, and the British leadership has listened. This is a good thing. This means that the British leadership is listening to their intelligence. Unlike in America, where Trump was denying his own intelligence agencies, at least in Britain, they're listening to they have a historical trust in their agencies the Americans don't have. And so they have listened to their intelligence services, and I believe that in the sanctioning of Russian assets, Nigel Farage basically he's ID'd. He's outed. And because he's outed as owned by Putin, he is owned by Putin, they shut his shit down. And that is the only thing that makes sense to me. George, you agree?
Absolutely. That's exactly it, Douglas. You've hit the nail on the head.
Thank you.
It does seem like a lot of, especially the ones that are conservative, are a lot more susceptible, especially in Britain, to Russian collusion. It's very interesting.
Right. And so what I do want to say is that I will probably touch on this, if not tonight, then on probably Sunday. But I want everyone to know that Nigel Farage, he may even believe, he certainly promotes the facade, the persona. He might even, at this point, when you tell a lie so often you believe it, he might believe that he's a true Brit, that he is the ultimate Anglo, the man who said what the establishment prohibited and so allowed Great Britain to shed this noxious European influence. But the reality is he's a true European. He's a member of this fast-growing insurgent pan-European influence. And in truth, he's this member of the fast-growing European right. He's surfing the same anti-immigrant, anti-liberal, anti-democrat, constitutional fundamentalist tides as, politicians in Republican red state America and their ilk are doing all across European Union. It's just basically every European country now has a Farageist making the same kind of they're making the political weather, but the key difference is none of them want to repeat Great Britain's disastrous experience and leave the European Union. So
I see that rumor of that Nigel Farage received $573,000. Not dollars, but European. So
euros.
Yes, euros.
Thank you. But anyhow, whether it was intentional or not, Farage has done the European cause this great service. Basically, you've got all these people who are trying to stay in Europe, but they're trying to remodel it. They're trying to revise it in Putin's image. So this is what's going on with the useful idiots. And so he's been the most useful of useful idiots. In a sense, and that would be my stance on Faragism, which is now kind of like its own ideology, and now George and I are convinced that he's probably preparing to defect, and that's probably the last option that poor bastard has, and he's going to be like Edward Snowden and Steven Seagal.
Exactly.
He's going to be trapped, and for the rest of his life, you'll see him die this slow death in the snowbanks of Moscow. And it couldn't happen. It couldn't happen to a nicer guy. He'll be in this apartment in Moscow, maybe a little better off than Snowden. Maybe he'll be able to afford something better, but it's like, he'll be in like maybe as posh as you can get in Moscow under sanctions, in what's becoming this. But, in the end, maybe he'll die before it happens, but in the end, as I said, when Russia becomes the new British Raj and Russian troops who are already, basically, the Russians are already serving on the mercenary model, they'll become like the British Indian Army's or British East India Company's mercenaries. So just as the British had the British Raj and the British East India Company had its own army of Asian Indians in a mercenary army, the British will have a Russian Raj in which there'll be a Wagner type of, shall we say, descendant that will be serving as their mercenary army, managing their interests there. This is basically going to serve both people well. Both people have the same issues, and both people can basically save each other. It would bring Russia into the West, and it would bring Britain all the oil it needs, as well as from what it can get from Norway. Britain would no longer be worrying. The people would no longer be worrying about trying to survive the winter. They would be like the Saudi Arabian peoples. They could just turn the gas on for practically free. And unlike the Saudi people, they fucking need it. Well, the Saudis have to do the same shit with air conditioning. So, either way, yeah. But anyhow, so what I want to do is leave you two gentlemen to talk about these issues. I will be back in about 10 or 15 minutes. And so how's your long-term COVID going, Real Tech? How's that going? Do you feel better? Do you feel that it's finally gone, or is that still trailing? How is that?
It's a lot better, but
Good.
it's still trailing.
Okay.
So
Yeah. How about your sense of taste and smell? Did that ever come back, or was that ever an issue?
I never lost that. I
Thank
never
God.
lost that.
Damn, you're so
Yes,
lucky.
yes,
Yeah.
definitely thank God, because that's a terrible thing to go through.
Thank you. My dear friend Keith Call lost his sense of taste and smell, and he's been dealing with that for effectively years. It is,
Oh God.
yeah, and he's been doing everything he can to get those senses back, and he says maybe it's just finally there's some hope. He's getting it back little by little, but imagine going years without that. So Nigel Farage is apparently denying these 548,000 pound sterling links to the Russian state, but that his denial, his very denial betrays him. His very denial betrays him. Let's put it that way. That's one of these things that it's kind of like it becomes comedic. This guy is. I can't even go there. I'll let you two gentlemen take it from here, and I'll be back in about 10 or 15 minutes. I'll go mute, and God bless you both. I'm so glad both of you are here. Glad Troy's here, too. Hopefully he's doing all right. Glad Mandy was able to join us. I hope she's doing all right. And as you
Let me ask you, what happened to Brooke?
I think I know what happened. I don't know if I should share it publicly. It was public. What happened was public. Some people might be astute enough to guess or ascertain. But I said something that made her very angry. And at the same time, she seemed to be in a general mood of some rage. And all I can say is that she's still been very upset with me. I've been in contact with her sporadically, and she's blocked and unblocked me on various venues, and communicated mostly a sense of anger, and we'll see if that resolves at some point. I hope that on the same day that, I speak to our man George, Friday or Saturday, maybe I'll be able to speak to her that same day as well. Put that aside for some telephonic communication.
Saturday.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And
10 p.m.
sounds good. And maybe I'll talk to George.
Forgive you.
What's that?
She will forgive you.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, yeah, I do want people to understand that.
Just be careful with your words.
Thank you. I mean, believe me, okay. I'll take that to heart. Yeah. That's is such being said.
It's something with the moon cycles with her right now.
Something is something's going on, man. I thought it might have been, the other day this is completely, unfair, but
it's not Marina Sarin. It's not her.
No. Oh God, no. That's our man George just left. Okay, he had to go to work. Yeah. Shit.
Oh God.
Okay, so who do we get to talk with our man Real Tech while he's gone? Mandy, honey, let's see if we can get her. Hey, Mandy, baby. Let's see if we can get her, and then I'll try calling some other people. She's on! Oh my fucking God! Oh, you're my angel. How are you, Mandy?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. What does that mean? What happened? Where are you? In your car? Yeah.
I'm in my car. Yes.
Okay. And wait, your kids were able to unlock the door and they're in. So good or ungood? Did something else happen?
No, just that.
Okay. But you're in.
And I was telling him I literally was just making fun of getting locked out all the time and that I jinxed us. So
understood.
They thought that was hilarious.
Understood, and I can imagine. So thank God they took it that way. And George Knight rejoined us. So I'll tell you what, all of you, please carry on a conversation with Real Tech Geek. Troy Bellamy says, "Love you guys. Headed to sleep. We'll listen on YouTube. We love you too, Troy. Hugs." And so everybody say goodnight to Troy.
Yeah, Douglas. Good night, Troy.
Yeah.
Good night.
Thank you for your kind
Yeah,
words.
Douglas has been a good. Douglas is great to fall asleep to.
That's cute. Yeah, you noticed
Yeah.
Joe Ty did you hear the last episode? I'm not even going to go through that
No.
horror again. But you try listening to the last episode. Yeah.
I'll listen to it now. I mean, my other phone. I'll take a listen. I'm snoring for a minute.
Okay.
Sure.
When you just make certain to go on mute when you hear the other episode so that other people don't hear it. But
No. My other phone. I said.
Okay. There we are. And
And
anyhow,
it's on Bluetooth. So.
Okay.
Go ahead. All right.
Yeah. So, Mandy, Mick, can you you know George, right? You've met George before, right, honey? And Realtek? Have you met Realtek?
I don't recall if I did. I apologize if we
Okay, so
did.
George Knight is our man in England, and Realtek Geek is our man in where the hell are you, Realtek? You're in
I'm
America.
in New York City.
New York City. He's in New York City. But that's now. I don't.
You forgot that, man?
I never knew that.
You never knew that.
Oh my God. Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I guess it never consciously absorbed. I didn't know that. No.
Born and raised in New York City, for God's sake. Yeah.
Oh my God. So these two gentlemen, if you could speak with them while I take a break for a little bit, refresh myself, I'll be back. And so, Mandy, Realtek Geek's name speaks for itself, and George Knight, shall we say, our man in England, he's helping to establish a 5G network over there. And
oh wow.
Yeah, and you might tell her a little bit of that while I go mute, and I'll leave you guys for now.
Yeah, thank you very much, Douglas. Take your time. That's wonderful. And hello, Mandy. Hello, Realtek. Nice to speak to you both.
What's up, George? How you doing?
Yeah, very well, thank you. It's quite nice. We got the opportunity to actually speak. Quite freely.
Yes.
I don't know other way of putting it, really. Yeah. So it's just wonderful. And so I'm happy to talk about whatever direction we go into, either persuasively or organically. I don't mind. So yeah, if you have any questions, Mandy, about what I do, I'm a fiber technician, a fiber what do you call it? Fiber engineer, a field operative. Yeah, just installing fiber in the UK. So we've got this UK government rollout of fiber optic around the country. So that's what I do on a daily basis. So that's what I do for a living. Other than that, it's I'm actually connected to the fourth generation network. So my connection to this call is made through a telephone mast, which is emitting 4G. So in the area that I'm in right now, it's only 4th generation, but they're trying to roll out 5th generation, 5th generation masts, so people connect to the 5G network. But at the moment where I'm located right now, I'm connected to the 4G telephone mast. So that's my connection. Yeah, but this cross-Atlantic connection that we're making now, this call is established through the 4th generation network. So yes.
Do you think that the government of Britain is going to have a contract with Elon Musk's what's it called again? Skylink?
Is it Starlink?
Starlink, yeah.
Starlink. Do you know what I've actually come across? I went to it was last year. I did a fiber optic installation for it was a nursery, not a child's nursery, but nurseries for producing plants. So they they call them nurseries, where they just grow plants and various other botanics. So the guy who I did the installation for told me, because of my company not being able to roll out fiber quick enough in the area, they had to rely on Elon Musk's Starlink technology. And it's just basically like it's not in the shape of a satellite dish, but it's like a solar panel that it can make and receive incoming frequencies to Starlink. So he established a connection through it. But that was done privately. The guy did that himself off his own accord. That wasn't something the government implemented or instituted itself. So they didn't do that themselves. that was something done privately. But that's all I can relay at this moment in time. But there's not been any talk of that, because they're basically allowing my company, which is the largest provider in the UK. So we are the guys who maintain the network. We have an infrastructure, a line plan, which we maintain on behalf of the giant, the big corporate giant BT, British Telecoms, which was originally owned by the General Post Office, which was government owned. It was a government owned and funded entity, if you will. And so we are the ones that maintain it. We have the largest force out there. We comprise of 137,000 technicians in the field. So there's a large number of us out there to basically maintain and provide the network, whether it's copper or fiber. Both are still established or extended at the same time, running side by side simultaneously. But there has been no talk of it at all. It's funny enough, whenever I go to do an installation to a household, I've been asked by one of my customers. They asked me, well, all this is all like hard fiber optic cable that's being run from the network to the house to establish itself inside the house, inside the premises. Is there a way of them doing it wirelessly? I said, that technology already exists. It's called telephone masts. And so they're like, right, okay, so why are we doing it still through a physical connection? And I said, it's to do with the infrastructure itself and the security of that, because it's all to do with your own private security. It's so you cannot have any foreign agents or foreign adversaries basically intercepting your transmissions or intercepting your data, collecting your data. So we take that very seriously when it comes in terms of your own privacy. There are many privacy security laws established in the UK to protect identity. Right. And so, that's the reason for that. But I don't think there has been any talks of them somewhat incorporating Elon Musk's Starlink technology. I have seen that in effect.
I've seen something like Ireland or something. I'm looking at articles, and Elon Musk does want to have the whole country use Skylink. I mean, sorry,
Skylink.
Skylink.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I do know. I've heard articles online that he has established it in, I think, in some Eastern European countries, and I think he actually
Ukraine
did that
also.
Ukraine. Yeah, I was about to say he did that
for free, right?
So during this illegal conflict that the Russian aggression has been conducting in Ukraine, for the people that have no connection to the infrastructure, to the network, he's allowed them to connect to the Starlink network, if you will. Yeah, so that is something that he's done. I'm not sure about the UK real tech, so do appreciate the question. It's a valid question. It's something that maybe I'll look into, and if there's any more further developments, I'll certainly relay it back to you, either on the show or in private.
What do people think of Elon over in the UK? The majority feel.
Well, I can only go from personal. My personal feelings are very partial to what Douglas has relayed. Mandy, have you ever listened to what Douglas has said about Elon Musk?
Sporadically, yes.
Yeah, it's co-partial. It's coincident with what Douglas has always articulated about with Elon Musk. So though it's not very much. It's not positive at all, unfortunately. Right. It's just ironic to me that the guy has taken the name of Nikola Tesla, and he has integrated that. Yeah, he's integrated that into his own company, and basically, just so you're aware, that he was not self-made. He was never a self-made millionaire going into $100 billion billionaire. Excuse me. He was never self-made. He actually, a lot of it, real tech, I think you're probably more aware of this, is the dynasty, the Musk dynasty was established upon stealing diamonds and jewelry and selling them on. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And of course, a lot of this goes back to the or near war and CISO worlds. So
Yeah. Thank you.
I mean,
yeah.
they're not in it anymore. The family's not in it anymore. But of course, that dealt with a lot of indentured slavery and
Yes.
in general. But I think it was Emerald and Diamond Mines and there's something else. But yeah, it's the same thing like with Mark Zuckerberg and with
Mhm.
the Zinkelvoss twins.
Yes.
He stole the idea from that, and
Totally.
he also, yeah, and of course people see that now. People are seeing between the lines now with Threads, which is a total ripoff of Twitter anyway. So when people are waking up towards these big tech companies.
Right.
But yeah, he always had Elon Musk always had the capital for that. He didn't like all this big story about him Elon Musk getting this $1 million Lamborghini when he already had the money for that
Mhm.
after he
Right.
sold PayPal. Or he put
Right.
he put all his earnings from his sale of PayPal into Tesla. No,
Mhm.
that probably was maybe what 5% of what his family has. I mean, come on,
Right.
just nothing he's ever created was original. I mean, he just was an investor, and there's something wrong with that. I'm not looking down on that either, but
Right.
it is definitely a general misconception with a lot of these so-called self-made billionaires.
Right.
You know.
Mhm.
Absolutely. And is it the PayPal owner that has gone missing, or am I thinking of
Cash App, you're probably thinking of.
is that Cash App that the owner has been missing
I
and
have to look it up.
or whatnot?
What about whatnot?
Oh, I was just saying he was presumed missing or murdered, or I just remember something was really weird about it.
I'm looking it up.
Yeah.
Well,
There's
Peter
one thing
Thiel. What you said?
Sorry, I was going to go off on something I was going to just relay earlier about Elon Musk. How ironic it is that when he takes the name of Nikola Tesla, who was essentially what he was working with, Nikola Tesla was taking free energy from basically by the surroundings around you. So he was working on the quantum level. He was working on the electrical quantum magnetic level. And so what he was doing was taking free energy from the atmosphere and incorporate it into a form of energy which could power and supply mechanical devices. And so that's what he was working with. But it's just with Nikola Tesla, he has taken the name Tesla, and yet you're not getting free energy from what he is offering you. In order for you to connect, or in order for you to power up your electrical devices, which are these cars, these vehicles that are running off an electricity, which are charged by these very environmentally hazard batteries, which are very, very detrimental to the environment, you have to plug into the national grid. That's not utilizing or using free energy. That's you plugging your device into the national grid. So he's completely, it's an insult and an alienation towards Nikola Tesla, which is why Nikola Tesla killed himself in the first place. He killed himself because he had his citizenship revoked. And now this guy is taking his good name and he's just literally just monopolizing often Nikola Tesla's good name. And it's just, again, another form of alienation and dehumanization towards Nikola Tesla. And it's just completely inflacious for anyone to believe that, oh, yeah, this is what Elon Musk is doing is good for humanity and good for the environment. It's not. It's far more detrimental. These vehicles are not running off of free energy. You have to pay. You have to pay the national, because it's being plugged into the national grid. You have to pay the electricity companies in order to use that energy that is being supplied. And it's running off in fossil fuels. And so I can run off on a tangent with this, but it's just completely inflacious. It's an insult. And so I hope that just that's my perspective. Just to elaborate on that, just
Yes.
from my own personal.
Well, the stock just had an earnings. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Were you finished? Or?
Carry on. No, I'll finish. Thank you.
Okay. So the Tesla stock just had earnings in the after hours, and it's let me check it now because Robinhood does have 24-hour market now for and Tesla is included. That's 280. It was a 299, but it dropped it dropped a good 15% anyway. So
Ooh, that's
in the after hours. Yeah, it was dropping to $108, and it's just been doing an insane pump and hit 299. So this notion that Tesla the company is going to be around, it's going to be like a new Ford and this and that. I remember last year's one of their quarterly earnings, they had to sell Bitcoin just to have positive earnings. So even though that the so-called deliveries are up 400%, it feels like another situation with Nvidia, which is just an insane valuation with that. It's just ridiculous with that company. And I feel like I feel like a lot of these big tech companies like that are just lying about their numbers.
Of course, it could be manipulated. Stats could be manipulated.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Wherever you have that metrics involved, there is all forms of corruption in that level. It's to do with manipulating statistics, and it's the same with every corporation. It's the same with my company. Not to badmouth it, but that is the same when they're applying metrics towards trying to come up with a strategy. It can always be manipulated to suit one's own agenda or needs. Whenever you got that, it's very easily manipulated. But thank you. No, it's just to emphasize what you were saying and to vouch what you were saying. Real tech. Sorry.
I hope that made sense. I'm trying to simplify these things as easy as possible. It can get very, very complicated very easily, especially for the chat. It's financial understanding and reading, and looking at balance sheets, and then equating it to simplification is not always an easy translation sometimes. So, And at the same time, I'm listening to the last episode because I want to hear what happened with Brooke. So.
All right. Yeah. The one thing I think it's very important because you've probably heard this many times. When I've been on the show, with Brooke being present as well, it's one thing I do want to talk to her about as well, because I think she feels whenever I'm saying yes, Douglas, yes, absolutely. When I'm sort of like I'm nodding, but then I'm also verbally speaking where you can hear on air where I'm agreeing with what Douglas is saying. And what I've always done is vouch and vet and verify everything Douglas has said is true. So I'm only enforcing what he is saying is true. And I feel like I have to reserve myself in some ways, because if I don't want to offend Brooke when I'm saying, yes, I know, Douglas, what you're saying is absolutely 100% categorically true. And anyone can vet it as a fact. But I'm only enforcing that when he's speaking. And so I understand him probably better than most people. And so I know what he's coming. I know where he's coming from and what he's speaking about, because I've heard it many times before. And so what we're doing is enforcing history, and we're basically narrating history, and so people can have an understanding about their knowledge and understanding about their own history, about where they're coming from and where they are in present history. So everything that we talk about, and when I bring up, I say, yes, Douglas, you're absolutely true. I can vet that for you. I feel maybe Brooke, I know she has said, I don't like it when you're agreeing or saying yes, when you're just, you're there saying when he's speaking, yes. And she feels like it's a tag team against her, and it's not. I'm only vetted and vouching everything Douglas was saying true. And I did that earlier when Douglas was speaking, and Brooke's not even here. But like, it's just something, you know, I don't want to feel like I have to reserve myself. I'm actually there to verify what Douglas is saying is true, and that it's so, because it's so important. It's so important.
I've been listening to Douglas since 2011, 2010, or whenever I first heard him, Coast to Coast AM.
Yeah, that's
and
earlier than myself.
Yes,
a lot of people actually discovered Douglas longer than I did. I didn't discover until 2017. So it's, many people they say they've heard about him longer than far longer than I have. It's weird because even like Salman Sheikh, he would say that he did exist prior to 2013, but like as you said, there are many videos out there. He was around post 2007 or whatever it was.
Yes, he was. That's true.
Salman Sheikh was saying that?
He said that he wasn't around prior to 2013. I think, did he say 2013 or 2011?
I probably have other things on this one hard drive and need to try to restore. It crashed a long time ago.
Yes.
I had like a good 500 gigabytes from Conspiracy Central, a torrent tracker. I used to get a lot of stuff in there from him. So
on John Warrington's YouTube channel, on the Maggot channel, you can see videos where he would appear on Coast to Coast, and this is in 27. This is in 27, 28. You'll see many interviews he was conducting. So he's been around.
Yes,
he didn't become a public informant until 2007, until after the passing of his father. And his mother, that's when he started appearing on Coast to Coast.
No, I think it was about 2010 or 2009, really.
I'm sorry, Amy, I just got back. So, Amy, how are you? Go on, honey. Yeah. Mandy, Mandy.
Yes. They were talking about when you came on. I was just going to say, I met you in 2009.
Yes.
And it was like, 2006? Maybe, perhaps, or 7 when you started on Coast to Coast?
Yes. Basically what you're talking about is Mandy met me in 2009, and they immediately tried to kill her. She already paid for that, essentially with her life, almost, just for attempting to try and sponsor me. Just so people understand, she approached Laurie and Ann Fenton, and Laurie and Ann Fenton tried to get her to sponsor Ed Opperman, the sleazy detective, instead. So the thing was that I started, while my father was still alive, I started calling in and talking to the more local sleazebags that were on the hate radio, which was like Michael Savage. And Michael Savage responded to myself positively because I wasn't really directly attacking him. So I just went on to expose some things that I could. It was almost like, it wasn't that I was anonymous, but it was just a first name, and it was meaningless, just one among many callers, though I'm sure I was always remembered. And what happened was that, honey?
That's me.
Yeah, Mandy. Yeah, that's right. So sorry I called you Amy. I was thinking of Amy Como, and you have the AE. And so the AE, I kind of think, it kind of is like the first and last letters of Amy's name, because her name is spelled French like mon ami, A-M-I-E.
That is my initials. My middle initial is M. I was called Amy.
Okay.
Ame for a lot, yeah.
AME.
Thank you. So it does kind of come naturally, and so definitely so what I was saying was that when my father was still alive, I was doing that, and so that was like I'd say a good, like, maybe I was calling into those shows probably a good fucking half a decade before he died. Maybe longer than that. So I was out there, and I was, in a sense, leaking. Of course, in terms of being a public informant, obviously, I could claim that goes back to when I did what I did at the Presidio and was just leaking things, but then I wasn't public. Yeah, I wasn't public then. So at that point, I was just basically, I hate that term, basically a leaker. So I guess the thing that I could say was a public service informant. So I could call myself a public service informant at that time, a PSI, but then became an open public informant, or an OPI. Probably mildly, we would say, in the days of my dad still being alive. And then when he died, I went all in for trying to get my name more out there as a total name, Douglas Dietrich, the full name. Still couldn't do that on Coast to Coast AM for a long time, but while my mother was still alive, I definitely got on there. I took advantage of George Norrie's Satanism, and that's something that cannot be overemphasized. I do want people to understand that George Norrie of Coast to Coast AM is a Satanist, and the only reason he let me on was because he thought I was a fellow Satanist, and I basically gave him the password, so to speak, from the Aquino network, and that's why he brought me on. He also had on the individual who was beating his pregnant wife, that James Casbolt / Michael Prince, was also on Coast to Coast AM at one point. And so when he did bring me on, then that was kind of like obviously a big deal. But it was something that then the subsequent attacks over the years, they just wiped me off the internet to a great degree. So it's going to take some effort to bring me back on into the public eye. But just understand that the deep state that is embodied in George Norrie and many of these other gang stalkers, and make no mistake about it, he's effectively one of them in the sense that he is what he is. He's operating with the enemy. Just all these people have done their best to make certain the public does not hear about me. So it's up to the public, those that are listening now. Now I'm going to try and bring Mark H on, and let me see, because he seems to be available now. And there we are. So let me add him onto the call, and that way we...
I do understand why you were always talking so fast and trying to get as much information out there as possible on Coast to Coast AM. And I'm still very upset at the time when had you on for a little while, and had the stupid Stephen Carell talking about the
Antarctica. No, that was done as a direct cut taunt. That was a taunt. Yeah, that was a taunt, and that was something that, just so people understand what Realtek is referring to, was that 3 episodes of Nexus Magazine, but then Nexus Magazine is the enemy too. Don't ever forget that. They set me up for an ambush in Australia that I was never supposed to come back home alive from. And it cost me dearly. It cost me everything I had, like the equivalent of burning down my house. Everything that I brought with me, which was substantial, basically everything I had, because I was supposed to be there for well over 2 weeks. That, by the way, for people who understand anything like you're going to a different country and you're doing several presentations over a period of what's supposed to be over 2 weeks, over 14 days, it's a long time. And so you bring everything with you. I had changes of wardrobe and everything. Everything was lost. Everything was stolen. And I mean everything. So for all intents and purposes, it was the equivalent of my house burning down. So it was and all of that was set up by the Nexus Magazine individual, Duncan Rhodes, who admitted it to me that he had done that. But by that time I was trapped in Australia. And I've explained to people before how I escaped. And I mean literally escaped. There's no other word for it, because I was scrubbed off the records of having ever come there, which meant that the government of Australia would consider me basically like a vagrant, some homeless person who arrived on a boat, like a boat person, which meant I would have been sent to either prison or worse, into the detention centers that they keep illegal immigrants in, which are on Nauru Island. And for those of you who don't know, Nauru Island is this horrible shithole in the Pacific, which is just once was a phosphor mine source. It was a source of phosphorus, which is birds shitting over millions of years, producing this fuel that's used in fertilizer. And their fossilized bird shit was completely scraped down to the last drop out of Nauru Island. They were left with this empty hole in the middle of their island, this quarry, in which Australia dumps its illegal immigrants to die. I mean, it's like burying them alive together in a supermassive hole in the ground. And this is what they literally do. And you might look up this horrible sleeping syndrome in Sweden that happens with children who are threatened with deportation. And when they're threatened with deportation from Sweden back to war zones, they develop this surrender syndrome where they just give up and they go into a coma, resignation syndrome. The Swedish name is practically unpronounceable, uppgivenhet syndrome, which is like give up-itis syndrome. And they stop everything. This comatic state they go into. The only other place in the world where it has manifested clinically and diagnostically is in Nauru Island, because everybody there has nothing to do, and you're stuck in this hole in the ground with the stupid natives. And I say that it's not something I want to say, but what do you say about a people who at one point were the richest people on earth because of that phosphorus, and they blew it all? I mean, they were, every person on that island, every native on that island was the equivalent of a multi-millionaire. We're talking like every one of them had the equivalent of $25 million each because of all that phosphorus. And they all blew it all. It's like, there's no happy ending there. So then the only thing they could do now is rent out their hole in the ground to Australia to dump people in. It's obscene. And so you imagine living down there in that quarry with those stupid natives living on the circle of the island above it, all pissing and shitting down on you. And that's why these people go into comatic states down there in Nauru Island. And that's where I would have wound up. I mean, this is what they had every intention of my fate. This is what it was supposed to be. So, it's not I try to think of the pleasant people in Australia. I try to think of many listeners I have in Australia. But I think understandably, it's not that, it's just they're run by a madman named Rupert Murdoch, who is essentially the dictator, and he decides who gets elected their prime minister. He's the person who's been running the politics forever, so it's a nightmare continent. At any rate, so that being said, back to the conversation at hand by welcoming Mark H. among us. So let me introduce you to Amanda.
So basically, Australia is...
yeah, go on.
They call it down under for a reason. It's like a prison, so...
Yeah, it originally was a prison. That's correct.
Yes.
It originally was...
And you saw how they treated their citizens during COVID.
Yeah,
it's utterly insane.
Well, just so people understand, what Realtek is referring to is the fact that many thousands of Australians were stranded overseas for years. During the COVID pandemic, they did not allow them to return. So they were real extreme about maintaining COVID. You might say, it was virtue taken to an excess. It's nations should have been cautious, but it was kind of like that was they abandoned their own were left abandoned outside of Australia for a couple of years. I mean, that's going a bit far. So Australia's pretty extreme. They got a lot of extreme things going on in Australia. There's Now, our man here, Realtek, what is this article about? The U.S. prison operator begins... What are they doing? Is this a private prison on Nauru or Australia? Something like that?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh, my God. It's like... what a nightmare. And but there's a growth industry for you. I always... at some point, there's going to be a state, literally like a nation state, that will basically base its economy on a private prison system, so the rest of the world can just stick its prisoners there. I personally believe it'll be red California, meaning those areas of California that are very red in terms of their politics, very Republican, combined with Death Valley, in particular, will be where they'll keep the prison. And
Michael Burry, the one that shorted all the housing stocks, not stocks, the housing market. His big thing is to invest into which I forgot the name of the company, but he's the best allowed into that company.
There we are. That in Oregon. Oregon, of course, is where
yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Oregon.
Yes, you know.
Definitely there. Oh yeah, it's ridiculous. Oh yeah.
Were you ever there? How did you?
And part of Wyoming too. Wyoming, definitely Wyoming. It's like there's nobody there.
Yeah. Well, there'll be different stuff going on in Wyoming. It'll probably be the northern areas that border. Yeah, all those areas, you're going to have a lot of, like, basically, this kind of, like, that's where I perceive a lot of these areas, if we just don't expand the Indian reservations by orders of magnitude, which I think has to be done eventually. There's going to be a lot of space up there that'll just go to the neo-Nazis. I mean, just kind of like their own white Aryan republic up there. You got some of these areas like northern Idaho. It's nothing but white people anyway. It's not like they would need to ethnically cleanse anybody. That's why that creep, Henrik Palmgren, when Henrik Palmgren came to the United States with his wife, they were in those areas and they were just like orgasmic. They were just like, on the net saying how, oh, we can breathe free air up here, white air. There's, they weren't talking about the landscape. They're talking about just the fact that everywhere they looked, there was nothing but white people. And they finally felt they weren't threatened or something. And that they were somehow like I guess they found themselves at home. And so they just, fuck yeah, just stick all the true neo-Nazis up there and the racial exclusivists, and they can have it. I mean, it's not like they're a threat to anybody.
Also in Canada too.
Up there,
put them up there also.
Well, certainly the part that's nearest to the 49th parallel that would border those regions. Yeah, a little further north.
Yes.
I mean, it'd be
Saskatchewan probably.
Yeah, parts of it. The that and the what else was I thinking of? Anyhow, without overdwelling on that, that's I think an inevitability, but or certainly something that.
But yeah, the company I was talking about is called GEO Group, which is
Geo.
Yes.
Yeah, Geo, and go on about Geo.
Is a private prison group.
Okay, thank you.
This guy's got 50%. Michael Burry's got 50% in position in his portfolio for that. Wow.
There you are. So if anybody wants to take a look, well, what's that like? Or, how do you imagine that? Think of a combination of, oh my God, I'm trying to remember the name of that film, sci-fi film, Prison Breakout, and see if I can find it. Anyhow, welcome.
You're talking about Fortress?
Fortress! Yeah, I'm certain that's it. Yes. Movie Fortress. Fortress Prison Breakout. Let's take a look and make certain that's the right one. They made a sequel of that. Yes. 1992. 1985 was probably the original one. Yes. God damn, that's old. Fuck, that's old. Yeah,
that's old.
Yeah. So Fortress, there was a number 2. Fortress, movie Fortress Prison. Okay, movie Fortress about prison. So that they'd be something like a combination of that and the third entry to Human Centipede. And
Jesus.
Movie Fortress about prison. Yes, there we are. John and his illegally present wife are inside, right? 1992. So they made a sequel of that film that was so well received that it was that they made a sequel. It had Christopher Lambert in it, who I think was in the original. He was in the original Highlander, right? Yeah. And,
yes, he was.
Yeah.
Highlander, yeah.
Yeah, and so he was
in most of it anyway, so.
Yeah. And he was playing a general. He was playing
a cloud.
Yes.
What you said?
Oh, he was playing a general in that film, the Fortress film, a general who had been guilty of war crimes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen it in a long time.
Yeah, but there is I know about the sequel. Almost nobody knows about the sequel because that was another one that I was an unofficial consultant for. That's why they integrated the scene in the sequel. If you ever see the sequel, there's a scene where Christopher Lambert is without a vacuum suit in space for several moments, maybe about a half a minute to 2 or 3 minutes, and survives, which I explained to them you can do. A lot of people don't understand this, but you have to make certain you don't exhale or inhale. The whole point is the way the vacuum causes your body to implode is because the moment the pressure changes in your body. So if you don't change the pressure in your body, you can survive in space for till that moment that you breathe. Then you're not dying because you're suffocating. You're dying because the change in your body pressure with the vacuum causes the vacuum to turn your body inside out. So you avoid that by, if you can hold your breath for like 2 to 3 minutes, you can survive in space without a vacuum. Given certain other factors, like the sun is not shining directly on you, in which case you burn alive, or you're not in an area so far away from the sun that you instantly freeze. Though they did show in the movie the fact that ice particles were collecting on him while he's going from one area of the space station to the other, because in the sequel it's a prison in space. But it also that was integrated into the short story, that concept, that reality, that fact. It was integrated into the short story written by David John West, who...
Were you ever a consultant for Dark City?
No. Though people have asked me about that. The other people that asked me about, they always ask me about the film Cabin in the Woods, of course. And I remember when I was talking to that idiot Jambo the Respunky, he
Cabin
kept...
in the Woods? What the fuck people think you were?
Makes
no
well,
sense.
You might be thinking of the wrong film. It makes perfect sense when you see Cabin in the Woods, the one by Michael Heaton. He pronounced, his name is spelled like Whedon, Whedon. So it's pronounced either Whedon or Heaton, depending on your dialect. But
Hyhaydn.
Whedon. He's the guy who did Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Yeah,
Joss Whedon.
Yeah. That guy's Cabin in the Woods. He was affiliated with that film. I can understand why people would think I was a consultant in that film.
That guy's a piece of garbage.
He is. Yeah, dude, you're preaching to the converted here. Yeah,
he is horrible.
Yeah.
I remember doing high school. Sorry.
Yeah, go
on. College, talking about Josh Whedon is the Jesus of writing. I'm like you're smoking, man.
Thank you. So a lot of people,
ridiculous.
A lot of people joined his personality cult. Yes, it was. But he really exposed himself.
I never did. But Well, these people always expose themselves when they get to prideful, and like the devil tried before the fall.
Yeah.
So,
yes. Thank you. It's
and I mean, he did a great job with the. I'm sorry, I'm going to keep interrupting you.
No, go on.
I mean, he did a great job with the Avengers. At least he pushed Marvel to have practical sets.
Well, I mean, but that all stopped the moment. That all stopped. No, that all stopped though. Anything positive he did with the Avengers stopped when he killed the Black Widow before her own film.
Yes, of course. I know.
That was.
It's ridiculous. I know, and she should have had her own movie years ago, like I explained before.
Yes.
Over Captain Marvel. So I mean, for Brie Larson. And that whole thing is blown out of proportion anyway with Brie Larson too, and it's definitely has hurt. The comic book, the same thing with She-Hulk too. With the comic book, I mean, there's always going to be collectors like myself. I mean, I've always owned different copies of these books, but it's just a shame with the connection with person acting with the legacy of the character. It's not good.
Well, like you said, Brie Larson was very much a victim of a incel, involuntary celibate hate campaign that was. It truly.
I remember looking at which I've gotten tired of him too. I'm sorry, I don't.
No,
keep interrupting, but
no,
the Quartering. Yeah, that guy. That right wing sicko. That guy's a little too much too. He was attacking her also. The whole thing was ridiculous.
Thank you. No, it was awful, and they're ruining people's careers, and it's just because they can. But there you go. That's of course I deal with these kinds of people obviously, and that being said, so Mandy, this is Mark H. Mark H is our fixer who works with casino gambling, and so if Mandy's still on the line with us, by all means, Mandy, and you must have something to say about these films, by the way. Certainly when our man Realtek is talking about the Avengers, Black Widow, all this, and Hedon, and I mean, certainly you must have taken your kids to these films, or maybe not, or do you have any opinions on these, or any memory of them, or please?
I have a couple memories of them.
Yeah, by all means, share it.
So we were a little late to the game of the comic movies, because after the first couple Spider-Man movies and the original Hulk movie, I was not that interested, frankly. But there, I forget, what did we see? I forget when we kind of joined in. And then we of course started back with the original Iron Man 2, blah blah blah. But we're totally into it. So with the Galaxy, Guardians of the Galaxy, that one wrecked me personally. And that's because in the first, everybody's seen the movie, I'm sure, no spoilers here. In the beginning, the kid is watching his mom die.
Yeah.
And that's literally what I was just like most afraid of and going through.
Yeah.
And with the trauma of the kid left when his mom passed, like that messed me up so bad. And then when the second Guardians of the Galaxy came out, it was about Ego and his dad. And, that's when Yondu died. He sacrificed himself. Well, that's when my dad died.
Oh, God.
So, I told you before, I was definitely a comic book lover. I first was X-Men is what really, the originals. I knew the originals, like Spider-Man, the original Superman, and those guys. But X-Men really, I was really drawn to X-Men, I guess. The Avengers, or the movies, they were really good, but it was really sad. I felt that Black Widow's writing and storyline that they took it on was sad. Could have been and should have been so much better and more truer to her. And there's so many other awesome stories and whatnot that, but for the most part, I mean, it was pretty spectacular. At the end with everything.
Well, definitely don't watch the next Guardians of the Galaxy, the last one. That was really not easy.
Yeah, I heard that was really like very sad, like pet wise and everything. And I just had a couple incidences. I think we shared that, Douglas, about my rescue birds being attacked.
Yes.
So I we haven't watched that yet because we're kind of sad here as a family as far as animals.
Yeah, I understand. Regarding X-Men, I'm sorry to hear that. Regarding X-Men, definitely check out the 1990s TV show. It's fantastic.
Yes. Oh my God.
The cartoon.
Okay, I geeked out on that so hard. I could tell you every episode.
And they're bringing it back, actually. So, okay, cool. Good.
Yeah, for sure. The animation, like the voice acting, it was all so good.
Yeah. It's I don't, they did 2 movies already, these Hollywood, and they still can't get the Dark Phoenix saga correct.
Oh my God, right? One of the cool
sagas
they could do, and they fuck it up.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Oh yeah, absolutely fuck it up. Fucking garbage.
It is, and the series, like when you do watch, if you watch the 90s anime, it's badass, and it actually gets really intense, and I can't believe that Hollywood couldn't even replicate a 1990s cartoon.
Yeah, all of it's fantastic, and there's there's not any type of ridiculous agendas,
right?
And all those cartoons back then. It just was a straight story.
Well, and a lot of the writers did base on like old myths, old legends, old stories, and they transformed them. But my kids are kind of geeking out on that right now about actual lore that is being taken and used in these stories when they're we've kind of just made them modern.
Yes.
Well, yeah. Well, that's why comics is not going to die off like pets or other
Right.
collectibles, because they are the new mythology.
Yeah, my son and his two best friends, they're making their mangas right now, and
Great.
some of the
Yeah,
parts they're
manga is killing Japanese manga.
yeah,
It's killing the industry, the comic industry.
yeah,
Absolutely, just
sure,
devouring.
So
absolutely.
what? Yes, I mean, thank you for
I'm not
but
sure if you didn't know that, but yeah, Douglas. But,
well,
go ahead,
you can
sorry.
describe that to her. Describe to her with I mean, I do want Mark to participate. I don't know if this is his cup of
Yeah, he
tea,
hasn't
but
said anything at all. I mean,
he's very patient. He's very patient. No worries.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and I did want to say, of course, that when it comes to the comics, what was I going to say? Something along the lines of something at some point. I might remember it. No worries. So, but Mark, did want to introduce you to Amanda Ute in case I haven't done so in the past. I don't remember at this point. So, Mandy, if you haven't met Mark, as I said, he works in the casinos, and maybe you did meet him shortly in the past. Mark, maybe you can remind me. Did I introduce you before or not?
Maybe once, Douglas, but
Okay.
I don't think so. So, but it's very nice to talk to you, Amanda.
Yes.
Nice to talk to you too.
Yeah, I hear everyone's geeking out over comic books. So, Real Tech, if you don't mind, man, I'll jump in a little bit. I geeked out a little bit with these myself. Back in the day, we used to get, those thick comics. Marvel would make these volumes, like, 1 through, like, whatever.
Trade
20
paperbacks.
something. Yes, dude, I would grab those as many as I can. And the great thing about those is, like, I think, as Amanda said, a lot of them had all this folklore. I mean, I don't know where it came from, but it was so intricate and it had such great creativity that, I mean, you could just sit there for hours reading those books, man. They were just so addictive. And even in the movies, you see, like, a couple of the newer style movies, with Thor and things like that. A lot of that, they'll show you those, the symbolism in the movies. I think it was one with Thor when they, one of his eyes got torn out of his socket, and that's supposed to, represent, the eye of Horus being grabbed and, put in everyone's face that we have your eye, the control thing like that. So Hollywood still uses that symbolism. But it's pretty cool. I just wanted to mention that because I heard you talking about that.
Yes. Thank you. And certainly, Mandy, you have something to say about that. Your children were learning about their Celtic heritage, were they not?
Oh yeah, totally.
Yes. And the mythology involved with that? Did you ever explain that to them?
Definitely, that's something that they've done a lot of research and lore over, and that's one of the research things my dad did give me, and I have passed on to my kids. He traces back pretty far, and then on their father's side, they're MacDonalds, and on my side, we're MacTaggarts, which I think is a part of the Ross family. We're in the Ross clan.
Mm-hmm.
So that definitely has been something that they've looked over. And it was really fun because when they were watching the Marvel movies, they themselves were making the connections, because we have always been students of history, I guess, in this house. They've been reading Greek lore and Egyptian lore and Celtic lore and all sorts from way back then when. And so they were making connections. And so I kind of had fun geeking out, sharing things with them and passing them around. I think I had even talked to you about Helena and that old with Thanos and that, Lady Death, and trying to woo her and whatnot.
Yeah, Helena Troy was a badass. You talking about Helena Troy?
Or
Helena.
was Helena, so not the mythical Helen of Troy, who's actually a historical figure, obviously the Battle of Troy, and I understand why Mark went directly to that, but Helena was also a comic book character. Now, was that Lady Death the one the Swedish girl who went to hell and then came back as in Helena, and then it was a play on Hell, like Helena, or like Anna from like the Elder Anna, like the kind of like a very Nordic name. But so this was supposed to be a Swedish girl who had been essentially burned at the stake and went to hell, but then became the dominating figure. You're thinking of this comic book saga, yes?
They did kind of combine her with the other one with the North Helena, so it's kind of both. I've read A and B depending on which series.
Okay.
But
Wow.
the ones with Thor, that's his sister, and yeah.
Okay. I mean, because that was an independent comic, and then a lot of these independent comics get purchased later and bought up by the by the big companies, and then they So thank you for bringing that up. Let me take a look in the chat. Our man's entering some image here, and that might be something that helps to
comic books.
Bring this to mind. So, okay, so My Hero Academia, that's so cute. The Infinity Gauntlet. Okay, so, yeah, adorable. So go on, Mark. Yes, so you were buying these trade paperback anthologies of comics, but go on for whichever direction you want to go into, and do tell us how. Introduce yourself to Amanda. Tell her a bit about what you do.
It'd be my pleasure. It's kind of, I'm not a really, not a huge into talking about myself, but I don't mind doing it. It's a little easier for people to ask questions. But basically, I'm at a point right now, Amanda, where my professional career has kind of taken a ton of different directions. I've been in the same industry for about 4.5 years, and I work for a casino, and it's been an amazing ride. But I'm at the point now where it's I could be doing something. I could go back to my former career, which is like privatized security, at any moment. So it's kind of where I'm at now. It's paying the bills, and it is what it is. But I think a lot of what I'm dealing with now is the negativity that is basically like a boiling pot in a stew. It's spilling out, and it's causing fallout to anybody that comes in contact with it. So people are no longer have this sort of immunity that they once had. I think it's really starting to get a little bit rough. So I'm just going to kind of ride it out and see where it goes. But that's kind of where I'm at now. But I did want to actually ask a question, and while we're on that, the topic that you had mentioned about the tribes, and you kind of know where your family came from. Are you familiar with any? I think Douglas mentioned this before about retroactive continuity, is what I wrote. I took notes on, and
right.
I wanted to see if you knew anything about the Lost Tribe of Dan, or anything of that nature.
Right, Mandy, by all means.
I think Douglas would be better on that. I don't know as much detailed about it, but I've definitely heard of it.
Right. Well, I mean, go on, Mark, by all means.
So I haven't done an extensive research about it. I do know little bits and pieces and facts that are just kind of scattered. But I sort of concentrated it down to an offset of the tribe of Judah, which it's a larger group of this bloodline that's passed through the ages. And basically, I'm not really come to any formal conclusions or anything, but I do think it's interesting that some people claim that certain songs are written about the Lost Tribe of Dan and the Merovingian bloodline, as Douglas mentioned before,
right.
Being like a starseed. And even the song, I think it was Old Danny Boy, that song was supposed to be a tribute to the this sort of the seed being traced through the tribe of Dan. So all these Irish people were celebrating it with this song, and they poured their hearts and soul into it. And then you can even listen to some people that actually do remakes of the song, one of which Sinead O'Connor. If you listen to Sinead O'Connor's the think the word's redaction of it. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. So I just didn't know if any of you know anything about that at all.
Oh, I have not heard about the song, but I would definitely love to listen to that for sure.
Yeah,
now is that the
incredible.
tribe that supposedly did like migrate all the way up over to Scotland and Ireland?
Through even through parts of the Mediterranean,
Right.
and then going through into the French king bloodline, I believe, and then
Right.
ending up, I think, or there was supposed to be ended up somewhere in the Celtic regions, or somewhere near there. That's the folklore, supposed.
I do remember my grandma always talking about, and I did hear this, actually both sides of my grandmas talked about how there were Scottish and Irish bloodlines that could be and were traced from the migration. And it was through France, and it was through Greece, and then
Yes.
the further Middle East, and that's what my clan, at least on my father and mother's side, not my children's side, but my side, that was always a kind of a rumor. That was just not, I don't know if it's a rumor, but it was just always passed down that we're from over there.
Yeah, and then they were rumored to be part of the Spartan, movement, the Spartan blood as well. Having a piece in every part of history for passing through the ages. It's an interesting story. It's cool.
It's very interesting.
Wonderful. There, see, the both of you are communicating, and I think you've brought up incredible points we'd otherwise be unaware of, Mark. I think that's very educational. Now, but in terms of your Celtic heritage, what exactly the parts of it that stand out to yourself, Mandy? Singing or any particular kind of music or folklore, or what comes to your mind, in context or not of what Mark brought up?
I don't know if it's too much in context, but I just remember one of my memories of my grandmother. I can't remember. She was either born in Scotland and then she came over with her parents, or she was actually born in America. But it was her mother, my great grandmother, would have been traveling pregnant. I just can't remember which one. So she really didn't have a heavy Scottish accent, except for when she would get like really upset or really like enthused about something.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would always hear a Scottish accent come out when we'd be talking about Tolkien,
Mm-hmm.
and especially like Smaug the dragon and stuff like that. And I just, that would always like I would find myself kind of slipping into a little bit of an accent when I would get maybe a little bit flustered or whatnot. But there definitely was always a tie in my family with as much as our Scottish Celtic heritage, that it just always was tied to further east, of even backwards in it, and it wasn't heavily talked about. It was just kind of always insinuated and known, if that makes any sense.
Right. And so
like when they talked about finding the red-headed mummies in Egypt, it was, to me, I just remember thinking like, well, yeah, doesn't everybody know about that? And I just remember just knowing that, and my family and my dad talking about it. And then they found the redheads over in mummies in China as well. And that was just kind of like, well, yeah, that's where they were traveling in these old routes. And so I kind of have a mixed, I'm not exactly sure. I don't know. I guess things just got handed down that I couldn't prove.
Okay.
But they just kind of were common sense, and that they keep getting found with discoveries, or other people are kind of picking it up. And I always felt like I thought these were things everybody else knew.
Right. Now, Mark, there must be something similar that you're aware of to that.
And similar in terms of what? What did you mean, Douglas?
Similar in terms of secrets that your family has passed down, no one else is aware of?
To be honest, very few. I think my family, Douglas, they tend to die with their secrets, Doug.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and that's just kind of the way it. And
That's the problem with my family too.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, till this
Don't like
day,
it.
I mean, I could, I'm a pretty, I consider myself a pretty decent interviewer, interrogator, and till this day, my dad is like a rock, man. Like there's just, I don't even bother anymore. I would love to hear some of the things, but it's just that's one of the things that when my grandmother died, that's the French side. We found out that she had a different name. She was going by a different name. So a lot of it's sort of like ingrained in family. They're just very old school, and you would need, if you needed to know, you would find out. That's the kind of way that it was that was the way it was for us.
Yeah, incredible. Thank you for sharing that. And your own father was in naval intelligence. I forget. He's retired now? Air Force intelligence.
Yeah. And when he's been retired for many, many years, and like even at that point, I remember seeing his certificates as a kid, or I didn't even know what it meant. And my grandmother would tell me about it. Not when I was young enough. She would tell me later when he told me. And I had looked it up and found out there was a very small amount of people that, were entered into this, like 1% of, and it was actually called the Air Force Security Services. At that point, it wasn't actually, it was the intelligence, but they called themselves the Air Force Security Services. And a couple of I found out that a couple of the members, famous members that were in it, was Johnny Cash. Was a famous member that was in it, and he did similar things that my father supposedly did, and it was like comms intelligence. Johnny Cash was supposedly really good at. He was fluent with Russian with Morse code. He could totally understand what was being said with Morse code in Russian. It was incredible.
Incredible. That is incredible.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So. Right. I mean, so like later on, like I said, my dad never told me anything. And then I would, in my head, I remember as a kid seeing these weird things that he would show me. And I'm like, oh, Jesus, all right, that makes sense. That he was, this is what he was showing me, or that kind of thing. But I don't think it was I think it was a very small thing for him. I think mainly it was for when he did his time, his 4 years. That's what he claims. He claims other things as well, so I don't know what to believe, if there was something more than what he did for just his years, and just his typical 4 years. So he did say to me that he was approached when he finished his 4 years in Air Force intelligence. He said he was approached, but he said he did not want to take it because he didn't want to be overseas. I think it was a requirement that you had to do at least like 20 years overseas, or some crazy requirement for certain intelligence agencies at that time. So I think he just kind of wanted to stay in the local area.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
So that's as far as I know is that. But like I said, it could be something totally different. And it's like I feel like it's. I mean, it'll go to his grave probably before I hear anything about it, if it's anything.
Right. Great. And with Mandy, your father, of course, what is your knowledge of the kind of intelligence he was involved with?
None.
Well, I mean, he was doing something. I mean, obviously.
I know he was at Red Rock, and I know he worked on, he was an E3, and he worked in...
Explain that to our listeners, please. The E3, the category, the military operational specialty. That's more that than a rank, right? Or I'm beginning to bleach it all out of my mind. So, do explain that to our listeners. Kind of outline that for them.
What my dad explained to me, all that was good for was that he didn't have to live on base, and he got his own house off base.
Right.
He
Okay.
said that was the perk of that. he's an officer. He had a certain level of clearance. I do not know very much about the different levels.
Did you ever hear the term warrant officer? I get the impression he was a warrant officer as opposed to commissioned or non-commissioned. Does that ring a bell?
He wouldn't have even said that.
Okay.
So I can definitely associate like what you're saying about how they don't talk.
Right.
Like the things that my dad shared, and I wish I had asked a million more questions, but you kind of learn not to.
Mm-hmm.
And when they do share, when they do talk, or kind of what I did pick up, like my dad made it sound like Vietnam, he was just manning the base with his partner that was sent over, and they would just bicycle into town and get goods and beer, and then man the radios. And so, but I know damn well that's not all that went on. I know other people have told me fairly recently, a SEAL that I had met actually was kind of the first one that picked up when I had shared a little bit of that. He was like, wait, that means like your dad was pretty important and a big deal. And you wouldn't know from what my dad talked about that it was like that. I do know that they were responsible in Vietnam, helping get, injured soldiers in and out, and making sure that connections for help and backup was sent in. And Germany, I had no idea that Germany was a big major U.S. point for Vietnam. But my dad never even talked about that. He didn't share anything that he worked on with the rockets that and the equipment that they were doing when they were doing testing for the moon mission. And like he talked about how he learned that he had to screw his cupboard shut because at midnight or 2 a.m. is when they would do their rocket tests. I think those were the Saturns. I forget the official name, but basically like your whole house would rattle, and he said he lost a ton of dishes until he figured out, you have to screw your cabin shut or your cupboard door shut. Otherwise you'd have nothing. It would rattle the house so crazy that things would just fall off the shelves and everything. And that's kind of the extent of what he shared with me that he did. Just that he and his partner, and I forget if it was 2 or 4 other people from his platoon actually came back from Vietnam. And obviously my dad and his partner were 2 of the survivors because they were in Germany. And everybody else that he had known in his troop was basically wiped out, except for a couple. He really didn't share that much more of his time there. I do know him and his friend, his name was Teddy, obviously a nickname, Theodore. He was a engineer, and he and my dad would go through my dad's old Tesla blueprints, and they would rebuild his experiments and machines. So I know my dad was more than capable, but I don't know what he actually worked on in the government.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's
incredible.
Yeah. And Mark, of course, how have things been lately? Like you said, there's been a lot of toxic spillover. Is that something more recent, or is this something that was like a kind of something more in general that you were observing in your different careers?
So it's something, Douglas. I think I speak esoterically a lot just because of I mean, I know Realtek has his intuitive, he has his talents, and it's been proven. And for me, it's more of like I'm very sensitive to my environments, and I just pick up on things very quick. And I just it's one of those things where you know things are happening, and you know things are going to happen. You just can't really. You got to be careful of what you say and who you say it to. So it's just the environment that I just experience. Nothing in specifics, but it's just a constant toxicity of people's negative emotions. That it's literally it's an environment where you're swimming in negative emotions, and it spills over to everybody, and it is what it is, and that's the business that everyone has chosen. But it's something that for me personally, I've never experienced something like that before ever. I mean, if you just imagine walking through a hallway or walking through a building where you're looking at everyone losing fucking money. Everybody is mad. You know what I mean? Everyone knows they're losing. The looks on everyone's face. Just every last bit of energy is pushed onto people losing and negativity, and it just honestly, I think it just gets you at a point, and especially if the people's reactions towards you. We're basically, as you mentioned before, Douglas, sort of just like these worker cogs. Even though I'm in management, that when I come out there to deal with things, people don't care. It's like, because of this type of mentality, you're basically a doormat, and
Yeah, I didn't like my experience with Mohegan's son. I always won the casino and I lost there, but what was really annoying. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to say this really quickly.
No, that's actually that's a good
What
point.
was really extremely annoying. What you said? Go ahead.
No. What were you gonna say? I wanted to find out.
What was extremely annoying was that they kept hassling with my camera. And when I was in Vegas, I've been there many times. I got married in Vegas. When I was there many times in Vegas in different casinos, they didn't say anything with my camera. Now they even taking pictures. Employees and managers even took pictures of me when I was winning, $20,000 on blackjack.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like you can have your phone, right, and you can take videos.
Yeah, they bet you wine about your phone too. It's just ridiculous. You put your phone down. So you put your phone down. You bet you wine about that. You put it up. You bet you wine about that.
If you have a camera, casinos will consider that a quote unquote right. They consider that a quote unquote professional camera, and it's not. A lot of what it is for the look. So if a lot of things are done by deterrent, so if they see, if other people see somebody getting spoken to, they won't do it. A lot of times you can't really force people to do anything. You can video if you want, but then obviously you get, if the private business doesn't want you there, they can ask you to leave. But it's a lot of little things like that that get annoying. They can add up to people. So basically, I'll mention it, Douglas, because I think this is a good example, Douglas, of why you call me the fixer. Okay.
Yes.
And I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but something like today took a lot out of me, but I believe something good came out of it. There was a gentleman who had, at the time, I didn't know he had a learning disability. He had Tourette's. No one knew this at the time. I actually remembered this guy from a previous incident when I did private security at a totally different location. So my memory kicked in. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, this guy's insane, So this guy's flipping out. He's screaming at everyone. He's telling me to go fuck myself, pretty much. It will exactly in his words. And he took off. And basically, he's on a battle rampage. He's, anybody in his sight, he just wants to start shit. Now, this guy spends a shitload of money. All right.
Yeah.
He spends a lot of money. He may be, his situation, whatever it is, but the way that he wanted somebody to listen to him, and the way that his disability was causing him to act out on everybody, he wanted someone to listen to him. So basically he wanted, he kept going on a rampage after he, swore at everybody. I got called by a different manager at a different department because they know I'm good at this stuff. So I met this guy again. He came up to me. He shook my hand. He apologized. He said, he said, listen, I have Tourette's. It's hard for me to talk to people and communicate because I twitch and everyone gets scared. And that's exactly what my team said when they came back to me. They said, this guy is twitching like a maniac, So clearly he had something wrong. I talked him over. what I did was this. I know he spends a lot of money, but I couldn't give him what he wanted, which was, specialized promotion type of thing. So what I did was I thought of something that I could give him. And actually what I could give him was really a good option. I'm not going to say what I did, but I gave him something that, pretty much made this guy's night, and other departments noticed it. My department noticed it. I brought him back personally to our area, fixed the issue, issued him something that he can actually go and feel good about and enjoy his night. So it's one of these things that, like, if you can fix a situation like that, where a guy or a woman is totally just venomous, just spitting venom to everybody in sight, if you can somehow quench their thirst for attention or somebody to listen to them, it does make a difference. So, you take a hit for the team, so to speak. So it's taxing. That's the only thing. It taxes you because it's an emotional roller coaster. You know what I mean? When you have these people, they're flipping out on you, man. They're just totally flipping.
Yeah.
But if you can just depersonalize it, if you can, which is hard, to have somebody in your face telling you to go fuck yourself. It's hard, and you just kind of have to, like I said, it's not personal, and you have to try to fix it. And people won't even understand. They won't understand why you're helping them. He looked at me like, "Why are you helping me now?" So it's that kind of stuff. I think it's cool, and it's somewhat magical.
Yes. Yeah, and I just want to thank you for sharing that. That's delightful. Mandy, could you share with us some experience you had with this kind of peacemaking? I'm certain that you participated in this in school a number of times, where you had to act as the go between some people who were special cases. Does that come to mind?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I just want to say that is really awesome of you, because I did have a lot of experience with that in being a teacher and working in the school district. But there's a lot more compassion and understanding for children and not adults.
Yes.
That have disabilities or whatnot. And I don't know. It doesn't feel good talking about myself, but I always had teachers in competition for me in the different schools, because I work really well with exactly those kind of kids. And that's just it. If you can take what they're dishing out, that's not 99% of the time, that's not the problem. There is something else, and there just needs to be some humanity and some understanding and listening, and somebody who is just not judging and is just there to be with that person in that space and time and just make things good and make things right. And if everybody would just act like you did with this gentleman, then, a lot more, I don't know if a lot more good things would happen or a lot less bad things would happen, but maybe that's the same thing. But
No, that's a great point, because I think all of us, that's an incredible point, because by you recognizing that everybody, it starts like a little pebble in the water, starts a little ripple effect. If all of us start understanding, even for ourselves, to show ourselves that sort of compassion first, it makes it even easier to show that with others. That's why for me, what was that?
Oh, I was just agreeing fully. Go ahead.
Well, that's just going to say, for me, it's like, starting to recognize the stuff. That's what's allowing me to be able to do this stuff, to be able to slow down and listen to people. I mean, it's not easy to listen to people, and it takes time, and it takes time and patience, which most people won't have, with just everything going on in their lives. Who wants to actually sit down and listen to somebody bitching and moaning, or whatever it is?
But when you do show, like, I will listen. What is it? Like, let's figure this out. They are surprised, and there is kind of this gear change that happens, and it's like, wow, okay, you do want to listen. And
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
what children have an issue about, is they are not truly listened to. They are constantly shown and told that their opinions don't matter, or
Yes.
the adult world that we make them fit in, and it's not hard to. I mean, it doesn't mean they're right about their opinion, but it's raining out. You do have to have your coat on or whatever. Except in Montessori, you let the kid go out, you let them get cold, then they learn a lesson and they know to dress appropriately, but I mean, it's different if everybody can. Most of child psychology that I believe in is, you can cut a child or adult's hissy fit or freak out in half by just letting them know, I value your opinion. It doesn't mean I agree with it. It doesn't mean it's correct. It doesn't mean that's what, but you get to talk and you're valid.
That's one of the things that I say to people that have always had reactions to something, whether I was sitting and interviewing somebody or whether it was in a personal situation, was that you can never deny somebody how they feel. And right. I hate when people do that and they, say, no, you can't be mad, or you can't be sad, right. Or don't cry, or you try to suppress it so much.
Yes.
And it's
I've heard so many dads tell that to their sons, don't cry. I hate that. I hate that with a passion. It rubs me.
Because all that builds up. All that builds up. It just adds to the frustration later on in life when they have all this repressed, anger and sadness.
For sure, definitely. And same with the cry it out method and all sorts of other detachment issues that we forced on our kids, when that's the opposite of what we're supposed to do as people. The way we're geared, the way we're wired, the way our DNA is. We do need connection, and everybody needs to feel a place and understanding.
100%. And then it's good to support that. If someone does feel a certain way, okay, well, you know what? There's a reason why you feel this way. And yeah. We're not gonna deny you of what you feel. We're gonna just try to figure out how we can understand it better, and then just make everything right. Try to make things better. Yep. Like you said, a lot of the times where these kids or even adults, that's the feeling that they get, and they have a certain feeling about something, and all of a sudden they become attacked right away. And that's right. That's what it was like when they were a kid, and it's just like a cycle of just
right,
of abuse, basically.
Right. Arguing or instant anger, or demanding that somebody, needs to hear you is a output of not being heard, or just you don't feel like, even if you don't share your opinion, it's okay. There's everybody, and I think that's why you have a lot of those people on the internet that are horrible. They're bullies. The shit they say, they would never say to anybody face to face, or they'd be embarrassed if other people found out they said. And that's because they have some outlet and they don't understand, I don't know, a good way to get that out, or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Real Tech, if you want to participate in this, go ahead. But first, I do want to bring up some things from the chat. Air Lee, I hope I'm pronouncing your name, honey. Do give us your real pronunciation if you can. Irie, I believe it's Air, like Ire. Lee, she says, I have a split personality, and she is very tall, a very tall giant with ginger hair. That's delightful. Thank you, honey. And Vampire Skunk says, Jason Brechiers has a lot of information about the tribe of Dan. So that's someone to look into, Mark. And he says the Tuatha De Danann invaded Ireland and defeated the Furbolgs. So thank you for that. So both of you look into the chat room when you can. And Nathan Brooks says, greetings, beloved team DD Triple D. So welcome aboard. Hugs to Nathan Brooks, who has been through a lot himself. So do me a favor, everyone. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Continue chatting. Real Tech, is there anything you wanted to say amidst all this? I mean, certainly it brought something to mind with you. I'm certain that, yeah. And I'll go mute for a few minutes. I'll be back.
Yeah, of course it does. But first things first. People, please support Dr. Dietrich. We are now July the 20th, which also happens to be Colonel Stauffenberg's plan to kill Hitler anyway, which maybe Douglas might go in later on tonight with his monologue. But remember, please support Douglas Dietrich because we are almost the end of the month and we need to support his friends and support him because he is providing a great service that is commercial free with a bunch of different topics, different things, unlike Garbage Coast to Coast AM that is just garbage commercials now.
Thank you. That's beautiful. Thank you. By the way, Realtek is getting to a degree of professional status with his helping to promote that, and I profoundly appreciate it. It is very touching.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Very touching.
Because Douglas Dietrich is our national treasure, and he needs to be treated like a king.
Thank you. That's wonderful. You're incredible. Yes, he needs to be a professional writer. So
yeah, I like Realtek's assertiveness, man. It's good. I like it.
Yes, thank you. It is needed. And so Mandy, honey, and Realtek. Go
basically, well, sorry, go ahead. You were saying?
Oh, I was just saying. Go ahead, Realtek. I'll go mute now. Thank you so much with what you were going to say. Otherwise.
Well, and like a lot of people in this country are going through, of course, that are adults, Arrested Development, and I mentally really am at a teenager's age. A lot of aspects of how I think sometimes, and because of just growing up being too sheltered. So with my grandmother, and so I was taking care of her a lot. And is everybody listening to hear what I'm saying, or how have I already heard? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh,
okay. I'm just making sure everyone got really quiet. So, so I grew up being abused and sexually abused also, and I have outbursts. I have different. I'm bipolar and part of Tourette also, like my brother said, who has a degree in psychology and counseling, and I have bursts of spouts of different type of hyperness. I take St. John's warts and things like that, and mostly just natural herbs. My body has rejected many of the medical antidepressants, but so what I'm equating to it is like, and there's a lot of and of course there's a lot of people in this world too. My situation with my grandmother for years was like having a dog caged up all the time, and as soon as the dog is set free, and the dog just goes bananas and doesn't want to stay in anymore. So I break down, at times with having my grandmother too, and I saw her the last time.
Realtek, you said you break down because your grandmother what?
She died in a fire, and I had to see her. And I had to see her burnt to death. I mean, I wasn't the only one there. There were a lot of people there in my grandma's building.
Oh my God!
So when I'm it's a difficult thing I go through sometimes. I'm never gonna get over that.
No.
And of course, thoughts of suicide sometimes. I mean, I've gotten better with dealing with that and trying to push that out of my mind as much as possible.
Hey, Realtek.
When I'm recording, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's fine. I was gonna say, actually, what were you gonna say? Because I want to let you finish.
What I'm pointing to is getting in it, just taking care of her and being, was all abuse. I'm not saying I wasn't getting therapy, I was, but getting money after her after her death, and just going bananas, buying ridiculous things and doing ridiculous things because of the grief over what happened to her, and just in general, I'm saying that. And breaking down with different things and different, I mean, this like that. It definitely is looked down upon, like you were saying about men crying and these things not being looked upon and treated upon properly when it does begin. That's what I'm getting to. I'm kind of over the place with this. I know I am, but
no, you're right. You're right on. You're right on with what you're at. So, first of all, you're incredibly strong for talking about it. That's amazing. So I want to commend you truly on that.
What did I miss? I just got back. What was he? Oh my God! This must have been something. What did he share?
Real Tech is just just like everybody else, but his is specifically he's going through some things that he had mentioned he'd shared with us. Specifically, he's talking about experiences with his family, things that are going on right now, and to his point, a lot of times men in general are made to feel ashamed, to be sensitive and to be in touch with their emotions, and it's made to seem weak. And my point to that is that it's actually the opposite. I think if a man can identify his feelings and know how he feels, that he becomes a stronger man, and he can be even more protective to the people that are around him. That's just my belief. And I think the fact that he identified that himself was incredible. So I agree with him on that. And then I think that there's definitely alternatives for him, without a doubt, because I know his intuition usually doesn't work for himself. So, if I can maybe throw something at him, there's definitely other alternatives for him to relieve the feelings, or to actually, I wouldn't even say relieve, Real Tech, because it's more of just channeling. It's what you do anyway, or what you can do anyway, but it's channeling the emotions that you experience into different things, whether it be anything creative, as long as the energy and the feeling of the intention of it transfers into something else. As long as something becomes of it, then you will feel that release of the feelings that overcome you over and over again. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I definitely I've gone hardcore with photography and getting into video now, and then that definitely has helped me a lot. But binging on sex has been just a ridiculous thing I did when she died. But I the biggest problem I do have, and I figured it out with my friend. They was talking about this. I keep going through with people seeing me as an easy mark with money, and it is because of as my grandmother used to say about me being desperate for friends. And what you said?
I wasn't going to say anything. I was going to.
I heard Douglas say something, but
I don't even know if she meant desperate for friends. I was going to say maybe. I mean, a lot of it's just like attention, but I don't even.
I like to talk. I mean, I do like to talk to people.
Well, this is.
I really like talking to people. And what you said?
Oh, go on. You like talking to people? No, by all means, continue. Yeah.
I'm very compassionate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I like having conversations with people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so this is what Brooke really likes about Mark, was that Mark basically pointed out the fact that we all need attention and that we shouldn't be ashamed of it. Yeah, that the fact that people try to say, you're seeking attention, as if it's some kind of negative or some kind of crime. And so she really appreciates his pointing that out. And I think that it's therapeutic and healthy. especially for someone who suffered the way Realtek has. Realtek started off with some real bad starting point in life. Let's just put it that way. I mean, I've had an enormous amount going against myself too. But yeah, Realtek, he gives me a run for the money. Let's put it that way. Yeah. So that being said, yeah, Mandy, obviously, I think that you really have some things that I wish Brooke were on to share with you, and hopefully you'll be on with us Sunday night, where I can call you and maybe Brooke and yourself can talk, because I do believe you ladies have a lot to share, and we didn't get into any of that the last time that I think both of you met. In fact, I remember we had more going on between Mandy and for what little that could go on in that situation with Mandy and Penny Bradley, when I was basically shitting all over both their husbands. But then again, I could do that between Mandy and Brooke Gibson as well. I mean, one thing these women seem to have a talent for is just choosing the absolute worst fucking bargain basement loser they can find, marrying them, and then unfortunately in more cases than not having kids by them. But yeah, like I said, these guys are just sperm donors, really, and apparently don't provide any fathering with a, well, apparently, just say evidently or in practice. It's hard to find a descriptive when you say they practically, as in practice, are not providing any real fathering. That doesn't sound emphatic enough. So that being said, of course, I am curious. Your father, he fathered you, right, Mark? But how did you develop this kind of sensitivity? On your own, or was your father that sensitive an individual that he kind of taught you these emotional nuances, or how did you, how the fuck did you, most guys just don't do that, not from the old generation.
No, not at all. This is a truly like new development, Douglas. Like probably within the last five years, or maybe 5 to 6 years, I'd say. And no, that wasn't the case at all. You know, my parents divorced when I was very, very young, Douglas. So there was a pretty decent portion of my life that my father really wasn't in the picture at all. And then sort of later on, and a little bit later on, we came back into contact again. So it was that was the kind of situation, yeah.
Okay, interesting, fascinating. Maybe it's the lack of fathering.
Yes, that's what it is. Yeah, I think it was the. I'll tell you exactly what it is, Douglas, because I'm not ashamed to say it. It's and I've said it to him in, you know, not the best terms, but it's a lack of emotional intelligence that I experienced, the sheer lack of it, that I think was just astounding, and I think that's what really made me understand that you need to be really careful how you talk to people. And you need to understand that that you know that there is a way to talk to people, and you need to show compassion in certain cases, if not all. And I didn't realize that at a very young age that some of the things that I experienced of emotional retardation was astounding to me, astounding. So I think that's what did it.
Yeah, thank you for having the courage to share that, and that's.
Well,
yeah.
In general, usually it's the tone of voice than what you're saying.
Yeah, I can see that too as well. Yep.
Because I have a problem with always saying things at the wrong time, or saying it the wrong tone, or saying the wrong things.
But at least you say them though. It's good.
It's better to be honest, even though people don't like it. But just who I am.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I mean, those things, you know, obviously the things that I can't even nearly speak on, you know, obviously Douglas has articulated that it's you know, he puts his experience to shame. So there's not even, I could even begin to understand what you went through. All I can really say is from what I've experienced in my life and what I've known, I've been surrounded by some pretty damaged people, and you know, you like it's very clear that you've been given certain gifts. I don't know if that's because of this, you know, the type of abuse that you
Trauma.
experience. Trauma, yeah, exactly. The type of
It's
you
trauma-based talent. Trauma.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because
Trauma talent. Go on.
Absolutely, and that kind of experience does endow people with certain gifts. I mean, you know, I don't want to speak too specifically, but I've spoken about my ex before in other shows. She had a tough life as well as a young child, and it just blows my fucking mind how lucky I have been as a human being, or in this experience, to not have gone through some of these things. But I did notice, like, you know, the gifts that come from going through this type of trauma, and so I try to be an optimist and think of the good things and to go forward, and that's really what kind of brings me out of it, Real Tech, to really kind of it's sort of like a gratitude kind of thing, because I'm sort of a worshiper of life and all types of life at this point, and just try to think of, you know, the ultimate gratitude of everything we experience at all moments of the day. And that's what really kind of brings me out of any kind of funk, you know. But like I said, it's not nearly what you've experienced, but it's a simple thing that may or may not work.
And honey, Mandy, I never got the impression that your childhood was necessarily all that traumatic, but you've certainly, basically, in your case, it was the opposite of Mark. You basically had a mother who really wasn't there, right? As opposed to the father figure? Was that the case with you?
Oh, my mother was here, unfortunately, and my dad was
Oh,
always...
you like that? Everybody, that qualifier? Yeah. Go on, honey. Yeah.
But I feel bad. It wasn't always like that, but I look back now and know was definitely very generational problems, female, handing down mother-daughter kind of shit. But my traumatic stuff, I guess, in my childhood wasn't as much from family as it was personal experiences through childhood, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
So the things that did happen to me were not necessarily family, even though there's a whole package that everybody has, obviously, from their own family. But yeah, most things were outside the household per se. I'd say trauma.
Yeah. Okay. And certainly then, of course, then you picked up the asshole and married him, and after that, everything really went to shit. But
and I can honestly say, like, 100%, like, day till I die, he was not this. He was completely different until literally the day we got married. But the person that I knew 5 years before that was
that's why you never get married.
No, but you know, just in all fairness, I mean, this clown she picked up was literally MK Ultra mind control. Like, he was programmed for the marriage was the trigger, which then it just unleashed all the. What's that, honey? You can.
It literally was. It was like it. Yeah. I that day, like most people are like. Then the honeymoon ended, and then they started to see shit. It was like literally the day after. That day and after was just, whoa, what the fuck?
Yeah, thank you.
But it's slow. It's really slow. So, like, you know, when you know somebody and, you know, you accept shortcomings or hard times or other things are going on, you don't see these other things. And when it's turned up slowly, you can look back in hindsight and go, holy shit, like red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag. But when it's happening, it's not like being flashed in your face. It's in such subtle ways that later on you're like, holy shit. I still am trying to comprehend all of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So let me say, Mandy, would you consider this a red flag, or even Douglas? If somebody, if a girl has a monarch butterfly tattoo,
Mandy?
I would say it could be. I would say marking your body with shit that you don't understand can just bring shit to you that you don't mean to. I could also say people love butterflies and they mean it in the best sense.
yeah,
And so if she means it, or this person has it and they mean well with it and it has a positive feeling, that's what it will be. But the butterfly and monarch is obviously got some way other ties to it.
yes,
Yeah.
I would say like actions will prove which way that goes.
true, very true. And another popular one is the phoenix rising out of the ashes.
Right.
That's another one too. And I kind of take it like I don't mind tattoos. I think tattoos are I think they're beautiful on women. But some
Tattoos
of them
are
I'm just
beautiful.
like,
Yeah.
I really do. But some of them, like, I'm just like, why? Some of them I do agree with Douglas. Like, why are you desecrating your body like that with something that's so ridiculous for some things,
Well, Douglas,
Yeah, a lot of women like to put the tattoos on the lunar butterfly on their chest, especially if they have plastic surgery for fake breasts.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yep.
Before we were distracted by that fact, Mandy, you were going to say something.
No, it's so good. It's true though, absolutely. Certain markings in certain spots on women, where we were told that, especially like 90s and whatever, where we could have tattoos and what those tattoos were, do have a lot of symbolism and things to it. But I was gonna say, I had brought this up to Douglas a little bit ago when I was talking about my kids and their friends and how we need to have this conversation. I'm trying to talk to them about these tattoos coming out of symbols, of ancient symbols, of like demon circles. A lot of the occult stuff is very popular, so getting tattoos of like a Ouija board on yourself with the planchette and whatnot, like there's a whole level of marking yourself that is a whole lot of the younger generation. I sound so old. I am old.
No. You're, I mean, we are and we aren't, but go on. Yes.
But it's scary. It's really scary, and it definitely you do need to look at markings, and you can just unknowingly, in all good whatever, just
Right.
just desecrate your body. You don't even know it.
And I think like piggybacking on what you said, is it's so important to know what you're putting on your body, because symbols, from what I understand, I believe our subconscious understands symbols way better than anything else we see. So
For sure.
I believe it's a hidden language that we're constantly shown things, whether it's the letter M, the number 13 or anything like that, to remind us of, what we're in, and reinforce the fact of what we're in and what we're supposed to keep doing. Most people will completely they won't even realize it and won't even acknowledge it. So I think it's extremely important, from what you're saying, to know exactly what these symbols are, because I believe our brain understands these primordial symbols way far more than anything else we see day to day. So I think that's extremely important, and we're inundated with these symbols on a daily basis, to the point where all these things are in plain sight, and we probably completely block it out eventually over time.
Yes.
For sure.
Yeah. Go on, honey. Has this kind of happened with you or someone you know? I mean, you were helping that young lady who was involved in the sex industry. Do you feel she was a product of any kind of programming, or she just kind of fell into that due to her some kind of conventionally traumatic childhood, or was that even involved? Was she simply sex positive, or I mean, she did have a drug habit, I remember correctly, yes?
Yeah, so she was, or is, I should say, mostly a Alaskan native,
Okay.
and
That's already just a tremendous disadvantage and probably traumatic in and of itself. Am I wrong to assume that?
alcoholism from the get-go. Also, yes, trauma. Also, yes, just from what her parents experienced and that trauma. That's a reckoning America needs to have. I don't mean to sound insensitive to other people and their parades right now, but we are still won't claim our sin as original American sin, which is our the First Nations peoples. But she was a lot like me, so we kind of fed each other. We were like definitely yin and yang. So she was always out there to go get it and have fun, and she was rambunctious and she was always into mischief and trying, but that toxic childhood and other family lineage history shit that just does get passed down bitter in the ass. She was modeling, she was doing amazing esthetician hair and makeup. She could have, her and I both were going into the movie industry together, and even though I was just an extra, she went into porn. I don't know when the drugs started that hardcore. I know she always was like heavy partier, but it was definitely the sex industry. She didn't even tell me when she was going to Vegas, which normally she would have always told me. It started with movies and film, and then California, and it just, I thought her going back home would have helped, but instead, being a small town and the rise of fentanyl and whatnot, it's weird, people don't know, but Alaska is a huge drug trade epicenter.
Wow. I mean, that would make sense, because what the fuck is there to do in Alaska? I mean, that may sound stupid in the sense of heavy sports people, but if you're not an extreme sports person, go on, honey. Yes.
Well, it's weird though. Alaska's weird because Juneau is.
Alaska's weird. That's kind of like saying shit stinks, right? But go on. I'm sorry.
There's weird shit. Well, so like there would be out in Knock Bay, there would be boats that come in and out and you don't even know who they are, but these are like billionaires own these boats. These are yachts. These are ocean traveling private boats, and it's Alaska's number one commodity is the Alaska trademark, and then their oil. And where Alaska is and the politicians and the money that goes in and out is ridiculous. And spending most of my childhood and whole teenage years and early 20s there, I slowly came to realize what crazy shit goes on. And basically, I mean, literally, I know that we could go into Southeast, or given a little bit of time, even up north, Alaska or Anchorage, Fairbanks, I could find what we would want or what you would want or need, like sadly, and if not, just it would be a waiting game, because it's crazy. There is somebody, I don't want to give up too much information, although it could obviously get looked up, but somebody that I happen to know fairly well was apparently evolved recently. I haven't talked to this person in quite a long time because of, again, their drugs and whatnot, but they have been busted for importing fentanyl and meth into Juneau.
Okay.
And apparently it's a part of this big bust that happened through Washington, and I think even it was linked with Canada. I forget, but it's been a year and a half long sting bus that they've been doing. So, but if you go to each of the state's capitals, like Juneau, you will have high-end prostitutes. Courtney Love went through there, went through Anchorage when she was a youngin' before she hooked up with Kurt Cobain and all of that, did her career and whatever's. The one or two of the girls that were on the Hugh Hefner TV show. I forget what that was called, but remember when?
Oh, dude, that wasn't that in the 70s?
No, it was like in the 90s, early 2000s, and it
Oh,
was
oh,
like
you're talking about the later one.
twins and the
Okay,
girls.
go on, honey. Describe it, please, by all means. Go on.
It was a reality show, and it was about Hugh's girls, and it was those three, and it was the most famous ones, and the one chick ended up marrying the basketball star. I don't know their names. I didn't really follow it, but several of those girls were through Alaska, and there is a big high-end prostitution drug thing from there. There's a lot of people in Hollywood from Alaska. There's a lot of politicians in Alaska. There's a lot of big money and international things that happen in Alaska that aren't just a part of the United States.
How does the phenomenon of Sarah Palin emerge from this mess?
Dude, her kid went to my school. And her big problem was how it needed to be updated, and she thought it was just a rundown piece of shit. And like, that was the school that had the highest amount population of natives because it was downtown, and we had been begging and petitioning the state and city to help us remodel for a very long time. And she was governor. She was in the perfect position to have seen the desperate need, and what she did was pull her kid out of that school. And then very quickly after that, she moved out of the governor house in Juneau, and she moved up to Anchorage, which is the first time that had ever happened in Alaska history. So that pissed everybody off. But then her daughter ended up being pregnant, that whole scandal.
Right.
Within a couple of months of that whole shindig. So she blamed it on her daughter, but she had basically been bitching about Juneau and everything not being good enough. She's very elitist. Mm-hmm. The entire time, everybody in the school district shit talked her. Wow. She was absolutely hated.
Wow, incredible. And and so that being said, I remember Goober, our sleazy detective, Ed Opperman, claimed he had found something on her. What did he claim he had found on her or something?
This is when he and I were talking. He had just finished this up, or this had just happened. So it was the mistress of Palin's husband, and she was getting death threats. And the thing about the Palins up in Anchorage, in that area, they are known for having corrupt troopers and other whatnots on their payroll. So this dude had several mistresses, but this chick was a main one or something. And then when Palin was doing the whole campaign or whatnot, she became, I don't know exactly the details of what set it off or what caused it, but she used Ed to help sneak her out of Alaska because her life was in danger and she was being followed and tracked. There are a couple of news articles that did talk about Palin's husband's mistress. They're definitely hidden. They are out there. I can't even remember what it wasn't just the Alaska newspaper either. It was picked up a wee bit internet or nationally, but then it got shut up and it disappeared and it got shut down. And she had made it to Florida, and she was supposed to be picked up in several other points, and Ed was going to get her to some other state, but she had disappeared from Ed. Mm-hmm. And we never heard from her. She never followed up, and I do recall him talking about she was in Florida, and that was confirmed, and then she just went off the map.
Yeah. Wow.
And this was around the same timing that I forget his name. Ted? No, that was the governor. He had that suddenly had that snowmobiling accident, and like he had that broken leg, and so the whole mistress story and the teen fighting story and the drunk driving and all that other crazy shit, it was suddenly sympathy for this car or this snowmobiling accident and something else.
Yeah, no, definitely. Thank you for sharing that. Oh my God. And that's deeply appreciated. And what's the story behind, is there any story about what happened in the last days of whatever relation you had with Ed Opperman. I do want to emphasize to all our listeners there was nothing romantic going on here. It was simply the fact that they just had an ongoing conversational relationship. And Ed Opperman, he's so pathetic. It was like he kept asking everyone for money, for prayers. He was constantly in the state of meltdown and distress. I mean, if you think that I emphasize some of the crises that I deal with at times where I'm asking for help from my listeners, Ed Opperman, this was a daily thing where he would put it in print in Facebook, just help me, help me. It was just awful. And when V was like complaining to me about it, my cosmetologist, I get really tired of this guy asking me for money. I'm like, why don't you block him? I mean, I don't understand. If this person irritates you and he's asking for money on your Facebook timeline, he keeps coming up in your feed, just block him. I don't get it. So aside from that, give me the spiral. What was the arc of narrative where, because from what I remember, he was always like that. That was not like indicative of like a spiral in the arc of narrative. He was just always that desperate. It was just like this integral part of his perennial situation. Is that the impression you got, or what can you tell us about this?
Yeah, so he ended up getting into a custody battle with his ex-wife about his daughter. And so, I mean, I'm a sucker for a kid, and any parent who's fighting for custody. So I definitely empathized and still do with everybody. But, Ed definitely was always pitching himself, and he was always, asking for some funds and from help. And I always knew he did that with his listeners and a part of his show, but he didn't do that directed at me. But that is what spiraled, because it did definitely, he needed guests to get to the, to the hearing, and there's some other files and other things we need to do to try to get this show. And he was, getting himself booked on a lot of shows and a lot of radio, and supposedly there was like this building of many different avenues that was supposed to be going on. And then it did turn into just a constant give me. And I was I was going through my own, like, that was when shit was like hitting the crazy fucking fan, and I still didn't even know half the fucking shit that of even half the shit that I know now. Right. And it was crazy. That's when all sorts of fucking hell was going, breaking loose. I'm sorry, I'm cussing like a sailor.
No, that's fine. I love it. Honey, you should hear this Brooke Gibson, who's with us every once in a while. And oh my God, she'll just say, you're sucking his dick, or he's sucking your dick. It's just, and man, that's nothing compared to when she started. It was like, she was ribald. That would be the vocabulary word for it. Back in the early days when she started, she was like, it was like phone sex.
It's not because she's drinking.
Yeah. That in the early days she was really drinking. Yeah, that's true. And in all fairness,
calling you George homos.
Yeah. It was. And when she, in all honesty, I was wondering if she had returned to that habit when I was over the past few days. But hopefully our man Real Tech, his intuition holds up there, and things settle down by a Saturday. So, but yeah. That being said, honey, the swearing is Yeah, go on. Sorry, about Ed, the Opperman. Yeah.
I'm sorry, hon. I don't mean to interrupt you.
No. Please. No apologies ever are necessary. Jesus Christ. I mean, honey, again, there you go. Jesus Christ. If you ever heard Brooke, oh my God, she's on here. She'll just fuck any apologies for interrupting. She'll just scream. She'll just literally the other day it started with the, I was trying to talk and she just literally screamed. So, to overcome what I was saying, so there you go. Don't even stress. So, go on. Yeah, Go on,
I
darling.
was just gonna say on that note, like there is Venus retrograde going on here really soon, so that could definitely be why if things are like a little cray cray, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh, that definitely has an impact on like saying shit you don't mean or being overly volatile and sensitive. So depending on where Venus and other things are in your chart, so kind of can be like directly at relationships, and that doesn't just mean like a lover. We have relationships like in business and friendship and parent child and friendship with your pets.
Capricorn.
So, or relationship, I mean, with your pet. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Important. That's an important thing to emphasize. And such being said, let's take a look at the live stream time we've been on, and I should get into monologue shortly, but we'll see if I can, steam myself up to it even now. I definitely want people to understand I couldn't have gotten this far without everyone, providing all the help you have. But by all means, I want you to continue for a little bit while we have the fortune of having Mandy with us, because she hasn't been here in a long time. And the fact that everything is working so smoothly with her Skype, it's incredible. And are you still sitting in the car on your phone?
I am. I'm in the car on my phone, and Skype hasn't done shit.
Yeah, that's amazing. It's amazing. So I want you to know that Mark and Realtek, they're in their cars too. They live in them. I'm kidding. I couldn't resist.
I practically live in mine, so and hey, if it's what you got, man, it's your home.
Honey, if I were in your fucking haunted house on Hell Hill, I would live in my car instead.
No, you would exercise a place. Everything would flee.
Yeah, it's true.
It would now be like safe.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, maybe I shouldn't share this, but might as well. Holly Kaditis Kiefer, I've been to her home in that horrible time that I was down there in Arizona, and Holly Kaditis Kiefer drove us. I never would have gotten down there without her. Then again, she was suffering from sleep deficit, to say the least. And Laura Lee Solomon, who was with us, at that time, my manager, quote unquote, was a train wreck in her own right. Something about the two of them interacting created I don't know how to describe it. Two train tracks intertwined, so to speak, and they were driving around with myself trying to catch up on sleep in the back seat of the car, driving around Phoenix, trying to find old places that they experienced terrible traumas in. It kind of like, if you remember, I would do an ad on every show on Revolution Radio for Ben Estenius, who had brought us down to Arizona, who was sponsoring me, and in return I tried to do an ad every, like clockwork in the middle of the show where he'd give this true crime tour. And it's kind of like, imagine a couple of ladies who, this is not what had happened to them, but it may as well have. But imagine they had both been gang raped at some part in Phoenix, Arizona, and they were taking me on an involuntary tour to where this happened to each one of them. It was like that. Except I'm trying to sleep through it in the back seat. And they were switching the wheel because they had to, because they were both crying so hard they literally couldn't see, and so one had to take the wheel while the other one was bawling their eyes out, and it's so we almost crashed 3 times. I'm talking about stopping the car so violently that I was flung against the 2 front seats so hard that literally I had deep bruises. I mean, this is like, anyhow, this is like, so the point of relaying that part, that much of the nightmare, was that we ultimately were taken to stay for a while at Holly Kaditis Kiefer's home. The one thing I can say is that I am just, it's bad enough in my crypt. And nothing wrong with her home in terms of like, she's a bad housekeeper or something like that. I'm just talking about, it's near the sea. It's cold as hell. It was very damp. And they had leaks from the scars. I'll call them leak scars from the apartment above her. It was, now I'm not trying to, look, she's this wonderful human being. But the one thing that while I was there, I didn't really encounter anything paranormal or feel that there was anything overwhelmingly negative. She had emerged from what had been some horrible health challenges, but she brought, through my introducing them, Michelle Carmela Saldana into her home to stay for a while, and she will insist that Carmela exorcised the place. So what I'm pointing out is, to me, it was damp and cold because of geography, and the architecture of the place was not, was compromised, to say the least. Nothing to do with her. It's the architecture of the place. The structure of the apartment she lived in was compromised, like where I said there were like leak scars from the apartment above. But she had it filled with books, like, normal, eccentric people do, like, like I do, and other people who listen to stuff I listen to and listen to me. These are the kind of people who would collect books. So she had it filled with books, but not to the pathological degree I do. She was, comparatively speaking, they were all shelved and well organized. She was, pretty good. Doing pretty good in her own way. I didn't feel there was anything. She insists, though, that there were supernatural elements there, and she felt that they were probably, I get the feeling she felt they were probably making her sick. Now, by the way, being what I am, I use that term pointedly, being what I am, not only, it's not even that I'm a quarter vampire at all, really. It's more like the possession by the peacock angel. Obviously, I do not have this kind of problem with the supernatural, but my house is a house, the flat they call it in San Francisco, meaning it's a house that's been subdivided, and I'm on the bottom floor acting as a barrier between the landlord's family, which for years after they died, upstairs was simply empty. No one wanted to live in this building, and I was considered essentially one of the dead by my landlady. But I was acting as a barrier originally, my family, between the dead who are in the basement, so to speak. They're just beneath the basement. The house it was built on top of a Russian cemetery. So the bodies are beneath the basement. One time, just to give people a demonstration or an anecdote of how extreme the situation is, one time a bunch of Chinese workers were hired, and of course Chinese hire these like basically illegal Chinese contractors to work because you can't do anything with contracted workers because then it involves safety standards by the city and nothing gets done. But they were working in the basement and they abandoned everything. I mean everything, just abandoned it and just left the basement with all the shit in there for effectively, until somebody came and cleaned it up, involved with the landlord. But they had seen something, quote unquote, emerging from the basement, from the floor beneath the basement. They were in the basement and something had emerged from beneath the basement floor that just frightened them so much they abandoned all their equipment and never came back for it, which says everything. Just put it this way, the dead are always leeching. They leech. And like I tried to use is that parallel between the ancient Ozark, or ancient, really old Ozark phenomenon, cryptid. There was this old Ozark cryptid of a monster whose body was comprised of all these writhing snakes and had the head of a screaming man running around in the mountains. And then what happened was at some point, this is one of those horror stories where a real story. This is one of those real stories where I'm trying to rephrase the narrative in such a way I don't make the Ozark people look ignorant. They're not ignorant. They're obviously very worldly wise to their environment. But there were some things that would take place in their environment they just accepted as monstrous or supernatural. And what had happened was one of their own had gone off to a college, came back, all educated and shit, and basically helped to identify the cryptid, which was basically, as I described, writhing snakes for a body, a man whose head is human, screaming, running through the mountains. So what happened was he was taken out by some goober who figured he was going to take this over-educated wimp and kind of show him what for or something. And then I guess he was trying to take him coon hunting or something like that and get him lost and then scare him and then, just put the scare in him and then lead him back to, I guess you'd call them villages or towns or whatever they have up there. Instead, the guy wound up falling asleep. The bully who was going to scare the educated guy who had come home wound up falling asleep after taking him coon hunting and then kind of going to abandon him, get him lost, and then kind of come back and rescue him. He wound up falling asleep, waiting for the guy to get properly lost, I guess, and became the cryptid. This is how it happens, is of course you fall asleep in these areas of the woods, especially near bodies of water, and all the snakes just seek you out as warmth. And the human body has a warmth to it, and snakes being cold-blooded just go for that shit. And so the snakes are all over you, and they're not biting you. They simply want to leech your body warmth, and they come in multitudes. And so you wind up literally covered in writhing snakes, your entire body. And believe me, this is something that physically is not only possible, but the worst thing happens. Of course, you wake up, all these snakes on you. It's not the snakes are scaring you that causes you to run through the woods screaming. It's the fact that they're leeching all your body warmth. And by the way, all of those men were screaming because they were in horrible pain as all their body warmth was leached and the elements were coming in through the snakes, meaning the cold in the night, and they all died. So this was proven by the educated guy who had gotten lost, but then, of course, was alerted to the bully who had led him out into the woods to lose him. The guy had basically been fallen asleep, got covered with the snakes, was running through the woods screaming, and was the very picture of the cryptid.
That's why I don't like snakes.
Yeah, he's now the cryptid. He's the man, a whole body of writhing snakes with the head of a screaming man. And so the educated guy basically knocked him down with a branch and got the snakes all off of him, and then basically tied him to a wooden stretcher he contrived and dragged him home, and explained it to all the people that this cryptid that everybody saw fairly regularly before one of their own died, because that's how they would interpret the cryptid, as the spirit of death that would come, and then one of their own men would die. It's because their own men would go out hunting or whatever in the woods and then fall asleep, and then they'd wind up with all the snakes all over their body. And the reason they would die is not because the cryptid was killing them. It's because they became the cryptid because the snakes would basically cover them and leach all the body warmth from their body, and that's what killed them. So before they died, they'd run through the woods screaming in horrible pain as they were robbed of all their body warmth, and then ultimately die of the cold. Literally frozen to death by all the snakes leaching all their body warmth, and thereafter, when they became really dead and cold, the snakes would go away, and that'd leave the body out there, and the people would find the body and say, oh, that horrible monster killed them. But it was, so he explained this all to them, and that was one cryptid that was forever solved. So people realized, don't fall asleep out in the woods because the snakes will get all over you. Well, what people don't understand about a haunted house, well, that's what it's like. If it's something like my haunted house where the situation is so black and white, where it's known to the point where, just so people understand this is not an urban legend that I'm feeding people like, oh, we're built on top of some old Russian cemetery. This is called Russian Hill for a reason. And the point is that the little cars that take tourists around, we have little automated cars. they're driven by the tourists, but they're automated tours. You got a cassette tape or whatever it is. It's a tape, and it just, or a set. You know, if it doesn't look digitized to me, but these little cars will tell the people where to turn and where to be safe. You know, please be careful crossing this street in San Francisco because, you know, the lights don't work here, this sort of thing. So these little buggies, the tourists follow the directions and they get taken on a tour of San Francisco. And these little buggies that the tourists rent, when they pass by my home, you can hear them say, here the homes are built on top of the Russian Hill Cemetery. So this is something that is known by the city and county of San Francisco officially and touted as a tourist attraction. So the bodies are beneath us, and believe me, the dead rise at night and they leach all your fucking body warmth. Do not think otherwise. Most other people would die in this environment, probably an early death. Most people move constantly because they can't stay here because their health degenerates. In my case, simply because of the Night of the Broken Circle and the subsequent possession by Lucifer, none of that happens because I'm the baddest cat in the valley. But when we first moved in here, before that happened, it was hell house. It was the paranormal phenomenon was rampant. Utilities would fall on the floor, and if you've ever seen utilities like spatulas fall off, the ladle hooks and shit, and they hit the floor, and you know how they rattle and kind of do this dance before they stop? You know, in our case, it'd fall to the floor and the dancing wouldn't stop. You just watch the ladle or the spatula or whatever just keep dancing and spinning and bouncing up and down for about 10, 15 minutes, and until you picked it up and put it back, you could have just left it alone for hours and watch it do that. It was like, you know, we had like pants we would hang up that to dry in the shower on the shower rods, and they would fall down and you would see them form the shape of a man as if a body were inside of them, except it's an empty pair of pants, and just walk around. You would hear the heavy breathing at night, and of course you'd open your eyes to look and there'd be a pair of red glowing eyes just staring at you with all that heavy breathing hovering over your bed. This was just the norm. The stench of death. What's that?
I've experienced that.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Sorry that happened. Stench of death would permeate the home every once in a while. If you've ever had a rat or rodents that die in a corner someplace, these are like for people who set up rat poison. Like George Knight's brother works in a factory that produces rat poison, which is, you know, his own brother said this shit doesn't even make any sense. His own brother said this is like rat poison. It's pink. They put it in what look like tea bags, and it's like they're trying to get people to drink it and poison themselves to death. And of course he says, this is George Knight's brother, who said that, you know, that it's made so that the rat doesn't die immediately. Instead, it goes through horrible spasms of absolute agony as the poison destroys its internal system, so it crawls off somewhere and dies to pollute the home. And not only that, its body's toxic because it's got all this rat poison in it, so whatever feeds off the body will die. It's like they intended to kill as many other animals as possible, and that they're trying to make certain that the rat goes off and dies somewhere in your home where you'll never find it, so you're stuck with the stench and until the vermin overrun your home looking for the rat cadaver, just to add to further problems for you, because they're sadistic people who have nothing better to do, I guess. But that's just how they plot their poison. Weird shit. But if anyone ever wondered why Lori Ann Fenton is what she is, it's because she ate that shit because it's made to taste good. Even better. Like they want your children to dig into this shit. But this is what happened to Lori Ann Fenton. So she found rat poison as a child, said, this shit tastes good, and just kept eating it, and then fell into horrible spasms, was going to go off into a corner to die, but as she was going through all of the exorcist spasms and doing the spider walk and shit, her parents discovered her, or whatever adult, grandmother, whatever, discovered her and took her to the hospital where they had to weigh her down with basically rice bags, like 5-pound rice bags, because she's a small, young, girl, really young. I'm talking about, barely able to walk, young toddler. We're talking like, what, 1 year, 2 years old? Anyhow, 1 year, gotta be 1 year, from what I remembered. So they used these little rice bags instead of sandbags to weigh down her limbs because they said she would otherwise tear herself apart alive. Her ligaments were being stretched to the maximum by her spasms. And so they weighed her down with that and just let the poison work itself out of her system while they stomach pumped her, and then otherwise waited for the rest to dispel from her system. And all the while she just screamed and screamed and screamed. This is why Lori Ann Fenton is stark raving mad. She needs to talk all the time. And so she's constantly talking to people on Skype. She needs to talk constantly, so she only eats while she talks. And this is how she got so fat. So she's always eating while she's talking, which makes you fat, by the way, for people who don't know it. Don't eat while you talk. It makes you fat. But she would never stop eating, and she'd never stop talking. So she was always doing both. So she was always constantly calling people pathologically and talking nonstop and eating while she talked. So you'd hear her talk and chew. And if you ever asked her why do you do this? it is because if she ever stopped talking or chewing, because the chewing helped block out the screams in the back of her mind, then she'd hear the screams in the back of her mind, her own screams. In other words, her own screams never stopped. So whenever she stopped eating or talking, then she'd hear the screams in the back of her mind. So she had to do this all day till she exhausted herself, and then she'd fall not so much asleep as unconscious. And then when she finally fell unconscious, then she'd wake up and hear the screams again and start going through the pattern again. Now, sometimes you'd see her do this on stage, on camera, where she'd stop talking in the middle of a sentence and listen. You'd see her eyes go kind of to the corner of her skull while she was listening, because she's listening to the screams in the back of her head that never stop. But anyhow, so there you go. With all this shit going on, I do want people to know that if they don't understand, not just the San Francisco cold, which is incredibly intense, and people can say, oh, you don't get snow. It doesn't matter whether it's snowing or not. It takes a drop of a certain temperature, and you're going to die.
I can attest. I mean, I've only been there one time, Douglas. It was for a friend's wedding, but honestly, like, that's one of the things they told everybody when they came there. Like, this is not LA. When you come here, it's not, it's not your typical, California weather. You're going to get cold. And she was right. Like, everybody needed hoodies and jackets and things like that. So, yeah, you're right. Absolutely.
Thank you. And I appreciate that profoundly. Now, what else with, I'm certain all of you have something to say when I relate these horrific paranormal experiences. Once after I came home after the night of the broken circle, when my hair was at that point then went fucking snow white. And when I came home, and of course my parents knew, obviously immediately something horrible had happened. I came home, and my hair was not only pure white, but it was also my eyes. The irises had either expanded, and I explained that before in Satan's Crusaders, or basically something happened to the sclera, the pupils, and that which surrounds them, the iris. The iris was black. My eyes were just totally black, not the sclera or the white of the eyes, but just the irises. And beyond that, the pupils. The pupils had either expanded so that the irises effectively disappeared, or the irises were blackened for at least a period of time, days. And obviously my parents were very frightened, and concerned for me. But after that, all the paranormal shit stopped. Then finally my irises reappeared gradually. Probably it was the pupils shrank more and more. But the paranormal shit never came back in general. It's still around, but it's extraordinarily peripheral. But the cold, I mean, imagine San Francisco, and then you've got the added weight of the supernatural element, which is quite real, and anybody who denies it just hasn't experienced it. But when it comes to I saw something in the basement just the other day, but it was like so peripheral, it doesn't even bear really speaking of. Just basically emotion, like 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 a little animal was in motion, kind of running in front of you, scuffling, but there's nothing there. But you see the motion. You definitely feel the motion. The kinetic motion is definitely causing ripples in the air, so to speak, as you see something scurry to the other side of the basement. And I was in the basement because of trash day and just dealing with taking out the garbage. And that, of course, is in the middle of the day that I saw this. But just so people understand, none of that impacts me directly. It's insidious, of course, though. The insidiousness is the leaching of your body heat, and that just exacerbates whatever cold San Francisco naturally has. And of course, there's no heat, so they get all that shit upstairs where the couple moved into after many years, relatives of the landlady, and I'm glad they did. I don't mind it. But, of course, the dog's barking all the time because he sees things they don't see. And they're always asking, why are you barking? Why are you barking? And I'm like thinking to myself, because he sees dead people. Yeah, and, but, yeah, that aside, yeah, I don't know. Share any experiences that any of you have had. Yeah, Mandy, Mark, Realtek, I'm sure you can think of plenty. And if not, I'd be surprised. I mean, Mandy in particular. I mean, come on, Mandy. Your home is fucking, puts mine to shame in its own way. If you, like Judith Ager would describe, Mandy'd be walking down a hall and then fucking rolling pins would jump out of closets and smash her toe, literally break her toe and shit. Or she'd be walking down the stairs, if I remember one experience, and the stair would break beneath her and her foot would be broken. I mean, come on, Mandy. It just, you're in this horrible place. But is it the river? That's what Brooke was saying. Never move by a river. I mean, do you have like a little creek or river going through your property or something, or behind it? I don't remember.
There is. I live near the wetlands. There is a creek going behind my property. There's a church like diagonal of my property across the creek, and they have an old cemetery. It is like early 1800s, the oldest tombstones. And I told you about, for a little while, a father and daughter had rented the house next to me, and he said he grew up on this street. And I knew him from my opposite neighbors as being one of their sons. So it was kind of a weird little circle. But my kids and his daughter played, and they came home one day saying she talked about how her dad said this area was haunted and how he grew up always having weird things happen around the house, and she had noticed them. And so my kids had shared with her about weird things that they grew up with. So it was the first time that they had a like neighbor ghost buddy to talk to. But I don't know if I'd ever heard you, Douglas, talk about like your ghost experiences, because that's kind of like me growing up in Eastern Oregon, and the ghost town I was born in.
Tell us about it.
Well, I at the time, it just was normal. I would see things in the window and they weren't there anymore. It was people in old time clothes. There was always just a feeling or certain things like just, I would always be able to find, my dad and his friend would always take me out because I would always find Oriental bottles. So the gold rush, there was a lot of Chinese immigrants and a lot of Chinese slave labor. But up in Oregon, it was a lot of free Chinese. I don't know if they ran away. I don't know much about that history. But I do know that there was a lot of Chinese over in between Washington and Oregon. And so there would be a lot of old Chinese ink bottles. And I would always find those, or perfume bottles. My house that my dad built were these huge floor-to-ceiling windows in this log cabin, and it was facing this hotel. And there are YouTube ghost videos of people who have gone to explore it. If you look up Sumter Hotel bed and breakfast. Every night I would see this man, and I still see him vividly in my head. He was an old dude. He was had a bald head, very heavy set, very tall. He had a white and black striped tie. He was leaning up against a side post with like his elbow up and his arm down on his side. And I always remember thinking, like, I'll just run down there and go see if he's really there. And it was like, you know, a couple streets away, but this is like rural. Sumter's about a 250 town people population.
What state is this again?
Sumter. There's 250 people that live there.
Right, yeah, but what state is it in? The state in the United States?
Oregon. This is Oregon.
Yeah, yep. Fort Sumter, Oregon. Okay, go on. Yes.
So Sumter was the largest town. It was larger than Portland, and for a while, Seattle, as far as commerce going through it, it was a very booming gold rush town. And obviously, this is very, very long time ago. A fire ripped through the town and destroyed most of it. And it's kind of like a lot of the other ghost towns. They just kind of died away for the most part. But there was still mining and logging over there. And so, but we moved because during the late 80s and early 90s, the logging and mines were closing down. And that's when my dad got work up in Alaska and we moved up there.
Yeah. Wow.
So Sumter goes back, I forget when it was founded. Again, early 1800s-ish. But you would hear sounds. I would hear wagon wheels, and I would look around, and it's just the old dusty dirt road from, 100 years ago. Same old town, even though some new buildings. I would see things, and I guess later I knew not everybody saw them, but I kind of assumed. I grew up thinking everybody saw these things there. And
yeah,
because it was just so normal. It was like all the time almost for me. And when I moved up to Juneau, I mean, that place had some crazy shit too. So it's not like it ended for me, I guess.
Right.
But so yeah, like and well, I always have an issue with radios and batteries and fuzzing out signals and whatnot. So I never knew what was messing up stuff, I guess.
Right. And oh my gosh, thank you for sharing that. Real Tech, you said you woke up to this entity bending over you. What do you think that was about? I mean, something in the home or something else?
They wanted my psychic power.
Okay. Do you feel that? I mean, do is that what you truly feel, or is that kind of sarcastic? Is that what your way of making light of it, or you really feel that?
That's what I really felt.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Constant. Yeah. It was the fall of 2005.
Yeah.
When it happened.
Okay.
I was 17 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And they looked like stardust, and red eyes, and it scared the living daylights out of me.
Mm-hmm. Wow, I can imagine.
Yeah. It was crazy. They kept attacking my legs and everything, and pushing me. The minute I was falling asleep, it was something else.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and
I mean, I'd rather have a fucking man spike my dick than I go for that shit.
And yourself, Mark? Certainly, there must have been something in your life that certainly scars your memories, or not.
Yeah, there's been a few things, definitely some paranormal things. Probably some I'm not comfortable talking about right now, but definitely a couple other cool ones and weird ones. I'd say probably the one that came to mind since we've been talking about it is probably the most recent was where I live at now, and It's close to a place with a famous witch called. Her name was Rebecca Nurse, and she was involved in the witch trials of the Salem witch trials. And it's basically right down the street. But I don't know if it's the house or it's me. But I was one night. I literally felt something that was right above me. I couldn't quite. You know that feeling when you're about to go to sleep, but you're not there yet.
Mm-hmm.
It was right there, and I felt something literally watching above me or right above me. And you know the feeling of the tense. You feel just like this tension, and something's about to pop. So right when I felt it almost pop, my car alarm went off. Just went off outside. So I didn't know what to make of it. I honestly, I was thinking maybe it was because we have raccoons and they're really fat. You know, it was a big fat raccoon that hit my car or something. But I don't know. But I just have a feeling that if it's this area is well known for a lot of the witch energy came over this area as well. So it's known. A lot of the street names are very witchy or pagan, so to speak. So I'm wondering if some of that energy is here as well, which it might be.
Yeah. Wow. That's yeah. Thank you for sharing that. But Mandy, like you said, your neighbor was saying it was haunted. What happened to the old man, the truck driver? He was all health riddled with all kinds of problems. Did he just die, or these people had the house taken away? What did you say happened to them?
Yeah, it was really sad. He was a old time trucker, and he was dying of oh my goodness, I forget what it's called, but truckers get it a lot for sitting for so long.
Yeah, the piles, which means it's like hemorrhoids. It's really bad hemorrhoids, so bad that you can die from them. Yes, that's you sit down for so long and you're well, there you have it.
With circulation legs, and he was on oxygen, and they had petitioned the bank several times for grants and loans and refinance and help and understanding, and the dude, the doctor had given him like a year to live, and the bank still said fuck you, and so they had to move out. And the bank took it over, and it went through like 3 other people or something since then. 4.
Jesus Christ. Do you think it's because it's haunted these people keep cycling?
They're definitely, like, the house to the left and right of me, they have cycled people out like crazy. Absolutely like crazy.
Yeah. Wow. So aside from all this negative stuff, I don't know, was there, I mean, your injuries that you suffered in your home, would you care to share some of that, how this came about? There were some things that were just uncanny, or or is that something you're uncomfortable sharing right now, or just don't want to?
No, it did get really crazy. I'm sorry, I'm eating chips.
That's so cute. I'm
so fucking rude. I'm sorry.
No, we can't hear it. I haven't heard it. Yeah. If you want someone to take over the talking for a few minutes while you finish the chips.
Oh no, I'm good. I was doing it while you were talking.
Okay.
No, it got to be a certain point where things just kept being so ridiculously slapstick, Looney Tune. A broomstick would fall out of my cupboard door and like smack my toe, and it would hit it in such a way like it would be broken. Or I would slip and fall on the floor, and then slip and fell on the step, and it was getting ridiculous. My door would just kind of open and you'd suddenly walk into it, but it would be incredibly forceful, so that it was like you would slam into it.
Yeah.
And God, I don't even remember everything. I blocked shit out.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I
ended up with like a cracked hip, a broken wrist,
Has this finally stopped? This has finally stopped, right? At some point?
Yeah, I've always been super accident prone too, but like, it's some things still are a little bit like, whoa, that's just kind of weird. I had I was taking a can to the recycling, like it was a can of beans or a can of corn or some shit. So like, you use a can opener and part of the top is connected, and I'm taking it to the recycling, and somehow I can't even tell you what happened, but the can slipped out of my hand, and the lid that I had taken off of the can opener turned and fell directly on my toe and stuck in my toe. And I still have a scar from it, and I can't even tell you why it slipped out and fell, because I didn't trip and I didn't move. And it was just like I suddenly watched it come out of the can, if that makes any sense. I don't know if I'm describing this correctly. But just weird things that did happen with injuries, and thankfully they were for the most part at me. I do think my animals, especially my cats, are a little scaredy. They definitely sense things. My son does not want to get more fish because he does understand that they will take the hit for him.
More fish? So you've had some in the past, and how have they fared?
Well, that was still the beta of my son's beta, and he, ever since that happened, he wants another fish, but he doesn't want to do it if they'll be attacked.
Right. So correct me if I'm wrong on this, Mark. Did you listen to the episode before tonight's?
I believe the last one I think I did, but I didn't listen to the whole one. I didn't listen to the whole one. Yep.
But you heard the part with Brooke Gibson. Did she not say she tossed a ping pong ball and won a fish and took it home as a child, but her son doesn't want to get fish because he's afraid they're going to die, right?
I don't remember that part. I think I did miss that one.
Okay, but you heard generally when Brooke was on, right? At the beginning.
Oh, of course, yeah. So
you heard her get angry and storm out, right?
I think I blocked that out because when I started listening tonight, you guys were talking about it, and honestly, I don't remember that either, which is weird.
Yes, that is fucking weird. Oh my fucking God.
I must be blocking it out. I have no idea.
But I swear to God, I'm getting this deja vu with what our lady is saying, Mandy, because obviously it makes sense. It's quite logical. It follows the situation's narrative, its parameters, that her son wouldn't want to get more fish because of things that might happen. They absorb the toxic shock of the negative energies of these supernatural entities swooshing through, so to speak. But when it comes to the this is something that I swear was said by Brooke in our latest episode before tonight, where she related the story of the ping pong ball and the goldfish won as a child, but then talked about her son not wanting to get fish because of his understanding of what might happen in the house. I swear that's what she said, or maybe somehow I'm conflating it, but that wouldn't make sense because Mandy hasn't been on in a while. But definitely, yeah. So there you go with that. Interesting. But you should tell your son not to worry about it. It's this is anyone who has pets, you enter into kind of a contract, the pet and yourself, where you're taking care of the pet, and the pet in turn kind of stands as a shield between you and negative forces. I mean, that's kind of like the what's entered into implicitly, and the animals understand this, so it's not necessarily cruelty in that sense. But such being said, other people would say pets at all are cruelty and an abuse of the animal by forcing it into a codependent relationship and whatnot. But honestly,
I will send them a picture of or a video of my squirrel getting his belly rubbed.
Yes. Yeah, there we
and to
are.
debate with me that he's not happy as hell.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, they just don't get it. Yes, the animals are, they can be quite happy under, owners that are positive owners. And so,
Well, nature is cool, man. Like shit, we have our homes and we have our pleasures, and nature is pretty fucking gnarly.
yeah. Yes, thank you. Thank you. What about you, Realtek, Mark? Have you gentlemen had pets? I don't remember either one of you being pet types.
Real Tech, what do you got?
Yeah, we can imagine. Maybe we can't imagine. You still there, Realtek?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh yeah, no pets or?
Start playing it. Yes, I grew up with animals.
Oh, and?
Dogs and birds.
Uh-huh.
I took care of my grandmother's dog and bird. And well, I just don't want to have them right now. Oh, a large family, sure, but I thought about having a dog again, but to go through that again with picking up shit and just, that and just you gotta walk the animal 4 or 5 times a day. I just can't deal with that.
Yeah.
What?
Did you say you lived in New York?
Yeah, he lives in New York City. So which part of New York City, may I ask?
New York.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, is this New York, New York City? He said, yeah, New York City, right?
Yes, I grew up in Midtown.
Yeah, so you're in Midtown, New York City. What is that? Is that like on? Is that Manhattan Island?
Financial district. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my fucking god!
No, the garment district.
Okay.
Oh, cool. Nice.
So what do you know about that?
I live in Flushing, Queens now, though.
What's that?
I live in Queens now.
Okay, Queens now. You're in Queens, New York. Queens.
Queens.
Yeah.
Yes. It's a reason.
No, go on. By all means.
Yeah, it's primarily a Chinese community. So.
Nice.
Wow. Okay. Good.
My wife is Chinese.
Cool.
So you're on. She said nice. What else did you say, Mandy?
Oh, I was just saying that's cool.
Yeah.
That's an interesting part of town over there.
Well, it's the largest borough. It's the largest borough of New York, and they boast as being the home to 150 different cultures.
Yeah.
And it's currently the fastest growing borough, and of course it's a tourist attraction. You've got that Unisphere that's left over from it's 12 stories high, the 1964 World's Fair globe structure. That sculpture was something that fascinated me as a child, but anyhow.
Yeah, it's huge. I can see from my window of my apartment.
Oh wow!
Oh wow!
Incredible. And so you've got as well. It's you're on Long Island.
Close to it, yeah.
Okay, you're not on Long Island yourself, but the borough integrates part of Long Island, right? So that's ultimately Peter Moon territory.
Yep.
Well, he's always about Montauk, and that's really far. That's 3-hour drive. So I mean, I would just get a helicopter to take me there. I can't deal with that.
Uh-huh. Oh my God. At any rate, just glad that you're where you're at. It's not that bad, and you seem to be in a fairly good, decent place. So you're not in a ghetto. You're not in a ghetto.
No, never grew up in a ghetto.
Yeah. Oh.
But I was at my friend's who lives in the hood in Jersey City, and I had my camera in my bag, and these young kids would just hit my back for no apparent reason.
Uh-huh.
So, and that's why I said to him, that's why I keep my camera always in my bag, or just at his house when I go out to visit him. So
Did they
Injuries.
did they try to steal it, or they just were hitting it?
No, just hitting it, being young juvenile.
Oh, gotcha.
So. Yeah, well, he grew up in the hood in Jersey City, and I said to him, I don't know why you want to stay here all your life, or, I mean, he wasn't always there all his life there, but he has a house, and I just tell him, just sell the house, man, just get out of here.
And
get out there, you know.
And
it's not bad, you know. It's kind of like better, but you know, I didn't mean to let. But I know you grew up in the Tenderloin, so
yes,
you know, it's I know it's an interesting question about that. So, which also reminds me of the time when that stupid idiot was asking you about. You grew up in the Tenderloin. Did you get beat up? The infamous Jimmy Church interview.
How did I respond?
Why or how did you respond?
I said, how? I don't remember. Yeah, how did I respond?
Well, you said that's the most ridiculous thing you ever asked. I mean, of course I would get beat up. I mean, of course. I mean, on anybody, especially an Asian guy, an Asian kid growing up in the most roughest part of San Francisco.
Interesting.
And then, of course, that stupid Jimmy Church was saying, you know, be careful what you keep asking him because he's probably going to hang up on you.
You mean he was threatening to end the interview, quote unquote.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, not the interview, the fucking mob attack on you.
What you mean when they brought up? I'm sorry, rephrase that. It was certainly I was attacked on it was an ambush on the Jimmy Church transmission.
You were ambushed. I mean, you were ambushed. Yes.
Right. And so in terms of, I honestly don't remember what I said on that, but it strikes me as something I wouldn't say. It's rather I would have. I can't imagine that that's exactly what I said. I understand you're paraphrasing, so maybe that's the way it came out to you, or the way that it sounded to you. But I'm just it's one of those things that I don't want to bother to re-listen to it, because of course it was an ambush and obviously an experience to me that's not a pleasant one. So I try not to relive the horror of dealing with these people. Just so people understand, Jimmy Church is, without smearing or defaming at all, quite seriously, like what I said about George Norrie, is a Satanist, and this is why he is affiliated with George Norrie. They are co-religionists. For those who don't believe me, there are photographs of George Norrie and Jimmy Church together, and understand why this is an issue. This is an issue because Jimmy Church was on Dark Matter's radio network, and Dark Matters was owned by Art Bell. So the whole Dark Matters radio was meant for Art Bell to make his return whenever he wanted. See, Art Bell had quit Clear Channel, which was the owners of the Art Bell's show, which became the Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. And so when it came to Art Bell, originally the program was known as supposedly something like Coast to Coast, but it just was really known as Art Bell. They gave it the name Coast to Coast basically when it became when Art Bell became famous. And Clear Channel, just so people understand it, they are the same people who had at the top was this admiral whose name I used to know. I haven't spoken his name in a long while. And he used to work
associated with the Order of Nine Angels?
Well, that wouldn't surprise me. There was very little that was known about the son of a bitch. But he was definitely used to work for the Federal Reserve. He was in charge of the Federal Reserve of Texas. But when it came to the Clear Channel, Art Bell ultimately became so impossibly rich that he could tell them to go fuck themselves, and he was going to try and start a rival station. And so Dark Matters was part of that. And this was because he failed with Sirius satellite radio. By Sirius, for people who don't get what I'm saying, if you don't know what I mean, I'm talking like the star constellation Sirius, as in SIRIUS, Sirius. So look that up, and that's this satellite radio network. So I don't want people like it's impossible sometimes to communicate verbally without subtitles. So because people just don't know what you're saying. But when it comes to Sirius Radio Network, there's satellite radio that you had to pay for. And one of the things, and I've said this often enough where people will probably roll their eyes, but honestly, what I had said was Art Bell's going to fail because I told everyone, what's the fucker going to do? He has no sense of creativity or originality in a single cell in his fucking body. All he had was his stupid speed dial. And on his speed dial, he had the same score of people, couple dozen at the absolute most, more like 12, just a dozen people that he interviewed over and over and over again. And so these were the same motherfuckers, Michio Kaku, Richard Hoagland, and it just went on. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, Richard Tolan. Yeah, not really. Richard Tolan really wasn't one of them. And not very often. Not like some. Yeah. It was there was also the stupid haunting couple that claimed they were exorcists. What's their fucking name? They did the ghost recording all the time and tried to convince other people to go out and do it. And they were really a couple of Satanists.
And don't ever forget about the time when supposedly the guy that called in from Area 51.
But we're talking about we're not talking about exceptional incidents. We're talking about just people he had on again and again. And like I said, he went onto the stupid satellite network that people had to pay to listen to, and they would pay to listen to Howard Stern. But nobody wanted to pay to listen to Art Bell because he brought the same motherfuckers that people heard for free on Coast to Coast. So when George Noy brought the same people on every fucking night, it's whoever, the Warringtons who would do the ghost recordings. Those motherfuckers, they were the most boring people on earth for Satanists. I mean, you really got to be hitting it out of the ballpark when you're a Satanist and you're still boring as fuck. But yeah, what was it? Shall we say, if I look them up, I think the woman's name was Mandy Warrington. Maybe I'm wrong on that. And Warrington's ghost recordings. See if I can find this. And no insult to poor John Warrington. Oh my God, he's cursed with the same name. So there we are, the stupid Warringtons, and I can't remember the first names, and it doesn't matter. But they were that old ghost couple who were basically they would tell everybody to go out and get all their own ghost recordings and all that crap. And just condemning people to a life of truly being haunted, because they would tell people the dead can't bother you. The dead can't bother you. From what you've heard from me tonight, believe me, the dead can fucking bother you, and they can make you sick. They can do all kinds of horrible things that will ultimately kill you. And the guy who found that out the hard way was Lou Gentili, but I've talked about him in the past. We don't need to go into him again. But one of his last words on his deathbed was, "They say the dead can't hurt you. That's not true." Yeah, that's too late now. At any rate, but those two fuckers, so they were on all the time, and it's just Lear, this idiot Lear guy. So then Art Bell went on and did all these people over and over again, just pressing speed dial, and of course he wound up crashing and burning. So in order to have a backup, he had started the stupid Dark Matters radio network. And this was because some crazy, demented lunatic bitch. He just kept coming back and quitting again, coming back and quitting again, saying, I'm retiring, and then, no, I'm not, I'm back, because he had nothing to do other than fuck his child bride. And, there's only so much he could do with that because, too much Viagra, and he was going to have a heart attack. And so finally he, but anyhow, the whole thing was that Jimmy Church was supposed to be his heir apparent. And he hated Art Bell, or George Noory hated Art Bell. And of course George Noory would never publicly state this. But what happened was George Noory was the ultimate replacement for Art Bell and therefore had no reason to like him. Art Bell hated George Noory. And even though he never publicly really stated that, he pretty much stated that. And so Jimmy Church, being the guy who was supposed to be the heir apparent to Art Bell, running the Dark Matters radio network, was then cited all the time with George Noory. So you get the point I'm saying about why when you see these photographs of George Noory and Jimmy Church together, this is something that is meaningful, or relevant rather. It may not be meaningful in any cosmic sense, because these are a couple of Satanists and therefore nihilists, and therefore in their own eyes life has no meaning. But rather than philosophical, it is politically relevant, because these two Satanists were supposed to be people who hated each other, because one of them is supposed to be the heir apparent to Art Bell and is not supposed to be cavorting with the enemy. But he's cavorting with Art Bell's enemy, George Noory, because George Noory would bring him on coast to coast. So you see, what Jimmy Church was doing was playing this double game because he was affiliated ultimately with Michael Aquino. So for people who don't get it and think I'm just making this up because I was ambushed, understand that Jimmy Church, and all of this can be researched, and anybody can look this up, and if you can't find it or find any evidence on it, hire a fucking private detective, and all of it will be verified. This is something that is irrefutable fact. How available it is to the general public, well, I don't think it's anything Jimmy Church ever hid. Jimmy Church grew up on the Presidio military base. His father was one of the band's members, if not the man who led the band. He was responsible for the 6th Army Band. So Presidio military base was 6th Army headquarters. Jimmy Church was the child of the band leader. So the U.S. Army band leader got a home underneath the Golden Gate Bridge. So if you ever go under the Golden Gate Bridge to look at that fort that's under the bridge, Mandy, maybe you can remember the name of the fort under the Golden Gate Bridge. I don't consciously remember it. Would have to look it up. But fort under Golden Gate Bridge. Fuck! I didn't even need to... All I said was Fort Under, and it came up, Fort Point. I mean, all I entered was 2 words. Fort Under. I didn't even get the Golden Gate Bridge in, and Fort Point came up. Tell me there isn't a fucking AI assigned to me by the goddamn deep state. Anyhow, there you go. Fort Point is a must-see destination.
Douglas Dietrich Artelick.
Yeah, there we are. Fort Point is a must-see destination for military enthusiasts. So anyhow, Fort Point beneath the Golden Gate Bridge, if you ever go there, there are residences that are beside it. That's where Jimmy Church's father lived. It was a home given to him for free by the U.S. government, which any civilian would have to pay hundreds of millions of dollars for. So he grew up in that home where his father would spend every day raping him. And so Jimmy Church set up the interview with me saying that I'm a victim of the Presidio Satanism. My father raped me every day that I was growing up. And I need you to, help me while I come out with this to the general public on my interview. And that was how he set up the ambush. So I said, okay, I'll come on with yourself. I half suspected it would be an ambush, and of course it was. But I highly doubt when he said, would you ever get beaten up, that I would say something like that out of heavy context. I would have to contextualize that because my experience was not cut and dried in terms of something that simple, where I was getting beaten up in the Tenderloin every day. It was this incredibly violent environment where it's not a case where you get beaten up. It's a case where if somebody's at the point where they're physically attacking you, you're either going to kill them or you yourself are not going to survive that encounter. This isn't a case where people beat you up. This is a case where you are going to be attacked by people who have every intention that you're not leaving this encounter alive, or you kill them. That's the tenderloin. So whoever doubts me and says, "Oh, Doug, you're so melodramatic," as I've challenged people before, go through the fucking tenderloin yourself. It's like, obviously, do not take your children, do not take a girlfriend, do not take, if you're a lady or a female, obviously do not ever go near the tenderloin. This is just, the tenderloin is not someplace for any normal human being to go. It's like, I went to see my psychiatrist the other day. I was supposed to see them on Wednesday, and I canceled it because I realized that this just was impossible with everything else I was dealing with. And so I'll try and reschedule for another psychiatrist. He said he could only see me on Wednesdays or was only in the office on Wednesdays. I have to reschedule with someone else. So I'll talk to Kaiser about that. But actually, the guy's a counselor, so he's not a psychiatrist. He's a psychologist. But when I left his office, it's right on the outskirts of the tenderloin last time, when it wasn't a Wednesday. Then it was supposedly an intake appointment. So, fucking bizarre to me that he couldn't make an appointment, on a not Wednesday again. But, whatever. So that's probably the last time I see him, was the first time. But when I walked out of there through the tenderloin in the broad daylight and just told myself, as always, I'm the baddest cat in the valley. I'm not worried about walking through the valley of the shadow of death. It's like, still, it was taxing. Just taxing because you have to comport yourself in such a manner that it takes up energy in and of itself just to comport yourself in such a way that you don't look like a potential victim. This was broad daylight. We're talking about the sun shining and everything, and I just walked through there, and the filth, just the filth was it's just the filth of the people, the filth of the environment. It's you're alone. There's no describing it. Think of Asian India, where you have areas of Asian India where there are just piles of human shit and uncollected refuse, and that's the tenderloin. It's simply it's one of these places where it's there you go. I mean, there's no point in dwelling on it. But when it came to Jimmy Church and whatever he said, maybe one of these days I'll listen through it just to find out exactly what I said to such a question. But certainly he was trying to be as offensive as possible, and certainly was trying to go on some kind of carrying out the ambush any way that he could, including bringing in ultimately the other individual who I'm not even going to bother to name, but Dino, that's right, which, for again, just so people understand, I've said this often enough in the past, he was not Dino as in D-I-N-O. His name was D-E-A-N, like Dean, and then a hyphen and the O, which is the O is added via hyphen onto the names of someone who's a member of the Temple of Set. So when it came to Aquino's own Temple of Set name, it was Seth O, S-E-T-H, and then a hyphen, and then O, Seth O, and then Dino indicated he was a brother to Michael Aquino. So these people were very open about their affiliations with Michael Aquino, and Jimmy Church, of course, was just indoctrinated into the homosexual rape culture of Satanism. And so that was all what all of that was about. But surely, Mandy and Mark, if any of you remember anything about the James Church interview, go ahead and relate it. That's what I recall now, that our man Realtek brought up what he did, but do any of you remember anything about that period of time or anything about that particular interview? Mandy, I'll ask you first because I think probably Mark would have a better hold on a memory of this because of he listens to a lot of this stuff, whereas you yourself were more interested in me and probably maybe heard this more incidentally than Mark did. But do you remember anything, Mandy?
It's just that the ambush and the BS sounds familiar, and I remember that happened, but I cannot recall specifics.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, and so Mark, I mean, that must bring up something to you. Anything you can think of in particular?
I'm trying to remember which interview it was, Douglas, because it's honestly not jogging my memory either. And I've listened to some of your ambushed interviews. I'm just trying to figure out which one this is.
It was Jimmy Church. It was the one that was on Dark Matters Radio Network, and his show was Fade to Black. It was Fade to Black, and his fans were called Faders. And so what happened was after the interview, his Faders came to attack me on my Facebook page. And so they came in masse. And they just do this without even being paid. These are like the useful idiots that they talk about. Very similar to what Michael Aquino called his Project Condor would mobilize freaks like this to lynch mob a person. So I'll explain this to people a little bit about Project Condor who are unfamiliar with it. Probably the best example of something similar that was ever exposed in popular culture was via the X-Files. And believe me, just so you understand this, people, I want people to understand this. The person who was the technical consultant for the X-Files was Richard Allen Miller, Dr. Richard Allen Miller. His acronym for his name, his initials spelled RAM, R-A-M. And Dr. Richard Allen Miller was a guy who worked at Area 51. And he was an individual who went through the beam, so to speak. Basically, what happened was that you'd go through a so-called metal detector in and out of work every day at Area 51 as a scientist or engineer. And what they did was when you'd go to work, it was, let's start with going out of work. When you left work, you'd go through the metal detector and the X-ray. So you're exposed to X-rays every day. You're exposed to the metal detector isn't so much, but the X-ray, it adds up. Rontgens, the cumulative. And so if you imagine going through an X-ray every day, your chances of cancer will ultimately be increased. And they're looking for you stealing documents or parts, and therefore you go through the X-ray and the metal detector to make certain you're not stealing parts, the X-ray to make certain you're not stealing documents. But you're going through that, but there's something else that happens while you go through that. When you're leaving work and they're making sure you're not taking anything from work with you, they want to make sure you don't take anything home in your mind, in that space between your ears. So there's another beam that hits you, and it hits the frontal lobe, your frontal cortex, and it scrambles your brain. So when you go home and you kiss your wife, presumably, or she simply says hello, then the inevitable question will usually come up, how was work today? Or what happened at work today? I mean, it'll stop after a few answers over the years, but probably stop within days and never be asked again, because the only answer she's ever going to get is, I don't remember. So when you scramble somebody's frontal lobe like that, every day, every work day at least, for, 5, 10, 15, 20 years, after that the person is no longer functioning. You do that enough times to the brain, they basically have full-blown Alzheimer's. And Dr. Richard Allen Miller was almost at that stage. By the way, just so people understand this is why Annie Jacobson was confronted when the U.S. government told her she had to add an ending to her book to confuse the issue of what I was exposing at the time that I became an open public informant and delivered the Roswell and the Rising Sun presentation at a Denny's restaurant. She had released her Area 51 book with that extra 17 pages in it that was this totally insane fabricated story that made absolutely no sense. And her source was a man whom everyone confirmed had worked at Area 51 but was suffering from extreme senile dementia, full-blown Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, Alzheimer's ridden individual. And the reason why was because he had been fried all that time. So there's nothing he said that was true or made any sense or was coherent. But the only validity to the story was you had a veteran, so to speak, a veteran employee of Area 51 who bore all the markings of being a real employee. But of course, everything he said was just irrelevant because it was lunacy. And as a result of his brain being completely fried on a daily basis to the point where it was irretrievable. Richard Allen Miller was at that point. So this was the technical consultant for the X-Files. So he was rather remarkable in the sense that he wasn't that bad off. But if you ever hear Richard Allen Miller, most all he talks about, and we're talking about an old white guy who's not in bad shape, somewhat comparable to Peter Moon. Imagine a man, kind of like Peter Moon's age, fairly athletic, not nearly as fit as Peter Moon, but, good for his age, physically. And that probably helped him a lot. But when he was brought on to independent interviews, all he would talk about was sex and drugs. And so you would wonder, why did Christopher, I forget the name of the guy who did the X-Files, Chris Carter, I think his name was. Why did Chris Carter, choose this guy? But of course, it was his pedigree. He had worked at Area 51. But so Chris Carter would get things out of him. And at other times, he was like totally out of his mind. He went ultimately flat Earth and yet claimed that the Nazis had gone into the hollow Earth, which is what I had argued about Unterland, but he would call it the hollow Earth and then confuse people with the Earth being quote unquote hollow and then say they all got eaten up by the reptilians. But the reptilians ate them all, he would say. And so he was like, and it was amazing to me that anything he said was taken as gospel, automatic gospel by people like Duncan Rhodes. And he would be literally spewing out the kind of same word salads, just out of context, jumbled, incoherent narrative like the guy Annie Jacobson had talked to. The majority of the time he was talking, if he wasn't talking sex and drugs. But every once in a while you'd get something that would like stick and it would hit, and then Chris Carter would say, that's a point we'll put into the X-Files. And one of the things they put was black oil, which was complete and total bullshit. And black oil was something Richard Allen Miller no doubt spouted because at a point it was an urban myth among the intelligence networks of the world. And I'm not going to go into black oil, but just trust me on this. It was something the Soviet Union made up just to confuse people. It never existed. And yet people were spending money to try and purchase it. This black oil bullshit. And just the very name of it is something that was perverted by the X-Files based on some shit Richard Allen Miller said, because originally it was called red mercury. Because think about what I'm saying. Black oil is black, right? So the idea of people trying to look for black oil, try searching that, and what are you going to find? Just stuff about petroleum, because petroleum is black. So it's like, but X-Files presented it like it's like saying brown shit or yellow piss. It doesn't make any sense. We all know that. But X-Files made it with a mystique. And so everyone began to think of black oil as something alien tech, nanotech. But it's all based on red mercury is what the idiot Richard Allen Miller was trying to allude to. But it came out as black oil, and Chris Carter ran with it. But that's how crazy Richard Allen Miller was scrambled. That's how scrambled he was. And but when it came to Richard Allen Miller and the way he helped fuck up the X-Files, and the X-Files then fucked up everybody's brain, one of the things that they came up with that I think was relevant is, of course, trying to point out to people little different things that really finally had some relevance. One of them was the terrifying episode in a spin-off, The Lone Gunman, which was a spin-off from the X-Files series. And the spin-off showed the Twin Towers crash. Basically, the lone gunmen were in a plane that got hijacked by an automated pilot, and the automated pilot was programming them to crash into a famous skyscraper, a world-famous skyscraper. And so they were all going to crash into the skyscraper until one of the lone gunmen, whose father worked for the FBI, helped them to overturn the skyjacking, the automated skyjacking, and escape that fate. But that episode aired before the Twin Towers crash and never aired again. It was never allowed to air again. But it anticipated the Twin Towers like predictive programming. So that's relevant. And that was something probably from Richard Allen Miller. The other thing from Richard Allen Miller, because he was the technical consultant for the X-Files, was, aside from all the stupid shit, what was it that was relevant to how does this connect to, say, for instance, Art Bell and Jimmy Church and all the Satanism involved and Chris Carter. But when it comes to Area 51 and Richard Allen Miller and just all the shit that he was pre-programming people for, yes, it was the episode about the random jacking of people's lives. There was an episode in which Richard Allen Miller was the technical consultant. I know that for a fact because this was in the early days when all the episodes he was consulting for. And in the early days, he basically gave a lot of the ideas that became the episodes. So the only really important one was the one where people began to see, instead of hearing voices, they would see on any digital display, like on a computer or their cell phone, various digital formats around them would get hijacked. And they would begin to see messages. And the messages would tell them things that would drive them nuts. A woman's in a garage, and then the diagnostic machine, which gives people a readout of the car, begins to tell her, your mechanic intends to rape you and then to kill you. You have to kill him first. And then she's driven to kill the mechanic. And, of course, the police come and say, why did you kill this mechanic? And it's like she has no rational explanation. And so they simply assume her to be schizophrenic. And everybody in the local city begins to suffer this, and it climaxes in a Texas Tower type shootout. Richard Allen Miller told them about this. Now, he got that from Michael Aquino because Michael Aquino had told him about Operation Condor. So just so people understand what Operation Condor is, most of the victims of U.S. government terrorism are what they call randos. That means randomly chosen people who are just randomly targeted and then terrorized into the point where their life is destroyed for no good reason, other than the sadistic, gratuitous pleasure of people like Michael Aquino and Richard Allen Miller. So understand, Richard Allen Miller was able to tell Chris Carter about this shit because Richard Allen Miller was one of the people who participated in it. One of the things he did at Area 51 was design the methodology and the technology by which to jack liquid crystal digital display readings off of various computers, cell phones, and the like, and then send messages to people telling them the person next to you wants to kill you, you have to kill them first, that kind of shit. So he knew about this, and that came out. And when that came out, Chris Carter dramatized it, but it's all quite real. So Richard Allen Miller is up on a level of evil, or down on a level of evil, with Michael Aquino and Jimmy Church and George Noory. So remember, George Noory was the man who kept telling people, I never got a shot in my life. Don't get flu shots. I never get a flu shot. Don't get flu shots. Remember, George Noy was the man who said, Alex Jones is the shit. I support Alex Jones. Alex Jones is the man. Alex Jones is my friend. And Alex Jones, of course, was fingered by, who's our man who wrote the, Behold the Pale Horse?
William Cooper.
Thank you. He was fingered by William Cooper as the intern who set him up to be killed. And that's on record, just so people understand that. And so he was ultimately not only murdered, in effect, by Alex Jones. Alex Jones then smeared his name when he wasn't alive to defend himself, and then stole everything he said about the Twin Towers. What was it that Bill Cooper said before he died? The thing that got him killed? The thing Alex Jones fingered him for? He said, they're going to bring down the Twin Towers and blame Osama bin Laden. That's on record. He said that before it happened. Bill Cooper did. And then Alex Jones, after fingering him and getting him killed, took that and ran with it, predicted it, and then the Twin Towers collapsed and, Osama bin Laden. But did Alex Jones ever get questioned? How did you know this? You take a look at someone like Bill Graham, or Bill Maher, I mean to say. Bill Maher. Bill Graham's Christian. Bill Maher's Jewish. Bill Maher, the least sympathetic character on earth. There's nothing sympathetic about Bill Maher. But one thing that you can pity him for is that he was basically, well, we know this for a fact, and if you don't believe me, I have a Golden Gate Bridge to sell you. I can sell you Fort Point beneath Golden Gate Bridge if you don't believe this. Understand this much. Nobody ever killed Osama bin Laden. SEAL Team 6, which claimed to kill him, they all got killed. They were in a helicopter that then got hit in its sweet spot by an Afghani Talibani with a rocket launcher who takes down this helicopter full of the entire SEAL Team 6 that killed Osama bin Laden, quote unquote, because he was never killed and they had to hide that fact. And to make certain these guys never talked about the fact, they all participated in the fake operation, they were all killed. Then years and years later, they come up with a sole survivor of the team who killed Osama bin Laden. Somehow this guy wasn't in the helicopter. And he comes out and says, yeah, I killed Osama bin Laden. And it's all shit, and he's just making it up, and it's all bullshit. But so if you believe Osama bin Laden was killed by SEAL Team 6, you're a sucker, okay? But the whole point is that Osama bin Laden never paid the price for his involvement, which was quite real, with 9/11. And therefore, pretty much nobody ever paid the price. The only person who basically paid the price was Bill Maher, who, when the Twin Towers collapsed, said, our Air Force bombs people from, 60,000 feet up in the stratosphere and never faces a threat and just bombs people with impunity. But, at least these guys were willing to sacrifice their lives. They believed in what they were doing. This is what Bill Maher said. And, of course, he lost his job. So he, for years later, would go on a rant about he was the only guy who ever paid a price for 9/11. And in that, he's telling the truth. He was really the only guy who ever paid the price for 9/11. And he had nothing to do with it. So you got to hand him that. When it came to Alex Jones, if they're willing to do that to Bill Maher, how is it that Alex Jones was never questioned by the feds about how did you know Osama bin Laden would take down the Twin Towers when Bill Cooper was killed for saying that? But Alex Jones said it and never faced any repercussions. No questioning, no nothing. Well, that's because he's deep state and a Satanist who's affiliated with Richard Allen Miller and Michael Aquino and Jimmy Church and George Norrie. So they're all this incestuous band of fuck brothers in a circle jerk, feeding you shit through the alternative media, and the general population, this is their major source of news, and they're all programmed by Satanists. So when it comes to these fuckers, they run your world. They run the information that you're in. And in this case, you can point to Bill Cooper as a victim. You can point to the Jewish Bill Maher as a victim of theirs. So understand, these people are true Satanists. And when it comes to Project Condor, so one of the things Michael Aquino told me about was, okay, we got all these people on welfare, but we make them earn their pay. And when I was asking him, well, how is that? He says, well, most of these people are fat and worthless and aren't worth a shit. And I'll give you immediately an example. There was this guy in upstate New York who, like, as soon as I became an open public informant, and remember, I was doing all this before owning a computer. When I finally got a computer and an email address based on a Google account, I only gave that email to one person, the guy who ran the conspiracy conference. And that was Brian William Hall, the man who trademarked his name. And he was the only man on earth at that time who had my email. And Lori and Ann Fenton. So she might have given it to the guy in upstate New York. But there was this guy in upstate New York who wound up sending me trolling emails. So how did he get my email? He was obviously given it, but by whom? And Lori and Ann Fenton, perhaps. But otherwise, the deep state. And when he started sending me trolling emails, then you realize this is Operation Condor. So when it comes to this guy up in, was it Rochester or Syracuse? Syracuse. It was Syracuse, New York. He was famous for putting like wheelchair ramps on the sidewalks because he was fat and couldn't move and demanded that somebody give him wheelchair access to the streets. And so they had to carve in those wheelchair ramps into all the streets because this fat ass bastard was asking for it and shit. And so this guy's at home all day and does nothing. He has female care providers who are fat Spanish ladies coming in to take care of him based on the Department of Human Services providing them, and lives with his mother, who apparently isn't his care provider. And then he writes Douglas Dietrich trolling emails because he's got nothing but time on his hands because they give him the email address. Well, this is what Project Condor is all about. So what Aquino explained to me was, see this? And he showed me this like little funky decoder ring like you'd find in a cereal box. And he says, we mass produce thousands of these under a cereal toy contract. Like they're supposed to go into cereal boxes. And he says, this is a defense contract. It's a Department of Defense contract. Because we got these and we pass them out by the thousands to fucking welfare recipients. And he says, we give these welfare recipients with nothing but time on their hands, and they're all fucking crippled and fat and lazy and watch TV and jack off and drug out all day. But we make them useful to the state. And I said, how? And he said, well, we approach them and we tell them, here, you've got this magic decoder ring. And we give you a code name. And they gave all of them the code name Condor. I said, how many people did you give this code name to? And he said, 200,000. I said, 200,000 people with the same code name Condor. How do you tell them apart? And he was like, well, see, this magic decoder ring is where they get their number from. So they're Condor 16007, 21,076. And so they don't know that's their real name, but we give them that code number and they repeat that with their Condor name, but they think they're the only Condor. Get it? Every one of them thinks they're the Condor, but they're not. They're like Condor 20,766. When they give us that number, we know exactly which one that we're getting the news from. And we give them their orders to terrorize their neighbors and or names that we give them. And I was saying, like, is this an insurgency that's being countered? He said, no, it's not an insurgency. They're the insurgency. Don't you get it? The welfare recipients are the insurgency for our satanic cabal. And what they do is we send them out to terrorize normal, hardworking Americans who are stupid enough to work for a living. Now, for those of you who don't know it, if you work for the United States government, you don't pay taxes. There's no point in your paying taxes because, well, you work for the government. So why would you pay taxes? You would be paying yourself. So all your tax dollars go to pay a bunch of people who never pay taxes. And you pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for childcare, which is why you can't afford a family. But if you work for the government, you get free childcare. This is why you had all these children die in the Oklahoma City bombing. And when Timothy McVeigh was confronted with, why did you kill children? He said, why does the U.S. government have daycare centers in a federal building? And then again, you take a look at the kids who all died in the Pentagon. Take a look at the people who died in the Pentagon when that plane hit. One of them was a 70-year-old man who was visiting his son or grandson working there as an accountant, trying to investigate the black budget money the Pentagon, well, the Department of Defense was stealing. And another was a 7-year-old child in a daycare center. Now, take a look at what I exposed with the U.S. Army. 100,000 children being cared for by the U.S. Army on any given day at the time that I was working for them. And the Department of Defense, that is, not the Army. But the Army alone as a branch of service was taken care of in its military bases all over the world. Okinawa, West Germany, Panama, etc. In the 1980s, they were caring for 100,000 children on any given day. Many of them, if not the majority, being human trafficked as sex slaves, not to the outside world, but to soldiers and officers and Department of Defense civilian workers. Fucked, infected with diseases, traumatized, and then ultimately fit only for military service because they were completely unemployable in the civilian world. A endless welfare state that you're paying for, which is all the military is. Hey, housing and urban development. The head of the housing and urban development, people can look this up, died in Bosnia because he was over there to build housing projects for U.S. soldiers' families because they're importing their fucking families to a war zone where you've got fucking fat ass military moms and their kids wallowing on the government tit being imported to a foreign country. Germany and Japan export cars. America exports ghettos. So he wound up dying over there for his sins. Brown, I think his name was. Anyhow, died in that so-called plane crash in Bosnia. It turned out he was shot in the back of the head before the plane crashed, but minor detail. So when it comes to the entire situation, when I exposed what I did, then the military had to cover its ass, backpedal, and create this propaganda campaign that you can look up, the Month of the Military Child, where they were pointing out to the world that the U.S. military has the best child care in the world, a model for all other child care. It is, guess what? April. The month of April is the month of the military child, taking care of our military children. The Defense Department is observing April as the month of the military child because we have the model child care system for all the world. Does anyone ever sit back? I mean, you can look this up on the U.S. Department of Defense website. www.defense.gov. Month of the military child. Now, nobody ever stops to ask, hey, the whole purpose of a war machine, a military, no matter what country, no matter what culture, the last thing I remember is a military is supposed to break things and kill people. If it's not all about breaking things and killing people, then it's not a military. It's a welfare state. Ask yourself, what military in the world would say this? Do you think the Germans, the Japanese, the Communist Chinese, or the Soviet military would ever put on a website, we have a month of the military child where we're providing daycare centers for military families, and you can bet your sweet ass our kids are not molested because we're the model for all the rest of your world's daycare centers. But we give it for free, whereas you pay hundreds of thousands of dollars as a civilian. I mean, I think one thing we can all agree on is that since the military is meant to break things and kill people, the last thing it should ever be is a family environment. When on earth, in human history, does a military ever present itself as the ideal child care provider? Yeah, we do diapers too. We bomb people and plant clusterfuck mines and everything else. Nerve gas, bioagent storage. But yeah, on the side, we change diapers too. I guess it all balances out. None of this makes any sense. If any of you were to even approach yourselves and ask, what is it that Douglas Dietrich is saying? Does this not finally drive it home? So when it comes to all these baby raping Satanists with a whole production load on an assembly line of welfare queens who married a military man, get their fat asses imported all over the world, squeezing out puppies that your tax dollars are paying for, that they raise for fucking free. Do you ever not stop yourself to ask, what is the fate of all these children? Where do they all go? Ask yourself if you ever met a person raised in a military daycare center. Have you ever met someone who said, my parents, thank God, had me raised in a military daycare center? No. Where do they all go? So, with that being said, Jimmy Church survived. And he became the heir apparent to Art Bell. But then he was hanging out with George Noy, whom Art Bell hated. And then there was Dr. Richard Allen Miller, who told everyone about the Rando program, known as Project Condor, Operation Condor. It was ongoing as an operation, so they changed the name ultimately to Project. That's actually the more correct term. But it's in operational status. And what do? Welfare recipients who spend all day tormenting you. You might ask, what do they do to torment other Americans? Like Michael Aquino explained to me, the Condor welfare recipients are ordered whenever they can to go out in their wheelchairs, motorized generally, motorized wheelchairs like that guy in Syracuse, New York was riding on. And they're supposed to go all over the place, key people's cars, slash the tires, splash paint on their homes, cut the flower beds in their front yards, take a shit on their driveway or on their lawn, just everything imaginable just to torment all of their neighbors who work for a living. They're ordered to target specifically people who work for a living. So when I asked Michael Aquino, what's the point of all this? To destroy your workforce. And he said, well, they're stupid enough to work for a living. They deserve all the torture they can get. So we pay the people who are smart enough not to work for a living to torture the ones that do. They're not smart like us. They don't work for the government. Like you and me. And that's when I realized I was going to become a public informant. So, understand this. Whenever something happens like your car is randomly keyed or smashed into by a shopping cart and all this other good shit, it's not random. There's someone who is given orders to do this, and they do it because they think they're being a great patriot, and you've been identified as an enemy because you work for a living. they're basically told, see those people that work for a living, they're the enemy, and they're really closet communists. And you might think, isn't this awfully self-destructive? Isn't the government sowing the seeds of its own destruction with all these welfare recipients destroying the ones who pay for their living? Well, that's how they ultimately intend to get rid of the welfare recipients. They, drive enough of you into suicide and mass shooting by frustrating you to death and tormenting you, and then there's no one left to pay taxes for the welfare recipients, and they all die off. There's no ultimate plan to this that makes any sense. It's the chaos and insanity of a completely demented Edomite system that exists on chaos and insanity, entropy, the ultimate destruction of humanity itself. The idea of degrading everyone into a cycle of fear and violence, and that is where the anti-gods thrive, and then people ultimately turn towards them, because that's the ultimate intent of all of this. Get people to stop believing in creation or a positive divinity, because why would so much suffering go on in the world? And then you have them ripe to become nihilists, believers in nothing. After that, well, ultimately, they serve the anti-gods whether they even know of them or not. So this was the world that Richard Allen Miller exposed through the X-Files, that Michael Aquino had shared with me directly, and this would explain so much of what happens in your world. But to anybody listening out there who has ever wondered about bizarre people who have appeared in your life and tormented you for no good reason, what motivates them, and what exactly is the ultimate sponsor of all this insanity. And with that, of course, back to Mark. I don't know, you still... you going to go to bed now, or what? How are you hanging? I don't know how much time you usually have. You said work was pretty hard today. I'm glad that you were able to relax with us. But I don't know if you, Real Tech, Mark, certainly I know Mandy does. Without making Mandy relive all of the horrors she's experienced. We'll get to her if she's still with us. But if any of...
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, Real Tech, if any of you have anything to share based on what I brought up, if it brought to mind anything, do share it with us.
I know for me, Douglas, that brought a lot of things to mind. Way too much, actually. And every time, you go off on, I have so many things. So I have some stuff I'm going to probably get to again on the next show, just because I am going to try to get some sleep. But that was an incredible explanation of a lot of different things. And a few different things, just one off the bat, was one of my favorite movies, which was like a spy movie, was The Flight of the Condor. And that was, I think Robert Redford was in that movie. I don't know if you remember that, Douglas.
Absolutely. Go on.
Yeah. And I just remember that. And I don't know how it correlates with the Condor reference with Michael Aquino. But I just remember that movie being extremely, just...
Wasn't that called 3 Days of the Condor? 3 Days of the Condor?
Yes, 3 Days of the Condor, yeah. And it was just basically Robert Redford as the main guy just getting targeted the whole entire movie, just people just trying to kill him, just going after him. And I don't know, it was just interesting. But aside from that, your extensive knowledge on... Art Bell and that type, and as well as everything, really. You put it together very well. So I just wish I wasn't so tired. I would talk more, but I wanted to stay on just to hear you speak on those things. It was incredible. Thank you so much for doing that.
Bless you. And of course, we love you dearly. Get some much needed rest. You've earned it. You certainly need it. And we look forward to you joining us on Sunday if possible.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And I'll see all you later. Have a good night.
Yes. Blessed be.
Yeah,
Good night.
Yeah. And anything you want to discuss before I turn ultimately to Mandy, because I'm sure I've stirred up way too much with her. Depends on if she hasn't fallen asleep in her car, dear lady. Yeah. Anything that brought to your mind, feel free to share it. And if not, man,
Well, the foolishness that
yeah.
oh, the foolishness that everybody can sit around is twiddle their thumbs and not work. It's it's something I struggled with before too, but it's interesting when you're talking about that aspect, and of course that is some sort of nihilism that the government has the end goal for. But what's really funny though, a lot of people overly assume is the fact that African Americans are the most people on welfare, where really it's just white trash.
That's quite true. Go on. Yes.
Yeah. White trailer park trash are the ones that are more on welfare than African Americans.
Yeah.
So.
Absolutely, that's a demographic fact. Yes, it's quite true, and they comprise the overwhelming majority of gang stalkers.
Yes.
It's
and pedophiles.
Yeah. Yes. So it's definitely a heinous fact, and I'm glad that you reinforced the reality of that. Yes. So thank you, Real Tech. Honey, Mandy, are you still there, darling? Let's see if we can provoke her. No, that's something I would do with Brooke, dear lady. Mandy, hey, honey, you there? I mean, of course, when I provoke Brooke, hopefully people understand. I try and do that in as gentle a way as possible, but hopefully our man, Real Tech, is right, and she kind of it just forgives me by Saturday. I do want people to understand I don't feel I've done anything wrong, but we'll see what happens. It's one of these things that I do think I know why she was upset, but I don't feel it was I well, hopefully it works out. Just, all I want is really for her to be happy. I just tried to express that to her when I had called her. But, oh my God, do you have the ability to speak to her directly? I mean, haven't you ever spoken with her privately, Real Tech? You have, right?
Yes, I have several times, but she doesn't talk now anymore. I don't know why.
Have you ever tried? I mean, reaching out lately.
Yeah, I've sent her messages, but
she just doesn't respond at this point.
No, not for a very long time.
Right.
Even his text message.
Right.
She hasn't. I don't know why.
Okay, just
I never.
Yeah, sometimes we just have to roll with it. It's like with our dear friend Brendan Zogit, who I've spoken quite well of over the past several months, and like I said, once he went on that vacation, it's only been twice. Sent him once something while he was on vacation, sent him another thing, and when he, about a week, 2 weeks after he was supposed to have come back, no response. So just
soon. He'll be back soon.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I mean, I'm sorry? August the 18th?
August the 18th.
Interesting. Is it? Oh, got it. Okay. Yeah. And just so people know, I mean, of course, if something had happened to him, I've had plenty of people who have died or been killed that I've known. So, you just learn to, especially in the professions I've had as mercenary and security work, obviously, really hurt in the case of my parents. But, other than that, there's few other people I really took as a irreparable loss or something that left me.
I mean, maybe your sister, right?
Yeah, you know the general story there, right? I mean,
Most of it, yeah.
yeah. I don't really care for her. I mean, let's just put it this way. I mean, like, I refer to her as my late sister because she's dead to me. And
Yeah, that's how I feel about my sister too. I'm like, I understand that I can be very spontaneous, but my sister, I haven't seen my sister several years, and I'm right out in the neighborhood where she's working at several different times, at least once a month or so, and just come out for like 5 minutes, say hello, and go back to work. It's just ridiculous with these people.
And so what you're saying is your sister really is this figure that doesn't seem to communicate at all. That's pretty much what you're saying, right? She doesn't really. There's kind of like empty. Is it that she's emotionally empty or just not there, or?
Oh, she's communicating more better now.
Okay.
She in a way, it's a good thing because she's trying to tell me what to do every little thing in my life, and I don't like that either.
Mm-hmm.
And the biggest thing with her, of course, is whenever there's a big problem with her, she comes running to you, and then once it's over and done with, she doesn't say much at all. So, so it's a two-edged sword with her. So, but I don't like family either, so
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Okay. And so there you have it. I guess it's oh my God, I've just in terms of just that, it's like a product of trauma. Was she a product of trauma like yourself?
Yeah, she is.
Okay.
She had to take care of herself when she was 8 years old.
Okay. Ooh. I mean, how? How does a child take care of themselves when they're 8 years old?
I don't know. I was a child myself, so how would I know?
How old were you when she was 8?
3 years. I'm 3 years older than she is.
You're 3 years older than she is. So
yeah.
You were 11. What happened? Did you leave the home at that point? I mean, you weren't there to help her, apparently, right?
No, we grew up separately.
Okay. Oh my God, your family was just so. It traumatizes me just to hear about your family. oh my God, that really fucking sucks. And of course your mother. You I forget. You didn't have a father figure at all, did you? Did you? Not
no.
Really. I mean, your dad. Yeah. No, I'm so sorry.
Well, alcoholism and drugs. It's these things that controls the people. It's not necessarily who they are as a person or the personality. So it took me a long time to understand that.
Okay. Yeah, and let's see again.
Like you,
yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure from my assessment, you're not necessarily addicted to drugs. It's just you. It's a suppressant for you. So.
Depressant for, is that what you said? Or
suppressant.
Suppressant for me. You're talking about me.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
To get away from
Yeah. Oh, I understand what you're saying. Suppressing memories.
It's something with sex. I was with me in sex. So.
Right. Well, you do understand I'm also a sexaholic and a pornaholic, aside from somebody who abuses recreational narcotics, right?
Yeah.
There you are. So
that usually goes hand in hand anyway. So
yes. I mean, you could take a look at our friend Ian West for that, or at least he certainly makes a show of being a sexaholic. And hopefully he got lucky tonight, or the young girl Jude seemed nice enough, and certainly was happy to virtually meet her. I noticed he didn't come on camera then. I'm sorry, what?
Oh, okay.
Did you hear that earlier tonight or no? Jude, you didn't
No.
hear? Oh, some young lady named Jude was with Ian West, and he was, first trying to hide the fact, so to speak. I mean, he couldn't have been serious about that effort, but he was claiming that I used a voice-altering device, but it was some young lady was obviously hanging out with him, and then they finally, went off the radar, so to speak. You dropped off the call. And it is something.
Lucky guy.
Yeah. Well, he's got drugs.
It's always a good day when you get laid.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. He's
especially multiple times a day.
Well, I wouldn't say that about him. I mean, that would be probably beyond his physical capacity. Though, like,
I absolutely agree.
Yeah, but like Brooke Gibson said, he claimed he was using Adderall and cocaine and Viagra, if I remember the cocktail right. So she was asking him to take that several times a day, and she would let him fuck her as often as he wanted, so long as he had a high enough insurance policy established so that she could obviously reap the reward once he finally died on top of her or below her or whatever position they were in at the time that all that cocktail pushed his heart to the limit, which was always a funny proposition. But go on. Yeah,
that definitely is a funny proposition. But hey, nothing beats going out like that Rockefeller guy.
Yes.
Soldier standing up, right?
Yes. Yeah. So let me take a look at something. Just want to take a look at what we've got going here in terms of. Let me try and at least get started into some monologue in a few minutes. I think that we've held remarkably good numbers considering the fact that we kind of went off on a bit of a tangent there, but that's okay. That's good. And once again, in terms of your hobbies with the oh gosh, I wish Mandy were with us because she was talking about after the first Hulk film that she really got turned off to a lot of the comic book films. Of course, for those of you. Yeah.
I don't understand what she was talking about, the one from 2008 or the one from 2003 that was directed by Ang Lee.
Oh, she's got to be talking about that.
Were very different.
She's got to be talking about. She's got to be talking about the one directed by the Taiwanese guy who directed Crouching Tiger and Hidden Dragon. He's the same guy who produced that first Hulk film that she's got to be talking about. That was the one that.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the one that was so awful. It
really is. I mean, it was cool the way. He made it in different comic panels, but yeah, okay. It was just fucking terrible. Yeah, fucking ridiculous.
Thank you. It was awful. The incredible.
Anyway, it starts off somewhere pretty good, but it just. Yes. Yeah. All he had to do was just follow the freaking cartoon from the '90s. That first season from the '90s. That was. Voiced by Neil McDowland, was just fantastic. Let's follow that.
Okay, yeah. In other words, they have guidelines they could have easily taken advantage of, but didn't. And they try to be too creative. And
but you have Stan Lee, for God's sake. It was just ask him.
Yeah.
He made the character.
Yeah. Well, actually, it was Steve Ditko, right? Who he then credited. He ultimately did come out and credit Steve Ditko with the creation of so many of these characters.
Yes.
Yeah, and that poor bastard. What do you know or remember? You remember Steve Ditko became a Ayn Rand cultist and objectivist, right? You knew that, right?
I have forgotten it, but yeah, I remember now. You bring it up.
Yes. Oh my God, it's so awful. Poor bastard. Poor son of a bitch. It's
well, they all come from New York City and they move out to California and all these they get involved with all these crazy Scientologists or other crap out there. So out there. So, and the worst thing is the worst thing that can happen a lot of times is the aspect of indoctrination. So it's the same thing with Trump and all these people, those morons. You know, you know what I'm saying, right? Basically.
Yeah. No,
It's a stronger, indoctrination is a stronger thing than just a than just the belief or something. You know, that goes deeper into the subconsciousness. So, you know. But that movie fucking sucks. Yeah, it still fucking sucks.
Is it speaking?
Yeah, there was a time when I would sit down and watch all these fucking movies like that, but I didn't waste my time anymore.
Right.
This time is too fucking short. So in life.
Well, you still got a lot of time left, but I'm glad that you're ahead of the game. Mandy, honey, Mandy. Let's see if we can wake her up. Other than that, so about some finances. Anything come to mind with, say, for instance, you know, anything that comes up financially that comes to your mind that you'd like to point out? You were talking about some of, you heard George Knight and myself, or maybe you didn't, talking about Nigel Farage being debanked. Mr. Collin, who's a individual.
I know about that. Yes.
Scotland. Yeah, so tell us, what does this bring to mind for you? His situation. So then tell us a bit about what you think might be going on there.
Well, brings to mind like Alex Jones, who absolutely deserves it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
and a lot of those Russian oligarchs.
Yes.
Them too. And of course, Miles Guo. But he's a fraudster also. So.
What does that mean? Foster?
No, sorry, Frost. He's a fraudster.
Okay. So what does
fraud.
That mean? Okay, fraudster. Okay, got it.
Fraudster.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No worries. Yeah. And,
sorry.
Oh, all right.
You spent a long time. When you spend a long time researching and just reading these things, listening about these things, you know, it's that lingo that sometimes occurs.
Yeah,
so are you gonna see more of that happening? And a lot of it is warranted with a lot of these people anyway. Especially with Trump, who's gonna get who definitely deserves to be indicted for the insurrection. So
yes, and go on.
What you said?
Oh no, just continue, please.
Yeah, it's insane that the Special Purpose Acquisition Company, DWAC, Digital World, something it's called, has still not merged with did a reverse merger with another company. So that's eventually it's dead out on arrival, the company. So like most Trump companies anyway. So
that's great. And so in terms of anything,
no, I'm saying that's what's going to happen to him. All this banking is all going to be canceled. So that's what I'm saying with him.
Okay, yeah.
But unfortunately, an aspect that could happen, which of course the government is trying to prevent, is him become president. But he might be president in jail because with the Constitution, the president can still run the country in prison, which is insane.
Is that true?
Yes, that's true.
Oh my God! I never gave it a thought. That's usually something.
Never gave it a thought.
Yeah, I never gave it a thought. That's something usually I would come up with, some weird ass factoid like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Something you would come up with.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my God, I'm so impressed. I believe you. I believe you.
No, it's true. It is true. I want to talk my, I want to make it up.
Yeah. I just did you just out of curiosity, has anyone written about this that you know of that you could
Yes.
refer us to? Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I think it was Atlantic,
yeah.
the Guardian, the Atlantic.
Okay.
Trying to remember some other, maybe Financial Times.
Yeah.
But of course, Financial Times has a paywall, so I refuse to pay any of these companies. So.
Thank you. Well, it's so offensive that we're at the point where we're paying for information.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the same way of education should be free.
Yes,
And,
thank you.
I absolutely agree with, and I hope Biden do whatever he can to cancel all the student loan debt, because
Thank you.
the whole damn thing was a lie and a scam.
Yes.
And these sticking Republicans want to block it every way, with all those sticking Republican in the. I mean, I'm a Republican myself, and I'm saying all these stupid idiots that want to block in the Supreme Court blocking all that. It needs to be absolutely executive orders completely cancel all of it.
Yeah.
They want to constantly put all this money in the military industrial complex.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely appreciate what you're saying. I am definitely on your side with that. Just for to clarify, because some people might misinterpret what we're saying. What we're saying is not necessarily along the lines of info-socialism, because I find it very difficult to understand how that would work. But just to give people an example of this, one of these tragic men that I keep pointing out in the past, much more in the past than I haven't brought him up in years, was Dr. Oh my God, what the fuck was his name? It's been so long since I spoke of him, and he was just such a tragic figure to me. But he wrote a book called The Troika Incident. And this was about time travel to the future, in which he was predicting a kind of an internet. And it was, that all this super encyclopedia that would be Trump running for president from prison. Oh my God, thank you. Thank you so much for that. James Cook Brown, Dr. James Cook Encyclopedia Brown. Yes. And, oh my God. So it's like this. He wrote this book in the 1970s. This incredibly naive book. That he thought of information in this ultimate encyclopedia available for everyone that would be free. And okay, so that's not so outrageous. But we should have something like that. But at the same time, there is an ideology. And of course, the communist Chinese are not really living up to this. But the communist Chinese, one thing they don't have any respect for generally is intellectual property. So basically, copyrights are kind of like meaningless to them. But when it comes to the info-socialism, this was an ideology that was predicted by a sociologist and a gamer. Who tried to predict for a gaming format the more, how would I call it, near future scenarios that they felt might be realistic and inevitable. And I think it was Transhuman Space, which is an entire series of books for people. I think it was produced by Steve Jackson Games. But they felt that one of the major ideologies of the world would be info-socialism, in which you had people then advocate that all information should be free and that there should be no intellectual property per se, that it's all basically public domain. And so I'm not quite sure how an info-socialist society would work. Indeed, I really can't conceive how it can. But it's certainly an insurgency like that, a kind of info-anarchy insurgency, that would be almost intriguing, because you'd wonder how people advocating that would ever attempt to carry it out. I mean, so if you can't make a profit from certain ideas, obviously it's hard to imagine living in a world like that. But when it comes to myself, I'm kind of living that world. I do share everything freely, and I just kind of depend on the generosity of people to, provide me with enough income to survive. So I do ask for people to do that, like our man had asked for earlier, Mr. Real Tech Geek himself, who's still with us. So, yeah, of course, if anyone can provide help, by all means. Otherwise, I do know that, unfortunately, a lot of people listening to me live in tents or tent cities. And it's just so fucking sad. Now, you living in New York as you do, and sometimes I remember you having said that, you grow up with a sense of a real cynicism. You grow up with a sense of course, you're inured to a lot of the danger, violence and danger, and it's still, I guess I have a hard time imagining you're having grown up in New York City, because it seemed like, from what you described to me about some of your trauma, I almost expected kind of like a small town, because that was the kind of where I faced my trauma, was in a small town. I forget that these things can happen in an urban environment. Were you originally like in an apartment? I was just wondering, because of course
I've always lived in an apartment.
Okay, you've always been in apartments because of New York City, of course. So when it comes to these apartments, obviously the worst ones were the ones you grew up in, as opposed to where you're at now, I presume.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I don't like to visit the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Too much.
I don't blame you. Yeah. And I just think that we're just glad you survived, and that you are able to communicate now as well as you do. When it came to what's your general impression psychically of Mandy? Any kind of, when I ask you a question like that, any kind of general impression come up psychically?
Cult. Hidden. Not telling everything that it's perceived.
Okay. And that's fine. Probably for the best.
And me.
Okay.
Wolf in sheep's clothing.
Hmm.
How many entities around here?
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Helm mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Good person.
Okay.
Need to leave the house.
Yes. Yes.
So that was basically more of what's around her than herself. So.
Yeah. That's the best way to approach it. You've learned to be diplomatic. I'm proud of you.
I try.
Yes.
But, I tried, but my real bluntness will always be forefront of things sometimes.
Mm-hmm. And
so it's yeah, go ahead.
Oh no! By all means, conclude. I'll start monologuing soon enough, and you know me. Once I start,
Like all the air out of the room, like you did a little while ago.
Yeah. Yes. That's right. And
of course, before Moon Boy comes on, so.
Oh, I love that.
Maybe not. Yeah.
You know what he said was pretty harsh about Joe Tai. I don't know if you heard him.
What did he say?
Oh, he was like asking, what does he contribute? He was saying.
Oh, come on.
Oh, well, admittedly, I don't know if you heard this. Like I said, I wasn't going to relive the horror. I'm not going to do it now. It was pretty bad. It's you might say it's irrational for me to hold it against him. what happened, but it's also impossible for me not to hold it against him. It's almost like he was doing it on purpose. Really, it was uncanny otherwise. And I just think that
Why can't you hang up the call with him then?
first off, understand that I technologically I do freeze up and I really forget some technological options. I really didn't think it was going to get as bad as it did. And then by the time it did, I had to start considering, what do I do about this? Because the situation...
At least put him on mute.
Well, ultimately, Ian West did that. It was Ian West then
You can do that.
Yeah, and so...
Yeah, you've got to be less technologically fearful.
Yeah, so but let me see.
It's only going to get more advanced.
Yeah, so to put him on mute, I go to the view, I click on that, speaker view, grid view, together mode, hide people. What is it that I'm looking for on this thing? I guess I could share a screen and show you, and we
don't want to necessarily have the phone call hanged up.
So,
really don't want that. So just try to look for where you can put the person on mute automatically.
Yes. I'll do that. I'll look up how to mute somebody. But it was funny that Ian West was playing with that and a while back, and it was frightening because he could conceivably mute me. I could always unmute myself. It's pretty easy to unmute oneself once one realizes that one is muted.
Yeah, that was funny for Brooke doing that. Actually, that was really funny.
You remember that? Yeah.
I was one that initiated that. So I mean, of course I remember that.
Yes. There. See. So you were there that time, and they were all. So you were the guy who initiated it because you had found out about it. How? You were just explaining it to us somehow, or how did we all come to be playing with that? You just brought it up, or what?
I just wanted to try. I just wanted to try it out and try to mute Ian West.
Oh, okay.
It was bitching and whining about fighting with Brooke, so I just wanted to do it. Try it.
And then you found out how to do it, and then everybody started playing with it. That's what happened last time, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh yes. And at any rate, I think I'm about ready to go all in for the monologue for at least a little bit to try and educate people soon enough. But and then let's see now. We got an hour and a half. And I should be able to cover something. So I want to thank you very much, invite you to stay here with me and participate whenever you feel you have something to contribute, okay?
Well, I do want to say, before we begin our monologue, folks, now Alex Jones may say tomorrow's news today. Now, with Douglas Dietrich, is tomorrow's news yesterday, into the next year, into the future. So please, support Douglas Dietrich. It is almost the end of the month for his rent. And you're not going to get any type of unfiltered and uncensored type of news. But the most undered, I appreciate it, military renegade historian Douglas Dietrich. Thank you.
I love you dearly, and I want to thank you so much for that. You're fantastic. And I will begin the monologue now. I want to credit whoever's made any contributions. Let's take a look and see to that. Go into the basically the two places that I go to check for contributions. We have some interesting stuff going on the Google browser right now with their bringing our attention to this being the Google Doodle suggestion of some special things happening today. Our man, Real Tech Geek, brought up the assassination attempt on my biological father's life on July 20th of the 1940s, 44 or 45, 44, I believe. And so that was Stauffenberg, and of course...
1944.
Thank you. Hilariously miscast by Tom Cruise. Please don't ever watch that Valkyrie movie with Tom Cruise. It's like an insult to
It's
anyone.
utterly ridiculous. Everybody's speaking, and they're all British actors, and you got one guy who American. Ridiculous.
Yes, thank you.
And of course, it was going to be that way because of Bryan Singer, that child rapist.
Yes, sorry, that's exactly what they are. Yes. Oh my God. So we got this wonderful payment from the lovely Nolani Bouchard for 30 United States dollars. She didn't indicate that I should not mention her, and I should have mentioned her earlier. I'll mention it again next time. We had, of course, Michael Lloyd, 10 United States dollars. From what I believe was Australia, Sammy Romero, a quarter of 100 United States dollars. And all of these people are just angels on my shoulder. With that, a kind of check into the other PayPal account, see what was entered there, logging in now, and we will have my answer in just about a moment. And it was, of course, KP, who said, "Mighty Triple D, many thanks." He wants to continue by that name. And, of course, before his 20 United States dollars, the incomparable Nolani Bouchard, shit, she said, no need to mention my name in this one. But, so she's given on both cards. And for people who don't know, I have a Douglas Dietrich Productions account. And it turns out these business cards for PayPal are fairly rare. But that's my most used account. The other account, of course, is more of we set that up so people wouldn't be charged when they contribute, because they're charged when they try to contribute to my business account, which is what the Douglas Dietrich Productions card is, theoretically. And so, of course, it's used for business. It is a business account. But this other card is more of a personal account, so people are not supposed to be charged when they contribute to it. And that's why Brooke Gibson contributed a single penny, which our dear friend Realtek told us not to laugh at. Nevertheless, she paid 3 cents to contribute that 1 cent, which shows you how badly she wanted to make a statement of being that she it is what it is. But like our man said, you can invest that. Get it, turn it into something. Turn that frown upside down. With that, okay. So what's important about yesterday was, or this week, was it's all the week of the Japanese Marine Day, which means as in Ocean Day or Sea Day, UMI-NO-HI. And this is the third Monday of every July. And so this is the week in which I did a bit of a field trip to the beach, so to speak, with the Blood Boys. And we did a little photo session on the rocks, quite literally on the rocks. And I complained a little bit about that. I'm still not ready to relive the horror of that, but I'll talk more about that again probably on Sunday. But I do want everyone to know I'm just glad to be alive. And certainly glad to have made it back here. As I've told people, it's almost a miracle and almost like direct proof of divine intervention every time I just make it to be on a transmission. So in the hour and a half remaining, we're going to try and explain a little bit about Marine Day in Japan. Japan is a pelagic, this is a term meaning open seas. So it's an open seas imperial state. So the pelagic imperial Nipponjin, or UMI-NO-HI, the Japanese Marine Day, the third Monday of July, the very nature of Japanese imperialism has produced a pelagic empire that can only be comprehended from a marine perspective. Imperialism and the patterns of resource exploitation which it has connoted, at least in its 20th century incarnations, were not only phenomena of dry land environments, but also left their marks upon the seas. The practice of environmental history, via the case study of the Japanese Empire from the late 19th century, I would say, through World War II, reveals the role of oceans and fisheries in Japanese imperialism. Only by taking into account Japan's incremental domination and exploitation of offshore fisheries in its surrounding seas, eventually much of the Western Pacific Ocean, can one ever hope to contextualize Japanese expansionism. The legacies of this empire can only be understood via Japan's ideological construction of an ocean empire. Exempli gratiae, rich mineral reserves at extinct deep-sea vents, could help solve the metal shortage for renewable energy technologies, albeit the environmental price may be high. And in the closing days of the last month of 2018, the Japanese Empire released data that their empire had discovered a rare earth mineral deposit that can supply the world for centuries. It will be no good if, in transitioning to climate neutrality, large tracts of the planet are left uninhabitable by the mining of key raw materials. Mining them shouldn't cost us the earth itself. The first thing you need to understand is that rare earth elements may be in short supply, but they are not really rare. Even the rarest that I know of, thulium, spelled Thulium, is more than 100 times more common than gold. But only a few countries, such as these United States, Australia, and Brazil, contain deposits substantial enough to mine. Crucially, climate solutions.
I'll tell you one thing that's
Yeah, please.
sorry.
No, go on.
It's a rare earth mineral that's called tellurium,
Yeah.
and it's more rare than gold. And of course, it's used in more applications than what gold is used in, such as CDs, DVDs, Blu-rays.
Mm.
Yeah.
Wow, thank you.
And of course, and unfortunately, though, it is primarily located in China. So.
Yeah, and that's understandable. By that I mean, just so people understand, it's not necessarily that may be the case. That may be the case, but it's not necessarily that all these rare metals, for some reason, are located in communist China. It's that communist China is vast. It's the size of the United States. But what happened is the United States stopped mining their own rare metals. And it takes decades to get these mines going again at an effective, industrial pace. And because America stopped mining its rare metals, then communist China just took up the slack and started mining all that it could without any concept of environmentalism. No care for the ecological repercussions on their environment. They don't give a shit, and their population has paid the price with water toxins, just poison drinking water and all the rest of the horrors that their population suffers. But it's not so much
like
that
Teflon from 3mm.
Thank you. It's not so
Which
much
now 3mm is essentially now a Chinese company. So
3M company, right?
yes,
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Just so people understand.
but
Yeah.
go ahead.
No, go on, please.
There is a company that is starting to mine tellurium in Utah.
Mhm.
Rio Tinto, the company is called.
Mhm.
So it is a good start.
Yeah.
With that.
Okay.
But
And
you are right what you're saying. That
yeah, it's not that these aren't.
this country should have never stopped. And of course, it's this greed, this insatiable greed this country has, should never stopped with producing all these rare earth minerals.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, one could understand why they did at the time to a degree, but what our man Realtek is emphasizing is that they stopped mining it because they were too cheap to invest in the mining, and allowed the Chinese to do it for cheaper, and then the Chinese came to dominate the rare earth metals market simply because they, on the cheap, and were willing to do so without any concept of environmental repercussions. This is why the Americans ultimately stopped, was environmental concerns and the expense it would take to mine these metals, with environmental concerns being taken into account, and safety measures being followed to minimize environmental damage. It made it not worth pursuing in the American mind, and therefore they let China do. The Chinese were willing to pollute to their heart's content, and therefore, because they were willing to roll in it like pigs in shit, or rather, the Communist Party was, while its population had to roll in the shit. They were just the pigs. Then they wound up dominating the market because they're the only people mining. That's really, if anyone wonders why I was trying to dominate the rare metals market, do you honestly think all the meteorites crashed in China and nowhere else? Or that somehow all the metals just somehow decided they were going to congregate in China, because metals just love Chinese food or something? It's just the Chinese are the only ones mining. Now, crucially, climate solutions.
Well, that's also the reason why they're also in
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, go
That's
on.
also
Yeah.
biggest reason why the Chicons are in Africa is because of the extreme.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. They're exploiting the blacks in Africa to mine their resources, and they claim they're there to develop infrastructure when they're stealing everything that's not nailed down out of the earth itself. Leaving the blacks with nothing for their future. Thanks, China. And some people, like the author, thank you, Lovejoy, the author of the Jaya concept, Jaya, the living earth. He's convinced the Chinese, when they're rendered China itself uninhabitable, that they're simply going to lock, stock, and barrel migrate en masse, escape to Africa as their new continent. So it's not to be dismissed as what he's predicting may ultimately happen. So this is Lovelock, I mean to say, not Lovejoy. James Lovelock.
Well, this is why that's why the Chicons been using the debt slavery with so many African countries, and that's what they did with Djibouti. Created the first overseas base in forever. Yeah. So,
of course,
Djibouti, that's true.
Yeah, the Djibouti. Basically, every major maritime power has a naval base in Djibouti at this point. It's like they're horning themselves out to everybody. So there's a book out there titled China's Second Continent, which is all about Africa and their exploitation thereof. And I don't know if it covers the potential expressed by the Lovelock with his argument that the Chinese are ultimately going to relocate en masse to Africa, but it's something to consider. Really take that into account seriously. Now, crucially, climate solutions such as solar energy, wind energy, and electric vehicles depend on rare earth elements, which have unique magnetic and luminescent properties. The trouble is that their production and disposal is environmentally destructive. It is worrying, therefore, that the European Union, if I remember correctly, maybe half a year ago, said that it wants lower regulatory barriers to mining raw materials needed for a green transition. To get to net zero, Europe will require up to 26 times the amount of rare earth metals in 2050 compared with today. And demand's also increasing because of digitalization. The European Union, like the United Kingdom, is dependent on imports, while the geopolitics of supply chains are increasingly unstable. The Communist Chinese Empire is the world's largest producer of rare earths. The revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire in Eurasia is the fourth largest supplier. The West views this as a significant potential threat to its security of supply. Given Russia's attempts to weaponize its gas supplies, this is not an unreasonable belief. Consumers would notice if supplies were disrupted, I assure you. Rare earths are critical to clean energy technologies used today. Every Toyota Prius has more than 9 kilograms, that's over 20 pounds, of lanthanum in its battery. It's not only the future of the planet at stake, it's the future of our defense as well. NATO is almost 100% dependent on rare earth imports from the Communist Chinese Empire. A United States Virginia-class submarine requires about 4 tons of rare earth materials. Communist China on the Asian mainland has been willing to abuse key minerals as a political weapon. After tensions between Beijing and Tokyo boiled over in 2010, Red China blocked rare earth exports to the Empire of Japan. Mining for rare earth minerals generates large volumes of toxic and radioactive material. The transition to climate neutrality cannot mean replacing a reliance on dirty fossil fuels, with a dependence on raw materials, the extraction of which leaves large tracts of our Earth uninhabitable. Clean ways to recover these rare earths efficiently from discarded products are finally being developed, are under development now. More companies are using recycled minerals in their manufacturing processes. Apple's iPhone 12 is made from 98% reused rare earths. Japanese car makers are cutting down on their use. In his book titled The Rare Metals War, Guillaume Pitron wrote that over the next 3 decades, we will need to mine more mineral ores than humans have extracted over the last 70,000 years. This cannot end up costing us the Earth itself. The Communist Chinese Empire established its dominance over the rare earths industry because of lax environmental regulations and a cheap workforce. It has paid a high price. Today, 10% of its arable land is contaminated by heavy metals, and 80% of its groundwater is simply not fit for consumption. So, understand this much. The overwhelming majority of Chinese live off bottled water, imported from the few places that have potable water in their empire. This cannot go on. And ultimately, this is why Lovelock has predicted that they will migrate en masse to Africa. Technological advance on a global scale should not replicate such ecological destruction. A scramble for Africa, which is rich in rare earths, but largely unexplored to this day, is underway now. Major powers are already pushing for deals. Capital would be attracted to a continent where labor is inexpensive and environmental protections are virtually non-existent. But the world cannot sustain a race to the bottom in rare earths. What is needed is, first, to enact tougher regulations to stem the damage done by mining companies, and then for the United Nations to get an enforceable agreement on high global standards for rare earth extraction and processing. To reiterate, according to their study, earlier in 2018, researchers found a deposit of rare earth minerals off the coast of the Japanese home islands that could supply our world for centuries. The Japanese study, published in the journal Nature magazine in April of 2018, concludes that the deposit contains 16 million tons of valuable metals. Rare earth metals, well, these rare earth minerals, before they're metals, they're minerals, are used in everything from smartphone batteries to electric vehicles. By definition, these minerals contain one or more of 17 metallic rare earth elements. For those familiar with the periodic table, those are on the second row from the bottom. Now, according to the United States Geological Survey, these elements are actually plentiful in layers of the Earth's crust, but are typically widely dispersed. Because of that, it is rare to find any substantial amount of the elements clumped together as extractable minerals. This is economies of scale in action here. Is it worth it to start mining for a pittance? Well, not yet. You want to find a vein to tap that is industrially viable. Currently, there are only a few economically viable areas where they can be mined, and they're generally expensive to extract. The Communist Chinese Empire has tightly controlled much of the world's supply of these minerals for decades. That has forced the Empire of Japan, a major electronics manufacturer, to rely on prices dictated by their neighbor, or more properly, their enemy. A new finding could change the global economy, and that finding has been found. In the paper that I've sourced, that I'm referencing for you, and actually translating from the Japanese to a degree, the study's authors wrote that the then recently discovered deposit is enough to supply these metals on a semi-infinite basis to the world. There's enough yttrium to meet the global demand for 780 years. Dysprosium for 730 years. Europium for 620 years. And terbium for 420 years. And this cache lies off of Minamitori Island, about 1,150 miles, or 1,850 kilometers by the rest of the world's measurement standards, southeast of Tokyo. It is completely within the Empire of Japan's double EZ, its exclusive economic zone, so the island empire has the sole rights to the resources there. As I've described before about Monster Island, which is what this is, understand that Minami Torishima, Southern Forest Bird Island, is about 1.2 kilometers. That'd be about 75% of a mile, 0.75 miles in area, and 990 miles southeast from Tokyo, the eastern capital metropolis, the Tokyo megalopolis in English, on a straight line between Tokyo and Wake Island, which of course is the Alamo of the Pacific, as the Marine Corps will tell you. Moritorishima, South Bird Island, is both the southernmost and easternmost island of the Japanese chain of archipelagos, and quite literally the hottest place in Japan. A coral reef fossilized into a landmass. Moritorishima's jurisdiction is placed under municipal government of Tokyo itself, thereby extending the environs of the Japanese capital of Greater Tokyo into the Pacific by 1,600 kilometers to a maritime borderline on the Tropic of Cancer. In 1902, America illegally raised the United States flag on what was, and still is today, Tokyoto's greater city limits. But the American expedition was expelled by a Japanese warship. And Minami Mori Torishima, a southern forest bird island, then became the home of the Japanese 16th Tank Regiment, comprised during World War II of Type 95 Haigo tanks. A canal was carved out of the solid coral to permit uninterrupted submarine resupply throughout the Second World War. It was dubbed Monster Island due to on-site development of unconventional weapons with maximum threat projection potential. Minami Mori was attacked by United States aerocraft as a primary Tokyo target within 1,200 miles of Tokyo proper during the Doolittle Raid of 1942. On March 14th, 1942, Minami Mori was attacked by the USS Enterprise in the Marcus Island raid. No less than 4 United States submarine-launched special reconnaissance operations conducted by UDT, Underwater Demolitions Teams, Frogmen, predecessors of the United States Navy SEALs, the Sea Air Landers, confirmed advanced Japanese weapons programs, deemed war breakers in terms of expected impact on the United States war effort. The first 2, Scuba, the new self-contained underwater breathing apparatus, Reke, or reconnaissance raids. They called them Reke raids, exposing this as Japan's Area 51, were on June of 1943 when the USS Sea Raven, under the commanding officer H. Cassidy, did what they did. August 1943, when the USS Sunfish, under the CO, the commanding officer R.W. Peterson, launched a UDT, or Frogman insertion. On August 31st of 1943, Rear Admiral Charles Pownall, aboard the Yorktown, commanded Task Force 15, the largest aerocraft carrier task force ever deployed on a single mission in the Pacific throughout the Second World War, striking 900 miles deep into the Japanese Empire, past Japanese-held Wake Island and within Tokyo's own outermost jurisdiction, with the intent to obliterate the Monster Island garrison and its advanced technology weapons development capacities, via a huge armada, an enormous armada consisting of the USS Yorktown, the USS Enterprise, the USS Essex, the battleship USS Indiana, 2 cruisers, at least 4 flotillas of destroyers, and even a fleet oiler to enable maintenance of extended siege. On May 23rd of 1944, yet another impressive U.S. Navy aerocraft carrier task force was deployed in a follow-up operation to conduct 48-hour round-the-clock, 2-day attacks on Monster Island with literally hundreds of planes. And on September 7th of 1944, for the first time in the Greater Pacific War, the United States land-based Liberators hit Monster Island. 2 further United States submarine-launched Scuba insertions of Frogmen revealed that weapons development continued apace on Monster Island, with no impediments noted in the operational capabilities of the Imperial Japanese 16th Armored Regiment's abilities to repel invasion. These Reke raids, by Frogmen, the old scuba divers you saw in James Bond's movie Thunderball. First on May of 1945, launched by the USS Peto submarine under CO, the commanding officer R.H. Caldwell, and in June of 1945, launched from the USS Piranha, or Piranha, under the CO D.G. Irvine. Monster Island was never successfully garrison compromised enough to mount an American invasion throughout World War II, and is currently Japanese occupied as a district of the megalopolis of Greater Tokyo. A city so large, it's the only city in the world that cannot have a mayor. London, the economic center of the world throughout its empire, had a mayor. Greater Tokyo is so enormous it has a governor, as if it were a state. So, to reiterate some of these points, if I can think of something that strikes me as the most important. Well, I guess the best thing to say is that what comes to my mind now is that Jack Lifton, a founding principal of a market research firm called Technology Metals Research, told the Wall Street Journal, "This is a game changer for Japan. The race to develop these resources is well underway." So, in this monster island, the Japanese have all the rare metals the world needs. In 2014, the Empire of Japan started seeking its own rare earth mineral deposits after mainland China withheld shipments of the substances amid a dispute over islands that both empires claim as their own. Previously, Red China reduced its export quotas of rare earth minerals in 2010, pushing prices up as much as 10%. The People's Republic of China was forced to start exporting more of the minerals again after the dispute was taken up at the WTO, the World Trade Organization. The rare earth minerals can be formed by volcanic activity, but many of the minerals on our planet were formed initially by supernova explosions, before our planet Earth even came into existence. When Earth was formed, the minerals were incorporated into the deepest portions of our planet's mantle, a layer of rock beneath the crust, where the hollow caverns exist that now house the thousand-year Reich in exile. In Unterland, the lands below. And as tectonic activity has moved portions of the mantle around, rare earth minerals have found their way closer to the surface. The process of weathering, in which rocks break down into sediment over millions of years, spread these rare minerals all over the planet. The only thing holding the Empire of Japan back from using its newly found deposit to dominate the global market for rare earth minerals is the challenge involved in extracting them. Yutaro Takaya, the study's lead author, told the Wall Street Journal that the process is expensive. Some more research needs to be done to determine the cheapest methods. Rare earth minerals are likely to remain part of the backbone of some of the fastest growing sectors of the global technologies economy. The Empire of Japan now has the opportunity to control an enormous chunk of the global supply, forcing countries that manufacture electronics, like the American and Communist Chinese empires, to purchase the minerals on the Japanese superstate's terms. The Empire of Japan, well, this forces me to explain their grand plans to mine deep-sea vents. You see, off the coast of Okinawa, a slim stretch of land among Japan's southern Ryukyu Islands, the capital of which is Okinawa, which Americans invaded in World War II, much to their own chagrin in terms of the cost. And thousands of meters below the surface, off the Ryukyu's Islands chain, somewhere near that incredible Yoneguni monument left from the ancient civilization of Muvaya. Thousands of meters below the surface of the sea, there are remains of extinct hydrothermal vent systems scattered about the ocean floor. The minerals at these long-dead former vent sites are now gaining attention due to increasing international interest in deep-sea mining. Just one of these deposits is thought to contain enough zinc to supply the Japanese Empire's demand for a year. For an empire that imports the vast majority of its mineral resources, seafloor sulfide deposits are seen as a tantalizing potential domestic alternative. But there is a high price. Disrupting these sites through mining could put unique and fragile ecosystems at risk. Hydrothermal vents mark the point where scaldingly hot water used to surge up from chimney-like fissures in the seafloor crust, near the boundaries between tectonic plates. Each individual mound can contain millions of tons of metallic ore. These mineral-rich deposits, known as seafloor massive sulfides, mark the point where Well, they form when cold seawater seeps down through fractures in the crust, heating up and leaching minerals from the rocks as it passes. The heated water then rises back to the seafloor, exiting explosively to produce smoker chimneys. Now, these were discovered only in 1977, the same year Star Wars was released. The vents are home to extraordinarily diverse forms of life while they are active. Tube worms, more than 2 meters high, 6.6 feet, with vivid red tips, and the equivalent of human blood gorged inside of them. Something that you can find out for yourself. When they cut these things open, they bleed in blood that looks disturbingly human and is remarkably close. I don't know if you can transfuse it, but there's also these deathly white crabs and fish that look distressingly like lice. And countless species of microorganisms are uniquely adapted to these hot and dark conditions of life at the vents. These vents don't last forever. Over thousands of years, tectonic forces carry the vents further from the plate boundaries, and the sites become less and less active, growing cold and silent. Near these dormant sites, the mineral deposits, including copper, zinc, lead, gold, and silver, remain at or close to the seafloor. An individual mound, as I said, millions of tons of all these metallic ores. For the Empire of Japan, these enormous deposits are seen as a potential resource for supplying the empire's demand for basic metals. The Japanese government initiated a research project to seek out these deposits in 2013. But despite their large size, finding the deposits can be difficult. The conditions at the seafloor are extremely harsh. The work can take place at depths of up to 3,000 meters, that's 10,000 feet, and the currents at the bottom of the ocean can be rough. As well as the challenge of finding out where these deposits are, finding out how large they are is crucial. They can extend for tens to hundreds of meters below the seafloor. Determining their size helps to figure out how much they could offer in terms of mineral resources. Researchers are developing new techniques to answer these questions. Some of the most promising are acoustic methods. They involve generating acoustic waves, which propagate underwater down to the seafloor. At the hard surface of the mineral deposit, the waves are partially reflected. Per Aichi Asakawa, general manager of the Research and Development Department at JGI, a geophysical surveying company based in Tokyo, he says, "We detect the very detailed, very weak reflected waves by hydrophone. We analyze the reflection data to get the subsurface images. Our system is very new. It is maybe the only one of its kind in the world." So only the Japanese have the technological capacity to even do this. JGI has used these methods to work with the Japan Agency for Marine Earth Science and Technology in a project on next-generation technology for ocean resources exploration since 2014, the year the Russians invaded and took the Crimea, the Krim Peninsula in Ukraine. Other researchers have mainly been using electromagnetic methods to identify mineral deposits. The Japan Oil, Gas and Metals National Corporation used these techniques to find 6 large deposits that could be good candidates for mining. In 2017, one of these deposits was excavated in a pilot test, lifting up large quantities of ore up 1,600 meters, that's around 5,250 feet, from the seafloor to the surface for the first time. The next step would be to see whether this could work on a commercial scale. But this kind of activity comes with substantial environmental risks. One of the main problems is that we have such poor knowledge of the environment and ecosystems at the seafloor. Despite decades of research, most of the ocean floor has never been charted. Even less research has been carried out to understand the ecosystems the ocean floor supports. These alien worlds are still a mystery to scientists. To quote as Con Nugent, director of the Seabed Mining Project at the Pew Trust, most of the realms that are being considered for deep-sea mining have been very little explored, so we proceed from a basis of ignorance. Without strong baseline knowledge of the life supported at the old vents, understanding the environmental consequences of mining seafloor massive sulfide deposits becomes almost impossible. Even if mining extinct vents doesn't disrupt the ecosystems at nearby active vents, the mining sites themselves could be home to unique forms of life. For prospective projects in international waters, the International Seabed Authority is in the process of drawing up environmental regulations on deep-sea mining. Nugent is advising on these regulations. Given our lack of knowledge of these potential mining sites, the best approach is precautionary. This is what brings us to the subject of toxic plumes. When the ISA, the International Seabed Authority's guidelines, eventually come into effect, regulations such as these may apply in international waters, which make up most of the ocean, but beyond the high seas, within the exclusive economic zones of the oceans that surrounds coastal countries, nations would operate by their own rules. The turbulent nature of the seafloor currents makes it hard to predict how the plumes will spread. The potential impact of deep-sea mining is wide-ranging, creating sediment plumes that stretch for hundreds of kilometers. These plumes are created by disturbing the seafloor, and they are thought to be among the most harmful aspects of deep-sea mining. The plumes may contain toxic materials, or it may simply smother bottom-dwelling life that it covers. The turbulent nature of the seafloor currents makes it hard to predict how the plumes will spread. And in addition to the plumes, if the mining activity were to go on around the clock, there would be other forms of disturbance to wildlife. But the environmental impacts in the deep sea may be offset by one very important benefit. They could be a more carbon-efficient source of metals than those found on land. The quality of copper ores from mines on land, for example, have fallen by 25% in 10 years. Poorer quality ore, essentially with less copper per kilogram of ore, means it takes more energy and more carbon emissions to extract the metal. Metals such as copper are going to be in high demand to establish renewable energy infrastructure, such as solar and wind power. Some of the largest land-based copper mines are producing ore of about 0.7% copper, with seafloor massive sulfides often being several times more concentrated. Paul Lusty, the team leader of the Ore Deposits and Commodities Group at the British Geological Survey, communicated to National Geographic from aboard a research ship investigating a site at the Rio Grande Rise off the coast of Brazil. And to quote his TE at length and verbatim, "There is no hot metallic discharge to detect with remote sensing exploration tools. As they age, they are also likely to be altered and covered by sediment, resulting in eventual burial and no obvious expression on the seafloor. Extinct deposits will still be inhabited by their own ecosystems, which could potentially be disturbed. There is a severe lack of adequate baseline studies on organisms and communities and uncertainty over the mining methods that will be employed and the magnitude and duration of their impacts on deep ocean ecosystems. The necessary response to that ignorance is to rope off significant amounts. We mean 30 to 50% of the total contract area as no mining zones. These seafloor deposits are sometimes much richer in metals than comparable deposits we are currently mining on land. Therefore, less ore should be required to produce the same amount of metals. And less mining and crushing and grinding means reduced energy consumption. Extracting deep ocean metal resources will result in interference with the natural environment, but these metals appear vital to many of the technologies that are integral to meeting global, United Nations, Sustainable Development Goals to end poverty, protect our planet, and ensure prosperity for all. Now, finding a way between supplying these raw materials for renewable energy technologies and protecting the deep seas is a difficult line to walk. The aforecited Thompson said, "We know we need to have a decarbonized future, but we also know we cannot sustain the use of these resources at the rate we are going now." To quote is Kirsten Thompson, a female ecologist at the University of Exeter who has studied the potential impacts of deep-sea mining. She argues that more of a focus on recycling the minerals and materials we already have in circulation could be the solution. To quote as she, "We know that even just having the presence of boats at the surface will create nighttime light for birds, and it will potentially increase shipping noise, which is an issue for some marine mammals and fish. There's a whole host of things that we can predict may be associated with these kinds of mining activities, but at what scale, we really don't know. That's the issue. We can do it in a way that is more sustainable by looking at trying to increase our rates of recycling and really pushing for development of new types of technology that don't require so much of these resources." Now, the Empire of Japan's latest energy strategy states that it does plan to further its investigations of mining seafloor massive sulfides, but whether it ends up happening on a commercial scale depends, among other things, on how accessible the deposits turn out to be and how much it costs to carry out. However, another part of the energy strategy is also a focus on reusing these minerals and to aggressively promote the development of new recycling technologies. Deposits around these hydrothermal vents, are just one of several sites of interest for deep-sea mining that may take off in the coming years. Other sources of minerals being explored are polymetallic nodules, typically found in the abyssal plains, and cobalt-rich ferromanganese crusts found on seamounts throughout the oceans, and even metal-rich muds found beneath salt-rich waters, such as the Red Sea. In all cases, the tension has yet to be resolved between the minerals they contain that could be used in renewable technologies and the environmental damage risked by accessing them. But with what I've explained about the pelagic empire and these resources from the open sea, is Japan truly a reawakened empire? I'm certain many of you are skeptical. In most specialized discussions about contemporary power or great power politics, the Empire of Japan is often overlooked. This analytical neglect is just incomprehensible, but it's understandable as a result of the discreet, secondary, and modest position that the Japanese have assumed for decades after their victory in World War II. And again, to all you skeptics out there, read my fucking book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. However, appearances can be deceiving. In fact, a closer scrutiny reveals that the role that the Empire of Japan might potentially play in the near future will not be inconsequential for the correlation of forces in the Pacific Basin and ultimately even beyond. Therefore, from a long-range perspective, as our man Real Tech Geek has articulated, I am obligated to examine the Japanese superstate's geopolitical background, its historical trajectory, and current situation in order to envisage why and how this East Asian empire can reassert itself as a heavyweight. Despite its prolonged hibernation and problematic phenomena like its sharp demographic decline, the Empire of Japan has not reached its twilight yet. Far from it. This brings us to understanding the Empire of Japan's background as a great power. Now, as Bill Gates's professor, Jared Diamond, argues, the uniqueness of Japan is determined by its geography. Understand that Japan has always considered itself a great power because it's very large. It has a greater land area than United Germany, which is smaller than Texas. But Japan also has more land area than the United Kingdom of Greater Britain, and it's larger than France. These are all world empires that people think of as white. Japan is larger than any of them. Although the Japanese archipelago belongs to the Far East, it is substantially separated from the Asian mainland. South Korea, its closest neighbor, is located more than 1,000 kilometers away. This paradoxical sense of simultaneous closeness and remoteness is noticeable in several traits that have historically shaped the characteristic Asianness of Japanese society, including the exceptional profile of the Japanese language. Furthermore, Japan is located in the area peripheral to the Eurasian landmass, referred to as the Rimland in the theoretical geopolitical thinking of Nicholas Spikeman. Therefore, such position means that Japanese national security is often threatened by the natural expansionism of continental powers such as the Chinese and Russian empires. In other words, Japan's position is somewhat analogous to that of Great Britain in Europe. This maritime condition offers a direct and dynamic gateway to interact with the wider world in the fields of trade, diplomacy, and military matters. On the other hand, Japan's terrain is very rugged, a reality that often influences the development of clannish, homogeneous, and conservative societies that are wary of outsiders. As a result of its fateful exposure to prosperous and powerful seafaring Western empires that had reached the Orient in the Meiji era, Japan decided to embark on the path of industrial development, economic modernization, and technological progress. This course of action was also inspired by the ideas of both classical mercantilism and the economic nationalism of thinkers like Friedrich List, according to which the parallel pursuit of wealth, power, and security is complementary. However, Japan did not embrace Western liberalism. The rising prosperity of the Japanese economy gave birth to an oligopolistic structure, in which the zaibatsu, large business clans whose nerve centers were run by dynastic families, involved in multiple activities across several economic sectors through a constellation of subsidiaries and integrated with their own sources of funding and financial services, were organically connected to the state. The profits made by these groups of companies were instrumental to increase the overall prosperity of Japanese society, and in turn, the state fostered their growth through contracts, access to new consumer markets for the manufactured goods they produced, as well as to the supply of raw materials, and the implementation of a foreign policy that favored their corporate interests. Likewise, the advanced capabilities of these firms were also useful to enhance the hardware of the Japanese military. Unsurprisingly, the meteoric rise of Japanese power increased the ambition of the Japanese Empire, In this context, Japanese statecraft abandoned the isolation that had lasted for centuries in order to assume an increasingly assertive and aggressive role in the geopolitics of the Pacific. Japanese forces conquered Korea, Taiwan, and Manchuria. Moreover, emboldened by its victory over China and later Russia, the Japanese state adopted an expansionist grand strategy whose purpose was to establish a greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere under Tokyo's hegemony. This imperial project contemplated the imperatorial control of much of Southeast Asia, including strategic pivotal positions such as Singapore, the Philippine archipelago, and the Strait of Malacca, much of mainland China's coastline, and territories held by the Greater Soviet Union in the Far East. But it went even further because its subsequent steps sought the integration of Australia, New Zealand, the southern tip of the Indian subcontinent, and even Alaska and the American West Coast as either satellites or vassals. Such quest for Lebensraum entailed the eviction of Western powers from Asia and the acquisition of natural resources, including oil, minerals, rubber, fertile soil suitable for growing cash crops that were needed to sustain Japan's status as a major force to be reckoned with on a global scale because of their applications in the production of machinery, logistical infrastructure, vehicles, or weaponry. Once regarded as a Spanish lake, the Pacific Basin would become a space under exclusive Japanese suzerainty. In this new Asian order, harmony would prevail thanks to the existence of shared common denominators in terms of cultural affinities. This hermeneutical plan threatened to undermine the condition that the United States had reached as a Pacific heavyweight based on the naval strategies formulated by Admiral Alfred Thayer Mahan, as politically exacerbated by the Treaty of Versailles and its rejection of racial equality. In response to said challenge, the Americans decided to incite conflict and engage Japanese forces. You see, a century ago, a new world order began. The Treaty of Versailles concluded the war to end all wars. Constructed through diplomacy, a fragile peace replaced global bloodshed. The treaty's proclamations are now iconic, that nations should have the right to self-determine, that a war's victors should negotiate how to move forward, that the defeated powers should be held responsible for the damage. Yet the treaty, negotiated by the key players in World War I, notably France, Great Britain, Italy, and these United States, was deeply flawed and could not fend off the rise of communism and the colonial imperialism of the Americans, who refused to even join the League of Nations that they established for fear that it would impose upon them restrictions to their aggressive expansionism, all eventually culminating in the Second World War. Versailles' mixed legacy is even further complicated by a little-known attempt by the Empire of Japan, then the Japanese Empire, one of the emerging players at the table, to move the world forward on the issue of racial equality. The Japanese Empire asked for, and nearly got approved, a clause in that treaty that would have affirmed the equality of all nations regardless of race. For all of the history forged, some historians believe the great powers missed a pivotal opportunity to fashion a much different 20th century. Self-determination was undermined. A driving force behind that vision for the future and the lofty ambitions of the treaty was American President Woodrow Wilson, the lead negotiator at the Paris Peace Conference. In 1918, a few months before he set sail, and I said that as a Freudian slip, before he set sail for Paris, Wilson addressed Congress to lay out his now famous principle of self-determination, an idea that would guide the Versailles negotiations and the final treaty that emerged. To quote as he, "National aspirations must be respected. Peoples may now be dominated and governed only by their own consent. Self-determination is not a mere phrase. It is an imperative principle of actions, which statesmen will henceforth ignore at their peril." Looking back, of course, contradictions abound in Wilson's decree. The Japanese Empire's racial equality proposal would have strengthened Wilson's call for self-governance and equal opportunity. Yet, when the victors signed the treaty, that language was nowhere to be found. The rejection of the Japanese proposal would play a role in shaping Japano-American relationships, World War II, and Japanese-American immigration. It sheds light on the treatment of non-white immigrant groups by these United States and our legacy of white supremacy. Let's talk about this REP, R-E-P, acronymous for Racial Equality Proposal. Following Japanese victory in the Russo-Japanese War in 1905, and then its participation as an Allied power during World War I, Japan rose as a mighty player on the world stage. Seeking to solidify that new power, the Japanese delegation at the Versailles negotiations sought to add language about racial equality into the proposed treaty's preamble. Its immediate goals were to strengthen its diplomatic standing and earn an equal seat at the table for all the races on Earth. Itself, of course, the first among equals. Here are the exact words that the Japanese Empire initially proposed. I translate for you from the Japanese. "The equality of nations being a basic principle of the League of Nations, the high contracting parties agree to accord as soon as possible to all alien nationals of states, members of the League, equal and just treatment in every respect, making no distinction, either in law or in fact, on account of their race or nationality." Note the term aliens here, how that got perverted by Americans in the dehumanization of the people who wrote this proposal, the Japanese, who were then damned as aliens, literal extraterrestrials, when Asian prisoners of war died in the United States by the thousands, never to return home. To be clear, historians say the Japanese were not seeking universal racial suffrage or improving the plight of black Americans, for example, as specific cases to be singled out. But this added language would have meant that Japanese immigrants coming to these United States could be treated the same as white European immigrants, as the vanguard for all of the rest of the colored peoples of the world, no matter where they were, to be treated as human beings and not as aliens. France got behind the proposal. Italy championed it. Greece voted in favor. But Australia pushed back. The British Dominion had instituted a white Australia policy in 1901, limiting all non-white immigration. Australian Prime Minister William Morris Hughes strong-armed the rest of the British delegation into opposing the proposed clause and eventually got Wilson's support as well. Wilson, a Southern Dixiecrat, a Southern Klansman, who made it a point to premiere The Birth of a Nation, the Confederate States propaganda masterpiece in the White House, came up with a way of killing the proposal without ever openly saying he opposed it. The American president imposed a unanimity ruling that effectively squashed the racial equality language, even though a majority of nations supported it. As chairman of the League of Nations Commission, Wilson had approved a number of other issues at the conference without such a unanimous vote. His call for consensus was not a petition for democracy. It was a shrewd calculation. Wilson's top priority at that conference was seeing the League of Nations created and the treaty ratified. The last thing he wanted was to alienate the British delegation, and he was not willing to let the racial equality proposal derail those efforts. But in a nod to appease the Japanese Empire, he supported its demand to keep war-acquired territories like Shantung in China. This brings us back to Japanese-American immigration. Though scholars disagree on the exact reasons for the opposition by Australia and these United States, many concur the key factor was migration. Frederick Dickinson, a University of Pennsylvania professor of Japanese history, the racial equality issue, or the racial equality clause, represented one of the first attempts to establish the unprecedented principle of free and open migration. Japanese migration to these United States had skyrocketed in the late 19th century. Japan's industrialization and falling mortality rates created an overpopulation problem. Following the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act, which prohibited Chinese laborers from immigrating to America at all, contractors on the West Coast brought Japanese migrants over to fill their need for inexpensive labor. In 1907, these United States and the Japanese Empire had negotiated the Gentlemen's Agreement, which was designed to address the growing Japanese immigration rate. In it, the Japanese Empire agreed to curb how many migrants it sent over if these United States would desegregate Asian and white children in San Francisco public schools. Unlike the unilateral Chinese Exclusion Act, the Gentlemen's Agreement gave the Japanese Empire some say in Japanese immigration to these United States. This agreement didn't maintain order for very long. Anti-Japanese sentiment was spreading up and down the West Coast like a plague, and lawmakers here on the Pacific coast of these United States called for stricter legislation. California passed the Alien Land Law of 1913, which prohibited Japanese immigrants from owning land by defining them as extraterrestrials. Extraterritorial to terra firma in North America, land of ours, therefore they're extraterrestrial. The Japanese are all from outer space. Read my goddamn book and you'll get the message. And so by the end of World War I and the negotiations in Paris, Americans feared waves of Japanese immigrants. When word of an alien invasion. So when word of the Japanese proposal reached Washington, pressure mounted from lawmakers to reject the clause. Democratic California Senator James Phelan sent a telegram to the U.S. delegation in Paris, himself so writing, "Believe Western senators and others will oppose any loophole by which Oriental people will possess such equality with the white race in these United States. It is a vital question of self-preservation." With mounting pressure on the home front and from the Greater British Empire and its dominions, Wilson killed the proposal for racial equality of all the peoples on earth. The Japanese lost their bid for racial equality that would have made them the vanguard for all the colored peoples on the surface of this world. Ultimately, the treaty Wilson had staked his presidency on was rejected by Congress. He suffered a stroke later in 1919, the year my own legal father, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was born. did not seek a third term, and died 3 years after leaving office. The same year as Wilson's death, in 1924, President Calvin Coolidge unilaterally banned all Japanese immigration with the Johnson-Reed Act, building up to World War II. In the years after Versailles, relations between the one-time allies, the American and Japanese empires, hardened. The rejection of the proposal left some members of the Japanese delegation bitter. The interwar years saw increased Japanese aggression as it attempted to integrate more land and further assert its power on a global level. The Japanese Empire became an imperial power consumed with nationalism and militarism. Japan struggled to resettle its burgeoning population. In 1931, its imperial integration of Manchuria, the buffer region on the Asian mainland between the Chinese and Russian empires, led to the resettlement of hundreds of thousands of farmers and migrants there. Ishiwara Kanji, the architect of the invasion, called for a racial paradise in this newly established frontier territory. That conflict helped set the stage for the Pacific, in the Pacific for World War II. After the League of Nations censured the Japanese Empire's aggression, the imperial power exited the organization in 1933, the year my biological father, Adolf Hitler, assumed power in Europe, while Franklin Delano Roosevelt assumed power in these United States. On December 7th of 1941, Japan launched a preemptive surgical strategic strike against the United States military base at Pearl Harbor to prevent an American bombing of the Japanese home islands. Professor Krisu, surname spelled S-U-H, who studies Asian American history, has observed that, basically, there continues to be this sense of racial superiority among the Americans toward Japan. To quote his T, at the bottom of all of this is the idea that certain people of color cannot be trusted, and people of color do not deserve any place, not only on the world stage, but also in our own communities. And so this is how we arrive at World War II in the Pacific theater that is very much fought as a racial war of extermination. Much of the propaganda on both sides, both in these United States and in the Japanese Empire, emphasize the racial difference as well as racial hierarchy, and much of the war in the Pacific theater is consequently very brutal. Now, beyond the bloodshed in the Pacific, the domestic toll waged on Japanese Americans has lived on in infamy. More than 127,000 Japanese Americans were forcibly relocated from their homes and incarcerated during what has been called the Japanese internment. The United States later acknowledged that it was on the wrong side of history, which it never would have done if it had won World War II. They have, as the defeated party, the loser, confessed to betraying our values of justice and liberty. The 1988 Civil Liberties Act, enacted by Congress, confessed that the government's actions against Japanese Americans was, in their words, motivated purely by racial prejudice, wartime hysteria, and a failure of political leadership. A damning indictment on Franklin Delano Roosevelt. But the racial equality proposal demonstrates that incarceration camps are not the entire story. David Inouye, executive director of the Japanese American Citizens League, sees this proposal as, in his words, part of a whole continuum of discrimination that had begun years before, and even we see it continuing today in other communities that are discriminated against. Obviously, whenever people think of Japanese American discrimination in these United States, the big thing that comes to mind is the World War II incarceration. After a series of major battles, the fierce wave of American expansionism was decisively repelled and then reversed. The Japanese kept fighting even after German forces surrendered in the field. Shortly after the Japanese Empire invaded American airspace in force, Washington finally capitulated. Once confronted with the virtually guaranteed prospect of the mass extermination of an overwhelming majority of the American population by biocidal weapons developed by Japan's Emperor Hirohito, a marine biologist of internationally recognized repute, the United States government was forced to sue for peace and declare immediate ceasefire. On August 9th of 1945, the Sacred Crane Task Force of Imperial Japanese superdirigibles penetrated American airspace as easily as it had been violated during the February 24th through 25th, 1942 Battle of Los Angeles. Upon disembarkation at Tonopah Army Air Base, later CIA designate Area 51, the Showa Ultimatum was presented to the United States High Command and ultimately the American Office of the Executive, at that time held by President Harry Truman, by the grace of God, the power-mad Franklin Delano Roosevelt having been assassinated by an Axis agent, a young girl who acted as his sex and food servant who poisoned him in his oatmeal. Well, Japan ultimately was able to reinvent itself during the Cold War. Nemo Albano says he's received both of my books, God bless him. He's in the live stream saying please remember to thumbs up, download, and re-upload Douglas's content and buy his books. God bless you, sir. Thank you. He sent some images that are available in our text box here on the Skype call. I'll look at them later. Understand that a strong geopolitical confrontation was already emerging, and Hirohito Tenno's, that's Emperor Hirohito's grand strategic intent, was for the greater USSR in Asia to provide a regional post-ceasefire counterweight to American hegemony in the Pacific East Asia that would in turn force American dependence on Japan itself, the archipelago of which geographically dominates continental Asia, or continental Asian access to the sea, in a manner that far surpasses whatever access denial the geography of the Greater British Isles provides the United Kingdom vis-a-vis the European continent. There is, published in pages 425 through 441 of Diplomatic History, issue number 25, circa 2001, an article by Koshiro Yukiko titled Japan's World and World War II. And confer, idem, the same author, Eurasian Eclipse, subtitled Japan's Endgame in World War II, as published on pages 417 through 444 in the American Historical Review, issue 109, published circa 2004, in which they describe how Emperor Hirohito lured Stalin into the Korean Peninsula and then literally atomized his advancing forces, ergo creating the Korean Demilitarized Zone, and forcing America and the Soviet Union to go to war in Northeast Asia. A war in which the Japanese sat back and laughed as they reindustrialized and more than made a return in their investments into World War II, selling Americans bombs and bullets produced in Japanese war factories. In this rising strategic competition between the United States, the world's leading sea power, and the Soviet Union, the world's top telluric power, a land power, for global hegemony, both superpowers sought to gain footholds in pivotal regions. As a maritime power from the so-called Outer Crescent, the American Leviathan pursued a policy of containment to keep in check the reach of Greater Soviet's power in Europe, an imperative that was accomplished through the establishment of NATO. However, from Washington's perspective, a cordon sanitaire was also needed in the Far East, especially because the People's Republic of China was repositioning itself as the Kremlin's junior partner. Likewise, the Americans needed to prevent the potential expansion of Soviet's naval power through the port of Vladivostok. These circumstances provided a window of opportunity for the Japanese superstate. Among other victory conditions, the Japanese Empire was guaranteed unfettered access to the American consumer markets, the availability of credit for reconstruction, and the reactivation of economic dynamism, and the unrestricted ability to engage in international trade. Thus, during much of the Cold War, the Third World War in effect, the Japanese Empire operated as an anchor of American influence and as a potential spearhead against both the Greater Soviet Union and the Communist Chinese Empire on the mainland of Asia. Without Japan, the position of these United States as an Asiatic power would have been compromised to untenability. Although tensions remained frozen in Europe, the eruption of military hostilities in both the Korean Peninsula and Indochina vividly demonstrated that the Asia-Pacific region was the far more important active front of the Third World War, the Cold War, as it's so misnomered. In this context, the Japanese restructured the nature of their national power, following a policy inspired by the theoretical principles of mercantile realism, an intellectual prism that remodels the concepts of national security, realpolitik, diplomacy, and grand strategy in accordance with economic, industrial, commercial, and financial criteria. Tokyo became a mercurial geoeconomic heavyweight. Thus, the Japanese managed to revitalize the international competitiveness of their industrial companies, increase their market power in productive sectors whose outputs entail a high degree of added value, forge profitable trade partnerships, and nurture the development of comparative advantages in the domain of advanced technologies. Kairetsu, financially integrated and heavily interwoven business structures that represented the spiritual successors of the old Zaibatsu, such as Mitsubishi, Toyota, Toshiba, and Nissan, acted as the galleons that filled the coffers of the Japanese superstate. Japan Incorporated no longer needed to be invested in invading foreign nations because its corporate vectors could conquer overseas markets through expansion, commerce, and investments. In this field, Japanese firms they had the chance to engage and even outperform their American and European counterparts. The Japanese continued to overtake the West in terms of economic and technological superiority. In summary, with victory obviating its traditional warrior ethos, Japan had become a nation of merchant princelings, professional technocrats, engineers, and salarymen. Interestingly, even though the Japanese yen became an important reserve currency, Tokyo supported the dollar's monetary hegemony. Thanks to its exports, the Empire of Japan accumulated massive amounts of holdings denominated in American greenbacks. Such a decision was mostly motivated not only by economic considerations, but also based on strategic calculations. In this period, as Robert Gilpin and other scholars of political economy have highlighted, Japanese developmental capitalism was notorious for its managerial excellence, the proliferation of skillful technocracies, an emphasis on the collective harmony of Japanese society, export-led growth, a penchant for innovative R&D, research and development programs, a synergic collaboration between the private sector and governmental agencies. This is called fascism, in which Maitai, The Ministry of International Trade and Industry decided what would be produced for exportation. This is the foundation of war strategy. Instead of importing weapons to break things and kill people and destroy the enemy's assets, you're selling him assets that you produce as if for war. The cooperative implementation of industrial policies, informal networks of mutual trust in the higher echelons of corporate governance systems, the assertive use of market intelligence as a strategic tool, in other words, industrial espionage, and the outstanding quality of its manufactured goods.